everybody, it's Matthew, or Meachew, or Peach. I'm going to be live streaming my 20th live stream, like at least commentary, and I will be having multiple audio videos at once. Also, before I get into the stream fully, I am actually going to. So something I've realized is that sometimes I'll be having too much audio stuff playing at once. So I'm going to put audio mostly on the lower end for most of them, because I have multiple audios going at once, and they kind of just drown each other out, and I feel like that it's like I don't mind. It's a good listening and sleeping experience for me, and I don't mind it. But I figured that I should probably have most of it down lower, not because I need to do it or anything, but because I think it's better for other people even if I have multiple videos going on at once, that it is a better listening and viewing experience if there's like a main audio tab with the other audio and video tabs still playing, but they're more in the background. It's meant for more white noise than anything else, I think. So really quickly, I'm just going to go over it first. I'm just going to go over it a little bit. So the top left tab is the main tab, and there's multiple audio tabs I'm playing. The first tab is Lo-Fi Hip Hop Radio Chill Hop by Steezy as F, or the Steezy as Fuck video, which I like. The next one is Criminally Listed, and it has all about killer kids. He deleted his first one for some reason, and this is going to be the main one. I'm only watching it for Elisa Bustamante, and she's pretty cool. I think, even though she murdered a 9-year-old, which that wasn't very cool, but she was a emo LDS, and I hope she's getting her life better. The next tab is Cozy Hobbit SPA on a winter night, intense snowfall, warm fireplace, and hot tub water sounds. Sleep by Relax with Nemo's Dreamscapes. The next one I'm playing is a scary playlist from the LDS Emo, which is my second channel. My regular channel is meachew, and it's currently what's playing is freaky, unnerving images with unnerving music by What Shall We Do Next. The next one is the Calm Streams one on my main meachew account. The Calm Streams playlist that I have currently, it's playing Celestium, and she's just chatting. It's called Thursday Night Praying Minecraft Edition, and the next one is the Intelligence playlist from my second channel called LDS Emo Boy. Currently what's playing is Andrew Wilson, Twitter X Spaces, and and then the one on the upper right is playing Ant Venom. It's called Minecraft End of the World Part 1 by Ant Venom. The third one, the one that's lower down, is it's playing Bohemian Grove videos by Dancer1, and he was someone who allegedly went in there, and I thought the first time I watched it was years ago, and I thought it was relaxing, so that's why I'm playing it. And I think it's good background noise and stuff. And the fourth one, the one on the lower right, is I'm playing my own video, my 11-hour, my almost 12-hour video, meachew commentary 19, and it's got 4 different screens in that one, and it's I'm playing all of these at 144p because it's less hardware resources than OBS. I use OBS Studios to stream, and I figured this would be better than anything else. So, and I'll be playing games while listening and watching audio. The one on the upper left for the lower right video is my own live streams with its own 4 videos. One of them is my live streams. Another one of them is Dark Souls by Hunter StarCraft. One of them is some RPG game that I don't know, and I actually don't remember the last video, but anyway, I'm going to be playing it. So if people don't like it, they can stop watching if they want. And after I watch or listen to the criminally listed video with I guess with Elisa Bustamante, I will switch to watching a different one. The upper left is my main, it's my main video. Because some people have said you play too much, and like you play too much like videos and stuff, and it's kind of, yeah, I'm kind of weird, but that's what I like doing, I guess, because, well, for one, it makes it, I think, or a little bit unique video watching. And but before I get into the game, I just want to make sure the audio is good. I don't know what kind of games I do want to play different games too, like I want to play some different games, like what other games? I do want to play some different games, like different games. Wait, is there? I don't know if there is a. I can't remember if. Well, I was gonna say if there was an AI that could help me maybe skip to the Elisa Bustamante part, I would just skip to it. But I can't find it, so should be here somewhere. Oh wait, no, it's closer to the beginning. Like way closer. Like Oh, you know what? It's more at the beginning. Okay, you know what? We'll just skip to the beginning. Oh yeah, I'm probably gonna play Left 4 Dead 2 and Splitgate 2 also, like, after. I don't know how long I'm going to stream for, but I don't know. Okay. Let's see. What's that static thing? Hold on. The static thing is so annoying. Hold on. Is it? Is it my mic? Hopefully not. Because it's never done this before. Sorry, I tried to turn my fan down lower. Is that the... Is it my headphones maybe? Hold on. I gotta try another set. If it's not... Okay, so at least a busted one just popped up. Anyway, so if it's not my headphones, then it... maybe it's my mic gain. Okay, that's kind of annoying. Come on, Matthew, why are you so weird? So weird. Wait, maybe it was my phone. Lo-fi is so, and I love the lo-fi playing in the background. Okay. So the Bohemian Grove one isn't working. Well, looks like it crapped out on me. Okay, finally, we're back now. Alright. Actually, it might be better with the fan. Yeah, I like the white noise that comes with it. Okay. Okay, let's turn some of this up a little. Okay. All right. So Okay, what do I want to... what do I want to watch or listen to now? Since that was... Since I finished at least a Bustamante part from criminally listed, I will talk about other things too, or at least I want to, but what do I... trying to think, because I have white noise, lo-fi, scary stuff, calm streams, intelligent stuff, all going on. So, what else? What else could there be? What else do I want to watch? I kind of want to watch obscure stuff that a lot of people don't know. Oh, you know what? Maybe I'll go to my likes first, because there's a lot of videos that I like that nobody else has reactions for. And I'll show you a good example. Let's see. For example, okay. Well, so for example, I will be going back to watching, well, not an hour of indie horror game screenshots with ambient music. I do like that, but I've watched it before, and I'll watch maybe a little bit after, but first, or maybe I'll probably actually, because I like different things. I like listening to different things. I like watching different things. But I like reacting to more obscure things. The reason why I like doing that is that I think it's better that way, is because if I, like, for example, okay, so here it is, for example, this is one that I don't really see a reaction to, is one of them, and I'll give you an example. For example, it is called 9 of the Creepiest Video Game Hacks, Bootlegs, and Mods by Blame It on George. I believe he unlisted the video, so you can still watch it, but it's harder to find. And I think he did it because it doesn't really fit his channel or something. But I like it. So I've reacted to it before, but this was months ago, and so I'm going to react to it again by Blame It on George, and then I'm going to react to some other videos too that, well, I'll just react to what I want to, and, you know, whether it's villainesses or whether that's like aesthetics. So let's go play. I'm gonna play Call of Duty. Now, how long am I gonna play Call of Duty for? I haven't decided, but probably maybe until I hit like a clip. I'm playing IW4X Modern Warfare 2. It's a mod of Modern Warfare 2 2009, the classic one, but it has like dedicated servers, so, and it's got more stuff than the Steam version. And usually before I can run it with everything on max at full settings, The reason, and I could do it before, but it was laggy, and the reason why it was laggy was because I didn't use the dedicated GPU, and instead I used the integrated GPU, which is basically you're using the CPU, but if you use a dedicated GPU, which is what I try to use for everything now, is that the CPU will have resources cleared up that so that'll make it to where the GPU can focus on rendering and run the game properly, where the integrated CPU can still run it, but it will do a much better job at it. So I think it's better that way. It's a better way to do things, I would say, and there's nothing wrong with that. And so what should I talk about first? Today I went to the gym earlier, and I'm a Latter-day Saint Brown Mormon emo. But I try to love everyone, and I don't judge people of the same group the same way, and I don't always agree with the popular interpretation of the scriptures of the LDS Church, and I believe in not judging people of the same group the same way. I believe that the most important thing about people is behavior. I think there should be more female villains and more female villainesses, and I think my favorite villainesses or villains are from because a lot of movies today are taboo. And what do I mean by that? It's the same way with video games. For example, a lot of movies today, they won't a lot of movies today, they won't have children being killed on screen, or children. They basically almost have a plot armor because children are basically taboo. And I think if you like fiction, it's fine. Even if that fiction is a little bit extreme, I think that art should, in some ways, disturb people who don't like it, because it tells you that sometimes what not to do in real life. For example, just because you like something in fiction doesn't mean you like it in real life. I don't have a problem, I guess, with kids getting killed in fictional stories, because I think it adds realism, but it also adds more what not to do. I think there needs to be more female villains in movies and stories and fictional stories as well, because I think that it would be better. For example, my favorite, or one of my favorite villains, is a female. Her name is called Kali, 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 from a movie called The Crow, and she kills Danny. He's a child, and she killed him in cold blood. And as she was going over there to Danny, she was singing "Hush Little Baby, Don't You Cry," the lullaby. And I thought it was interesting because they usually don't have female women being both cold-blooded and arrogant and taunting children before they kill them, and laughing about it and smiling and being giddy. And I thought that was a cool, different. That was a, to me, it broke away from the status quo. I thought that was cool. It's called The Crow. Klie, Kali. She is probably maybe my favorite villain or villainess in all of fiction. And Kali the Crow to the City of Angels, 1996. And she just kills them. And I thought that was cool to see because that usually doesn't happen. And most things, but going on to another subject, most things I'm not bothered in my life. I'm a very reserved person who tries to be Christ-like, who doesn't try to allow things to get under their skin. I try not to mock people because I think in life that life has many ways of humbling us, and I think we always must remember that life can humble us all, and I think it's better that people stay humble. People should stay humble. They should stay wise. They should stay humiliated. And I think it would be more improved if people would just stay humble, because you never know when your time is going to be up, and it's better to stay humble and humiliated, because you'll be humbled by something. Inevitably you'll be humbled. So there's that. I guess I'll just talk about it now. Most things don't bother me except when people who are self-righteous hypocrites but are not consistent with their own, people who are self-righteous but are hypocrites, but people who are inconsistent and hypocritical and inconsistent, and they have a double standard. They don't apply the same kind of logic to themselves as they do others. And what do I mean by that? For example, if someone experiences cognitive dissonance, they fall into groupthink because they need other people to be in groupthink, because if they can have groupthink, these people will retreat into their own inner fog. They'll retreat into their own inner world that they can't actually be consistent as much as they think. And so rather than face the cognitive dissonance head on, they go into groupthink. They will shut down any critical opposition or any critical self-thinking, and they'll just go with people who agree with them, and they'll stay into it, and they'll continue to have cognitive dissonance, and they'll lie to themselves to protect themselves from themselves, so they don't have to face the reality that they could be wrong in their own beliefs. I think it's very hypocritical and inconsistent. For example, white nationalists, people can like what they want. I don't care who people like. People have a right to like who they want, and they really do. I don't really care who they actually like. And but the reason why I think a lot of people have cognitive dissonance about things is because if they had to critically think um, about their own beliefs, they would have to realize that maybe much of their beliefs, even when context, don't make sense. So I guess for the first example is I'll go into is white nationalists, pagans, Nazism versus Hitler, and how white unity and white unity, while is good, and I think people should take pride in their race, they should not make race the ultimate factor because they're going to lose. For the first one, and I think people are going to not like is many white nationalists, is Hitler and Nazi Germany. People will say, well, Hitler, he recovered a good economy. Hitler was justified in being a self-righteous hypocrite who was inconsistent, and he was. He killed a whole bunch of white people. He sterilized them. T4 Action stuff, which killed a whole bunch of Nazi Germans and disabled people. So clearly he did not think that white people were. Clearly he did not think white people were as valuable as maybe some think he was, because he killed his own German people. He did a whole bunch of drugs. So people say, oh, well, Hitler advocated for the youth and fitness, and he stopped animal cruelty. It's like, yeah, he did some good things, and I think there's some good things about Hitler. I think he was charismatic. I think he was a good leader. I think he cared for his people somewhat. But this doesn't erase the bad he did, and let's go over let's not even get into the Holocaust, because whether people believe that the Holocaust happened or not, and if it did, which, I think there is a strong chance that it did happen, even if people didn't think it happened in a certain way, or that most Jews died from typhus, or that there was wooden doors. A lot of people don't want to admit that Hitler did not really recover the economy, because the economy was already recovering before Hitler got into power, So I think the issue that we're running into is that people think that Hitler, people think that Hitler was running the, he brought Germany back to rise. But the thing is, Germany was going on the rise before he took leadership, or chancellor, or the Führer, I believe. So I think people, while you can say a true thing, some of it is taken out of context. So that's why I think a lot of people need to watch out for that, because they have cognitive dissonance. The other one is that, Hitler was this white savior, and I'll debunk that basically because even if you want to say that Hitler was even if one wants to say Hitler, if someone wants to say like Hitler, Hitler did some good things and stuff, even if you want to admit that, the problem with admitting the problem with admitting that Hitler did some good things or he recovered the economy is that the economy was already going back up before he got into power, and so basically that undercuts that. Another thing that a lot of people they don't want to get into it is that Hitler, he killed his own white people. If he's the white savior, why did he not care about disabled white people? Why did he kill a whole bunch of Polish people or Slavs or raise multiple white communities to the ground? He killed a whole bunch of white people just because they weren't useful to him, and that's really, I think, the big issue is that people think that the good outweighs the bad. For another example is that he banned animal cruelty, which I appreciate that, and I do like that he did that. The problem is that he still ate meat, and much of this was because a doctor said so. And so you can't even know if he did that, and did he do that because he really believed it? Did he do that just for the public and private? He thought about it. It's the same thing with Christianity. Now, Hitler grew up a Catholic, I believe. I believe Hitler, he grew up a Catholic. I think he was baptized, I believe. Maybe he was, maybe he wasn't. But even if you want to say he was baptized, the problem with saying he was baptized is that, or he was Christian, or he said some good things about Christianity. The problem is, I don't think in public he even believed that. I think in private he might have believed that, but in public, I don't think he did. I don't think he believed it in public. I think in private, I think a lot of people, they think that, Hitler, he said some good things about Christianity. Well, people can say things about Christianity in public and still not fully believe it. They can just use it. A lot of people will use Christianity to get the Christian vote, and they don't believe it publicly. And I don't know why it's hard for people to accept that. It's simply possible that that Hitler could just be saying that stuff out of obligation, and he doesn't actually believe it. So I think people need to be very, very careful about putting that stuff to Hitler and saying, he was a Christian because he said some good things. Well, Donald Trump said some good things about Hitler too. Or Donald Trump said some good things about Christianity. Doesn't mean that what he said about it is valid. People can use Christianity in public and not care about it in private. Non-believers can go into, say, Christianity is good without being a Christian. You can be for pro-Christianity and not be a Christian. And so I think people need to be careful about that. Another thing about Hitler, I talked about, I talked about how he was inconsistent. I talked about how he wasn't the white savior, and he didn't do things that he didn't do things that he didn't do things that he actually believed, I'd say, and I think a lot of it was just like rhetoric. Another thing that a lot of people, I think that people don't understand is that Hitler, while he was smart in some ways, I think he was a good military strategist and he was a good leader and he had charisma. He made a lot of mistakes, and a lot of Hitler fans or white nationalists do not want to admit that he was not perfect. He killed a bunch of his own people. He was inconsistent. He said a lot of things in public that he probably didn't believe in private. Even like a lot of Nazi Germany people say, and they can like it if they want, but a lot of Nazi Germany people say, well, look at what some good he did, so that erases all the bad he brought. Another thing that a lot of people, or a lot of Nazi fanatics and Hitler fanatics will go into, is that they don't seem to want to admit that a lot of people and a lot of Hitler fanatics, they don't want to admit this, is that they don't want to admit that Hitler had a lot of bad people in his army, and he hired them and he allowed them in there knowing that they would be in there. So what do I mean by this? Well, he had someone called Durlwinger, I don't know how to say his name, but it was like in the SS army, and he was really bad. He was a horrible person. They would go around killing people. Durlwinger, he actually had a lot of bad stuff that he did. For example, the people who were with him said that they went to towns and they went to like an orphanage or church or whatever, and there was a whole bunch of children in there, and they like set it on fire, and children were in there, and he didn't care, and he was probably pretty gleeful, him and his team. It got so bad that a lot of other Nazis said that they had to chill and cut it out, and Hitler basically allowed this child abuser, child predator, to be in the army. And when I bring this up to a lot of white nationalists and Nazis and people, they just brush it aside and say, well, it doesn't really matter that much. I think it's kind of crazy to say that. I think it's very, very weird to say that Nazis and it's very weird to say that like Nazis, like white nationalists, Germans, they all say stuff that that oh well, Hitler, he would release the Epstein files, he would get rid of a whole bunch of people, and that he would release the Epstein stuff. Well, I want to believe them, and maybe he would. Even if we grant that he would, it doesn't change that he still allowed bad people into his army, and he knew it, and he still allowed bad people into his army. And a lot of people say, oh well, Hitler would never protect CP people, or he would never protect child abusers. But with Wenger, he seemed to do that. He did protect. He did. He did protect child abusers. He did protect pedophiles. Well, okay. Well, I guess the cat's out of the bag now. But he did protect those type of people. Wenger is one of those people. And when you bring it up to people that he protected bad people, they would just scoff over it because it's a contradiction. It's a double standard. They say, well, Jews and Zionists run everything. I do believe to some degree that Zionist Jews do run things, but the problem is that they think that correlation always means causation. So, for example, you can say Jews run everything, or Zionist Jews run the media, propaganda, and still admit that Hitler was in the wrong too. Just because you believe there's a bigger enemy doesn't mean, or just because Hitler did some good things doesn't erase ultimately the bad that he did. I think Hitler did more bad than good. I think a lot of online Nazis are either fake or they don't know how to argue with consistency. They argue from incredulity. They basically say there's no way Hitler could have been, there's no way that Hitler could have gotten money from Jews, even though there's something called the Havara Agreement, which was a peaceful deal between Jews and Nazi Germany and Israel. Well, Israel at the time wasn't in 1948 Israel. It wasn't the Bible Israel either. It was Palestine. But he sent a whole bunch of Jews to Palestine. Dr. Quigley, I think, goes into this. There's a book called Who Financed Hitler by James Poole. And it goes into, and others go into the Havara Agreement and basically says that that Hitler was financed by Jews, or the Bank of England, which the Rothschilds, Rockefellers. But even if they weren't, don't some Hitler people find it pretty suspicious that Hitler people, don't they find it a little bit suspicious that Hitler, he was able to turn around Germany so quickly? Isn't that kind of suspicious? It's funny because he also had non-white people in his army, which is weird because if he was such a great Aryan, white Chad, basically white Jesus savior, as some white nationalists and white Germans or white people think, why would he have non-white people in his military? And people can even look it up too. There was non-white people there was basically non-white people in his army, and a lot of people don't realize because a dilemma. On one hand, they want to say Hitler was such a nice Chad, and maybe he did like other races, maybe he didn't. But even if he didn't like, other races, you could argue that a lot of him liking other races is just because a lot of him liking other races could be that he only liked other races just because they were useful. If he killed a whole bunch of white people and not white people, if they weren't useful to him, he approved the T4 Action experience. He approved that Germans and non-Germans get sterilized. He approved of Derwanger, which was a child abuser, and he killed a whole bunch of children and innocent people. How can they possibly argue that Hitler wanted the best for his people? If you weren't useful to Hitler, he would just basically want you dead, and he knew what was happening too. I don't know how people can look to Hitler and say, yeah, this is the guy who, this is the great white hope, when a lot of things about Hitler are taken out of context or wrong or inconsistent. And to me, that's really I think a big problem, is that when you get down to it, when you try to argue with these people, a lot of them are just simply not consistent. They take things out of context, and they're not really reliable. And I don't understand why white people and people like him can't see it. I don't understand it. Well, actually, I think I understand it a little. A lot of it is just cognitive dissonance to people. And, they can believe whatever they want, but whenever you try to say this stuff about people, they just say, well, you're either a Jew, they respond with, you're brown, and they don't contend with the argument. And I think I just got a 5 on screen over there. They don't contend with the argument. They either don't contend with the argument, they don't contend with everything else. I'll just record that clip and see. I'm pretty sure I got something. But they don't contend with the argument. They don't contend with the inconsistency. There seems to be a lot of cognitive dissonance. And once you point that out, as I said before, a lot of these people will curl up in a ball, or they'll basically play possum, they'll play stupid. They will not contend with the actual arguments. And once that happens, you realize that they're not arguing in good faith. It's a bad faith argument to bring up, when you bring up all that stuff against Hitler, even if you want to grant he did some good things, the fact that people think he was as good as he thinks. Now, I think propaganda can be, there's either against propaganda or for propaganda. So, for example, you can believe someone is a good person and still admit a lot of things don't match up. They don't make a lot of sense. You can think that someone is a great leader and still not fully agree with them. You can like something in fiction and not agree with the ideology. You can like the aesthetics of something and not like the ideology. For example, I love the Nazi Germany uniforms. I think Hitler looked good in the Nazi Germany uniforms. But there's not much good, I don't think, to say. Yes, I think they did some good things. I like that they advocated for, and also something they don't realize, that Nazis banned a whole bunch of things, and if they didn't like you, they didn't like the ideology, they would just burn it. They would just burn the books. They would ban things they didn't like. And he was a democratic social, yes, I know, maybe he wasn't a socialist in the way some people think, but he still was he still was he was still somebody that, and the ideology was, it was still something that they thought, that people think that just because they think a little bit of good outweighs a lot of bad, and that just doesn't do it. They're inconsistent. These people need to look up the Havara Agreement. They need to look up context, because it's not just it's a multi-layered thing. But all in all, do I think Nazis and Germany did a little bit of good things? Yes. But ultimately, it doesn't erase the inconsistency. It doesn't erase the bad. It doesn't erase that they killed a whole bunch of their own race. Even if you want to say the Holocaust never happened in the first place, you want to say that the Nuremberg trials were a sham and a fraud, and if you want to say anything else was not true at all, you have to have some major cognitive dissonance to say that they had no hand, and they didn't know what they were doing. They knew what they were doing. And like I said before, if Hitler is so wholesome as people think, why did he allow Durerwinger in his army when he doesn't have to? I think it's really suspicious that he would allow people say, oh well, you see, like he would be against Epstein because look, he made children get like burn stuff, and he banned some stuff, so that completely let him off the hook. Why did he allow Durerwinger in his army then, and why did he allow a child abuser to abuse more children and kill innocent people? There's just no arguments, and it falls under almost kind of like Occam's razor, and maybe Hitchens' razor too. Occam's razor says the simplest explanation is usually the correct one, although I do think that is fallacious in many ways. And if you want to go with Hitchens' razor saying extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence, I think that could be a fallacy too. But in the Nazi Germany case, there's too much evidence to say that, oh well, there's no way that we can prove that Hitler and the Nazi Germans didn't they care about their own people. It's like, yeah, maybe they did care about their own people, but they only care about their own as long as you were useful to them, I say. Because if you weren't useful, or if you were disabled physically, mentally, or any way they didn't like, they would actually they would kill you. And no, I don't think he fled to Argentina either, because he had a whole bunch of health problems, and if he loved his people as much as people say, why would he abandon his own people? It's like, is that what a strong leader does? There's too many conflicting information to truly say, wow, Hitler, you're a great person, man. You did a really good job. You did a really good job. I think it's ridiculous when people say, oh, I don't know. I've rambled on, I think, long enough. But it's funny because he had Goebbels or Goebbels or whatever his name is. He allowed a Jewish, I think basically handicapped person in his army. So just more hypocrisy, more inconsistency. And to me, that's really I find a big problem with the Nazi Germany's and the white nationalists, is that there is no consistency. there's not, even with context, there still isn't any consistency from them, because you pointed out they don't really have any good comebacks, which means that the only arguments left are basically ad hominems, and ad hominems are fallacies due to the fact that if you do ad homs, they basically can't still man your argument either, because they can't really say your argument back and why you have a problem with it. I just think that the people who are for white unity and white nationalism, like, I don't think it's bad to be white nationalism, but I do think there could be problems if you make false idols of something that can't really overcome something like death, because if you say that death is the ultimate, then you're basically saying almost that death is essentially your god, and that doesn't work either, because if you say death is, you say that other stuff is not. If you say stuff like, if this stuff, where was I going with this? Oh yeah, if you rely on false idols, then basically it's almost like you're saying death is your god, because nothing so far has shown to be death. And if you say, well, morality and morals are subjective and relative, which many of them do, or many false idols do, they'll basically go into that they don't know how to handle it. They don't know how to handle that a lot of things and a lot of people are not consistent. And I think the bad thing about this is that I think a lot of the problems is that these people think that they're arguing in good faith. They're still not. They're still not arguing in good faith. And so the whole issue, like, there's no consistency. There's no consistency. There's nothing else. No consistency. There's no I like Nakatoro. It's an anime and manga series. It's pretty cool. But there's no consistency. There's just nothing else there. And I think people need to get over themselves, and that they need to realize that a lot of what people say they can't defend. And so, yeah, I think the best thing about Nazis and Germany and Hitler was really the uniforms. It's like they looked cool, they did a little bit of good stuff, but ultimately it doesn't outweigh the bad. And people need to get over it. People need to admit that Hitler wasn't perfect. He was inconsistent. He was hypocritical. He had double standards. He was inconsistent. He had a lot of bad, I think, in him. He did a lot of bad things. He excused a lot of bad things. And they just don't want to go through it. They don't want to go through it. I don't know why people want to make excuses for Hitler. I don't know why. Because if you try to make excuses for Hitler, and I don't know why you would want to do that, is that I think that these people are oh no, I think these people are just insane. And so yeah, but I think you can say this about a lot of things too. I think religion is a better unifier than race or nationality, as because it's still going strong many years later, whereas white unity or black unity or any unity is just under religion. So you can have white unity, but that really only works if you still keep it in a religious value, because even politics, I think, has now become a religion. And people need to figure out that there's nothing wrong. There's nothing wrong with there's nothing wrong there's nothing wrong with there's nothing wrong with saying stuff like I don't know, I think there's nothing wrong with saying that people are, I think that the issue that people are running into really is that the issue that you're running into is that people don't want to admit that people, like, you can, it's like I said before, you can like something and still admit that maybe you don't have a full grasp of it. And I don't know why that it causes cognitive dissonance, because if you truly care about your beliefs, you would not be afraid to have it questioned. That's really the rubber meets the road here. And I think what's happening now is that people are realizing that politics doesn't cut it, race unity doesn't cut it. Now, but I will say this as a black person, I think white people outside of Jesus have done the most for humanity. We use white people inventions. Even if you want to say that black people built them, I believe it was under white people rule that happened. But even if you want to say that, even if you want to say that, like they, like something happened that was like good, it still feels, and I guess to try to put it simply is this: the reason why I still don't have race over religion in terms of, even though I just said that even if I just said that like that, I think, it's not wrong to be I don't think it's wrong to be a Christian nationalist or a white nationalist. I think you can have pride in your race. nation. I think you can have pride in your nation, and you want it to stay that way, because you don't want people who are basically coming to your house and not respecting it. And even if like they're in there legally, that doesn't mean they'll assimilate. And I think if white people want to keep the United States a majority white, or have a white-only community, I think they should be allowed to do that if they want. And there's nothing wrong with it. The problem, I think that other people are missing is that white people I think the issue that we're running into is that white people they don't understand how religion was actually a better unifier over the other unifiers first. And what do I mean by this? Well, basically what I mean is that the reason why I can say this is because trying to resize this split gate arena window. But the reason why I can say this, I think, is very simple. The reason why I think a lot of people they don't realize that there was no white unity before Christianity, in any real sense anyway. There was no white unity in pagan lands. There was no white unity in ancient Greece or ancient Rome. There was no white unity. There was no white unity. There was no white unity in ancient days because they were killing each other. In the Viking days, they were killing each other. In the pagan days, they were offing each other. They were killing each other in the bat off days, and that it's just something that I don't really believe. I don't understand how people can, because it's like the Vikings, they killed each other, but the Vikings killed each other, and the Vikings killed each other, and that didn't work. The Vikings killed each other, and they didn't get along. Before they converted to Christianity, so it's like, where was the white unity then? Where's the white unity in ancient Greece? Where's the white unity in ancient Rome? Where's the white unity? They weren't exactly the best places to live. Where was the white unity before Christianity and Jesus did it? Jesus is a better white unifier than race is for whites, blacks, and anybody else, because race is not God. People think it is, but it's like Jesus says before, if you make something an idol, you're going to be disappointed by it. You're going to be disappointed because the more you try to idolize something, the worse it's going to be for you, because you're going to ultimately run into issues, and it's really going to be bad for you. It's really going to be bad, and I think I think that people need to, and I think that people need to get over themselves and want to themselves and understand that um, it's really, really bad for people that that people don't realize that I guess I don't understand why people maybe it's just me, but I don't really understand why people have like basically a hard time admitting that it's like basically it's like there's a hard time admitting that there wasn't ancient Greece, ancient Rome, the Viking days, the pagan days. If white unity was so good, why do they kill each other? And you could say this about a lot of other races too. I could say this about black people. I could say this about Native Indians. And a lot of people thought that Europeans were doing bad things before then. And colonization. And a lot of people say, well, they're the first Americans. But you can't, but the problem is there was no America. There was no America before then. There was no America. There was no America before then. And I think people really need to stop blaming white people for what they did, because I honestly think white people are more nicer and less racist than a lot of other people think. The only reason why people say it is because I think most of it is really jealousy. I honestly think that most anti-white people are anti-white not because not because of some logical, consistent reasoning. They're actually racist to white people because they don't want to admit that their race didn't accomplish as much as white people did. I'm black, but I'll admit that white people has done more for black people than a lot of black people, because like my community, a lot of black people are, I think on average, are more violent. 13% of the population does 50% of the violent crime. That I don't think stats are racist, but I think there needs to be a better help in the black community in wanting self-improvement and not only self-improvement but self-awareness, self-control. And I think the black community would be better for it if that was the case. But instead, it's like it's always the victim. It's always blaming other people for problems, when I think most of the black people's problems are because of black people. I'm black, and most of the racism, I think is directed towards me. And the reason why I think that is because they say I'm basically a raccoon. They say that, you suck, white, what, you suck, you're sucking, a white dick, why not be kind of like us? And it's like, I'm a black person, but I don't hate people of a group just because I'm supposed to, I don't fall into groupthink. And I get in trouble from other black people because I just try to say, hey, I think white people built America. Black people did help too, but that I think was mostly slave labor. Wasn't like they came up with the Bill of Rights or Declaration of Independence. And I think that's a fair assessment to say that, but that's not saying the truth about stuff is not a bad thing. It's just different, and I think people need to get over it. I think so. white. I don't think I think white people deserve respect, and I think that there's nothing wrong with white people. There's nothing wrong with having white people. Um, there's nothing wrong with having white people. Uh, there's nothing wrong with having white. Uh, there's nothing wrong with having white people want their own communities, because let's face it, black people, a lot of them, they move to white countries or white homes or white communities, and then they basically bring their problems and they make black people problems their problems, and then it causes white flight, and then black people follow them, and the cycle restarts. Because just like I said about the Nazis and a lot of white nationalists, the issue that black people run into is a lack of accountability, a lack of self-control, a lack of self-responsibility, a lack of self-improvement. And I think on average, black people are more tend to violence, more violent outbursts, and there's less rationality. There's less rationality in it. Do I think that there's a ton of good black people? Yes. For example, I'll go through it. For example, there is some African countries named Seychelles, there's another African country called Mauritius, and a lot of basically the African island countries. Those African island countries, they are countries that are thriving. There's very little violence. Do I think that the main continent of Africa, do I think that there's a lot of corruption? Yes. But my issue here is that white people and others had to start over too. It's like, if white people can start from scratch and be successful, why can't black people, on average, start from scratch and do it? And I just don't know why. I don't know why they can't seem to do this. I don't know why they can't seem to. I don't know why they can't seem to do it. They can't do it for some reason. Maybe. Well, I actually think that they can, because if black people couldn't be successful, there wouldn't be Mauritius or other African countries that have long lifespans. Seychelles, Mauritius, those are two African countries. Yes, albeit they're island African countries, but they still are African countries that perform very well. And it shows that, there's a lot of successful Indians peoples too. There's successful people everywhere. Every race has it. I just think on average white people are more successful on average, and I don't think it's racist to say, I think a lot of people say, because a lot of the word racist, I think is said by a lot of people who don't even know what that word means. Do I think racism is actually wrong? Like actual racism, where you hate someone because of their skin color? Yes, I think that's wrong, and I think it's unfortunate that happens. I don't like that. But, I think it's wrong for white people to experience racism too. And it's like, whenever that happens, where's the national story for that? Where is the national story for black crime? Where's the national story for black people killing other black people on average? Where is that? because I don't see it anywhere, and I think it's sad. It's like, do people not care about? Do people not care about white people and their, Canon Hiddens, who was killed by a black person, and do black people not realize that a lot of Black Lives Matter movement is because a lot of black people, I think, just feel entitled. They feel entitled. They can't handle no. They can't. A lot of people can't handle it either. I'll say that. Yes, if you add up because a lot of black people do not like, per capita. Per capita is not, I don't think, is racism. And I think I'm offering a very fair take. To me, saying the truth is not racist. I think saying something like, oh, well, you're black, so you'll never be successful because of your skin color, well, that's probably not racist much either. I think it's harsh, but I think it's fair, maybe given the circumstances and that white people, because people don't see things through the same lens as you do. But I think saying stuff like, oh, well, but look at that, white people, black people, like, I'm trying to understand a good racist thing in a way that is accurate, because a lot of people will say stuff that's like accuse something that's racist that I don't think is. I don't think saying truth about laws of averages is racist. I think there's just saying true things. It's like, I'm black, but even I can admit and say that I think black people on average are less successful than, because some of it is because of on average, I think black people on average are less successful. It's not because, it's not because, it's because of, to me, it's not because black people, it's not because black people are like lesser. Most white people are actually very nice, not racist. And even if, because I don't judge people of the same group the same way, even if somebody is a white nationalist, Nazi, like racist, that doesn't mean that I hate other races, even if they say they are. A lot of that stuff, I think, is like, you have to nuance or strip it out, because a lot of stuff online is just to get a reaction. If you don't get a reaction, they get bored and leave. But a lot of people need to understand that that a lot of it is reaction. But yeah, saying the truth about racism, I don't think is racist. I don't think saying the truth about racism and how it's made to think that that white people are the bad guy and the minorities are the good guys, even though it's ironic, white people are actually a word's minority. So ultimately, white people are a minority, but they're in a white majority country, so they don't count as a white minority, even though they are word white minority. I just think that's very funny that people will say, "Oh look, look, they're not a white minority. They're not a white minority. They're not a minority at all." It's like, they are a minority. It's just that they're not a minority that they're not a minority that they're not a minority that is very like they're not a minority that is is very you know they're not a minority that's just in their own country, maybe not a minority, but they're still a minority. So saying that they're not a minority, I think, is really suspicious. It's really suspicious. So yeah. So what else am I? Okay. Yeah, it's kind of hard to play in a small screen for Splitgate. Oh yeah, so I just watched a video about what it would look like to go at light speed. The last video, in the upper left. So, and I think it's cool now because I really like the universe stuff. Going off on that, well, actually, let's just talk about it next because I've already said what I think about how I don't think telling the truth is racism, and I don't think it's wrong, and I don't think it's actual racism to say that you want to stay in a country that's your own. But yeah, he's going through because I love the universe and I love space and black holes. I like how because something that's always fascinated me is time dilation and going at light speed. So going at light speed in fiction is different than going light speed in real life. Going light speed in real life is not possible for things with mass, and there's potentially a light speed called a tachyon, not proven yet, but there is potentially a light speed called tachyon, which is faster than light, but that's just like up the rumor mill. It's not actually, we don't know if tachyons or tachyons exist. So going at light speed in real life is way different from fiction. Going light speed in fiction is possible. Going faster than light is fiction. And maybe I'll talk about it more once I get to those power scaling videos. But right now, time dilation basically means that the faster you go, the less time there seems to be travel. Time slows down for the person who's going there. So if for example, let's say I could walk at light speed and there was no bad stuff for me, there was no bad stuff that I had to deal with. I could, let's say I could go at light speed and I could go around, I could, if I could walk to the sun, it would probably take me 8 minutes, right? So if I walked to the sun and there was no drawbacks, I could walk to lights, I could walk to, like, for example, real life light speed, and it's kind of like this. It's kind of hard to think about and play at the same time, but let me try. Light speed, if I were walking and let's say I had real life effects, because objects and that have any mass at all, due to relativity, the only things that can go light speed in real life are basically protons, right? Well, it depends on what you mean by real life, but let's say in our existence, in our 3D universe, there exists a like, let's say you can go light speed. You can walk at light speed in real life. So, like, let's say I could walk to the sun and back, because I think it takes 8 minutes from the sun of the light speed of the rays of the sun. It takes 8 minutes for them to get there. So if let's say I walked from the sun to the earth at light speed, and I could just walk straight there. Well, from my perspective, due to time dilation, it would instantly slow down. You know, the stuff would warp around you. I think it's called the Doppelganger effect. I'm not entirely sure, but if you walked at light speed, it said if you walked at light speed, and if I walked at light speed from the sun to the earth, it would take me 8 minutes. Now, from my perspective, the journey would be instant. If you looked ahead of you, all you would see is a bright light. You would walk there, and 8 minutes would go by but from your perspective, the journey would be basically instant. If you looked behind you, it would basically be black, because the light rays can't actually reach you, because it would be so it would be basically impossible. It'd be basically impossible for the light rays to reach you, and this is because the photons from the lights could not actually reach your eyes in time, because I assume, now I don't know how it works for sure, but I assume that because of how fast you're going, light can't actually reach your eyes, because you're moving so fast that it can't reach you. So if you look behind you, you would be in a cone, I think, or something, but you would see a lot of black. You would see a lot of darkness. You would basically see a void of nothingness, because you would be moving so fast, and the lights would look weird. And if AI can help me, because they have this cool thing, and I think it's so cool. On basically almost any video on YouTube, you can go to AI, and it will help you basically have your own timestamps, and it would put into more context about how you could see things. You could see the timestamps, so it would almost be like AI would almost have chapters for your video, and you could look at them and say, if you tried to find something in context, you could find it easier, and I think that's cool. Anyway, back to the light speed thing. But if you look in front of you, you would basically be blinded by a white light. If you look behind you, you would see almost nothing, but you would basically see nothing but light rays, basically enveloped in darkness, because the light rays couldn't reach your eyes. And if you looked in front of you, you would see nothing but white light. So basically, if you looked in front of you, you would see if you looked in front of you, you would see light, and if you looked behind you, you would see darkness. But due to time dilation, it would be instant for you. Time would slow down, and so if you went at light speed or faster, time would slow down for you. It wouldn't, but you would get there in an instant. But if you were to go to, 8 minutes would pass as you would walk from the sun to the earth. 8 minutes would pass, but you would actually get there instantly from your perspective to the space bending, relativity. What Einstein, he said that due to the light, due to space bending, due to time dilation, and all that. So, but if I were to be an observer, say, if I watch someone go from let's say I had supervision, and I could see light speed, because even if you go at light speed, I don't think you would be able to detect it. Um, but let's say you had super sight and you could see the light speed and stuff. Well, you they would get there from your perspective. If I was the observer, so I'm not the person that's going at light speed. I'm the one person observing light speed. It would take them 8 minutes. They might red shift and blue shift depending on the perception, and it would look like, I don't know if they would be frozen in time and stuff, and I'm not really certain how it would look, because I think red, it would look different from, like, because time works differently from a black hole. So for example, but basically if I was observing a person going at light speed and I had the super eyes, I would see them going at light speed, and they would get there in within 8 minutes, but I would be basically 8 minutes older, at least from their perspective, or at least I think that's how it works. I'm not certain how, because basically if you went at light speed, it's almost like kind of time traveling. I'm not certain how it works from the person who's going at light speed. Things would be 8 minutes older from the observer's perspective. They would appear younger, I think. Maybe that's actually how it works, but I'm not certain. It actually kind of boggles my mind how it would work. But in fiction it's kind of different. In fiction, light speed basically says you go as fast as you want, but there's no negative effects at all. Like, light speed in fiction is just a much faster speed that you go, and maybe there's a slowdown, but there's no time dilation, because if you went light speed, if you could go light speed in real life, an object of mass could go at light speed, you would be infinitely heavy. I think you would have infinite mass and such, and I don't think you would actually be very I don't think you would I don't think it would I don't think it would be very I don't think it would be very well, I'll just say, I don't think it would go, if light speed worked the same, if light speed worked in fiction the way it works as real life, the stories, things would break. The laws of physics wouldn't work, because it would cause major catastrophe. If you went at light speed and you somehow crash landed, even a needle going at light speed would cause major damage. It wouldn't destroy the Earth, it wouldn't vaporize the Earth outright, but it would cause major damage to it, to the point to where you probably wouldn't want to do that. You would probably be more different. Okay. Do, 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 do. Alright. So let's see. Oh yeah, okay. So, what was it talking about? Oh yeah, so I think that light speed would be very weird with the time dilation effects and stuff. So I'll talk about it now. So black hole, I've been watching a lot of black hole stuff, and what's cool about black holes is that I forgot there's a place called like So, but basically, there's a place where if you were to go into like a black hole and pause it there's a place called the photon sphere. The black hole photon sphere is a spherical region of space-time where gravity is so intense that light particles are forced to travel in circular orbits around the black hole. And if you were to be frozen there, you could actually see you could see the back of your own head. It's pretty crazy because you would see multiple copies of yourself if you froze yourself at the photon sphere. Now, there's time dilation at the event horizon as well. And the event horizon, like basically, it's different from the observer and the person getting sucked into the black hole. So first of all, if someone got sucked into the black hole, if they were getting sucked into a black hole and they were like, for example, let's say I'm the person getting sucked into the black hole first. I'm actually kind of bad with words. I'm got like shy and nervous and talking. That's why it's kind of hard to get it out. And I'm playing games and trying to do multiple things at once. But so if I was getting pulled into a black hole, basically my legs, if I was getting pulled into a black hole, my legs would be a lot farther than my head, and my legs and bottom torso would be going up a lot more than my top torso. And the reason why this is because gravity is more intense at the more like the center line, or the closer you are to the event horizon, the more you would feel it and stuff. Like your legs would be stretched, and you would be infinitely stretched, and you would just get sucked up or spaghettified into the black hole, basically at normal time. Now here's where it gets pretty interesting. If I was a person who was watching you from far away from a ship, I would only see, you would be basically redshifted, and you would basically, the person who's getting sucked in to the black hole, I wouldn't see you cross the event horizon. You would basically slow down, you would redshift, and then you would basically disappear from view, because you would be so redshifted that you wouldn't actually be able to go anywhere, because you would be redshifted into you would essentially be you would be redshifted into you would be redshifted out of sight because I wouldn't see you because to the person getting sucked in, they would just get sucked in to the event horizon, and not even light can escape it. But if I was, for example, if you were getting if I saw the person and you were getting sucked into it, I would not see you get sucked into the I would not see you getting sucked into the black hole at all. You would go into the black hole, you would stop, you would basically stop, and then what would happen is that you would go into the black hole, you would stop, and what would happen then is that you would basically disappear from sight. You would look like you were frozen in place, but the thing you would be looking at is actually not the person. So what you're seeing is a light after image. You would see the redshift of said person. The person would already be beyond the event horizon, but you wouldn't actually be able to see that because they would be long gone. They would be long gone. Okay. Yeah, they would be long gone. They would be... They would be long gone. They would be far... Okay, they would be far into the... They would be far into it. They would be far into the event horizon. But due to time dilation getting weird when getting sucked into a black hole, because it's not even illusion. It's not even what you're seeing is an illusion. You're seeing the actual person, but the thing is, the actual person, from their perspective, is already long gone, sucked into the black hole. From your perspective, the person is, they would freeze basically in time, but they would still actually exist, but they would still exist. From your perspective, they would look like they wouldn't cross the event horizon. They would be frozen in time. They would be redshifted. I think you would basically have to use infrared, and then they would disappear from existence. Because what you're seeing is not actually the person. What you're seeing is where the light rays could hit you last. So the redshift person you're looking at isn't even that person, isn't even there. You're just looking at it. You're just looking at it who you think is a person, because the red shift is tricking your eyes and saying, because the red shift and the light rays are not where the person's at. It's where you think they're at, but they're not actually there where you're at, where you're looking. You only think that. So that's due to time dilation. But I think it's pretty cool. I think it's pretty cool how time dilation works for both light speed, and I think time dilation is cool for how it works for... I think it's time dilation and how it works for uh, people for light speed and how time dilation works for a black hole. Even if the time dilation may not be exact, like it may not work exactly the same for light speed as a black hole, maybe. But even if it doesn't, or if it does, I think it's cool. I think it's neat either way. So I'm gonna look up how time dilation works for light speed. I'm just gonna use Google here for a second. If I walked at light speed for, from, if I walk at light speed from the sun with no drawbacks. And what would I see, and what would the observer see if they could actually see me? Okay. So I'm gonna look at use AI. I think AI ultimately isn't. It's not bad. It's not the Antichrist. It's just AI is just a tool. So I think there's nothing wrong with using AI as to help you, because there's nothing wrong with looking up stuff you don't know. That's how you learn and grow, and there's nothing wrong with learning new things. So I'm trying to stay in here and stuff, but okay, so if I walked at light speed from the sun to the earth, walking at light speed from the sun to the earth, negative 8.3 light minutes, makes the trip feel instantaneous to you due to time dilation. Okay, as I said before, this is the AI Google, what I got. You would likely see only an infinitely bright spot directly surrounded by you, surrounded by darkness as light compresses ahead, directly surrounded by you, by darkness as light compresses and moves ahead of you. An observer on Earth would see you arrive simultaneously with your image. Okay, so it seems like the speed would be so fast it would almost look like teleporting, I guess. And that makes sense, because light speed is so fast it can go around the Earth like 7 or 8 times in a single second, and that is ridiculously fast. And it's almost unfathomable. It's kind of comparing the observable universe, which is like 93 billion light years across, and then the actual size of the actual universe. That, they're just so much different. But even 93 billion light years is huge, but it's measurable. An immeasurable universe is like, it is like almost absurd to comprehend, because how would you do that? So anyway, I'm trying to do multiple things. So going back to, if I walked at light speed from the sun to the earth with no broad drawbacks, what would I see, and what would the observer see if they could actually see me? The AI answer I was given, walking, okay, you go from 8.3 light minutes, which sounds about right, and as light compresses around you. As an observer on Earth, I would see you arrive simultaneously with your image. What would you see? Okay, so this is from the person who's going at light speed. If I was walking at light speed, here's what I would see. From my perspective, I would see instantaneous journey, because you're moving at light speed, because you're moving at light c, which is light speed, or c for, what's funny is that light speed, photon c goes at light speed, but in fact, if people don't know this, if you go at light speed in like water or through air or through gas, it actually goes a little bit faster. Light speed goes a little bit faster through water or air or through, like, I think, gassy things. At least that's based on what I learned from Grok. Grok is like basically, it's basically AI for X, or formerly Twitter, from Elon Musk. I actually like Grok a lot. I do respect Grok because I think it's a simple AI tool, and it's very good. I think Elon Musk is a very good, like, the engineers too. Those guys are pretty good. I respect engineers a lot and scientists. But but getting back to the light speed thing, from a traveler's perspective, from a person's perspective, if I were to observe it, the instantaneously, because you are moving at where was it? Oh yeah. Because you are moving at c, photon c, light c, which is light speed. Photons can go, only basically stuff like photons or tachyons or something can go at light speed. The journey from the sun to Earth takes 0 seconds in your frame of reference, which is kind of what I was alluding to earlier. You could go, like, you would get there from your perspective instantly. The tunnel effect, due to relativistic aberration, the searchlight effect, all light from the side and behind you would appear to gather directly in front of you. Okay, so that's what it's called. Interesting. It's called the tunnel effect. The blinding light ahead, the sun behind you would fade while the stars and Earth would intensify, blue shifting. So it would be blue shift and blue shifting into it, and blinding bright small spot in front. Darkness everywhere else. Everything outside a small cone of vision would appear completely black. And from the other side, the flip side, if I were an observer and so I had like super eyesight, super seeing, this is what I would see if I saw someone going at light speed, or from the sun to the earth. Simultaneous arrival. An observer would see you, the light from you and the light arriving at you at the exact moment. They wouldn't see you. You would simply be there. Yeah, I think, that's basic what it is. It would basically be like teleporting. It would actually be so fast that your brain probably wouldn't even be able to comprehend it. Almost. It would actually be almost terrifying, I think. It would be because they would be there and then they just wouldn't be there. And blue shift appearance. You would appear blue shifted towards the blue ultraviolet spectrum as shown in the YouTube video. It's scientifically impossible for an object with mass to reach the speed of light, as it requires infinite energy as shown in the YouTube video. Yeah, it's like it would. I'm going to read another one though, because that's pretty interesting. So from the observer's perspective, you would basically get there instantly, and it wouldn't even be it from your perspective, you would just be there, and from the observer's perspective, you would just be there also. I think even if you had super sight, you would just be there in their like frame of reference, in their frame of view, because of how fast it would be going and stuff. That's pretty interesting stuff to find out. But I want to read another one. And I will. It's pretty interesting. Sometimes it's hard for me to game and play at the same time, but it's okay. I am managing it. So I find Splitgate is so fun. It reminds me a lot of like Halo, but Call of Duty. It's like a mixture between Halo and Call of Duty. I think you have I like the portals, and I like the fact that it feels a lot like Halo, but it feels a lot like Call of Duty as well. But it has its own thing too. In fact, Splitgate, along with Modern Warfare 2 2019, 2009, is probably my favorite FPS games of all time. Maybe barring, if I could make it, maybe my own, because the gameplay to me is really what hooks me into a game. It's like, yeah, the story is good, but to me, it's like, if it doesn't have the aesthetics and the gameplay doesn't complement it, then to me, I think that it doesn't really matter. So yeah, I guess light speed, even if you had super seeing, unless you could go, I guess, potentially go faster than light speed, even if you could see, your eyes could see it and you could see it normally, you would still have to have, they would still be there instantly, because light speed is just so fast. It's just so quick. I think it's really awesome that that's how light speed works. Okay. Okay. I'm not doing well this game. Yeah. Well, let's say there is like fiction could do it and stuff. Slower speed of light. There's a game called the slower speed of light that simulates like what it would look like speed, but time would slow down, but Yeah, I think the universe, reality, God, and stuff are really cool. Even in LDS and believe in God, I don't always agree with the interpretation. I don't believe that just because I believe that God didn't make the universe from nothing doesn't mean he couldn't. I think there's different levels, also different levels of eternity, like there's different levels of math. So for example, I would say there's different levels of infinities. I love no, I love cardinals, and I love set. So for example, if you have two lines, line 1 and line 2, there's infinite number of people. They go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, etc. until it's infinite. So the line continues infinitely, but it goes in sequence of order 1, 2, 3, 4, etc. Now in line 2, it basically goes like this. It's also infinite, but let's say line 2 goes like this: 1 infinite gap, person 2 infinite gap, 3 infinite gap, 4 person 4 infinite gap. So basically that's pretty. Basically it would be infinite, like the first one, but there would be an infinite gap between person 1 and person 2, and that's how I understood how sets work in math at different levels, infinities and sets. Because I'm not really a math person, I kind of suck at math, but I understood it. That made me understood it in a way that helped me. Like, let's say, kind of like explain it to me like I'm 5, and I don't mind how people learn. It's just the willingness to learn, and so both lines are infinite. Both lines are infinite, but if there's line 1, line 2, line 3, line 4, line 5, or wait, there's person 1, person 2, person 3, person 4, person 5, and there's still persons, they're still infinite, but the difference between line 1 and line 2 is infinite. So if the lines are infinite between person 1 and person 2 and person 3, line 1 has person 1, person 2, and it goes an infinite number of people, right? It's infinite. The line is infinitely going. In line 2, we have person 1, and then there's an infinite gap between person 1 and person 2. So you would still have an infinite number of people, but that infinity would be a greater infinity, because the gap between 1 and 2 is greater, or there's an infinite gap between 1 and 2, between person 1 and person 2, because there's a bigger gap, because there's an infinite gap between person 1 and person 2 and line 2, it would mean that the infinity of line 2 is greater than the infinite of line 1, even if they're both infinite. And then let's say if there was a third line, it would go infinite 1 person, and then it would go, well, maybe, I don't know if would have it for certain, but I believe it would go like infinite. It would go in person infinite. There would be a person who was infinite 1, and then person 2 would be infinite. There would be person 2 who was infinite, and then a person 3 who was infinite, and so on. So each 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 line would get more and more complex and more infinite, and at least that's how I would put it. Another way I've understood it is line 1 would be person 1, person 2, person 3, person 4, infinitely, etc. It would just go etc. times. It would go into infinite. There would still be it would still be infinite. It would just be infinite people with no gap. And like, let's say line 2, it would go person 1, infinite gap, person 2, person 3, person 4, person 5. So it only have one infinite gap instead of, multiple infinite gaps. Line 3 would be person 1, infinite gap, person 2, infinite gap, and then 3, 4, 5, 6, and then each line from person 2 onward, there, like, for each line and each person, there would be another gap between each corresponding person after that. Or I think it would be that way, or it would be the previous way, which I said line 1 would be person 1, person 2, person 3 going to infinity. The second line would be person 1, infinite gap, person 2, infinite gap, person 3, infinite gap, person 4, infinite gap, etc. and going on. Line 3 to me would be person 1, infinite. There's infinite person 1s, and then there's infinite person 2, and then infinite person 3, infinite person 4. So it's a bigger. So either way, you have an infinite person 1 or infinite person 2, or you have a person 1 and then an infinite gap, and then each line after would be person 1, infinite gap, person 2, infinite gap, and then 3, 4, 5, 6 for line 3. Either way, you would be the infinities would be bigger. Now line 4, and this is where it gets crazy. I think line 4, I don't know how you would even be able to comprehend the infinite persons in terms of the lines, because it would be that crazy and that infinite that you might not even be able to comprehend. But I'll try to argue for it, in my opinion, because I find this stuff fun. I like learning. I think it's fun, and I think more people should be willing to learn. And so, if I were to say, like, let's say infinite person 1, it would be line 4. It would be line 4, right? So if I were to say infinite line 1, or infinite, like line. Let's go to line 4. So how would I'm kind of trying to think about it, but I have to use a lot of brainstorming. But I don't mind it. I actually like thinking about this stuff. But how I would do it is this: if line 4, just say, okay, I guess in my mind I would say line 4 would basically be this: the starting point from the line would be infinite, and I guess it wouldn't even be just the people that would be infinite now, like infinite person 1, infinite person 2, infinite person 3 in line 4. Now the line itself, I'm not talking about the people, just the people of the line. I'm talking about the line itself, like the concept of the line 4 what I think would be infinite. So each infinity, the higher infinity you go, the more complex it gets. And even then, or if you want to like say infinite 1, infinite 2, and infinite 3 from line 3, or you want to go with infinite, person 1, infinite gap, person 2, infinite gap, person 3, infinite gap, person 4, infinite gap for line 4, I guess you could do that. But I think the infinite person 1, infinite person 2, infinite person 3 from line 3 is greater because it's a greater complexity. Each infinite is more complex than the last one, and I think that's why the infinite people is greater than even an infinite gap between each person for each corresponding line or line after line 2. But let's see, if I had to let me think about it, because I'm trying to use my brain, trying to use my thinking cap. I don't have a high IQ either, so it's kind of struggling for me. But if I had to choose, so let's see, line 3, it would be, because I decided to go with the infinite person 1, infinite person 2, infinite person 3 over the person 1, infinite gap, person 2, infinite gap, person 3, infinite gap for line 3, because I think it almost feels like a lot like line 2. Line 4, not only would there have to be infinite gaps, infinite people, and you would go, I guess it would almost be like this: infinite person 1, and then goes infinite gap, and then infinite person 2, and then infinite gap, and infinite person 3, and infinite gap. I guess that's how I would do it. But that feels kind of too simple to me, because if there's an infinite person, because if there's infinite person 1, and then it goes infinite person 2, and infinite person 3, and then it just keeps going for infinite, for different lines and stuff, why would I then say infinite person, why would I say infinite person 1, infinite gap, infinite person 2, infinite gap, infinite person 3, infinite gap, if I could just say that for line 3? Because wouldn't line 4 have to be greater than line 3, maybe? Well, maybe that can still work, because if you have an infinite person 1 from line 3 into line 4, and then you have an infinite gap from line 2, but then you have infinite person 2 from line 2, line 3, but you have an infinite gap after that from line 2, then you kind of maybe would have the best of both worlds, even if that infinity doesn't make sense. Maybe it's kind of like this. If there's an infinite, well, yeah, I guess that's kind of how I rationalize it. Infinite gap between people doesn't rule out the infinity, though. Right? It doesn't rule out the infinity. I still think there is good. Line 4, so let's think about it. Line 1, 2, 3, 4, and they go up to infinity. Line 2, it would be person 1, infinite gap, person 2, infinite gap, person 3, infinite gap, person 4, infinite gap. Line 3 would be infinite person 1, infinite person 2, infinite person 3, And line 4 would be infinite person 1, infinite gap, infinite person 2, infinite gap, infinite person 3, infinite gap. And I think that's a good way to do it. And still trying to have consistency. It's not because I'm actually trying to. It's not because I'm actually saying I don't want to have a better representation. I'm actually just trying to struggle. But I find it's actually fun to think about though, and I think there's nothing wrong with being curious and having questions, even about your own beliefs and questioning them. But anyway, going back to that, I'm really struggling, but I'm having a good time because it's causing my brain to think. So how would I? Let's see. How would I go through it? How would I go through it? Think, Matthew, think. If there's infinite person 1, and then infinite gap, and infinite person 2, and infinite gap, that technically the infinity would still be greater in line 3 and line 4. So the different, because, well, let me think about it. If there's infinite person 1 and then an infinite gap between person 1 and person 2, but the person 1 and person 2 are still infinite, that's still a greater infinity because the person is still infinite, but there's an infinite gap between those people, so the infinity would still be greater from that sense because you would still have an infinite person. Line 3 and line 4 would be similar. They would both each have a infinite person and infinite person 1, infinite person 2, infinite person 3. But now with line 4, because there's an infinite gap between them, that the gap, the infinity of line 4 is greater than the infinity in line 3, because now you don't have a just infinite number of each person you have to go through. Now there's an infinite number there's an infinite gap that you have to be able to cross the threshold of. And I guess that's a greater infinity. I think that's the best I can come up with. And if I think of something later or that maybe can help me with the infinity and stuff, I will. I'll gladly concede to myself and say, well, you thought about a different one, because the infinity of each person is still there, but now there's an infinite gap between them. It's not just infinite person 1, infinite person 2. Now it goes infinite person 1, infinite gap, and then infinite person 2, infinite gap, infinite person 3. Therefore, it's a bigger infinity than line 3. And then subsequently infinite, line 2 and line 1, and they're still they're all infinite lines, but each infinity gets greater. And that's kind of what I see with eternity. I believe matter is eternal, but in Doctrine and Covenants, section 93, verses 29 through 30, it says, the intelligence or light of truth cannot be made, neither can it be. But it also says in the next verse, verse 30, Doctrine and Covenants, section 93, in the audio scriptures, it says God had to place it in the eternal sphere, otherwise there is no existence. Now, what does it mean by that? Does it mean that God can literally get rid of something that is eternity in this belief system? Because if we believe that matter is eternal, and that your core you, the intelligence, your essence, the thing that is you, if it cannot be made or created by God, why would it say otherwise? God needs to place it in that sphere, otherwise there is no existence, and it needs to act for itself. Well, I think it just means that without God, you have no value. So you can exist as a chaotic blob soup of nothingness, but you don't. It's like if you don't exist as you, as yourself, are you still you? So even if God technically doesn't create your existence, He allows you, your existence is only allowed to grow and prosper because of that. And that's why I think there's eternal thing A and eternal thing B. Eternal thing A, which I'll call God, can affect eternal thing B, which is matter, but eternal thing B can't affect eternal thing A. Eternal thing A therefore has to be greater than eternal thing B, because eternal thing B is greater than eternal thing A. And I think that's where we're going. I think eternal thing A has to be better than eternal thing B. Eternal thing B has to be bigger and better than eternal thing A.
Absolutely terrifying. In real life, it is merely a pure unknown and is hauntingly mysterious. Space is so mysterious, in fact, it feels like
Eternal
literally
thing
anything is
A
possible.
is bigger than eternal thing B. Yeah, eternal thing A is eternal thing A, which is God, can affect eternal thing B, but eternal thing B can't affect eternal thing A. Eternal thing B, which I call matter in this instance, cannot affect eternal thing B. So eternal thing A is greater than eternal thing B, because eternal thing B needs eternal thing A to have any meaning. Even because, let's say that even if the thing about eternal thing A is not being consistent or coherent, basically it means that it means that eternal thing A is greater than eternal thing B. Now let's say for example, eternal thing A basically means that you can't if it means what I think it does, because eternal thing A, God because eternal thing B needs eternal thing A, which is God, to eat. Maybe even if you want to say you don't need it to exist, but if you take it hyper literally, it does, because it says in Doctrine and Covenants, section 93 verses 30, it says God had to place it in the sphere, otherwise there is no existence. Now that could just be hyperbolic, but if you take it hyper literally, that means that God's eternal powers are greater than eternity, which means He can get rid of eternal things, which would actually, I think, be more impressive, because it tells you that even things are eternal can still get erased by God, and that would make Him more, which I actually believe He can. I think God can do logical contradictions, even if a lot of people think it doesn't make sense. But reality in many ways doesn't make sense to us anyway, so it's like, how can you really say it doesn't make too much little sense? Because just because you can't understand it doesn't mean it can't happen. But if you take it hyper literally, then that means that God's power to erase eternity is way more impressive than I think people think. But even if you say it's being hyperbolic and it doesn't mean that, that's still more impressive. And the reason why is because God's eternity is greater than an eternal thing that it can't normally, you wouldn't be able to get rid of. It's like eternity, it's like erasing the concept of eternity on a conceptual level, which is actually insane because you can get rid of something that you normally wouldn't be able to get rid of. It's really kind of crucial, but let's say it's just hyperbolic for argument's sake, right? Let's go both ways. If it's just hyperbolic and you want to grant it that it doesn't mean what it doesn't mean what people think it does, and it's just being hyperbolic, then eternal thing B still needs eternal thing A to have any meaning. Let's say, for example, God can't get rid of things that are eternal, but he's the only one that can give meaning to eternal, like things that are eternal. He's the only one that can give meaning to eternal things. That still means his eternity is greater because because you need eternal thing A, which is God, in this scenario, to affect eternal thing B. Otherwise, you can't even say that eternal thing A. You can't. That means eternal thing A is more impressive than eternal thing B because eternal thing A can affect eternal thing B, but eternal thing B can't affect eternal thing A. That is way more impressive than what every other people think. And I think that another thing too, and I'll probably talk about this and before I go to a different thing. If eternal thing A, if eternal thing B needs eternal thing A because eternal thing B, like for example, I said it before, if you don't exist as you, then do you exist? For example, if I'm eternal, but there's nothing else about me, but I have no self-awareness, no self-control, no sense of identity. If I just exist, but I don't have a mind, I don't have a brain, I don't have a conscience, and I can't actually do things. If I'm just a floating ball of, like, if I'm just a floating soup thing that I can't actually do anything, then I'm just an eternal blob floating in the middle of nothing that I can't actually do anything. And it actually makes it to where you can't actually say from your perspective that you actually exist. It's like, because it's a deeper question. If you don't actually exist as you, do you actually exist? Because the only reason why you say that you exist as you is because there's a mind, there is a mind or a brain there is a mind or a brain to go into. So I think what's happening with people, I think what I'm trying to get at is that even if we grant that eternal thing B needs eternal thing A, or that you exist in some capacity but you don't exist as anything else. If you don't exist as yourself, as a conscious agent who is, because if you need eternal thing B, and like if eternal thing B needs eternal thing A to exist as a self, then you still need eternal thing A to exist as a self, which means that God still ultimately is in the driver's seat. It means that your existence still relies on God ultimately, because if you don't exist as you, if you don't exist as a conscious agent, what good is existence if it doesn't mean anything? You're just existing as a brain, and not even a brain. In fact, you're existing as a thing that you can't actually justify. You don't have any knowledge of it. You can't actually know for certain what even it means to exist. It's like, oh, well, you exist as something. It's like, what do you mean by existence? Like, what do you, it's like you can exist without knowing you exist, but it goes even deeper than that. Can you exist while not knowing you exist? Can you exist in a way? Can you exist in a way that makes it to where can you exist as yourself without God? Can you exist as you without God? And I think the answer is no. I don't think you can exist without God. I don't think you can exist in a way without, because it's like you need God to exist in some way, whether it's reality, because you appeal to something outside of your own senses, right? But yes, so ultimately, even if you want to say that there are two things that are eternal, God's eternity is just greater than any other eternity. Therefore, it would bypass the eternity of eternity. It would be a better eternity than whatever else eternity is. So what else am I talking? What I want to talk now? What else do I want to talk about now? Another eternity, huh? Another eternity. So let's see. I will say another eternity that I think. Wait, no, not eternity, because I think I'm done with that for a while. I want to talk about. Let's just get into it. Because I'm a big power skiller. I've been power skilling for years now. I'm a lot better than I was. I've been power skilling before I, got into learn about how to debate better by Seth the Programmer and Clyde the Weeaboo and Chuck the Cybercook and Webcam Parrot and Noodles and Aerospace, Aeroflame, and all these other things. I've learned a lot of power skilling. Swikage is another one. I've learned how to be a better, six, all these guys and stuff. I love arguing about power skilling, and I got into it like 2018, 2019. I got really into it, but I actually got into power skilling saying that who wins between Bugs Bunny and Goku. And it was actually funny because I was talking about power scaling, and I was getting into it in maybe 2012 or 2011. It was like a long time ago, and so power scaling for me has been, but I'm a lot better now. For example, I would go into lounge forums or lounge chairs or something like that, It was something. It was it was something lounge forms. It was something like that. Something lounge, I think. And they would have all these fights between like Goku versus Superman. But the main one I said was, who wins between Goku versus Bugs Bunny? And back then, I was a lot more green power skiller, which means I was more of a beginner power skill. In many ways, I still am, but I'm a lot better. If Matthew were to power skill his younger version, he would destroy him. For example, I said Bugs Bunny would be Goku because I believe that he was in Duck Amuck, and I would kind of use a fallacy, the low limits fallacy. I would basically say, well, Bugs Bunny would win over Goku because Bugs Bunny has Toon Force and Goku doesn't have Toon Force, and I would use feats like Duck Amuck sometimes, and I would say, see, because I didn't know stuff like Outerversal was a thing. I didn't know about like universal stuff. I didn't know about FTL. I didn't know about which Surfbone helped me a lot. Webcam Parasite Surf. There's a guy named Surfbone. He goes into power skilling stuff, and I might watch some of his videos. He goes into light speed and universal and outerversal and stuff, and it really helped me become a much better power skiller and to not be as biased, maybe. And there's also something called SSJ Ryu or SS Ryu. SSJ Ryu and stuff. I like his stuff as well. I like a whole bunch of power skillers. I like, even if they're like less known and stuff, it doesn't bother me. I even like Geekdom 101, power skills, Laughing Stock Media, Mestar Media. Those guys power skill, maybe not to the hardcore degree that those other guys does, like Seth the Programmer, but they still are good power skillers when they want to, in my opinion. So basically I said that Bugs Bunny would beat Goku because Bugs Bunny had Toon Force and Goku didn't, and because he has Toon Force, he was able to do things like Goku would beat it. Now, this was back in 2011 too, so you could say that, well, Goku didn't have feats, and feats are important, but you need, I think, feats within context. But I would say feats are more important, especially within context, because scaling goes based off what we know, not what we think we know, and because of that, I think feats matter. Most of the time, feats matter more than even statements, but that's what I would say. And so what else do I think? So let's see, what else? I would say that nowadays I would say Goku beats Bugs Bunny pretty easily, because Bugs Bunny, he doesn't have the feats. Bugs Bunny doesn't have the feats. Bugs Bunny doesn't have a lot of stuff that he would need to. He doesn't have a lot of stuff that he would need to win. He doesn't have the feats. And that's not me ripping on Bugs Bunny. That's not, that's not me doing it all. I think Bugs Bunny is a very powerful character. But the reason why Bugs Bunny I don't think can beat Goku is because even if we highball link Bugs Bunny to, like, let's say he is out of Verso and he is above all dimensions, and you could argue he's that due to Duck Amuck, or you could argue that to do Looney Tunes back in action, and you could say that Bugs Bunny back in action is metafictional because he appears in a real life statement. He appears in a real life fictional representation of the real world. Looney Tunes back in action would mean that you could argue he's metafiction. Now he doesn't become fictional in the way many people think. Yes, they become fictional, but they don't become fictional in the way people think. Yes, they become fictional, but they only become fictional because that fictionality, that fiction in a way is that fiction in a way is that fiction in a way is unsubstantiated. Now I would say you could argue Bugs Bunny is metafictional because the whole back in action stuff, but there's something in power scaling called a low ball and a high ball and interpretation, and because people interpret the same feats differently, there's no real, I think, consensus objective way to go into it about which one's correct and which one's objectively incorrect. And so what would I say about it? Well, I would say if you argue the metafictional standpoint, I think Bugs Bunny has a clear path to victory. I think Bugs Bunny wins it, and I don't think it's even close at this point. Not because it can't happen, but because if someone wants to think that Bugs Bunny is stronger than Goku, or like he's metafictional, I would say it's a higher thing than just out of Verso or high out of Verso or boundless, because being a low out of Verso means you exist above dimensions. You exist above all dimensions, but you don't exist above you exist above all dimensions, which is higher than hyperverso, which is most of the time when it says high hyperverso is usually 12 dimensions and higher. You low out of verso, it means you exist above, your physical existence is above that. You're not above the concept, you're not above the concept of dimensions. You exist above all dimensions, but your existence itself is not. You're not above the concept of dimensions. Your physical existence is above the dimensions, but that is more for low out of verso. Low out of verso, out of verso, baseline out of verso, not low out of verso, but baseline out of verso is when it basically means that you are actually you not only exist above the concepts, you not only exist above the dimensions in a physical way, exist above the concept. So like the outer versal being would be the same being as a low outer versal one, but you would even be a greater outer versal because you would not only exist above it, you would exist in a way that a low outer versal couldn't. You would a outer versal being wouldn't just be above a outer versal being wouldn't just be above a low outer versal being because you both exist above dimensions physically, but the very concept of your outer versal being would be even greater because someone could erase a low outer versal being and not erase the outer versal being because you as an outer versal being, not a low outer versal being, you wouldn't just be above dimensions physically, you would be above the concept of something. Being above a concept of something of dimensions is greater than just being above something, because being above something physically isn't just it's not just about being above something physically. For outer versal being, you would have to be above the concept of something physically, and being above the concept of something physically is a greater thing. And then you get high outer versal, which would be above the concept of something to the same degree that outer versal being would be to like a high hyperversal outer versal being. But maybe I need to touch upon it a little bit. My favorite game is Dungeons and Dragons. I love the RPG. I love the fact that you can. I love RPGs. I love that RPGs can be played in a way that I love RPGs. And I love RPGs that can be played in a way that don't... Well, I thought about playing Left 4 Dead 2, but I think I'll save that for a different stream, maybe. Cause I thought about playing Left 4 Dead, but I don't think I'll get to it. I'm having too much fun on Splitgate. But yeah, going back, a infinite... Let's see, I don't know how to put this. What was I talking about, Matthew? Come on, Matthew. Think. Oh yeah. Wait. Oh, I know. Oh yeah. Okay, so what was it? Oh yeah, power scaling. Wasn't I talking about power scaling? Well, I was talking about something. Dang it, I forgot. I lost my train of thought. I'm actually getting kind of... Well, I'm not tired. I'm a little bit tired. But, I don't know. I'm actually getting kind of monotonous at times. Maybe not. Maybe not, though. Uh, I died. Okay, so um, I forgot my train of thought. I'm trying to recall it. It's so hard because it's like my mind is it's a little bit tired, but I think I'm gonna take a break for a while after this. At least in a little bit, maybe 5 or 10 minutes or something. Cause I want to stretch and exercise for a little bit. And then, cause it's always good if you're, that's why I appreciate streamers. I realize that streaming is kind of like, you have to be really committed to it. It's like, it's kind of hard to do. And I think that streaming is actually hard to keep your concentration, and it's like people should have respect for streamers, because it can wear you out. And if you you have to interact with the chat when you might not want to. You have to interact with a lot of things. You might not want to interact with a lot of things, and interacting with chat, it might like suck. And it's like, well, do you want to interact with chat? And if you have a bad day, that's what I respect about Queso a lot, because he's actually really sweet. He's a sweetheart. He's kind. He deserves his success that he has. But yeah, oh wait, I was talking about Bugs Bunny. Okay, so who wins between Bugs Bunny and Goku? Bugs Bunny, I think if you argue a metafictional way, even if you highball and say Goku can get an out-of-verso, or maybe higher due to Arale scaling and Dr. Slump scaling, which is actually canon to the mainline Dragon Ball. I still don't think you can argue for metafictional. Even if you say End of Z Goku is the strongest Goku, which is canon, and it's implied by Toriyama that End of Z Goku might be the strongest Goku, at least in the canon story, because the canon story, End of Z Goku basically said in the Daizenshuu, Toriyama states that he couldn't find any more people for Goku to go up against, that Goku is the strongest. And if you take it hyper literally and not just hyperbole, which I think you can take statements different ways, which is why people have different interpretations of the same statements. You could say that Goku is the strongest character, but even then, I still think Goku is not. He's not strong enough. I think you could just say Goku is not strong enough, and that Goku. Well, that's only if you use. I think, a very specific argument for Bugs Bunny and the Looney Tunes back in action. I think if you argue that way, you can do it. But I don't think if you argue any other way, you can. I don't think there is a way to do it. I don't think there's a way to argue Goku usually for that. But if you want to say that, if you want to say that Goku beats Bugs Bunny and he has out-of-verso feats, and Bugs Bunny in the normal cartoon or whatever doesn't. If you want to use composite, because I don't think Bugs Bunny from the cartoon is the same one from back in action, maybe. Back in, I think it's back in action. Yeah, Looney Tunes back in action. So maybe. Well, let's see. I'm gonna look up the power scaling. Okay, so at least Looney Tunes back in action would scale to at least universe level. So maybe I'm like way off, maybe. But if you say he's universe level, you could just argue Goku is at least universe level because at least Buhan or Buu Saga characters are universal because you could just argue that Buhan ripped a hole in the universe that was going to cause other universes to crush it with the outside shout or outside space attack. But even if you say that he couldn't break that the Buhan couldn't break the universe and he needed other universes to like flood in and then crush it, you could go to Super and then just say that the clash of Goku and Beerus was going to destroy the whole macrocosm. The whole macrocosm has more than more than one infinite area. It's got the Universe 7 universe, it's got the infinite afterlife, it's got it's got the heaven realm, and it was basically said by the Supreme Kai that said if Goku and Beerus, and this is the beginning of Dragon Ball Super, and Super Saiyan God, so Goku was way weaker, and it happens in the manga. I assume it's going to happen in the Beerus remake, which is going to be a different remake take. It's going to have moral. It's going to basically say that Goku, you could just argue is a multiversal character, and if that's the case, Goku is stronger. Goku is a stronger character, and just like Base and just Super Saiyan God, he's multiversal than he is as the universal back in action. So I wonder if there's a case for him being out of Verso for back in action. Yeah, okay, so I put it, and it says Bugs Bunny, particularly when considering composite feats, including Looney Tunes back in action and Duck Amuck, and that's what I talked about earlier, is often argued to be out of Verso or higher due to his extreme Toon Force metafictional manipulation and narrative control. So yeah, I think you could just say that from Duck Amuck and Looney Tunes back in action, you could argue that from those that Bugs Bunny is an out of Verso being because he allowed him to transcend the boundaries of his fictional reality, often putting him on par with or superior to the author and animator. So because I'm looking on Google AI, and it says that here's the breakdown of Bugs Bunny out power scaling to out of Verso. Point 1, narrative and plot manipulation. In Duck Amuck, Bud takes over the role of the animator, using an eraser and pencil to redraw his reality and control the narrative, which is considered a metafictional author-level feat, transcending time and space. Point 2, Bugs can exit his own film strip, interact with the real world, and view his own story from a superior perspective. He is not bound by standard conventions of time and space, so viewing fiction as fiction. Point 3, Toon Force invisibility. He is immune to conventional harm, surviving erasure, disintegration, and being torn apart from the frame. He controls the laws of physics, which making him functionally invincible. Scale of power 0.4. While many place him at minimum universal plus or multiversal, his ability to manipulate the plot and exist outside the narrative allows him to be classified as outerversal against some other characters. Some arguments place him on par or above high-level reality warpers such as Mr. Mixie Pigs or Mr. Mixie. Some argue that Bugs is only as strong as his gag powers. Okay, so now I'm gonna look at the boundless power skilling for him on Google, mainly on Google AI. Looney Tunes back in action with near boundless potential that he transcends the characters. So metafictional Bugs acts as a script writer animator, actively manipulating the movie's plot, frames, and narrative for victory. So I think you could argue that Bugs Bunny could be a outerversal to boundless being to metafictional. Now let's see if there can be arguments. High tier metafiction. I think Bugs Bunny and Duck and Muck was great, but I think Bugs Bunny in Looney Tunes back in action is a greater feat because in Duck and Muck, yes, he went outside the narrative and he saw fiction, ex-fiction, like the Looney Tunes back in action. I think the difference is Looney Tunes back in action. I think the difference is that the Looney Tunes back in action is that the Looney Tunes back in action is that he was still able to he was able to interact with real humans. He was able to exist in some sort of metafictional actual reality, whereas I don't know if Duck and Muck has that kind of. So I think the Looney Tunes back in action feat is a greater feat, but Duck and Muck is still a greater feat. And I think you could argue that because Duck and Muck and Looney Tunes back in action, Bugs Bunny, and other characters maybe like Daffy Duck and others as well, you could just scale them to metafictional. You could scale them to outerversal, low outerversal, high outerversal, boundless, metafictional, extra fictional. And I think if you do that, then I think maybe Goku has a harder time. Now, if you argue Goku a certain way as well, you could argue that, well, to me, it's more like a God fusion Goku argument, because Goku, if people don't know, God fusion Goku is a Goku that was released only, or it was a 4D ride only, released in Japan, and the first feat is that they fuse with the audience, the fictional audience of the real life fictional version of a audience, and this audience is actually in the theater, and you, in some ways, you get to fuse with Goku, and if you fuse with Goku, you could argue that this is a Goku that is way stronger. The low ball, you would be one conceptual layer into boundless, and I think that would be it for that. I think you would have to argue that he would be one conceptual layer into boundless. And if you take it on the low ball, that was what he would be. If you take it on the high ball, then I think he's one of the strongest characters in fiction. I personally think that the strongest character, and this is just what I'm going as, in my opinion, the strongest character in fiction, the character who is above SCP-3812, who is considered like a infinite, universal, boundless entity, and I am that I am from the world of darkness, who's also God and who's really high up on the power scale, I would say is the white light from the Ruckaverse. The reason why I put the white light as the strongest character in all of fiction, in my opinion, is because it's not only a fictional, metafictional entity, you also have, it's also grounded in cardinals like math. It's infinitely transcending infinite, and the reason why I think that's more impressive than SCP-3812 is because even if you're infinitely ascending something, you still have to infinitely ascend something to get to a different infinite. So if you're infinitely ascending something, that means there's still an infinite layer to go up. And while that is impressive, existing as a infinite thing that's on top of infinite, you don't have to ascend to that. You already are that. So SCP-3812, which also I think I don't think SCP-3812 has self-awareness, or if it does, it seems to have schizophrenia or something. Basically, SCP-3812 I don't think can control its own power very well. SCP-3812 can't actually, because what's a greater infinite? Infinitely ascending past infinitely for an infinite time. Even if you can do it infinitely and you're infinitely above infinite, you don't exist as being that infinite thing and transcending that infinite thing. So the white light is basically what people think SCP-3812 is, and it doesn't have self-control. And Jesus, it also actually makes an appearance in the white light Ruckaverse, and he guides, I think Richard, who his name is, he guides Richard, or I forgot the main character's name, I think it is Richard, and he guides him to the white light. And if you want to take it up to a certain degree, that Jesus in some way is connected to the white light, and Jesus is, and the Ruckaverse is in some way the white light, but he's just limiting it to a human avatar, then Jesus might have, if you argue it a certain way, might be the strongest character in fiction. I think the white light is even stronger than God freezing Goku. I think the white light is stronger than Bugs Bunny. Even if you argue for a metafictional fiction, because Jesus Christ was a historical person, and most people, even non-believers, think that Jesus of Nazareth existed, was born, preached good things. He had made a following, got a big following, got crucified for him for what he said, and claimed to be God and stuff. And if Jesus Christ truly is God and he created all of us and he created all of fiction, people who created all these fiction, then he would just be infinitely greater than infinite and he would be even a greater infinite. It wouldn't even be a fair comparison at all. And I think that people just need to get over it, that I think the white light is the strongest character. Even Saitama, many people would say, well, Saitama's a gag character. I don't really believe that. Even if you say he is, his gag, I don't think will help save him from much stronger characters. Because saying that a character can be another character because they haven't shown limits, I think is a no limits fallacy. And it's not a very good argument. I think it's an argument from incredulity. Saying something can't happen because you can't envision it, or saying that you can or can't make an argument. I can't believe they would say that. Just because you don't believe it is not an argument against the thing itself. It's not an argument against the claim. It's just a non sequitur. It's a fallacy. It's an argument from incredulity. Saying you can't envision it, so it can't happen, is not a good argument against that claim. But I do think the white light is stronger than SCP-3812 by that metric, because he exists as an infinitely transcending infinite. SCP has to constantly infinitely transcend it, but it's not an existence. So, and I am that I am from the world of darkness. Yes, I am, but I am from the world of darkness. To me, it's an impressive thing to say that the word of void, the word of, or well, not the word of void, that infinitely transcending infinite, I would say is impressive. But the reason why to me it's not as impressive as people think is because people don't understand that infinitely transcending yourself, or infinitely transcending something, is not the same as existing as that, I would say, that thing. And if you don't exist as infinitely transcendence, how would you be able to say something is how would you be able to say infinitely, like existing as infinitely being that thing is not greater than just trying to infinitely transcend something as that thing? I think that, and the I am that I am doesn't do it for me either, because even if you want to say I am that I am from the world of darkness is above something as SCP-3812, it still doesn't have the math. It doesn't have the infinite upon infinite upon infinite corridors and out of nose and the different sets like Graham's number and like stuff like that. I just think that it's the white light is the strongest character in fiction in my eyes, and plus the bonus on top is that Jesus is in that too. So anyway, I'm gonna take a break for a while. I'm gonna turn off the mic. I'll be back. Well, maybe I won't be back soon. I'll be back in a while. I need to exercise and eat.
That's pretty awesome. If you enjoyed the video, please leave a like. It would help out myself, the channel, and the video quite a lot. But anyways, guys, I hope you all enjoyed. My name is Anton, and I bid you all farewell. Thanks so much for watching. In a video I released a couple of days ago, I talked about a bunch of the different limits of Minecraft. A few that I mentioned were the farmlands, the old 32 million block area where blocks are no longer solid, and the 2.147 billion limit, where the game instantly crashes if you try to fly past it. And even though there are other documented limits beyond that, I didn't feel they were worth mentioning in that video because I wasn't able to show them to you personally. But soon after that video came out, YouTube user Sulphurus made it clear that you can teleport past the 2.147 billion limitation of Minecraft Beta 1.7 and continue further for billions of blocks. So naturally, I tried it out and it worked. So let's go ahead and let's see what other limitations lie beyond that and explore some of the other limits that I missed in my previous video. Alright, let's just get this started. I'm going to go through the various limits that I missed in order of appearance in game or the distance from the spawn point. I may not list absolutely all of them, but I'll do the best that I can. So from Alpha 1.0 through Beta 1.7, the further away from spawn that you walk, the worse the jitter gets. Specifically, this jitter gets worse every exponent of 2 blocks away from spawn. It becomes especially apparent at 2 to the power 19, or 524,288 blocks away. But did you know that this jitter gets worse at every exponent of 2? If you want to get really nitpicky, if you walk 2 to the power 16, or just 65,536 blocks away from spawn, look down and crouch walk, you can see the first truly noticeable amount of jitteriness around the hitbox of the block that you're looking at. And this effect gets doubled for each exponent of 2 that you go. So if you go 2 to the power 20, or 1,048,576 blocks away, the offset becomes 2 total block pixels, or 1 on each side of the block. At 2 to the 24, or 16,777,216 blocks away, this becomes 2 full blocks of jitter, again, 1 on each side. And this will continue to happen for every exponent of 2 blocks away, all the way until blocks stop rendering at 2.147 billion blocks away. Wow, that was a lot, but I promise things get kinda simpler from here. So while it's well known that the Farlands generate 12,550,820-ish blocks away from spawn, another set of Farlands starts at double that distance, or 25.101 million blocks away. Unfortunately though, no visual difference can be seen, but I'd guess if the world generated over 8,000 blocks high, you would see a very sudden difference between the two at that kind of height. Alright, let's get crazy and get into what the title of this video means. In the past, I thought it was impossible to exceed 2.147 billion blocks, and I was wrong. While you can't manually fly past this point, you can teleport past it. See? It's just as easy as that. So what limits lie beyond this point? Well, first off, once you surpass 2.147 billion blocks, the surfaces of blocks stop rendering, giving way to nothing but void and clouds. Chunks are still generating though, so the game won't instantly crash. Actually, things can go quite smoothly here if you're lucky. The next limit is one of my new favorite limits. With fancy clouds on, somewhere between 25,769,803 and 804,000 blocks away, depending on where you are and where the clouds are rendered, the clouds will vanish completely, and only the void will remain. It's honestly pretty interesting how this works. clouds disappear when a certain section of the clouds float past you while you're in between one of those two block areas. Crazy. So now it's time for the final limit of Minecraft that you can personally witness. The end of chunks and the end of Minecraft. 2 to the power 35 blocks away, or 34,359,738,368 blocks away. When you surpass this point, within a matter of just seconds, your game will drop to 0 frames per second and remain unresponsive until you force quit out. I personally tried to teleport past this point just to render a single frame of gameplay, and it has never worked. Even when I left Minecraft sitting unresponsive for hours to see if I could do it, the result was the same. For this same reason, I was never able to get a single frame of gameplay to load anywhere near the 64-bit integer limit, a number that is well over 9 quintillion blocks away. And that's all that I've got for now. Those are the limits of Minecraft Java. In the future, I may do a video just like this for Minecraft Pocket and Windows 10 Edition, so be sure to stay tuned. And if you enjoyed this video, please leave a like on it. It really would help out myself, the channel, and the video quite a lot. But anyways, guys, I hope you all enjoyed. My name is Ambetta, and I bid you all farewell. Thanks so much for watching. So, I'm going to be honest with you guys. This video is sort of a mess. In today's video, I wanted to test out the Farlands of a cross-compatible version of Minecraft. The Minecraft Wiki, along with most other people, told me that they existed in the Pocket Edition, even though in a video I made a while ago about the Farlands in the Pocket Edition, it only showed the stripe lands generated. So I fired up Minecraft Windows 10 Edition, which is cross-compatible with Pocket Edition, since it was going to be easier for me to work with, and no Farlands. Land generation actually stops completely. So what the devil is going on here? Well, I fired up Pocket Edition specifically on my phone, and Farlands! There they are, in the latest version of Minecraft Pocket Edition, but that's not all that I have to show. What? Yeah, let's get into this.
I think I'd like to do a playthrough of that game.
Again, today's video is sort of a mess, because I just don't know how to structure all of the insanity that's going on here. So first off, let me explain that Minecraft Pocket Edition and Minecraft Windows 10 Edition currently have some kind of different coding setup for world generation, or the C++ engine that drives the games react differently on each platform. Whatever the reason, the Farlands do not generate in Minecraft Windows 10 Edition, and on my iPhone version of Minecraft Pocket Edition, they do. So alright, let's start off at the spawn point and work our way outwards, since both versions react very similarly up to the Farlands. Like what happened in my true end of the Minecraft world video, every exponent of 2 blocks that we walk away from the spawn point, jitteriness increases. Even though that happened in an old version of Minecraft we see in that video, this exists in modern versions of the mobile game. Not only does the world itself stutter, but the clouds stutter and you stutter as well, but in a different way. As you go further and further out, it becomes harder to move along the axis that you're traveling on. Somewhere around 4.194 million blocks out, entire sections of land stop being solid, effectively not allowing you to walk any further. And on Windows 10, that mark is at 8.388 million blocks out. When you pass 16.77 million blocks out, you actually have to sprint fly in order to continue moving forward. And after the 33.55 million block mark, you can't manually travel anymore. You actually have to teleport between locations if you want to go any further. Alright, with all that out of the way, let's check out the oddity that is the Farlands on Minecraft Pocket Edition. To record this video, I just posted a LAN server on my phone and joined the LAN server on Minecraft Windows 10 Beta to make the process of recording this video easier, but it didn't affect world generation. So why am I making a video about the Farlands again, even if it's on a different version, when I have so many videos about it? Well, because of this fact, the Farlands on Minecraft Pocket Edition only last for about 12,000 blocks. As you move deeper into the Farlands, they begin to break down to the really waves. At set intervals, you can actually yourself on Pocket Edition, teleport to 12,562,278 blocks on the positive export free access, and this is what you'll see. Oh yeah, did I mention that the Farlands don't need to generate positive negative export free access, or that the corner Farlands look like this? Yeah, the Pocket Edition version of Minecraft is absolutely insane. And that about covers all of the oddities I was able to figure out for myself for now. If there's any specific things you guys want me to check out relating to Minecraft Pocket Edition or Windows 10 Edition Beta, feel free to leave a comment in the comment section down below. And if you enjoyed this video, please leave a like on it. It really would help out myself, the channel, and the video quite a lot. But anyways, guys, I hope you all enjoyed. My name is Ant, and I bid you all farewell. Thanks so much for watching. Ever since February 27th of 2010, when the first version of Minecraft Ink Dev came out, the Farlands have been a part of Minecraft. And if you've been subscribed to this channel for a long time now, you've very likely seen me cover them in one form or another. But in today's video, I want to cover the Farlands that exist in the Bedrock editions of Minecraft. While I've made mention to them in past videos, the only dedicated video I have on the matter dates back to August of 2016, where I showed off the Stripe Lands, but not the Farlands themselves, since the server that I was using to make that video actually didn't generate them. It's also worth noting that commands in single-player Minecraft didn't even exist in the mobile version of the game 2 years ago. So how far we've come since then. So anyways, guys, let's go ahead and let's get right into it. If you want to see a video where I go into detail about what the Farlands actually are and why they generate, be sure to check out the video that I have linked above before watching the rest of this video, because everything I say in that video mostly applies in this case. So you know what the Farlands are now, and why they generate. So what makes them unique in Minecraft Bedrock Edition? Well, for starters, they exist in the unmodified game. When the Minecraft Java Edition Adventure Update came out in September of 2011, a patch was implemented that prevented the Farlands from showing up anymore at all. So, let's get started from the very beginning, or the spawn point. From the center point of your Bedrock Edition world, all the way out to 131,072 blocks, or 2 to the power 17 blocks away, your world and your character will pretty much function like normal no matter what. But once you get out this far, it becomes possible to notice some of the first limits of Minecraft Bedrock Edition. If you diagonally crouch walk like I'm doing here, once you cross the 2 to the power 17 threshold, a noticeable jitter will begin to appear as you're walking. And this effect will double every time you double your distance from here on out. At 262,144 blocks out, or 2 to the power 18, the effect becomes extremely apparent for not only your character, but other mobs around you. Not only that, but it starts to become quite noticeable at this point that it's becoming more and more difficult to walk around your world. At just over 1,048,000 blocks out, or 2 to the power 20, the corners of cacti begin to lose their shape. At 2 to the power 21 blocks out, it becomes impossible to progress walking along that axis if you're crouch walking. And as well, all flower types, including tall grass, begin to lose their shape. At 2 to the power 22 blocks out, or 4,194,304 blocks out, will very likely mark the end of your adventure if you're playing solely on survival mode. Once you surpass this point, it becomes possible to fall through the world all the way into the void. If you want to proceed any further than this, you're going to have to use ender pearls, an elytra with fireworks, or you'll have to utilize creative mode. Either way, it becomes impossible to progress at normal walking speed from this point on. You'll just get stuck and fall through the world. And finally, at 2 to the power 23 blocks, all flower blocks become completely two-dimensional.
Will malign gamers against a new outing should not be forgotten, regardless of the game's quality in a vacuum. Hello everyone, I'm Aetherist, and yes, once again in the Minecraft Software Analysis Series, we are paying tribute to our friends at meachew, and detailing how they got
version
from
you're
South
playing.
games wrong.
If you're on Windows 10,
See,
no
measured
farmlands
against
show up at
Kingsfield,
all.
Shadow
Just
Tower
a
is an
sudden
odd
drop
step.
into the ocean,
If you
all
regard
down
any
to
of the
bedrock
Kingsfield
with few
games as
exceptions.
the
For whatever
baseline
reason,
of
old
quality
structure types
5th
can
gen
still
dungeon
generate
crawling,
well-tuned
the Shadow
performance,
Tower
including
might make you
villages.
upset
But on
because
some, if
shockingly,
not all
it's
mobile
not a
variations of the
Kingsfield
game,
game.
including
And
the
if you
Ultimate
thought
Edition,
you were
the
gonna see a new
Farlands
series
do
iterating
show
the
up,
most
but
celebrated
for whatever
aspect
reason,
of
they
Kingsfield 3,
deteriorate over time, and they'll actually break down
again,
entirely
you are
after
going to
about
be let down
12,000
if the Shadow
blocks.
Tower goes
At this
bad
point,
the
if
way
you want
Dungeon
to
said.
explore the Farlands at all, in creative mode, I would recommend using an Elytra with Firefly. It
They
really
were
makes everything
is not
easier,
bad because
especially
someone
if you
brought
want to navigate
reasonable
the
expectations
corner
going in,
Farlands.
which were not
Yeah,
delivered
for the
on
two
since Shadow
Farlands
Tower
we
got
talked
heavily
about,
aged
the corner
by
Farlands
unfair
do appear
expectations.
to look
In this video, I'm going to try
nothing
to
like they
give
did
what
in
I consider to
Minecraft
be a
Java
genuinely good game.
Oh, and did I mention the Farlands and the corner Farlands don't appear
fair
along
shake,
the
maybe
exact
gap.
at all?
I'll be
Minecraft
making
Bedrock
more
Edition is
comparisons to other games
weird.
than I usually do.
Alright, so now
Specifically,
the final limit of Minecraft Bedrock Edition.
So
Once you
I
get
hope
to
you're
the power
familiar with them
24,
or watch. If not, I made videos or Twitch game
blocks out, the stripe
With that out of the way, please grab yourself a cup of
any
coffee.
structure that you see will be
Acceptable
completely
as we
misshapen,
take a look
especially
back
if you're on the corner
at
Farlands. It's accurate.
If Kingsfield 3 was how FromSoft made a masterpiece by stripping out the crap of previous games and iterating on what worked, then Shadow Tower is how FromSoft makes a masterpiece from the stripped out crap. The disposed of material in Kingsfield makes a triumphant return in Shadow Tower along with some new mechanics in the service of delivering an unaltered experience. Kingsfield 3 was a pretty perfect game, everything considered, but if there was a genuine grievance to be had with it, you could argue that it backpedals and the intricate level design from the second game made for an experience which was undeniably more artificial than what had preceded. Because they were conceptually smaller, Kingsfield 1 and 2's world design managed to feel believable in a way Kingsfield 3 did. Kingsfield 3 leaned more on characters to flesh out its world than it did dungeon crawling, and because of how it distributed dungeons on the map and how much more time was spent in the connective tissue between dungeons, the dungeon crawling there was arguably bare bones in that franchise. Kingsfield 1 had a hard time contextualizing the narrative in the environment it was living. In the early game, before memorization sets in, Kingsfield 2's levels are so samey and generic looking that the world ranges from impeccable to just a hassle to navigate.
You gotta be shitting.
And while I think Kingsfield 3 solved both of those issues, it did so by fracturing the world design and making the game a lot more
Honestly, I had no
artificial.
idea.
If we are evaluating each game from their dungeon
unless they knew the other
the more Zelda dungeon approach Kingsfield 3 took could easily be seen as a downgrade. I love all three games, but I can zoom out a bit and understand why they weren't staple features of 90s console games. The trilogy is experimental very often to a fault. Internally, it's inconsistent in how it communicates with the player, and let's be honest here, for the average gamer, even at the time, ugly to look at, painful to play. This being said, we have to solve a conundrum. I'll posit that Shadow Tower is a stronger dungeon crawler than any of the three preceding Kingsfields. But if that's so, how is it that its legacy isn't any grander? How can it simultaneously be a better entry into this niche and still be less beloved? I think it all comes back to fundamentally incorrect expectations. There is a number which might explain why Shadow Tower never reached the heights its quality design might have warranted. It's a very special number, whose game is spelled quite well, and I'm going to share it with you now in hopes of illustrating it. 1996, the year Resident Evil 2 came out, an expansion of the series which laid the groundwork for survival. The year of Half-Life and Thief the Dark Project, revolutionizing the first-person experience and forever changing players' expectations of games and display parity. The year Metal Gear Solid and Fandango injected serious cinematic storytelling into the medium, and the year of Ocarina of Time. In terms of evolving the video game art, this was quite possibly one of the most advanced in a CG design game, and this was the year Shadow.
It had to have been an exciting feeling starting to play this. Although those hours are counted. I guess that's how it goes. This site is a neat little obscure footnote in history, for sure, but I was really hoping for some kind of big break.
To where the human eye can't comprehend
This time, I'd have to resort to drastic measures. We're not talking about full campaigns or blows or something this time. This is a step further. What I'm getting at here is that I spent like $80 recording more business scenes and content, so we could see if they said anything else. If you look at the bottom of the Japanese wiki page for help, it lists a few sources, like Hyper PlayStation, Famitsu. I couldn't find scans online saying on They're probably more European reviewers, but I think on the language was archaic shades and getting more of the companies we built already.
In fact,
Don't get freaked out. I'm gonna have to show you most of this in real life. I know, reality. I can hardly wait. I don't have a nice scanner or anything, and right after I bought these, I got laid off from my job, so I'm not gonna buy one right now. I'll see what I can do about getting these back. Anyway, the first thing I took a look at was this issue of Famitsu Weekly. This is from June 26, 1990. This is a pretty damn big one. But I'll be honest with you, it wasn't even it's cool. It doesn't really have what we want. On page 36, there's a little summary. In-store project. Unfortunately, it doesn't say much about it. Just a basic summary of the premise and a couple of notes. Now, there's actually a much longer detailed article on page 120 as well. This one points out in the beginning that you want to play the game in the dark, and describes it as a new kind of horror involving sound. It's pretty nice. It does show a lot of different parts of the game. Seemingly nothing about the base. There's one more feature on page 176. I think Napoleon was looking for it. But again, no dead. I don't even see any mention of dead. They just list actors. So, for the purposes of this video, I guess this was a plus. I also picked up the edition. This one has a much bigger feature starting at I like the layout. They even throw in some custom it's definitely they show off different scenes, areas, shapes, kind of like the last one. So again, nothing about the decks. If you like the game, check out there's a big poster feature. Well, we're down to. Should I just give up? I got it. I didn't see this one when it started. It's a damn good source. It's not a magazine. It's a strategy book. Dark Messiah, no super.
Well, that's why I always say that.
I don't know Dark Messiah. They're not fucking around either. This is all about the game. Like a story. Usually people see every NPC, item, concept, and this is detailed to the extreme. I'm pretty sure there are story bits and lore in here that don't even appear in the game at all. There's a timeline, for example, that goes back to the 1800s. This thing is an absolute blast to work through. There's a section compiling the game's scariest areas, followed by a feature on creepy things to be found in real life, like old shrunks.
Well, let me put it this way. Christianity is one. So I like X-Men.
But it doesn't have anything about the developers. Christianity is it doesn't appear to have exactly what was a direct answer. And honestly, it might have something even better. Quite a bit of text is devoted to essentially discussing the inspiration for the game's setting, and I think it sheds a lot of light on Deno's mindset. Check this out. There are several pages in this game dedicated to describing the chaotic infrastructure and rock wilderness of living in Tokyo. Their outlook on the city is pretty bleak, and it's discussed in extensive detail. One paragraph talks about how individuals practically don't exist on a city of this scale. Then there's a part where they say if you stand in the spot of intense traffic, you start to feel a dreadful sense of emptiness and dread. Like at any moment, some kind of horrible accident could happen to you, and it would just be drowned out by the constant activity surrounding you. They make mention of gun and knife violence in Tokyo, and even reference the chemical attacks carried out in 1995. You've never heard of that? That was a really big deal. It always kind of increased the sense of wrongness.
Well, it's an argument
It's
about
pretty fascinating, and might be the most negative description of the art of Japan that I've ever read. The subway system is described as dull, talk about how homeless is so it's heavy stuff. So, the devs didn't just make a game about dark and dreary tunnels and they could see like an interesting setting to explore.
You know, the argument is
Sounds
always
to me like it comes straight from the art of one person. Now, I don't want to make this section crazy about something, but there is one more thing I want to show you. Because one, we're pretty far. Turns out, that interview is so random.
That's why I just said
I saved it for last.
I just said it had to be.
It comes from a source that isn't even about Dreamcast magazine,
I just said it's not just a matter of.
Demo Radio released their other Dispute. They got a huge book. As we turn the game on, we're shown a pretty damn cool intro. In fact, we're not even going to talk over the first one. It's better if you just see it for yourself.
The thing I said at the beginning, which is that the thing I said at the beginning, which is that
Just about everything you see raises some kind of question. From there, it highlights some members of the main cast.
Well,
A student named Naomi, some kind of specialized soldier named Ivan, a dude in a jacket with a handgun named Kamiya, and a cool-looking lady named May. Then we get a text crawl. We were involved in a subway accident that killed over 50 people, surrounded the presence of something horrible. We're now trapped in the Tokyo underground shelter constructed by the Japanese army during World War II. Today, a metropolis for followers of the darker side. The game straight up says after this not to try and fight, because an unimaginable horror is about to begin. And it all ends with this. Get ready. Now that's how you do an intro cutscene. Starting a new game, we're shown another cutscene. This one providing a bit more context as to how we got involved in the accident in the first place. At a research facility in Michigan, some kind of humanoid specimen breaks free from the oxygen. It starts stalking the halls nearby, almost like a trap. It's not as word then jumps out in front of another person and knocks them over practically immediately. Things then cut to the city, where there's recently been a series of disappearances at subway stations, suspected to be the work of we see some cultists shouting out apocalyptic messages throughout the streets, but suddenly they recognize us and chase us down into the tunnel before we board the train. You might notice already that there are two different types of translations as well.
No, I'm saying I don't have to look at the roster.
Probably a mix of both. Anyway, it's not long before our buddy from the lab is seen standing on the tracks. The train tries to screw to a halt, but it derails as the creature seems to begin melting.
Okay, then if I don't have to do.
As we stand up, we're approached by another survivor. It's Naomi, who runs out of the left train as the monster starts killing everything in his path, breaking in from the next car down. A quick sprint leads us straight into the sight of an elite black ops team led by Ivan. He orders us to stand down before the monster crashes the party and eats like 3,000 miles, giving us a ride to the stairs. Talk about a trial by fire. Shit, I haven't even started playing. From here, we find ourselves in a maintenance room. It's time for our first taste of some sweet Hell Night game. You could basically say the game is split. Cultists like it's nothing. That says to me that it's not our first take. And this is all just to snap some pictures and maybe write articles or something. Anyway, it doesn't take long before the hybrid catches wind of what we're up to. I was talking to a cultist about ascending to a new form through a process called the Great Unity. And when I left the room, there he was, swinging down my heel. He's gotten a bit bigger. I chose a hallway at random to blend in. And apparently I chose incorrectly because it led to a long door. Thankfully, Renee has a gun too, just like Connie, with the catch being that she carries much less ammo. You can use your gun exactly 5 times before it's dropped, and from there, the only help you're going to be getting from that. Be sure to save it for a meeting because death is almost certain. Like this one. It really felt like he was a laser gun. Maybe he's mad that I found him. Oddly, you can find some old down here on the third. Is this supposed to be no man's land? His rent must be here soon. I asked Mole about the CD ROM because that's really the only thing we have that has nuclear purpose. He doesn't know what it is either, so I want to help that with us. The first place you'll really want to track down is the command center. This area we start off in isn't big at all, so it's not hard. The command center is, in my opinion, one of the creepier areas. It seems extra dark and plays a looping track that sounds straight out of Unity. Just this shot of the stairs with a super short loop, it feels like you're in a fever dream or something. There's not a whole lot in here, just a catwalk that wraps around towards the monster. But it really feels like someone might jump out at you any second. On the other side are more apartments housing cultists. One of them, Kiyama, basically says we're an idiot for being here because the ceremony of awakening is just about to happen, and we're the key component. The High Priest has chosen us specifically to be sacrificed to the dark side. Remember how at the very start of the game, the cultists recognized us up in the city and chased us? It wasn't just because we looked like a good victim. We're on the top of the cult's hit list for some reason. That can only mean we have some kind of connection to them. I guess it's not entirely clear who exactly we're playing against. Kiyama isn't the most devout cultist, and suggests we just leave instead of walking into a trap, expressing worry that this might actually end the war if it works out. What he's saying makes a lot of sense. The only choice is to keep going. It's like I said in the last video, you have to see these horrible ideas. Otherwise, there's not much of a game. Another cultist over here, Koseki, is about the exact opposite. He takes all of this really seriously and sits around singing praises to the dark god. Koseki asks us to sing with him, and we're given an interesting set of responses. First, you can sing for the gods of the 8-meter plane, which makes him really upset and has him kick us out. Now, if you're like me, you're probably thinking, what the hell was that about? Why did that make him so mad? Gods of the 8-meter plane? I did a couple searches online, and I couldn't find anything else. But that stuck in my head for a while, to the point that I cracked open that guidebook again and found what the choice said in Japanese. And actually, I think it might have been a mistranslation. The original text doesn't say 8-reeded plane. It says 8 million kami, which is a real phrase, used to refer to the seemingly infinite amount of kami, or gods, in Shinto. So I guess he didn't appreciate us calling on Japan's traditional gods. Kind of fascinating. The next one down might look familiar to Megami Tensei fans, or, religious people. It's the Tetragrammaton, the Hebrew name for gods. If you invoke God's name, Koseki seems kind of weirded out and says we shouldn't say it, but oddly, he doesn't kick us out of the room. That's a little unexpected. It's almost like he actually respects it, and he's a point. Traditionally, I don't think you're supposed to pronounce it out loud. They even have that as a gimmick in one of the Shin Megami Tensei games. It's kind of weird to me that his reaction is less severe towards the Abrahamic God versus the common. Naturally, though, the answer he's looking for is darkness side, whereupon he calls us enlightened and gives us a blue card. We're going to be making use of that in just a minute. Deeper into the place, after riding a conveyor belt, we'll find a soldier, Second Lieutenant Kajiwara, who claims he's posted here to make sure that monsters unearthed during excavations don't make it topside. Okay, so the monsters were discovered, not created. Kajiwara says he's requested infantry support several times, but nobody's ever answered or come down to check on him. This dude's been down here for like 50 fucking years since World War II, just waiting. Gotta respect him. I hope he doesn't find the hybrid, because that sword won't be enough. Now, pretty close by to here, you'll find a door that just opens up if you have the blue card. And what do you know? It's the control board. Not too hard this time. Turn off security, and now you want to look for this spot where there's a wall with a door visible at the top. Go up to this card slot on the wall, put in your Holy Ring iron card, and it brings out a staircase. Look at that. Up here, you're back in the command center. I think below the catwalk from this floor. There's a big situation room in the middle with a computer in it and some ID cards. The protagonist points out that this technology wouldn't have existed back when the mesh was built, so it's likely cultist property. The computer is actually where you can use the CD-ROM. I sort of had trouble figuring this out, because everyone kept talking about finding a CD player, and I can't remember the last time in real life I saw a computer with a disk drive. Obviously, I know they used to be everywhere, it just slipped my mind for a minute. We totally evolved in reverse on that one, by the way. Bring the disk drives back. Even my fucking car doesn't have one. Like, what kind of shit is that? Anyway, you pop this thing in, and it starts showing a church roster with a bunch of random names and bizarre job titles. It goes on and on, and that's it. It's really not so clear what the point is besides immersion. I beat the rest of the game without figuring out what the names meant, if anything. The core puzzle of this room is figuring out the right order to scan ID cards you collected from the machine. And by that, I mean guess until you get it right. The proper order is red, blue, green. Once you've done it, outside, the huge gate which previously sealed will now be open, which, whoa, leads us into a train station. This is how we're going to get through the Great Hall, where the ceremony of awakening is taking place. As we board the train arrives, Renee warns us to stay put, because there are cultists on board in the other cars. She tells us this train was put here by the Japanese army during the war, and it is, in fact, the only way to get to the ceremony. When we get there, we're dumped on our ass in a torchlit room, and wait, Great Hall? Come on, how did nobody notice that? Some of the typos are like, whatever, you know, but this one, it's impossible to ignore, especially because they got it right on the save screen. Oh well. So, the Great Hall. Most of the cultists are already up ahead getting ready for the ceremony, and Renee decides to briefly leave the party, saying it's better if we don't get involved in her shenanigans. She says we can wait here and promises to come back, but kind of trails off as she says it, making me not trust her so much. I'm definitely not going to wait here. Without a partner now, we're a sitting duck. We might as well take a look around and find a nice room to hide. Or even better, the elevator. Go back outside. Up ahead is a big stone door with the Holy Ring sealed on it. The ceremony actually is taking place right behind it, but it's sealed, so we can't just walk right in. To the left of the door is a path that leads to a ladder, and if you climb down, it leads to an area I'm pretty sure nobody upstairs even knows exists. Floor 4, the isolating floor. The only thing down here is a huge chamber housing a fusion reactor, known as the Amaterasu 1. It's apparently been running since 1944, and it's not looking too good right now. In fact, it's leaking, which prompts our character to suggest we leave. What, is it going to blow up? That would be just that's really all it's down here. It's just there for you to look at and ponder. Well, it sure does explain how the mesh is still functioning after so long. And it might be a clue that the Japanese government has some kind of hidden knowledge. I didn't think about it at first. They might have told us the year it was turned on for a reason. I'm not some kind of scientist, right? Far from it. This is all coming from a brief series of searches. There could be more to the story, but it sounds like in the real world, a computer fusion device didn't exist until 1951, and it was a bomb. Also, unless they send someone down here to, like, feed this thing uranium rods or something, well, I don't think anyone's invented a generator in reality that sustains itself indefinitely yet. So this technology might not even exist, period. It's definitely weird. Maybe it's time travel. Back upstairs, there's only one other way to go. Take a right at the ceremony door, and we find a huge crack in the wall. You know what we have to do? Yes, that's right. We're climbing through. Let's get this dark guy shit.
Super Mario 64 is
Standing at the back of the ceremony, away from the queen, we take our time for a minute. On the other side of the place, in plain view of dozens of people who likely murder us on sight, is the fabled elevator coming back home. Not gonna be easy to reach that, and knowing this game is probably broken too. Up on stage in the middle of the room is a pedestal holding some kind of bizarre and next to that is that absolutely insane thing they showed a clip of in the game's intro. This is the Holy Ring Priest, and I don't think I need to say it, but he doesn't
if you don't know what the
look
tool assistance
human.
please watch the
After we steal a glance at him, he raises his arms and starts speaking in an ominous, booming voice. Check this out.
Okay, so first, why does Mario go over to the water instead of entering the castle? The answer is the result of 2 decades of optimization. The castle is divided in 3 levels: the ground level, the basement, and upstairs. To progress to a new section of the castle, you need to get a key by fighting Bowser in the previous section. The basement key is found behind a starter.
The atmosphere here is insane. These guys are getting freaked out by a friggin' alien.
This time
The
after
High
getting
Priest
30
says
stars.
everyone that's been brought down from the surface to be
Super Mario
sacrificed
64 is one of the most iconic video games of all
or the
time.
hybrid.
With Princess
And now,
Peach
the
trapped inside
last
her own
sacrifice
castle,
arrives.
Mario needs to collect 70
Guess he
out of
knew we were here the
101
whole
power
time.
stars to take down
The
Bowser's
cultists
barriers.
turn around like zombies and start coming for us. But then all of a sudden, Renee pops out of her hiding spot and starts blasting people indiscriminately. In her own words, they are human anymore.
Speedrunners managed to find
As
a way
Renee
to
continues
Super Mario
firing into the
64 in
crowd,
4 minutes
the
and
whole
20
place
seconds.
starts shaking. And then the hybrid busts down from the ceiling. The priest says the dark god has finally appeared. And then Renee feels it
Before
with
we go
goals too.
on, if you don't know what a tool
Ignoring
assistance
the
speedrun
absolute
is, please watch
chaos
the
going on
suggested
around
video
him,
in the
the
upper
priest
right.
continues
So
chanting
we'll cover all the
and
basic
cracks
things
his
you should
finger
know before
and seemingly
understanding this
completes the
speedrun.
ceremony. As the chamber falls to pieces, the priest gets crushed by a
So
rock
first,
from the
why does
ceiling,
Mario go
and
over
the
to the
floor
water
opens
instead
up
of
into an
entering the
abyss
castle?
that
The
swallows up
answer is the
everything.
result of 2 decades of optimization.
All right,
The castle
so
is
I
divided
gotta
into
warn
3
you,
levels.
just
The ground
strap in
level,
for what
the
comes
basement,
next.
and upstairs.
Really.
To
If
progress
you've
to
never
a new
seen this
section of the
before
castle,
and you
you
have
need to
no
get a
idea
key
what's
by
about to
fighting Bowser in
happen,
the
I
previous
envy you
section.
because
The
frankly it blew
basement
my
key
mind.
is found behind a starter
All of our
that
questions
requires
will
8
be
stars to
answered,
open.
but
To
things
go
get a little
upstairs, you need to get a
abstract.
second key from Bowser.
Let me show you.
This time after getting 30 stars.
As we open our eyes, we find ourselves floating in a void
You
with
then need to
Razzo
collect
in
50
front of
stars
us.
to open another
He
star
tells
door
us to
and
sleep
reach the
and
final
cross
boss
the
of the fight.
barrier.
You need to
He
collect
then
7
stresses
stars.
that finding the
Otherwise, the door
altar
will still
is
let you
now
in,
our
but the
only way to
staircase leading
escape.
to the final Bowser stage
Coming
will
to
be
again,
impossible.
Razzo
At
appears
first, the
before us
fastest
as
known
some
way to
kind of
beat
energy
is to
ghost.
collect 70
He starts
stars and
laughing
go
about how
but it
all
was
the
discovered
cultists
that
just
you
died
skip
and
the
become
50 and
one
70
with the
star
dark
door
side,
requirements.
but
Triple
actually
boxes.
just offer
This
themselves to
method,
something
the
called
fastest
the
way now
hive.
involved getting 31 stars
Yeah,
to get the second
they
and skipping
might
the
have been
upstairs
tricked a
section
little bit.
entirely.
Of course,
It
Razzo
was
says
then
these
found that you
holders
could
being
bypass the 30
manipulated
star
by a
door
being
and
known as
interact,
that which
which years
whispers,
after you've
and
collected
they've now
50
been
stars, the
discarded
requirement
after
went
completing
down
their
to
purpose.
16. Next
The
is the
strategy
final
guide
to skip
actually
the 8
suggests
stars
the
door.
entire
First,
ritual back there may have been specifically intended just for us to crash it and end up here.
Until a new
We've
trick
now
is found,
arrived
let me
at
skip
the
the 30 star
outskirts
door
to the hive,
which lowered the
a
star
world separate
requirement
from our own, with its own
Later, the
rules and
variation
physics
of the
beyond
script
our
let you
reason.
skip both the 30 star door
Razzo
and the
seems to
Guard
like
Down
it here
star,
and
the
promises that we'll
requirement
see
was
sights we can never imagine,
because
as
these
well as
3
our
castle
wildest
levels are in
nightmares.
separate maps entirely, there
Renee,
was little
thankfully,
hope for
still
any
with
major
us,
improvement on the
asks what we're
speedrun.
supposed to do
But it turns out that
and
there is
Razzo
no
says we need to survive until the end.
This
When we reach
underwater
the
door
altar,
leads directly into the
then he
basement.
disappears.
So if
I
Mario
really
manages
can't
to
decide
enter
if
the
I love him or hate him.
outside, you will enter the basement.
I really don't know what
stars.
adjectives to use to
The
describe
caveat
this
is that
place.
Mario can't open
The
doors to
ground
the water.
seems to be an
To make
oddly
this door
colored
accessible,
mess
the
of
water needs to be
stone,
drained from the
and there are
inside first,
structures
which means the
scattered around
basement
it,
can't be
kind of like
accessed right away.
fish.
However, there is a way to
You got
open the
this
door
tunnel
underwater.
that feels
This
like
is
an
what we're
art
going to see.
exhibit, and some paths are blocked by shell-like structures double our height. Not
Let's
too
look at this
far
step
in,
by
you're
step.
shown a
Mario
cutscene of
does a
some
long
kind
jump,
of
but he
pod
immediately
opening,
reverses versus
And then you see the hybrid, who's attacked by another monster that can shoot out of its hands. This other one kicks the hybrid's ass, and then it starts talking to him.
What's extra speed? Well,
This
half of
is
his
that
current
which
negative speed, minus
wonders.
a little bit of speed
First of
loss,
all,
the time
what
he
a
was on the
portrait.
As
This
you can
one's
see,
still
Mario
pretty
quickly
human
loses
looking
that
for
speed,
whatever
and
reason.
about negative 50.
That which wanders
By the way,
identifies
here's a
us
sense of
as the
scale.
one who has the
1
blood
unit
of their
speed
dark
means that Mario
prince.
traveled 1 unit.
He says he was told about us by
This
yet
is 1
another
unit of
being,
distance, which
known
is
as
roughly
that which
equivalent to
eats,
about 1 centimeter.
and remarks that we're different than normal prey.
In this case,
We're
Mario
then told
moving
the
at
hive
negative
is divided into several
travel
areas
by
for
15 units
function,
backwards on each
kind of like a mesh.
However, if Mario is able to
That
land
which
immediately after
wanders
jumping,
says we need to
he
use
jump again
warp
to
points
get
to
another
get to the
small
other
speed.
areas. The
This time,
reactor
half of
room,
negative
data
3
storage
so he gets to
room, and
negative
those
30.
warp points require
If he does it
nexus
again, he
stone.
gets half of negative 33
We already know about one of those.
negative 40
It was
line
that
speed.
pulsating orb
This
the
quickly
priest had on
spirals
his
out of
pedestal,
control as each
apparently
consecutive
placed in our
jump
world
multiplies
by
his
that
speed
which
by
judges.
1.5 minus some negative
There are a lot of these guys, aren't there?
After a while, Mario's speed is
If
so
we can
large
find
that it
wherever
reaches
it
the
landed,
vantage cap
that
on
should
the
give us a good
entrance in a
start.
single frame.
Although Renee is quite an open-minded and reliable
This is
partner,
called pause buffering.
this is where she
and can
starts
be
to
helpful
check
while
out a
doing
little
a
bit.
BLJ.
She just
If the
refuses to
Super
believe
Mario
what's
64
happening,
runs at
and
30
it's
times
totally
per second,
fine.
the
I don't
fastest
blame
the button
her.
can be
It's
pressed is
alright,
50
we'll find the
times
stone.
per second.
It's actually
When
pretty
pausing the
close
game,
by.
Mario's universe and its
You go
physics
into
stop
this
at
next
that same
tunnel
time.
and you'll
It
see a
still
door that
registers
looks kind of like a
buffering
bug
for
face.
Here's the
Inside is a pillar that
Mario
goes all
jumps
the
and
way
the game
this
is
way
paused
in
at
the
the
great
same
hall.
time.
And
There's
next
one
to
frame
it,
needed
the
for
ebony
the
stone.
start, and then one frame
Nice.
to press it
Super
down.
easy.
On the
So
next
now,
frame, the
all
game
we
is
have to do
still
is find
paused,
the
and you
warp
can use it to release start.
Through
On the
another
frame
door,
after, the
we'll
game is
find that
unpaused, and you
which
can jump and
rises,
pause
but
again.
doesn't understand why we're in here.
This is
It
what it looks
asks
like
if
when
we're
you're
actually
pausing
a
time.
worker unit that was
As you can
produced
see,
to
Mario's
look
able
like
to jump
prey.
30 times per second
Now,
according to
we
the
actually are
physics
prey.
without actually pressing the
This
button.
thing just can't get over the fact
This
that we
helps
somehow
generate all
got
the
in
speed
here,
required
and
for
it's
the strict
completely
time space it
mystified,
can be performed,
continuing to
at the
wonder
cost of a
why
little
it
bit of time
happened,
spent
and forcing us to
pausing the
leave.
game.
I'm
I also
guessing the hive
noticed how
doesn't
Mario
get too many
seems stuck in
visitors.
place towards the end of his
Leaving
mission.
this room.
This is because at this
Hello?
point, the bridge
You
is
can't just
preventing him
show
from
up
moving
like
the
that.
center.
So there goes another
However,
magazine.
by the time he gains
Shit.
enough speed to break out of this
The
spot,
hybrid
he
must
has
have
way more
finished
than
licking
enough
its
to
wounds
overshoot the bridge
because
in a
he
single
decided
frame.
to spawn
So
practically
why
right on
doesn't he
top
break
of
out of
it.
it sooner?
Yeah, he's
The
not done
reason is
chasing
pretty
us
simple.
yet.
When
These
processing
tunnels
Mario's
are
movement,
not a great
the game
place to be if
subdivides
he's
the
new.
movement in 4 steps,
Way
which we
too
call
quick.
quarter steps.
So try and get
As
to this
Mario's
fact if
moving,
you
the game
can.
checks if there's an
Although,
obstacle on
if
each
a
quarter
jump
step
scare
of
like
the map.
that happens,
As
I
long
don't
as
know what
nothing
to
is in
tell
the
you.
way,
Hopefully you
Mario
have
will
some
keep
ammo.
being moved on each quarter step.
Moving beyond
However,
this tunnel.
if he's about to move into a ceiling, the quarter step will be cancelled and he will stay in place. In other words, if Mario is about to move into a ceiling, he will be moved up to the last valid quarter step of his
School is like the most god-awful setting I can
On the
think of
first
for a
quarter
video
step,
game,
the game starts
but
to
somehow
put Mario
Atlas
inside
managed to
the
pull off
ceiling
a
and
pretty
picks up
damn
the
good
other
series of
step.
games that involve it.
Because Mario
I mean,
can't be
from
inside of the
preschool
ceiling,
all the
the
way
game
through
cancels his
university,
movement for
I've
that
been in this
duration.
shit for like
The same
80% of my
process
life, and
happens
here I
again
am
on the
playing games
second,
about it in my
third,
free
and on
time.
the fourth
I
quarter
literally
step.
can't escape it.
At the end of
Now,
the
what do you
frame,
think
although
of when
Mario
you
has
picture
negative
Shin
18
Megami
movement
Tensei
speed, he
mixed
ended
with
up
a
not
school
moving
setting?
at all. But this
It's Shin
interaction
Megami
doesn't change
Tensei
his
If.
speed.
Released
On the
in
next
Japan
frame,
originally
even
for
though
the
he
Super
has negative
Famicom and later the
3,700
PlayStation,
speed, the same
SNTF
problem
takes things from an
occurs.
apocalyptic
Each quarter step,
disaster
the
to
game
a
attempts to
smaller
move
scale
into the
incident
ceiling,
involving
which it can't, so Mario stays in place. This means that
decided to
to break
spawn
out of this
practically
part
right
of
on
this
top of
engine,
it.
Mario needs to have
Yeah,
enough
he's not
speed
done
so that
chasing
his
us
first
yet.
quarter step is past the
tunnels
edge,
are
which
not a
means
great
to
place
have
to
enough
be if
speed
he's
to cover
newborn.
4 times that
Way
distance
too
in a
cramped.
single frame.
So try
Another
and
way
get
to
through
break out of
fast
this
as you
spot is
can.
to change his angle
Although,
so it doesn't
if a
put him
jump
into
scare
a
like
ceiling.
that happens,
Long
I don't know
jumping
what
from
to
a
tell
platform
you.
is
Hopefully you have
and
some
this is
ammo.
where the magic happens.
Moving beyond this tunnel, we've got a few more hive members we
And
can
he can stand
encounter,
on that
and
ground.
then we'll be at the
So,
first
for all
world.
intents and purposes,
That
there
which
is a copy of
consumes
the
can
map,
barely
and each
hold its
multiple
hunting
of
instinct back, and calls it sweet and
65,536
delicious malicious.
Mario can
Warning,
sort of
we aren't
make
meant to be here,
I
and
say
the
sort
collective
of
brain
because
has
only
no
the
idea
floor
how we
detection
got
is
here.
handled this way, so there are
It's
no laws,
just we
objects,
visited
or
conversion
textures.
where we have our
These
fear
incomplete
harvested.
copies of the map are
It says
called
the hive
parallel
looks forward to
universes.
having our ripened essence flowing
This is
through
a
it.
to-scale diagram
Now,
of
why would I
parallel
do that?
universes.
Willingly
As you
join
can
this
see,
hive
most of the
mind?
space is out of bounds, and so
Hopefully our
it cannot
character's
be
not
accessed.
that desperate.
This means navigating the
Then we
universe
have
requires a
that
very
which
specific
crawls,
speed in
which
order
appears to be a
actually
mostly
work.
human
But
upper half
remember,
with a
when
stretchy
attempting to
torso
move Mario,
and
the
capable of
game
spider
divides his
legs.
movement into 4 quarters.
So wait,
For
this
Mario
thing has
to actually
two
move
asses?
into the game, he needs to
I
have
really
a
need to see
large
how it
enough
moves
speed.
around.
Even
I
the
mean,
first quarter
there's
step
no
behind
way
him.
this is the most
So each
efficient
needs to be able
configuration
to
for
move
something
up
to
from
crawl
movement
with.
with 4 people.
I think the hive needs to
The speed
reevaluate.
required to perform a P movement
That
is
which
called
crawls likes to
sinking
talk
speed.
shit and
While
says that which
deviations to the
wanders has
sinking
become
speed eventually
perverted
will
and
still
acts like
make
a
Mario children should use, but they would also leave him relatively
like we do.
Now,
I'd
remember
probably
what
be petty
happens if
too
Mario's
if my body
position
were
is valid
intentionally
after
designed for me to have to stare past my own nuts when I talk to somebody.
he is
It's
moved
gotta be
up to,
tough.
but not beyond the last
Blast
valid
up
quarter step.
in an area that kind of looks like
This
it's made
means
out
that
of
if the
bone or
first quarter steps
something.
of Mario's
We
movement
have
line up
that
with
which
the
feeds.
but at some point they
This
stop
is the
lining up.
strangest of them
Mario
all.
will end up moving into
That
the
which
groove,
feeds
but not by
asks
a
if we'd
lot.
allow it to feed on
So,
our
with this in
emotions.
mind, where did
You're given a
Mario end up
choice.
when he was
Yes
3 million
or no.
units away in the Vanish Trap?
Now, I've thought about
Well,
saying
it turns
no
out that
because
he
we
was
have
in the
zero
parallel
idea what
universe.
feeding
Mario
entails.
ends up here,
But I
32
opted to say
degrees
yes
away
because I
in each
figured it was
direction.
in my best
But
interest to
his
follow the
detection
local
position,
customs
which
of
we
this
call
new
his
world
relative
we've fallen
position
into.
from now on, barely moves.
Now, I
Since
don't
the
know
game
if
still
I should
detects
put
him
like a
as being
content
on the
advisory
elevator,
here or
you can stand
something.
where he is
Maybe
for
you're
one
like
frame
washing
before the
dishes
game
right
detects
now
him
and
as
you got this video on
platform
TV
being solid.
and your
Thankfully,
kids
Mario
or
only
grandma's
needs to be
hanging
on
around.
the elevator for
Look,
that one frame.
I'm going to give you a
At this
second
point,
to
the
run
elevator
and get
starts
the
rotating
remote.
in
If you
2.8
don't want them to hear
rotations
about an
over
alien
a
monster
distance of
putting its
32
tongue in our
degrees,
ear
walking Mario
and
down
graphic
onto the
detail.
triggers
For the rest of
immediately
you,
kicks him out of the
well,
stage.
here goes.
So now, with
After
2.9
accepting
million
its
speeds
offer,
Mario is
that
ready
which
to
feeds
embark on his
produces a
magical journey
warm,
into
wet
the
feeler from
universe.
its mouth, which
Let's
squirms
go
into
through
our
it
ear.
step by step to
Our
understand
character
what
then
happens.
moans as it tickles our
Unfortunately, like I
eardrums,
said earlier,
and then
the
suddenly
camera is set
our
to make
skin
easier to
starts
see.
tingling,
So the
and it
first
becomes
movement
covered
we
in
see is
white
Mario
bugs
going
that start
snaps
laying
Mario's Y
eggs,
position
and
up to
because
match
of
the
the
force
eggs
position.
then hatch into
Since the force
maggots that
position
start
is within the
rapidly
graph,
eating us
Mario
alive
is
from the
instantly
inside.
snapped out of the vehicle.
As we beg
The only
for
way
it to
this
stop,
can be done is by
it's all
coming
revealed to be a
into the general
hallucination,
universe.
as that
This
which
would be
feeds
simple if
removes
it
its
wasn't
feeler
for a
from our
couple
ear.
of hurdles.
As we
First,
sit
Mario
there
needs to
breathing
actually
hard,
walk into
the
the
hive
interaction
thanks us for our
by
sweet
going at speed
tastes,
speeds.
and
This
then
can
we're
be a
free
bit
to go.
tricky. When Mario moves
I-
behind EUs, he'll start
I
walking
can't
only if
say
his
I
next
saw that
position
coming.
happens to be where a
The
floor is
craziest
close
part
enough.
is,
If the
Renee
floor is
was
below
there
him,
watching
Mario will
it,
start
and
falling
she doesn't
asleep.
say anything about it.
Fortunately, the low floor is
They
large
should have
enough,
named this
so
guy
this
That
doesn't
Which
pose much
Freaks.
of a problem.
Holy shit.
The second hurdle is a bit
Alright,
more
so after
complicated.
this, you
In
get
short,
the
while Mario's walking with
This thing
speed,
actually
if he
does
doesn't
defy
complete all
description.
4 quarter
It
steps
sort of
of
looks like a
movement without
caterpillar
encountering
laying
a
on top of
collision,
some
the game will
gears,
crash due to an
maybe,
overflow error.
and there's a spot in the
Here,
middle where you
unfortunately,
put in the
Mario's
ebony
speed and
port.
position don't work out for
Stick
this
it
to be
in,
possible.
and the machine
In
turns
fact,
on and
because
starts
Mario's at
spinning,
position
then we kind of just
390,000
materialize
x
into the reactor.
194,000
Guess what this place is?
and his speed is
It's a
negative
teleporter
1.5
maze.
million on the
That must be why
x-axis,
Atlas published it.
788,000
I'm going to give you the highlights of what you can find in
for a
here.
single quarter step
It's
to
one of the
line
more
up,
difficult
which
areas of the game
caused the game to
because
crash.
the entire thing
Thankfully,
is
there
laid
is
out
a
like a
clever
tunnel.
workaround.
There aren't
If
any
instead,
open
the
routes
stick is
to
left
navigate,
completely
just narrow
neutral, Mario
corridors,
will also
and the
start
hybrid
walking,
takes
and the
full
conditions that
advantage
cause
of
the crash are
it. In
reversed.
fact,
Now,
it
the
seemed
game will
like
crash
he
only if
used the
Mario does
teleporters
complete all
himself to
4
get
quarter
behind
steps
it.
without encountering
The
a
first
collision.
room I found
This
had
means that
that
Mario
which
can move for a
hatches,
single
which
quarter
looks like
step
a
without
disgusting
crashing the
evil
game.
baby hybrid.
However, since the stick
This
is in a
little dude
neutral
says the
position,
hive
it's
is given
impossible to
life
change
by the
your angle
reactor.
at the same time.
And that's about
This
it.
poses an
That's
interesting
my
problem.
bad for expecting deep
Usually,
conversation
navigating
from a
between
baby.
PUs is done by having
Then
a
I found
valid
another
angle
room
and
with
understanding
another
the
that
distance
which
to the
hatches.
exact value you
They're
want.
really
At
pumping
each
these
point,
things
Mario
out there.
pivots
That's
into
good to
the correct
know.
angle for his
This
next
one just says to go to the
position
altar
valid.
and see the prince.
However, in this case, you
We
can't
find
pivot
yet
Mario
another
into
one
position
seemingly
because the
moments
stick
after
needs to be
being
neutral.
born, and it's
The
so
only
young
thing that can
that
be
it
changed
hasn't been
between two
forced into the
frames is
hive
Mario's
mind.
speed.
When it
When the
sees
stick is
us, it
neutral,
starts
Mario
shouting
loses
about
about
something,
1 unit of
pushing into
speed
its
per frame,
mind,
which is
urging it to
extremely slow.
assimilate.
So for this
Kinda
strategy to
sad.
work, this
The
incredibly
species
unlikely
has
scenario
free
needs
will,
to happen.
only
Mario
for a
needs
few
to have an
minutes
angle
before
so
most of
his
them
back
lose
is
it
facing
forever.
towards the door.
I would have thought they were just born already
His
part of
first
the
quarter
club.
step position needs to be in a
By the
ceiling
time I
or
made it
out of
past
bounds
most
so
of the
that he cannot
hatcheries,
move
I
into
was
it.
dangerously
On
low
the next
on
frame,
air.
because
Down
his
to my
speed
last
changes by about
magazine.
1 unit, his
The
need for a
hybrid
quarter
is
step vertical position now needs to be in a valid spot.
Really
so
want to
that
do
it
your
can now
best to
move
save
again.
bullets and
Therefore,
not be like
on the
me.
first frame,
Because
Mario's
there's
first
one more
quarter step
section of the
position
game
needs to
coming up
be
in
at
a
a
bit
point that is out
that
of
becomes
bounds,
much
that is
easier
within
to
1
capture.
quarter of a unit of a point that
One
is not only
last
in
hazard.
bounds, but
As
also
an
within
adult,
this
we've
radius
named
of
that
the
which
point.
speaks.
Such a
It tells
scenario
us
cannot
the
possibly
Vermilion
happen.
stone held in the reactor
Well, it
is
turns
a
out
part
it
of
can
their
happen.
existence.
It doesn't
and
look
allows
like
them
it, but there
continuously
is a
create
tiny
new
gap
life.
between the inside and the
So
outside
if I
of the
take it,
core where
does
there's
the
no
whole
ground
hive
to stand
die?
on, so it is
It'd be
considered
nice
to
to
be
put
out
down
of
the
bounds.
hybrid for good.
Walls have hitboxes that
Not
fill
sure if
most
I
of
really
that
want to
gap.
wipe out
Because
this
there's no
entire
inside wall
species,
here,
you know?
the black space is out of
I
bounds.
guess if they all put the
By
hybrid
very
in our
carefully
world, they
manipulating
just do it
Mario's
again.
speed, angle, and position,
We might be forced to cut the problem.
out of bounds on one frame and inbound
The
on the
final
next.
creature
Just
will
how
encounter
precise
before
is that
arriving at
trick?
the reactor
This
core
trick is
is
so
that
incredibly
which
precise
quivers,
that simple
who's in the
controls and
process
inputs
of
are way
dying
too inaccurate
because the
to
hive
find any
decided
values.
it wasn't useful.
To get around this
It
limitation,
asks
the
us,
camera
as its
position was
final
manipulated.
request, if
By
we'd
pressing
share
and
our
releasing
joy
R at
with
the
it.
waterfall, the
I
camera is
know it was
carefully
kind of weird
positioned
the
in a
last
way
time
that
we
alters
shared
ever so
unfortunately,
slightly
but
the angle at
come
which it
on,
looks
this
at
one's
Mario from
dying,
millions of
and
units
it's
away.
definitely never felt joy.
This specific angle is
So I
perfect for
accept
the
it,
entire
and this time,
manipulation
thankfully,
to line up just
it
right.
doesn't involve licking our eardrums.
Do you see it?
Although I was prepared
Okay,
for it
let me
if
get
that was the
closer.
case. We feel wind hit our
This is
face,
Mario's
and then
next
start to
intended
smell
position
dry
in the
sand.
first frame, which is
We're
out of bounds,
surrounded
so
by
he stays in
warm
his
sunlight
parallel
and smiling
universe.
people.
And that is
And
Mario's
that
new next
triggers
intended
gets scared,
position on the second
because
frame,
now
which is inside of the
it
wall.
doesn't want
So
to be
Mario is able
reabsorbed
to
into the
move,
hive.
and he is in the
This
walking
part kind of got
animation,
me.
albeit
I thought it was poignant.
after being pushed
We're
by the
forced to
wall,
just
he
leave it
ends
there
up in
to
the door's
die,
radius, and
and
he's
the
able to
last
open
thing
it.
it does is become
And this is how the
self-aware,
first Bowser fight is
referring to
taken
itself
entirely,
as
and Mario
I
enters the
instead
castle
of we.
basement without a key.
It's been a long time since our characters felt joy. There's nothing happy going on down here, but even just the memory of it was enough to shake the monster back to its senses. Would it have been better to just deny its request and let it get reabsorbed, never knowing what happiness felt like? Or was it worth it to experience something so overwhelming and confusing after being deemed worthless by the collective? Feels like a damned if you do, damned if you don't situation. Well, our last stop is the reactor
Here, since
part.
Mario entered
A
the room
room
from
that looks
the inside
partially
out, and appears
organic
outside
and
once he's
actually
in the
does
castle.
beat like a real
This
heart.
dark room is used during the door
Renee
opening
says it feels
cutscene,
like
so
something
there is
out
a
of
real
Dante,
floor inside.
and
However,
wonders why
there
the
are no
government
walls,
would
so
leave it
once
here.
Mario hits the
I
inside wall, it
kind of
pushes
think,
him
though,
back
that
inside.
nobody's ever seen
We
this
can
before.
also see the entry
There's no
water
way the
interaction
government
that I
knows this
talked
is here,
about
right?
earlier. As soon
It
as
would
Mario
make sense
enters
if that
water,
big
he
fusion
instantly
reactor in the
snaps
mesh
the
was
surface
based
and
on
enters the
this.
swimming state.
But from what the hive
This
says,
is called
humans
dive
don't
climbing.
just show up
The way
here.
it works is quite
So it's
simple.
not like people
Mario is
came
on the
in and
very edge of
studied
the
it.
platform, but he's facing
Maybe
away
the
from
Holy
the
Ring's
platform
high
with a tiny
priest
gap.
was some kind of
And the next
middleman
frame,
who
he's off
passed
the platform,
alien
he's
knowledge
pushed
to the
into the falling
government.
state, and
It's gotta be something like that.
At the same time, the joystick is
We're able
held
to remove
towards
the
the
vermilion
platform.
stone with
The
no
frame
trouble,
after he
and the
dies,
room
he
goes
moves
dark.
back on the platform
But the
until
hybrid
he
is still
lands on his
alive
feet.
and spawns
However,
right
on the
outside to
next
try and
frame,
stop
he
you.
slides off the platform
If you can
again.
make it past
So the
it,
cycle repeats
all you
and
have
he
to
can
do now
dive and
is
swim.
throw the stone to the
Since
next
diving
warp
gives
point,
Mario
and
a
you'll be
flat
home
50
free for
bonus
a while.
speed, this quick diving
Now
and landing
this
makes Mario
is
excel
where
much
things go
faster
off the
than
rails,
usual,
okay?
sailing at
The whole conspiracy starts to
Here, Mario
unravel,
performs a
and I don't
weird-looking
blame you
walk.
if it feels like a lot to
This is called the
process.
glitchy walking.
To be
Here's the
honest
slow
though,
walk.
this might be
When
one of
Mario
my
collides
favorite
with the wall
sequences in a
hitbox, the
game
game will push
ever.
Mario to a
It's
point
very
50 units
cool.
away perpendicular to the wall.
After
If
activating
he
the
goes
warp
into a corner,
device,
then
we
he will be
drop
inside
into
of
the
two
data
wall
storage
hitboxes
room.
at once.
To
In
our
that
right
case, the
is
game
a door
pushes
that leads to a
250
bizarre
units to
pitch
the
black
wall,
wall
then
that
50
can't be
units
passed
to the
yet.
other. But in what order?
Directly forward
I think
is a
that doesn't matter
plant-like
since it
terminal
happens
that
within the same
sprouts a
corner
web
step
of
and
blood
Mario's never
vessels that
actually
twist and
found
distort
inside
into
the wall.
computer chips.
Well, it
Then
actually
the
does
whole
matter.
of our being is
The game has a
taken
variable
and
in memory
transferred
that
into a
references
digital
which wall
form.
Mario is currently
For
interacting
the first few
with. It only
seconds,
has
it's an
one.
all-out
As a
assault on your
result, the
senses.
second wall's reference will overwrite the first, and so the first wall will be unreferenced. This is why in every corner between two walls,
The room
Mario can run
flashes,
against one
a distorted siren wails out, and garbage text fills up the screen.
The other
In
wall
our
becomes
mind,
normal, and
I
Mario will
guess,
push against
a
it.
voice informs
Now,
us
the
that
way
it's
glitchy
adjusting his
walking
environment to our
happens
human
requires a
brain.
specific set of
And
conditions.
gradually, the
Because
text
this wall
becomes
is
readable,
unreferenced, if
a
Mario is
flashing
simply in a
stops,
corner between
and the
the walls,
siren
he
morphs into
is
what
able
could be
to
called
walk this
music.
wall, because the game will check
We're
for
then
resemblances
warned
this
that an
wall instead.
unusual
If the walk
bioelectric
is
data
impossible,
matrix
Mario needs to
has
face one of
bypassed the
45
usual
units of the wall
protocols
he needs to
and
walk.
made it into the core
What
of the
needs
data
to happen
storage
is
room.
that Mario needs to
That must be
enter
us,
this wall on
or
one of the
Renee,
quarter steps of the
potentially
staircase,
both.
then hit the corner of
The
the
system
later
decides to initiate
This
a
can happen
request to
while
execute
Mario is
removal
at the right
procedures,
angle, which
but
means
it
that
doesn't get
even though he can
approved right
move
away,
the wall,
and we're
he
free to
still
walk
has
around
the
for the time
opponent
being.
So in
Unfortunately,
this case,
Renee
Mario
is
hits
gone
the wall.
again,
His first
and
one
I'm not sure how
the
easy
game
it's going
pushes
to be
him
to
back,
find
as he
her.
was also moving
Take a
towards
few
the other
steps
wall.
forward,
At
and a
this point,
voice
this
calls
is the
out for us
reference
to
wall,
halt.
and because Mario's coming
You'll
from
notice
heaven,
there's nobody
the
there,
frame
except
will be
there
able to walk
is.
through.
You
On
see
the
this
next
red
corner step, the same thing happens.
This
He
right
moves to the
here,
left a little bit
well, that's
more.
what's talking to us.
Eventually, on the last corner
Maybe
step,
imagine
Mario
it
ends
as
up in
like
the
a
corner
physical
of the wall,
representation of a
with the ridge of
computer.
his hand will hit this wall first, and
This
this wall
is that
second.
which divides,
Now at this point,
controls
Mario's already
access to
set to be able to
bioelectric
walk into
data
the frame,
matrices.
but since then, the
It
reference
says that
wall
because of the
changes.
intrusion,
So he is able to
prey
walk
they've
it,
collected
off the
and
other wall,
converted to
which is
data
nearly
that
parallel.
become restless
When
and
walking,
decide to scan
the wall
us to
acts
see
like
if where the intruder.
Mario comes off the wall.
After a few seconds pass, it
This is
determines
why
that
Mario
we
is
do
able to
have the
watch it,
signature
yet stay
sign
roughly in
red,
the same direction.
but we also resemble
Mario
a being
performs a
known
different
as an
type of
old
BL2
one.
called the
In
side
fact,
angle.
our
The
signature
way
is
it
almost
happens is
identical.
similar to that grinding.
That which
Since
divides
Mario's
says
angle is ever so
bioelectric
slightly
pattern
off
has
from
been
the
altered,
lower step
and then grants us minimum level security clearance and instructs us to assist the hive in the capture of the anomaly.
But on the next plane,
It almost feels like they're asking us to find and kill ourselves, but
this
we
cycle
might as well
repeats
take
itself
advantage of
every
that
turn,
confusion
letting
about
Mario gather enough backward speed so that none of his characters
with minimum level clearance, there
He
are a
also
few
lands
things
on
we
the
can do
fence for
about
one
it.
frame, which makes him go into
The ground
silence.
floor is
This
basically
allows
laid
Mario
out
to
as
change
a
his
long
angle
hallway that goes down the center, with several square-shaped rooms
The
connected
bounce
to
on the ground
corridors
also
around the
allows him
perimeter.
to hit the back wall.
Most of these square-shaped rooms have
While
data
sliding
ghosts from a
backwards,
mesh
which doesn't
standing
allow
in the
him to
middle.
grab away. sitting in
The first one I came across
He
was
also
Ogari,
completely bypassed
which seems
our
quite
guards.
normal and put together given the
This
circumstances.
is simply because the loading screen
Ogari says he's been here for a long time, but he's never seen anyone get access keys. Then I found Yuria, who suggests we visit that which reveals if we like to find what we're looking for. Although she doesn't say where to find said being. After that, I spoke with Mikhail, who asks to come inside us? I can't say that in a video. What? Dinner first? Of course I said yes. I had to know what happened. And what happens is, he flies into us and disappears. Then he thanks us, and that's it. He's gone. It's so unnerving. Like, what just happened? Unless I missed something, nobody mentions this ever again. You don't see the guy. He just, like, merged with us.
The game tracks when Mario is under
Well, I hope it was worth it.
If Mario hits
On the other side of the floor, I found a familiar face. It's Mario. Long time no see. Hey, we avenged your friend. Kamiya eats shit back on the second floor. Mario doesn't really say much, but it's nice to see someone who knows me. Or maybe not, since that means he's dead. Nearby Mario is someone named Toru, who's got a greenish glow, and seems to be pretty knowledgeable about where we are. I wonder if he was a cultist and get like special treatment here or something. Toru says the old ones store all of their information here in the data storage room, and likens this place to their version of cyberspace. So, we're inside the alien internet. Apparently, the old ones keep data copies of all of their victims, and sometimes compress them to make more space, which, according to Toru, is even more painful than dying. Seems pretty bleak, although some people, like Marudashi, are as fanatical as ever, and view it as a wonderful world of pure spirit, and evidence of the Dark Messiah's immense power. Different strokes, I guess. After you're tired of talking to these digital people, there's another thing you don't want to miss. A little device you can find in this yellow orb named that which reveals. You might as well think of this as evil alien Wikipedia because that's basically what it is. What does it reveal? How about the entire backstory of the game, organized into 8 selectable topics? Talk about an exposition dump. There are like 3 pages of choices here. Now, to its credit, it does kind of pace out this massive amount of information. Some of the choices are restricted to higher security clearance levels, so you take breaks to solve puzzles and stuff, and then come back if you want, right? But I don't know, I still think it's a little funny. I respect the artistic decision to portray it like this, but I sort of wish these reveals were presented any other way than a glossary of terms. Anyway, I digress. It's wild stuff regardless. For the purposes of this video, I'm just going to summarize the entirety of it right now. I feel like it's more useful for you if I lay it out in linear fashion rather than jumping back and forth. So, here goes. The Hive is an ancient civilization adapted for interstellar colonization. Its eldest members, fittingly known as the Old Ones, have lived through 3 cataclysms and have assimilated countless worlds, even in galaxies beyond ours, by merging with any corporeal matter they come across. The center of the Hive is a control area known as the Altar, which is under direct command of the Prince. As navigator of the Hive, the Prince is responsible for locating planets with psychic energy, and then converting to a physical form to partake in the invasion. The Hive's level of knowledge is like nothing we can imagine. For starters, they have detailed digital records dating back to the moment the Old Ones corporealized. The records are overseen by a being of almost pure psychic energy known as that which judges, we already heard a little bit about. They've also mastered control of space-time and can bend it for transportation, which is how the Old Ones we've been seeing work. The Hive even uses this power to master the art of torture and deception. They're capable of creating non-Euclidean spaces and have a complete area called the Conversion Room, dedicated to using these nightmare-like locations to draw out their prey. You can't get much more classic than Shin Megami Tensei on the Super Famicom. Its release in 1992 marked a new beginning for the Megami Tensei franchise as the first game to make a clean break from its origins in the Digital Devil Story novel series. With its unique contemporary setting, dark atmosphere, iconic demon designs, unforgettable music, and innovative alignment and party-building systems, Shin Megami Tensei can be considered a fully realized version of the intriguing concepts that its 2 predecessors introduced. first. If the digital double story games are the roots of the franchise, then you can think of Shin Megami Tensei as the sapling that would grow into a towering tree with branches stretching in all directions. Plant metaphors aside, we're talking about some pretty influential shit. Countless games have seen inspiration from Shin Megami Tensei, and every day, new fans are finding themselves interested in the series with its latest release priced around the corner. Whether you're a longtime Megami Tensei fan interested in revisiting the classics, or you just found out about these games yesterday, you might be wondering, does the original Shin Megami Tensei hold up today? Is it really worth the time, or are the game's innovations bogged down by tedious mechanics and outdated gameplay? Considering how many ports Shin Megami Tensei has received across a wide variety of platforms, which version would be the best to start with? Well, we're going to try to answer all of those things as we take a deep dive into the origins of the beloved mainline Shin Megami Tensei series. The bulk of this video will be focused on an extended playthrough and discussion of the game's Super Famicom release. Afterwards, we'll explore its various ports, from the Sega CD to the PC Engine, and even the Game Boy Advance and iPhone. Feel free to check the description and skip ahead to what you're most interested in. Otherwise, settle in and get ready for one hell of a story.
I got it. I answered it.
Turn the game on, press start, and you find yourself being pulled down a strange, hazy corridor. Suddenly, a gate slams shut in front of you, and a stern-looking face demands to hear your name. It explains that you have power lying dormant within you, and already, it's time to pick our character's stats. Let's check it out. Our available stats are Strength, Intelligence, Magic, Vitality, Speed, and Luck. Your standard stuff. As you might imagine, stats like Strength and Vitality affect things such as your attack power and HP, while Intelligence and Magic determine your ability to attack with and defend against spells, as well as your conversational prowess. Speed allows your character to act quicker and hit more often, and Luck can affect a handful of things such as your character's chance to evade an attack or escape from battles. As is tradition with most Megami Tensei protagonists,
I'm just coming back in to say I am going to go to bed now. So if people need me, people don't really want me, don't need me, but if I'll probably just keep this just like live streaming, and I might just go to bed to it. So yeah, I was just coming in to say good night, and hopefully still be streaming this. Alright, good night.
down the hallway, you see a cross spinning rapidly towards you, and as it plants itself on the ground in front of you, a crucified figure materializes onto it. You're told to call the figure's name to awaken it. This is our law hero. For people already used to Megami Tensei, this scene may not seem very significant, but I think it does an excellent job of portraying the scale and sinister tone of this adventure. This little sequence is actually one of my first exposures to the franchise, and I remember feeling totally mystified and intrigued by it. In the first 5 minutes, you're already well aware that this shit isn't going to be your usual fantasy RPG. So, let's give this guy a name. I decided on Charlie to continue my tradition of honoring that guy who's constantly holding his balls in Shin Megami Tensei. As for his stats, well, it's up to you. You can make a physical strength-based build if you want to, but I opted to start off with a handful of weapon and magic-based skills. If you're the kind of person that likes min-maxing, you can definitely do that, but for everyone else, just about any build is viable enough. Finish up, and Charlotte joins our party as we make our way further into the corridors. Next, we see a demon hunched over another figure who's been knocked to the ground. It explains that this is the soul of a weak man who seeks power, and so, we need to call out for him to wake him up. I decided to name our Chaos Hero Naoki. This is a backup name I often use when I'm playing games in Japanese, and I thought it sounded good enough. I know there's some names for these guys floating around out there in a manga or a novel or some shit, but I couldn't be asked. One of the best parts of playing these games is getting attached to your party because of the names you give them. Like the Law Hero, I gave this guy another magic-based build just for fun. So, squad decked out and ready to roll, we continue through a door and find a woman named Kiriko bathing in a small pond. She says she's been waiting for us as our eternal partner, and after stepping out of there and taking a few more steps, the voice of our mother interrupts everything and wakes us up. We reappear in our room in bed, likely drenched in piss after experiencing that acid trip of the night. A message is waiting for us on our computer from a guy named Steven. He frantically explains that our world is in grave danger. Ancient demons are reawakening and reclaiming the earth. Attached to the message is a downloadable demon summoning tool, which will allow us to use the power of demons to fight, negotiate, and hopefully survive for longer than a few seconds once shit hits the fan. As one typically does when they receive an email from a crazy guy offering you a way to summon demons, we decide to hold on to it for you. Our nightmare and that strange message are definitely a lot to unpack, but it's nothing a good breath of fresh air won't solve. As we step out of our room, Mom explains that we slept through all of the caution last night. There's a huge police presence outside, and it seems like something serious is going to happen. Despite the fact that cops are everywhere and we've been promised a demonic apocalypse, some things never change, and Mom needs her car. So, she hands us our allowance for the month and sends us out to get some. Let's do this shit. On your way out of the house, don't forget to say hi to Pascal, the dog. Ignoring the fact that he has blue fur and red eyes, he's pretty cute, so be sure you don't miss it. Listening to him bark is probably the single most important moment in all of it. So really take it all in before you step outside, because you'll probably never find peace again. Ready? Okay. Outside, the town is ours to explore. You'll notice pretty quickly, however, that you can't go far. Most roads are blocked off by the police, and many of the buildings are locked. Fortunately, the shopping center is still open, and there's a lot to see. Inside, you've got a variety of shops to like. Armor, weapons, and medicine are all freely available for you to purchase. If you're feeling proactive, feel free to blow through your mental allowance on cheap equipment and drugs. You'll also find a cafe where you start to get a feel for what's going on in town. It seems a female student from a nearby school has been killed and dismembered in Inokashira Park, and the police are out in force to keep her cold. In addition to that, apparently, the director of the hospital does some shady experiments in the building closes for the time. As you talk to all the customers at the cafe, eventually you come across one sitting alone in the back of the place. It's Yuriko from our dream, who seems to taunt you as she mysteriously laughs at seeing you. If it weren't for the massive shit our character just dropped in his pants, I'd imagine he'd be pretty intrigued by the possibility of his wet dream becoming a reality. After you're satisfied gathering information in here, drop by the cash register and pick up the coffee. The owner of the place gives it to us to take home for free and says we can pay him later. Outside the cafe, there are a few more things to check out. One is an antique store that sells some really expensive pieces of art. Now, you didn't hear it from me, but this guy actually we'll check that out later. You may also come across this gang of assorted punks wandering in the area while it's hanging out. They immediately tell you to get lost, so sure they can find out. Now, the most important thing you're going to find here is this guy behind the drum. As you approach him, he seems really freaked out and threatens to attack you if you come any closer. Mere seconds after saying this, a fucking bloated purple monkey flies in and cuts his throat. You barely get a chance to react before it slams into you and runs away. Holy shit. Well, rather than tell the police, the owner of the store, or literally anyone what just happened, we decide to pick up the knife the guy was holding and head back home to deliver Mom's coffee. It's what a good son would do. After getting back, there's not much to do except sleep. I know we've only been away for like 10 minutes, but honestly, I'd probably do the same thing if I was having to take a cruise. As you might guess, we return home. Charlie and Alex rejoin us, and this time, we run up on a group of guys preparing to sacrifice a woman without a demon. You have the option of saving her. This is your first instance of no matter what you pick, the outcome is the same. But your attitude going into the choice will determine which way your line will swing. As we interrupt the ceremony, we again call out the names. I opt with the name of Red. Feel free to assign her whatever stats you want, though I'd recommend you focus on magic and skill. As things calm down, she thanks us and explains that we're destined to be together soon, though we will be separated not long after.
At 34 years old, Kim Jong-un is one of the youngest.
Yet again, we receive a message on our computer from Steve. He dropped us a new file with the auto mapping program, which generates a map for us as we explore different locations. Okay. Mom mentions that overnight she heard us calling out the name of Ray, who happens to live just next door to us. I think we should better roll. Step outside and it quickly becomes clear that things have escalated. Almost immediately, you're going to get a demon encounter. let's take a look at the battles. If you played other Megami Tensei games from this era, then you already know what to expect. If not, well, it's a simple yet effective system. When a demon appears, you can fight it, try to escape, attempt to negotiate with it, or set the battle to play out automatically. Choosing fight allows you to switch between sword, gun attacks, and if you've got spells, you can access those here too. Activating your computer allows you to summon and remove demons from your active party in combat, as well as rearrange your party order. Party order allows you to strategize by placing your heavy-hitting, high-powered characters in the front, where they'll take most of the damage, and placing your more fragile casters or range attackers in the back. Be sure you don't forget to consider your party order. Provided your positioning is good, you can blow through battles and you really have to worry about your body. Aside from this, naturally, you can use items if you have any, and also defend to reduce your income damage. Demon negotiation is pretty self-explanatory. When you start a conversation, you can either choose to take a friendly or threatening attitude, and from there, you just see how the demon reacts and keep going. Try to cater to what you think a demon wants to hear. Keep in mind that many cannot be recruited no matter the circumstances. It's a good rule of thumb to at least attempt a conversation on each one to see if they're willing to talk. As I mentioned earlier, the higher your intelligence status, the easier these negotiations tend to go. Though it's also totally possible to get more good or it's smart to keep your team stocked up whenever you can. You'll always be ready for combat, and you'll have plenty of candidates for demon fusion to strengthen your party. This system is pretty solid on paper, though as you'll learn through the course of this video, there exists great potential to heavily exploit. Naturally, it doesn't have any of the advanced mechanics from later entries in the series, but despite its simplicity, it can still be pretty fun. Combat's usually quick. Individual battles rarely last longer than 30 seconds or a minute. This is a good thing, because as you'll notice when you explore the city and the dungeon that follow, the encounter rate in this game can be ridiculous. Many times you'll be seeing encounter after encounter, step after step, and that shit can get pretty annoying if you're just trying to get to the end of a hallway or something. In these cases, you'll likely find yourself setting battles to auto instead of actually playing them, and that can definitely get repetitive. There are items and spells to alleviate the encounter rate, but I don't think the game would have suffered if they cut it back just a little bit. I'll elaborate more later on how battles can be made shockingly easy, quite literally, but for now, let's keep going. So, when we get to Ray's house, she seems pretty confused. She's just trying to go on a date with her boyfriend today, and she has no memory of any rituals. Well, there's not much else we can do here right now, so let's do it. Next up, let's check out that card. The student will learn about the supposed name. Casually slash your way through several demons, and eventually, this old dude pops up on the screen in front of you. He already knows who we are, and gives us a little philosophical rant, just sitting there in the middle of the room. He asks us if we decide with law, chaos, or perhaps neither, and then walks us around some kind of dungeon to test our strength. Listen, I did not consent to this. When we arrived, both Charlie and now are still manifesting as strange figures, so it's clear that this is a forced dream of some sort. You don't have to worry about exploring this dungeon, because you quite literally get dragged. After a minute, your mother appears and seems really accepting of here, but we get pulled past her and tossed into a room where a doctor is holding a ceremony of some sort. Sounds familiar, doesn't it? He transforms into a pretty intimidating looking demon, and after just a single turn of combat, one-shots the shit out of him. Don't even worry about his strength. You can't. So, when you pulled out of the stream, this fucking geezer's all like, well, I guess you're not strong enough yet. I mean, I'd like to see you get forced into an acid trip and see just how effective you are at demon fighting. Anyway, hallway passage is open now, and there's a building up ahead you get into. It actually has some pretty important things in it, though we can't make much use of them yet. One is the Cathedral of Shadows. Once we have demons, we can fuse them together to make new ones. The other is a new one to revive our team and their status updates. You know, this is kind of crazy. The apocalypse hasn't even really happened yet here's this cultist-looking ass guy talking about fusing demons in some building in the park. Like, is he just a groundskeeper in a Halloween costume or some shit? Or you know, if anything, I guess it's the hint that things aren't going back to normal anytime soon. So, with nothing left to do, get back home. Except this time, the law catches up to us. The police explain that we're under arrest because our fingerprints were found at the shopping center that guy got killed by a demon. This is like the most logical thing that happened in the game. What did you think was going to happen when you not only witnessed a murder and said nothing, but pulled out the murder weapon and started swinging around in the street. The protagonist of this game is either the biggest idiot in the world, or he just gives zero shits whatsoever. Afterwards, they throw us in jail. Except, this is a hospital. And you know what happens in the hospital, right? Yeah, that crazy-ass doctor is gonna sacrifice us for zero experience. I'm pretty sure this falls under cold on you. Luckily, we've got a partner in crime now inside. Sharing our cell is none other than Charlie, the law hero, in the flesh. He recognizes us from our dreams and explains that he was arrested after defending himself from demons while searching for his girlfriend, Ray. Huh. Crazy how that all works out. On the way out of our cell to leave, it appears, a doctor comes in and says it's time for surgery. Charlie charges into him and knocks him out. From here, it's time for our first real dungeon of the game. The hospital is about as simple as you'd expect for the first level. There are only a couple of floors to navigate, and each are quite smooth. As you explore and fight demons, you're gonna level up pretty rapidly, so be sure you're making the most of your early stuff. My law hero with meachew came in handy with powerful attacks, so don't forget to use your spells. Even though it's really early on, you can still get wiped out if you're a bit reckless. The biggest thing you want to do first in this dungeon is find Steve. He gives us a lore dump that explains that he invented the demon summoning program after being unable to communicate with the demon he encountered while working on a series of teleportation devices called the terminal system, something which gravely wounded him. He explains that the program was sent out to a huge number of people to increase the chances the demon could be under control. Also, the terminal system has been taken over by a guy called Goto, who's using the program to create his own demon body. Steven gives us the demon analyzer program, which functions as a way for us to view an enemy's stats and move list. Nice. Well, let's get the fuck out of here. Steven instructs us to get to the director's room on the second floor so we can flip a switch and escape through the locked door. Once you get there, it's time for a boss battle with the hospital director, who's actually a demon called Arias. Just go hard on this guy with as much attack power as you can. My strategy is to attack with physical attacks on the protagonist and match with our law hero, with the protagonist using medicine on anyone who needs it. After a handful of turns putting out consistent damage, the boss goes down and we're home free. At this point, you're going to want to check out the mall again to get our next party. Inside, you see that same gang of guys as before, the dude named Ozal threatening a guy on the floor. Charlie decides to step in, and the group quickly decides whatever they're doing is for the fight. You know this. It's now, chaos. The second guy from our dreams. Understandably, he's pretty pissed off about getting beaten up, and he decides to join up with us to fight back against Ozal's gang and the demons. Alright, the whole squad's here. Feel free to stock up on anything over here, and stop by the cafe for some food. One guy owns a strange abandoned building called the Echo Building, so you might want to check out soon. For now, there's little else to do but head back. When we greet our mother, something seems wrong about her. She insists that we come closer to her, and our friends can tell that things aren't quite right. Sure enough, our mother turns out to be the demon who ate her. We've got no choice but to fight. Shit. Well, Amana Sakugami is a bit tougher than Arias, but not by much. Blast this thing with spells, keep your health topped off, and look out for silence inflicting moccasins. This will prevent you from casting, though even if that happens, you'll probably be fine anyway, just keep using physical attacks and medicine. When the fight's over and the dust settles, your friends awkwardly try to comfort you about what just happened. Famously, Charlie tells you to try not to feel too bad, after which, now he essentially tells him to shut the fuck up. Suddenly, Pascal starts barking at us. We decide to bring him along with us because, why not? Well, considering we've got no reason to go home ever again, I guess our next move is to check out that Echo Building and see if it's got anything to do with what's been going on. Usually it's locked up, but the demon we just beat happened to drop a key card, and that'll get us in. Before you go, you might consider doing a few things to prepare. First, remember the antique store? It turns out, like I said, this guy isn't actually an art dealer or anything like that. He just wants to sell you an MP5 submachine gun. If you can afford it, try to get a gun for your character. While Charlie and Naoki do join your party with guns of their own, it can be useful to have one on every human party. Machine guns tend to be the best because they target entire groups of enemies at once, though there are plenty of great single-shot weapons to pack a punch too. The coolest thing about the firearms in this game is that they don't actually use ammo. You have to purchase the item with all bullets and equip it, but once you do that, you got infinite shells. You can swap these normal bullets out for different kinds that inflict status effects such as charming an enemy. And yes, considering there there is no limit to how many times these can be fired, it can be as overpowered as it sounds, even against monsters. Keep it calm. Another thing we can do is gather some demons from PvP. It wouldn't hurt to have some extra help in our party for what's to come, right? Once you recruit something, head back into the Cathedral Shadows we found earlier and see what you can fuse. Like right here, see? We got a pixie and, our dog. Yeah, you can fuse your fucking dog as well. It feels kind of bad to see it get melted down into demon goo, but he returns to normal self with the ability to speak English. Because his Cerberus, he's far above our level, and typically you'd never be allowed to fuse something at such a high level this early, but I guess Pascal was built differently, and we're able to it. He costs over $1,000 to summon to your active party, and once he's there, the next part of the game becomes a complete check. Now, you don't have to fuse away your precious dog, and I can see why you might not want to do that, but trust me, it's a good idea. So, with a brand new gun and a sonic dog by our side, it's time to go on a little trip of the Echo. Who said video games were bad influence? The Echo building is right below the Kichijoji Mall. Though it's 5 floors, it's extremely simple. You actually have the choice of taking an elevator all the way to the top and bypassing literally everything. Though I recommend finding your way through it and taking the stairs to pick up some treasure along the way. You can find a handful of incense items in this place that will increase your stats, and they're very easy to locate, so it's worth checking out. If you haven't already, when you get to the 5th floor, you may want to summon Cerberus. Yuriko appears and notices that we're determined to continue forward. She admits that we're powerful enough to do anything we set our mind to, and moves out of the way. Head into the room behind her marks Terminal, and a familiar scene plays out. A doctor is throwing a strange ceremony, and as revenge for interrupting, he transforms into the demon Dome. Let's show this little shitter image. Surprisingly, he has a pretty big pool of health, nearly 400 points. If you're just rolling with your friends, it can potentially be a long battle. This is where Cerberus comes in. His basic attacks do over 100 damage per hit, meaning you can end this whole thing in 3 or 4 turns. The only thing Gomon can do if you're a wrench in your plan is to get lucky with the spell Shiba, which can grind. He actually has Cerberus, meaning he was as good as useless for
Creepypasta. I watched this video
this
before.
can be fixed with the spell, but if other members of your team get minded too, then it's entirely possible the groups have to wait it out, and that can be deadly. Luckily, as soon as the effect wore off, I was able to quickly attack the Cerberus and finish this guy off. When he goes down, you notice a computer in the back. Cerberus starts to growl at it, and then he attacks it, but it moves him away. And well, he's gone. Shit. Guess it was nice having him while it lasted. Well, these are the terminals that Zach was talking about. Teleportation devices that can take us to different points we unlock around the city. For now, the only place we can warp to is the map. So, let's head in and see what's going on. Predictably, it's crawling with demons. One guy who was apparently an employee of the lab that got turned into a zombie explains that the building was rushed and taken over by zombies. Outside, we run into the reporter, thinks we're fresh demons from the abyss, but quickly realizes that our human skin isn't a costume and attacks us. He goes down in just a few hits, but at this point, it's pretty clear that the invasion's in full swing. You can also find Steven in this building, who asks what we think of his demon summoning program, and even offers to increase its storage capacity so we can recruit additional party members. What a guy. Aside from a few more scattered items, there isn't much else to do. Outside, however, and we're in a fresh area. The boundaries blocked their way to the south to advance from police officers to soldiers, and they explain the martial laws in place. To the north stretches a pretty expansive news-like map with a handful of buildings and branching paths to explore. Walking down these residential streets still seems peaceful, even though the world's absolutely noisy. That's one of the things I like the most about the first chunk of this series. The atmosphere is something really unique that I haven't found in any other game. As mysterious and downright disturbing as this game can be, it feels equally as relaxing and kind of carefree, creating a very surreal feeling. The invasion never quite feels like out of your game. You and your friends have little trouble taking out every demon you encounter, though you can tell that they continue to rise and coil in the worst. The amount of paths might be a little confusing, but eventually you'll find your way to the shit you want. This is our next hub. Consider it the Kichijoji Mall on steroids. It's much bigger, with many more shops, the Cathedral Shadows, and a handful of bars. The bars are your best source of information, officer Goto, the guy Steven mentioned earlier. Apparently, he's trying to take control of the invading demons in order to fight off the invading American army, who were sent to wipe out the invasion entirely. Goto believes that he can use demonic power to make Japan a better place, but against all the tyrannical state the Americans are trying to set up. Oh my god! Strangely, as I was leaving this bar, Jack fucking Frost popped up in the middle of it and tried to murder me in front of everyone. I think that's pretty ballsy of him to try to humiliate me publicly like that, but I appreciate his attempt at keeping things interesting. Next up, we've got the Law Line, which is filled with American soldiers who humorously speak with very poor grammar to reflect the relative lack of skill in the Japanese language. They're being led by the American ambassador Thorman, and yes, his name is Thorman. I really wonder who that might apply to. Finally, we've got the neutral bar, who are members of the Resistance. The Resistance is led by a woman called Ray. Interestingly, a different Ray than our next door neighbor. We'll talk a bit more about that. The Resistance is working to keep the conflict between Goto and Thorman from getting too severe, so they run sabotage missions against each side. Essentially, they're just trying to look after the people of Tokyo with no thirst for weight or power, and are clearly the most rational of the bunch. If you talk to the bartender here, they'll give you a little quiz about demons and relying on higher powers. If you disagree with each of the alignment-based questions, they'll hand you a bar matchbook you can use downstairs to meet more members of the Resistance. Before we head downstairs to meet up with the Resistance, be sure you find the terminal in here, because you can use this to jump back to Kichiyoji if you ever need to. Also, in addition to alignment-focused bars, there are also different healers that correspond to alignment. Using a law line healer, for example, will have your alignment tip slightly towards law, and it favors law line demons. If you're looking for a specific ending, keep these in mind. Downstairs, you run into a guy who's protecting an off-limits area. Show him the bar matchbook and allowed past, where we meet Ray, the leader of the Resistance. She remembers all three of us from the dreams, meaning the other Ray, Charlie's girlfriend, happened to be the wrong one the entire time. She asked us for our help in de-escalating the conflict between Japan and America, and also go on a mission to rescue other girls named Ray that have been kidnapped for the purposes of finding this one and destroying the Resistance. Both Charlie and Naoki are excited for their own. Charlie can find his girlfriend, and Naoki can get back at Ozawa's gang, who seem to be helping Goto carry out his dirty. Everything sounds all peachy fucking perfect until Yuriko works in, grabs Ray, and immediately escapes. Oops. Guess we led Yuriko straight to him. Shit has to release. We gotta go track Ray down before it's too late. You might be wondering, where did they go? Well, you can find a tip if you walk all the way back to the neutral bar. A guy says that she's scheduled to be executed at the Tokyo government house. Still kind of cryptic, and I feel like it's unlikely that someone would walk all the way back here to find that, but whatever. If you don't
Hello
find
there,
it by
Internet,
process
well, welcome
elimination
back
first,
to another video.
it's
Today we're doing
semi-important
just a
to think
one-off
of
video, but I feel like this creator deserves
It can
their
help to
own
have
kind of
some demons
spotlight
before
for a
hitting.
video. In
Be sure
honesty,
you're fully
the
healed.
past videos they've done
We're gonna
I've
have
really,
ourselves
really
a marathon.
enjoyed, and I think it's time that
Inside
I
is
push
Golden
this
Guard's
person
the
out there, or at least try to
No
with whatever
initial
kind
shows
of
spectators to avoid being detected, but
Continue
as
at your
Yuri
own risk.
explains to the massive audience why Ray deserves to be killed for her crimes against
Here we go.
Goto, she quickly
I did
notices us
react
and
to it.
spoils the whole thing, and summons a horde of enemies to take care of it. Let's do it. The first round is against 8 zombie cops who are vulnerable to fire. If you're running a magic build on the Chaos Hero, targeting fire spells will make sure you work. You can also bring along Pyro
Because the style that they go for, it reminds me of Urban
these spells
Super,
and imagine the
but
fights
without
significantly tougher, because you're going to have to deal
serial
with being hit
killer,
several times per turn if you don't bring
extreme
them fast.
themes involved.
After you
It's
finish
kind of
these
got the
guys
same
off, you have to
vibe, that
face
same
8
kind of
zombie soldiers.
She will attempt to
Again,
get closer,
fire spells are
the lights, remove your
You
clothing,
can
and sit
definitely
in
pack
the
in the
turret.
damage if you get hit by 4 or 5 of these guys in
Place
the
the tab
same
and
sprint.
force it, close
Round
your
3
eyes.
is against more soldiers, as well as a group of spirit demons. And round 4 is against more spirits and a couple of demons. Throw out your best match. Fire continues to work, as do sand spells. If you've been boosting strength on your protagonist, it can be a good idea to use him for weapon correctly since they're Make it through all of this, and Yuriko finally gives up, leaving you to rescue Ray. She expresses her gratitude for her help and decides to head back to the bar, since the Resistance base is no longer in place.
That's very
feel like
specific.
the bar is even worse.
If you hear any
but
noises
I'm
or
not
feel a
gonna
presence
push it.
behind you, do not
Before heading
turn
back to
around.
meet up with
Do
her
not
again,
open your
there's
eyes.
one more thing we can do
Ask
outside.
aloud, why
To
did
the
you fall in the
north of the
bathroom?
Tokyo government
Do not
office is a
expect any
smaller
response.
building where
Your
ozone
question
is
is in the
high.
air for a few seconds.
This isn't required. You aren't explicitly told to
Keeping
do
your eyes
it,
closed,
but
stand
it's
up
what you
and
need
slowly get out
offers
of
you
the
a chance to get some additional
Why would you do this?
Essentially,
Why?
we find him
Be
lurking
careful
around the
if you
back
dry
door,
yourself
and now he's
at this
eager to
point,
get back
because
at
what is
it.
the point?
Ozawa mocks us and does his villain thing,
Go to your
then reveals
bedroom
he
without
doesn't care
turning
about
on any
Goto or the resistance at all. He just
That
wants
seems
power.
kind of
Then he summons a
urban
skeleton
legend.
for us to fight and leaves. This guy's pretty simple.
Just remain uncrude.
He did manage to one-shot my
One of the
pyro
few
jack with an
techniques that
attack
the
that did over
anime
100
real
damage,
or
and that
was
shit was
real
pretty
in
scary.
advertising.
Unfortunately,
Following the
none of my
screenshot
human
from
party
early
members
2000
were.
website
Just
Jack
beware that he can do some pretty heavy damage. Try to knock him out as fast as you can. Like I mentioned, all you get for this is just a bit of experience, but it's a neat little side mission. You might as well do it since you're so great. Back to the bar,
I feel like that's
Ray
actually
again
a
thanks
real
us for
thing.
saving her life,
Internet
and ensuring
lore
that Tokyo has some hope in the future. She explains that the Ray Charlie is looking for is being held
Obviously, you hear
somewhere
about
in
urban legends
Chicago.
like
She tells Naoki that an attack on Ozawa's men is being coordinated as we speak. Unfortunately, at this point, each of our friends
that
leave
they
the party
realise
to
the plan
pursue
was
his
dilapidated,
but no
so
worries.
they go up to the
Ray decides to
house,
join us for
they
a
knock on the
particularly
door and say,
important mission. To figure out how to solve this conflict, we're going to personally meet leaders of the Japanese and American
she's in the back of the car,
hopefully
look,
be able to
the
work out
girls
some kind of agreement
but they're
between
called
them and
stylized
peaceful.
kids.
Ray hands us an ID card that will access me to their bases, and we're off. Be sure you're prepared before moving forward. It might sound like a pain in the ass, but I recommend using the things we showed you by yourself in MD5 where you have to. Ray joins your party with one, so having two powerful guns to blast through demons with really speed things to use. If you check your character's inventories, you may even notice that Ray is carrying dudes, which are capable of putting enemies to sleep. These are incredibly useful, and I encourage you to blast the hell out of anything that comes your way. As I mentioned earlier, these things work on bosses too, meaning you can repeatedly put even the toughest demons to sleep and beat the shit out of them, provided they are.
They changed that.
I really can't understate how powerful this build is. You're easily capable of taking out groups of 8 demons at once, because usually at least half of them are going to be the floor. Once you're all fitted out, it's time to pay a visit to Goat's. His headquarters can be found just east of the entrances to the Shinjuku Underground, in an area surrounded by trees. Some soldiers stopped at the door, but thankfully our ID card works. Overall, this is another season.
The style that they go for
is
is
to
reminds me
help
of
at the
urban
top and skip everything.
but without
There's
the
some money and incense you can find if you take a look around the
serial
floor, as always. You might want to try and recruit some of the enemies too.
It's kind of got the
In
same
addition to
vibe.
demons, you can also encounter Gaian suicide squads roaming buildings. For shits and giggles, I decided to try and go and my jaw hit the floor with not only one joined my party, but his name was simply abbreviated with the word suicide. If this isn't an iconic crew, I don't know what is.
Rumor-san is a
When
Japanese
you reach Goto's room, he explains that Ray nearly being executed wasn't his idea. Rico was the one who decided to go that far.
Hell was made of
He
water
said he's
instead of
mostly
fire.
been ignoring the resistance
I don't
as
know
he
why,
has
but
bigger
I love
problems to deal
swimming. I'm
with.
good at swimming.
Apparently, the Americans were working under the direct orders of God to establish a 1,000-year kingdom for those who worship him. According to Goto, anyone that won't comply with the Americans' plan will be killed. And even as we speak,
This is real.
Tokyo is under threat of nuclear annihilation. He asks for our help in doing this plan. It's up to you whether or not you believe everything he says. Before we're allowed to give the
Sorry,
final
turn off the
decision,
lights,
we have to go
remove
through
your
the
clothing and sit in the stove.
if Goto's plan sounds pretty reasonable, there's something else in this building that might change your mind. As you explore, you'll eventually come across stairs that lead to a basement. In the basement are several cells which house a handful of innocent people named Ray, who were kidnapped to fight the resistance. Some of these prisoners are clearly quite young, and thankfully he can't set them free. For a guy that said he doesn't care about the resistance that much, it seems pretty damn suspicious to have school children in prison downstairs. Well, let's see what our all-American friends do. You can find the entrance to his base to the south of Goto. We enter a tunnel that leads up to a rather lavish-looking building with a red carpet inside. We're likely to run into some pretty side-triggers of enemies, so be sure to make the most of your guns and cast Zeo spells. Lightning spells in this game are another thing that are very important. Provided you can cast the spell before any of the enemies have a chance to move, it's entirely
Well,
possible
gouge
to
your
be
eyes.
stunned for the
I got
entirety
shows
of
of that, guys. I've been
I'm going to
here.
show you
My
a
next
pretty ridiculous example of this in just a
How many
moment.
of you guys have had that?
When we reach Thorman, he apologizes for his bad Japanese and then explains that his forces are here to save everyone from the demons. It seems part of Goto's plan is to summon Lucifer to Tokyo along with a few mortar demons, something which is sure to destroy him.
This one makes me sad.
Thorman admits that his men are not equipped to fight demons and encourages us to help him defeat Goto. He asks if you'll accept his offer. Depending on what you say here, naturally you'll be told to go along. I decided to reject Thorman's offer to fight, but I also ensured to him that I wasn't on Goto's side. Each of these guys seem to mean well on their own, but beneath what they're telling us, it's clear there's some ulterior motives. Well, we shouldn't accomplish much by doing this, so we might as well go back to Goto and see if he's got anything else for us. If you're not full on his plan, you might want to make some
Okay, well that is the end of that.
Get yourself
It was interesting. Like it was different than the other ones, like for sure, but it wasn't like.
When we get back,
I feel like this one was a little more scary than the one we watched last
if you
time.
agree with
I
them,
felt the other
let's
one
get
was
skipped
more
to
like
that come next to it.
but fuck
But fuck this guy.
dude, this is like
City.
more.
As you
Had
might
that
imagine,
like
Goto
ice like
isn't the type to take a rejection lightly. He sends out a couple of groups of demons to take care of this. Blast these
None
guys.
of them really smell like
You have Arrowjack, a single cast of his powerful fire spell
stand out
can
like
be
the
enough to
past
destroy
nightmare,
them.
except for
This is just a warm ground, so it's nothing much. The second group is slightly harder. You've got Baycock, the skeleton, who can still hit like a tree.
a lot of people.
Fortunately, his health is very high, so as long as you prioritize him,
I definitely want to do more of these videos. Let me know in the comment section for question of the day.
finally, Goto
I think I should do more of these.
He's not super like Jomon for the Echo building. If you get unlucky and have your entire team minded by Shifu, he can basically speed on you until you're dead. One of his moves is just to hit you with a critical hit, which can do around 50 damage, so keep an eye out on your team. When you turn for the ball, you can kill him when he goes down, provided you don't get stuck during the status effects. As he dies, he says he made a huge mistake, and that there will be consequences.
Well, let me know in the comment section. Did
I
you
guess
guys
that's one less thing that this has to do.
and hit like button if you think I should do more of them. But that is it for today, guys. I'll see you in the next video. Remember the most important thing: keep your dreams.
He congratulates us for killing Goto, and thanks you on behalf of God himself.
You know
And
what I
asks if we
realized?
continue
Sorry
to
to
fight
take
his
this off
name.
really quick. Hang on, let me just read this. One of the
Thank you
bugs
guys so
that
much for
the
watching this
really
video. If you guys enjoy my videos and you would like to support me and my channel more, and also be featured in my videos, go check out my Patreon. Link is in the description. I would really appreciate any help you guys have to offer. As you can see, we have different tiers, different rewards, so there, check it out, and I would really appreciate that. Every little help. Thank you so much. And also, guys, don't forget to subscribe with the notification bell on, and also follow me on all my social media. I have Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and Snapchat. So go follow me on all of those, and remember the most important thing: I love you guys, and chase your
You might
dreams.
expect those sorts of attacks to be useless against him, but no. You can throw lightning spells before it can stun lock you for the entire fight. It's really easy, and it's likely that you won't get in a single shot at it. Now, this works on a lot of us, but I know, come on, they really could have adjusted it for the one guy whose entire identity is based around lightning. Shit. If you decide not to stun him, he's essentially a slightly toned version. His attacks do a bit more damage, and he's capable of binding more. If you can beat Goto legitimately before,
Hey guys, what's up? Sorry I'm late.
just use your usual strategies and take care of the status effects.
Just kidding, I never work out. Kidding, get
When
hurt.
Thor's
But you
finished,
can't see
throws
that
out
there's
one
something
final
different on my
attack
head.
this
It's
time.
not a hat.
A
I
series
stole
of
the
new
style
faces.
from Tina, like she wears bandanas for her hair.
With his dying breath, he decided to destroy the entire city.
Weird to like
He
kind
decided
of
to
joke
he
around
does
with her.
this anyway, so
I got this from my
I don't see
cowboy
much of a point in sucking up to a guy who's cool with vaporizing. A 30-second timer starts up in the center of the screen,
It hides
and
my
nothing
left
can do
hairline
that stuff.
and my ugly forehead
Everything you
wrinkles.
can do
And it makes me look like I work out too, which is pretty cool. And I kind of look like Grand except I'm not wearing my gym shorts over my sweatpants. But anyway, that's not what we're here to talk about. You know it. We are here to
Right
take
as the
a look
bombs drop,
at another
Ray
video
decides to use the last
by the
power
channel
to teleport us out here, so at least one
this
of us
video is
survives.
called
I
Strange
could
and
say our
Familiar
attempt at international negotiations didn't quite work out.
By the way, guys, if you're interested in seeing my other reactions or you never saw them,
We wake up in a strange place.
But anyway, we're gonna check out this video and see if it feels and
He explains that two others have arrived.
Okay, here we go,
Before he
guys.
tell us anything, we should go find them first. If we need two demon assistants, Zenki and Goki, are in nearby rooms to help us. Well, holy shit, I didn't realize we had a celebrity on our hands. Yeah, it's that baby from 1980's Japanese tissue commercial that was rumored to carry the curse that killed everyone involved with it. What a coincidence. Quickly you're gonna notice, this place is a bit of a maze. Definitely more complicated than anything we've seen thus far, but not uninteresting. The whole dungeon is essentially a series of servers that start out at the center. For now, make it your first priority to explore the rooms nearby. As you can see, our demons are left, we're totally alone right now. It's a great idea to quickly save, because if you get a shitty encounter, it's totally possible that you'll be unable to keep up the damage to your grandmother's house. The demons we had on our team are still alive, it's just we gotta find them first. They're just chilling out in different rooms spread across the dungeon. Thankfully, they aren't too hard to find as long as you're thorough. Eventually, we'll across Charlie now, and then it's time to head back to our point Endo Ozno and see what's going on. With the gang all here, he explains that we're in the Congo a place comparable to the Amazon. Tokyo's destruction is apparently just the beginning, and much of the world is larger than it is. Humanity is still scraping by, but needless to say, pretty bad. Endo Ozno explains that we can go back to our world if we really want to, but first, he wants us to get him a drink of water from a nearby spring. Really, some kind of water? I mean, do I look like a delivery boy? Besides, this place is crawling with demons, and it's his house. The spring is kind of an annoying spot. You've got to go to the outer circle of the dungeon and then travel around one way to a gate. As you go through, that means you can't just turn around and go back. You've got to complete the entire circle.
I don't want to live in this.
I know I said the encounter rate was high before, but here it really feels ridiculous. The guy who was setting the percentage fell asleep on his keyboard and added a few extras. It was like every 2 steps from me, and the place isn't exactly school. Once you finally get there and trudge all the way back, this motherfucking guy chugs it down and asks you for another drink of water. You know, I really so we move all the way back around again in the spring, give it to him, and what does he say? That he doesn't actually want it, but he just keeps it. First of all, suck my nuts. If you knew you weren't thirsty, why even ask? I know he's floating up on my smash. Now, Endo Ozno's team is split up. Charlie and now he gets off on the road, and our job is to kill 2 phantasms that are lurking in the dungeon. One's red, the other's blue. They aren't anything to worry about. Your law or chaos alliance, then one of them will give you a weapon and give you a skill. If you're neutral, you still get the weapons, but you're getting by. The only challenge here is having a smaller team, but if you recruit some nearby demons, especially ones with ice or electric spells to stun the ghosts, it would be fun. When all's said and done, Endo Ozno finally says we're ready to go. The last part of the dungeon becomes accessible. Heading there, be sure to load up, and maybe fuse a couple demons. We're about to enter a significantly more dangerous environment, and it's best to be as prepared as possible. If you've been grabbing demons from Shinjuku and here in the Congo Kai, you may be able to fuse Mama Nofu, who is quite useful with a decent physical attack as well as buff and demon skills. Our final obstacle is a quick boss fight with Zenki and Goki. You want to test us?
I would have a panic attack if I was actually being shot.
I think it's best to start with Goki first. He can cast Medea, which heals my god. Zenki's a bit stronger physically, he can hit harder. Wow, that healing is something he has to watch and just go Your human party members might be of less use to you for this fight, just because during the time we didn't see them after exploring the raid, they don't seem to have leveled up very much, if at all. When the demons go down, they'll probably get several levels on this reach, which brings them up to speed. Then, Endo Ozno sends us back and warns us that things are probably going to be worse. Sure enough, we land back in the city, and well, other things are short. Take just a couple steps forward, and a hooded man starts bugging us for money. Only to get pissed off, he realizes we're in the again. That shit is very abrupt ending, but I was just wanting to see his mom. So, it was all because his money goes to very left to one of the wasteland races. Things only get worse when we start hearing a woman's voice call our name, even though there's nobody else. I'll give you 3 guesses to bring back or let's see if we can try. And to the west, you can find emissions from the building of Shibuya with Y as a little shop. It's definitely felt somebody on this one. It's just, some of them didn't really have a key boxes to go back to Shinjuku, but it's around here. And obviously, it's basically no if I got one that's naturally worship a rare savior.
Swedish, like a negotiating version of renting counter gets illegal. Wow, I haven't constantly asked you for donations to the church. And I really want to like sit and watch a film with them in one day. I really enjoy it. But I want to end up keeping genuine reactions, so I'm not watching them. I'm watching them like once. I watched that movie video, but it's like, man, I see someone like the thumbnails pop up. Yeah, there we go, guys. I'll do a video. But guys, let me know in the comment section, did you feel any kind of weird feeling from strangely familiar? Did you feel any of that watching this? Like, seeing images like that kind of weird game feeling your mind? Kind of feeling away. Let me know in the comment section and smash the like button if you want to see more of these videos. I would really appreciate that. But that is it for today. Thanks for watching, guys. I love you all. And remember the most important thing, chase your dreams. As always, thank you guys so much for watching this video. If you guys enjoy my videos, please like, subscribe and my channel more, and also to feature in my videos, go check out my Patreon, link in the description. I would really appreciate any help you guys have with us. As you can see, we have different tiers, different rewards, so go there, check it out, and I would really appreciate that. Everyone helps. Thank you so much. And also, guys, don't forget to subscribe, ready to break bell on, and also follow me on all my social media accounts, Twitter, Instagram, and Snapchat. So go follow me on all those, and remember the most important thing, Megami Tensei 2 is a vast doing none over the first. Featuring an entire post-apocalyptic city to explore, impressive sprite work that looks great even in this day, a kick-ass soundtrack, and a much more in-depth plot that navigates a dying world stuck in the middle of a conflict between law and chaos. This is a very important game in the series, having found as many of the cool concepts and mechanics that are present even in modern day entries. That being said, is this a game worth going back to, or is it better left to history and simply appreciated for what it accomplished? Is there any appeal here on the NES version to hardcore fans of the series? And does this game make you want to cry your eyes out for the first one? Well, so we have to do. Let's go on a little trip around Tokyo and see what's up. The first thing you read with when you press the start button is a warning message explaining that we're about to become a Devil Buster. It urges us to treat everything in the game as though we're real life and to proceed very carefully. With that, we get to name our main characters. For the longest time, I actually thought this game was about Nakajima and Yumiko from the first game. It's every time I've ever seen gameplay of this, that's always the characters are named. But that's not the case, so we're free to choose whatever we want. After we pick our own name, we have to choose one of our most valuable female partners. Pretty shit. Okay, well, I went with Ray, you know, like from Devil Summoner. I'm sure there's a list of canon names out there in some hardcore guide, but I really don't care. Ray's pretty cool, right? Finally, it says that your friend wants a name too. I tried to think of a cool Japanese name, but I settled on Charlie. You know, the nut grabber from SMT. So there we go. We got the award-winning cast, and now it's time to assign our stats. Let's go over these really quick. Starting from the top, we got Vitality, Intelligence, Attack, Agility, and you even get a full free. For the main character, just like in the first game, we won't be able to cast any spells, meaning we're going to want to build this guy up with Vitality and Attack. Now, there actually are some special pieces of equipment that require a certain level of intelligence. I'll talk about those later. For now, my suggestion is don't most emphasize your physical stats. At this point, maybe one or two towards intelligence to start with. As for our partner, she's going to be our main caster, so make sure you give her a lot of intelligence and maybe some agility or vitality. When everything looks good, press OK. Oh yeah, and you don't get to pick your friend's stats. Just down to you'll see why in grabbing our notes. So you jump into the game and a little bit wait, that music no fucking way. Besides the fact that we're in a top-down perspective, if you play the first Megami Tensei, you're immediately gonna recognize this. When everyone arrives, no wonder they don't get the devil message or something like that. I never thought I'd say this line again, but here we go. You're in Beacon City on the A4 of Daedalus Tower, and our first task is to kill the Minotaur. It's Ed, Eddie.
If you have just figured it out by now, we're playing a video game inside a video game. And that game happens to be a pretty solid recreation of Megami Tensei's first dungeon. Waiting for some counter-early backware on exact little fuckers right here. All jokes aside, this is a hell of a way to start things out. For fans that played the original in 1987, I can only imagine the initial reaction of seeing this playthrough. It's only here to serve as a quick introduction to the game's combat, but it's a pretty creative way of doing so. Alright, let's get
get started. Take a minute to explore this first floor. This is a safe zone where you heal up, buy weapons and armor, and after we retreat your demons, use them together and get better. There's a chest you're going to want to find some money. Use that to buy at least one weapon for your party. Remember to You'll also run into the town elder. In the first game, since it didn't have a save feature, he would give you a password to use if you want to continue playing the game later. Luckily, this game does allow you to save, so he's just here to talk to and let you out of meeting. But not until we beat Minotaur. Once you head downstairs, it won't be long at all until your first combat encounter. The battle system is simple, let's check it out. On the right, you've got your commands. Fight, run, talk, and auto. Pressing fight gives you a few more options. Attack, where you can choose ranged or melee weapons. Comp, where you can switch demons in and out of your party. Items, and finally, defense. It might sound kind of bare bones, but the first game didn't have items in it, so it's actually a bit of a step up. The way your party is organized is represented by a number from 1 to 6 next to each member's name. 1 is at the front who takes the most hits, 6 to beat the furthest back and less likely to take damage. Beyond some set strategy here, like putting your strong physical guys up on you as casters at the back, there's not that much to talk about, but it gets the job done. You've also got an indicator for how much money and magnetite you have. Most of you probably already know what these do, but to keep it simple, they allow you to summon demons and keep them active in your party, and also conduct negotiations. As you can see, negotiation of this game is pretty simple, and I never really found it to be that frustrating. You get a bit more choice in terms of dialogue and stuff compared to the first game, which is cool. And usually, if you keep that, it'll work out. You'll do fine. It's not like Devil Summoner, where it was so hard that I spent like 90% of the game without party members. There's apparently a mechanic where if you kill a lot of the same demon, it makes it harder for that one to happen on you later on. But I never actually noticed that keeping a girl named boosting your intelligence stat can also make these a bit easier, so keep that in mind. To beat Minotaur, you're going to want to gain at least a few levels. Around level 6 or 7 should be good. When you're exploring alone, it's entirely careful because the enemies get progressively tougher. Also, Minotaur's door isn't marked in any special way, so it's totally possible to just walk into a room by accident, which I did, and to put it lightly, he ripped my dick off. Don't worry if you die. Besides losing some money and having your friend laugh at you for being bad at the game, there's not really that much with the next life. Minotaur isn't hard at all if you come prepared, so there's a few demons like young seems doable. I managed to fuse this guy called Carbuncle who kinda sucks, but I also got all wrong, who was a mainstay in the party for a few hours. Try again with a bigger team in a couple levels, and he should go down pretty easy. After you beat Minotaur, he drops a gem. Explore the rest of the dungeon and you'll find a statue. You'll run into a gem and oh shit, he asks us to fight ourselves a demon. This is Zuzu, messenger of God, and fear the lucky one to set him free. According to him, it's fate. So you're telling me nobody's ever the secretary to us? Anyway, he gives us the scoop on what's been going on. Seems like a nice guy. A massive war brought humanity to an end, and it put the final nail in the coffin at the same time basically the demon world opened up. Where else but right here in Tokyo? A demon known as Bale was responsible for sending Zuzu in here, and as the new messiah, it's our job to kick some ass and set things right. Now, I don't know about you, but I think making a true RPG of big shits to save the world is an extremely poor call here. I guess Bale thought nobody would ever bother to beat this game. Unfortunately, he gives us the demon summoning program with access to all the demons we got while playing into our party. He gives us two spells. From here, we're basically on the only direction the ironic thing is that our shelter's under attack by a necromancer called Genetic Reality, so I can we should take care of whatever this. Let's take a look around the shelter first. You can find our good buddy over there and gather some ideas about one guy just hands you guys a transfer you walk into Belial. I really like the character all forms of these guys are pretty vibrant looking for living and flailing around like an idiot. Much like what often happens in real life to get the hell out of here. Well, that is the end of that, guys. Wow, this really worked for me. I never felt like yeah, well, don't forget to equip those guns. And actually, you're not going to take this thing down my hand.
But I guess a lot of
I was only able to survive by summoning one of my demons and making a mistake before the shaman. And you can find it
however I was able
gushing. Okay. We can work now. I'm not even gonna ask. Eventually, you're gonna want to go to help. What's important is place that isn't hard to navigate, so check out all the points. Get it? Downstairs, there's the nurse that can heal you again.
Let me know in the comment section if you guys
Just a nurse, so that doesn't mean she can raise the dead.
make sure you drop a like on it. I really appreciate that.
As you wander around, you might immediately go to the top floor where you enter an arrow right now. That's where you encounter. We gotta leave the shelter and go find a guy.
Thank you guys for watching. I love you all. Remember,
the moment you step outside is honestly pretty memorable.
peace out, guys.
The whole dynamic
Thank
of
you
the
guys
first
so much
game
for
where you're
watching
stuck in
this
this
video. If
first
you guys
person
enjoy my
the entire
videos, if you
time,
would like to support
that's
me,
just
get on my channel more, and also be featured in my videos, check out my Patreon. Link in the description. I would really appreciate any help separated by bodies. As you can see, we have different tiers, caves, wards, making it seem check it out, and I would really appreciate that. Everyone please help. Thank you so much. And also, guys, don't forget to subscribe. Luckily, there's a bell on. Also, follow me on all my social media. I have Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and Snapchat. So go follow me on all of those. And remember, there's some shorter to find. I love you guys, and change your dreams.
You can also meet this weird ass toast called Check Mindlessly Trap. You're gonna be seeing a lot of him. He lets you save the exact sound like a vacation. He's basically like a terminal for later grabs and take our lives. Back at the shelter, everyone is on the lower floor. Unfortunately, he's not provided you some like Baron says. Charlie's recruit now returned from outside. Shoot fine. Charlie's attack spell inside the head quite a bit of damage to. Probably thinking about when he's down, we're pretty much done. Before you leave, find your partner's girlfriend. It was nice. She gives out some items we're gonna need. Blast easy encounters. One of these is the flame tally.
Hey guys, what's going on? And welcome back to What Shall We Do Next. Today we're going to create a plan. Get a video here by the Famicom version. Get a device called Autopilot that essentially lets you mark trigger points throughout a dungeon. Unless you're able to retrace your steps and go through it with time. It'll be one part of the start of my items. You have this thing guide your back to get the way out. Sometimes on a Super Famicom remake, you Yahoo points, especially to get the auto map. So when you're traveling the original, if you're wondering if you are a real map to look at, he's dead. His body's gone. Kinda sucks, but we did it once transfer. And also, let me know in the comment section if you come across a giant annoying image.
These guys are all throughout the game, and most of the time to make use of them, you need to have some kind of hook. Like the flame tally. As we go through Tokyo, we're going to gather all catalysts. We'll slowly unlock more sections. They aren't quite as concerned. Our next destination is Shinagawa. Basically, you can ignore those full grade strategy here.
I've been
Use light to few shots. Yeah, we need a visit here called Hotel Princess. Honestly, you guys selling half the biggest. If you have money, buy that shit. I know I said a gun and I ended up bad, but this has to be I should have. It really helps speed up those nearly every boss. Speaking of wet counters, have you noticed how many there are yet? And having this is in my unused shelf provides even more engaging. It is absolutely very sad counters. You're gonna be ready to survive kids fighting you across the dungeon, no way around. I could just be bad at games, but I really don't know how they expect you to keep up with the amount of enemies they throw at you. It was, especially in the slow of the game, when someone looks at it the wrong way, you die. Isn't very hard. By the time I try to run away, then I think the game just wants you to grow. I'm gonna bring this up at least a few more times throughout the video because it's really ridiculous. If you're not interested in this game, I mean, really invested guy, I can definitely die in harm. You know, there's only so much of this in the game. Fortunately, because the encounter is so high, and there is one specific Charlie thing you have to rescue my soul, but that doesn't mean slapping on the battle throughout is any better. Anyway, then this Hotel Princess has someone we need, a demon called Serve God. And you find him, make sure you don't attack anything else, talk to him instead, because you know Zuzu will join you back on the surface. Punky first in our in advance, keep going. In the middle of this alliance and trigger, this is fairly important. Let's check it out. As you're walking around down here, this place with a next bird called Jabberwocky pops out at you. He's not that tough, and he gives you a decent bit of experience from here. More importantly, this mysterious rogue man appears, and he's like, damn, you really are the size, huh? And he gives you salt to give us a bit of direction. Our stats go. I like to imagine it's one of those plastic things you get at like Chuck E. Cheese, hide and revive them. Make your way through the rest of the tunnel, hop outside for a second, and we're at the next town, Ariake. This place is walking interesting to say the least. First of all, if you like the game ring mini games from other Mega 10 games, you'll like this. We offers through the group our got slots, random numbers, some card game I never bothered to play. It's all here. You can also the residents are talking metal bridge to head to the west by town. One of them is called holy shit. Then there's this strange store.
This
Overnight corner. Folks take his word
So I've
for it.
established nothing like
videos,
my
but I'm by no
childhood
means
knowledge.
proficient in Japanese.
The wallpaper
I know enough to get by. Yeah, but I make a lot of mistakes. So I walked in here, and what I think this lady says is, the place is the Dream Drag Shop, which is like week. Okay, so we're gonna buy women's clothes here, or what's going on? And then she starts asking me for more and more money, and I'm just like totally lost. I have no idea what she's doing to me. Am I being attacked or something? I don't know. And then I get booted out of the store, and I'm half dead and paralyzed. So what the hell has happened? Says he's going to use turns out it actually said everything drug store. And I just walked in and started like eating pills until I was almost dead. As for why I thought it said drag first, the next page is a lesson. So, moving on from that incident, there's also an arena in the town where you can bet on fights and keep your own demons. It sounds kind of cruel, doesn't it? Candy, but you have pretty strong demons. Except, wait, yeah, we do. No, but for real, whenever I let's fully go. Well, I went okay for about 2 rounds before this Barney-looking ass dinosaur bashed his head in. So, and there are others better choices. Having murdered my dog and overdosed on drugs, there's not much left to do in Aoyake, so let's get at it. Leave town, around left, and after fighting about 3,000 demons, we run into a tower. This is New Tower, and we're gonna go on a witch hunt. Make sure you have workers active here. There's a cathedral of shadows out here if you gain a few extra. Otherwise, you can't go in. It's nothing unique though, just because I'm like we make your way to the top, and there's she double times witch. They have shops. Sounds kind of space first off on its own on a dead end. Arthur saw like we're gonna kick your ass out of the way is cool and confident. You can save you don't attack. She will this time, and I don't mean like you want to take her bit to make you think you have a chance. I mean she just one shot. However, you need to make the right choices when you talk to her to defuse the situation. Out the weapon store. This is one of those times where it pays to be able to read. It's kind of steep at 20,000. Ray asks us to put in our weapons, and then if we're the real mistake, significantly as the dialogue goes on, Ray ends up letting us know that she has been fed the same exact story that the Zuzu gave us. Unfortunately, he's a fake. They can use it using us to beat him by or do whatever shotgun. That's kind of. You believe her? She's not very trustworthy, right? Though I opted not. We did remind me because there's a bunch of. If you want the game to keep going, you have to. But it's not that easy. Our partner isn't so convinced she's trying to recruit as many demons. Unfortunately, we have to kick old Charlie to stay with the witch instead. If you're having trouble getting through the sites here, try out Ray's Bahama spell. You got on badness from an in-game perspective. And if the attack hits, will remain lifelong friends. Now going on adventures together, we throw all that cheesy shit away on the word of some hooded lady camping out in a tower. It only gets worse. I honestly felt bad for Charlie here. It's like a game. The first chance your character gets to interact with taking down a group of like, you just jump right on that. Even to have a being sacrificed the apparatus. And sometimes, anyway, yeah, Ray is correct here. So after splitting style like Charlie takes half our money and leaves with the dog. As I mentioned earlier, the stoma is an option. Well, 10 years ago, we got to get our hands dirty as well as the extra. I said before, it's kind of never a spot enough to grind that much, but I kind of not have a balance between zero and I promise unbearably tedious the only next flat plates. Ray joins your party very weak and without equipment. So we got to spend some time raising your level and getting money for weapons and armor. Then, if you want to give it a shot, get your party link back at Aoyake can help you get some money faster, but you're still going to need to fight demons for XP. I feel near the tower is the area among demons, so be sure to stock up there and use it as a stable base for a while. Sure, also, make sure your main character has an intelligence of at least 7 before you continue any fight. It's going to be important, very short. Each one points out. When you think you're ready, head through a cave to the north and into the city of Shibuya. Turns out, this city is being controlled by a demon called Bale. There's a place here called the Demon Fire that we're going to need to clear out bullets. You're free to explore it as you wish, but next up to fight Bale, you need an intelligence set of 7 or higher to see this guy closely. There's a couple of things you can do in here. One is to talk to this weird old man up by himself in a room, or he asks Ray for, like, an obvious but he doesn't give you a water tally, so finally we met this guy. I don't know if it's another guy we can visit is none other than our favorite fuck nut. Yeah, it's Rag. Don't think I forgot about what happened in the first Mazio. And they won't last. Anyway, he's a little chill in his sand spells. You don't have to go on the fetch quest for this guy anymore. And in fact, after this one encounter with him, I actually never saw him again. I'm sure he's lurking around. He does have some decent items you can get by trading gems, so keep him in mind. He's not too annoying in this game, so Rag, come out, looks like you're off the hook. This time, before you fight Balaam, remember to keep recruiting and fusing demons.
Oh wait, no, it's not.
You might also consider buying a couple items. Specifically, there are these single-use stones you can use to cast a playground.
Wow, that was a
Check this out. In my inventory, take the stone, and it hits them for a decent bit of damage a few times. This is actually a half-decent strategy for a lot of bosses in the game. I'm not sure if this got changed in the remake, but it's saved my ass on here while I used to get tutorials. When he's out of the way, the people in the town start to act a little more normal, and we can be on our way. Head back to the cave, back down past Tokyo Tower, all the way past Ariake, and over to another dock where we meet the tourist first floor, show him the water tally, and he takes us right across to Easy. Now get used to seeing me, for some reason or another, I always end up back here. This is the biggest city yet, and there's a lot to do. First, make sure you visit Checkman so you can board back here whenever you need to. There's a shrine you can look at over in the corner, and this guy tells you about the basilisk, some kind of monster living underground.
Guys, you know,
I think you know what you're by now. Hit up some shops, talk to some people, and when you're ready, advance further below and out. Even down here where a lot of the shops are, and hit like a shitload of encounters. How do people mentally play this? I don't think there's a single place in the game where you're safe from enemies, aside from the top-down perspective inside the enemies. Even though the demons down here might seem kind of powerful, don't let it discourage you from trying to recruit some. I managed to get a Fornius, for example, who ended up being pretty helpful. Kind of tucked away separate from the other shops in the cybernetic repair. Keep this place in mind. Remember where it is. Come in handy later. You can also run into this guy who hands out business cards or something called the Suzuki Gizmo. If you see him, take a card, and also we're not going to be using this thing for a long time.
And also follow me on all my social media. I have
sometimes down here, you get this weird
so go follow me on all of those. And remember, most important thing, love you guys and chase your dreams.
Basilisk is a couple floors down below, sharp behind one of those dark heavy pits surrounded by gods. The dungeon's pretty easy, so don't worry too much. As for Basilisk, well, I killed him in 2 hits. Shit. I wasn't kidding when I said those elemental stones you can buy are actually kind of need to be careful. Well, if you're down here, you can either head back, heal up, and buy more equipment, or you can venture further below. Down here, you can find some pretty crazy stuff, like for example, Lucifer, and then he throws in a nice. If you're heavily lost, that's him, the man himself, just kind of chilling out and do it. If you're right here, they
hey guys, what's going on?
You gotta wonder if my people who can hear these songs.
Hey guys, what's going on?
Basically keeping Lucifer in their freezer. Anyway, there's nothing we can do it over now, so I guess we gotta keep going. Soon you reach a giant network of tunnels and staircases. This place can be a little confusing, but we'll be back here in just a couple of minutes. It connects to a variety of different towns, and there's even an option route.
But anyway, this is not a path.
Be careful about which route you take. Demon Suzuki was calling us to Shigagu, but we have to visit a town called Karakuwen before we're able to access it. If you take the wrong route, at first you'll eventually run a dead end, and at worst, you'll get your shit kicked in. I accidentally ran into a very powerful demon whose Tiamat didn't go well. On the path to Karakuwen, we dropped down a staircase here with another cab lab. Like I said, you don't have to do this, but I think it's worth a look. We got supplies and magic bar big gods. When you go in, these sentry turrets come down out of the ceiling and shoot you point blank in the chest. There's literally no way to avoid this as far as I know. You just gotta take those things. If you make it to the end of the lab, which can be difficult by the way, because the encounter rate is always high as hell, you can find the scientist guy who gives us some kind of medicine. What does this do? Well, after you enjoy the nice mash track of enemies, a gallant number when you find a statue of a demon called Atlas, not the people who made the game, but the guy who carries the world on his shoulders. The medicine from this guy, you can turn him back into a normal demon, and he comes with not too bad. He's got a lot of health with decent strength. He'll be useful for a while, and it's always nice to have another guy in our team to take some damage. When we reach the other side of the tunnel, finally, we're in Karakuwen. This place is basically Ariake 2.0. I've got more places to gamble, and another place where you can partake in demonic cognites. One of these buildings randomly has a boss demon inside of it, so take him out and get referred for trial. Nice. For now, that's about all we really need to do. The courts are no drug abuse systems. We have to defend ourselves. So there are 2 towns to the west. One is Nikibuku, and the other is Shinjuku. The thing about Shinjuku is that you're still locked out of the underground tunnels, and there's not much there that you can do above ground. We've still got to think that our usage of the demon summoning program violates contracts also lacking in shops, but it does have this big-ass place called the Sunshine Building. Get a good look at it, because there's about 50 things we gotta do here, and we'll be making a couple return trips. The Sunshine Building isn't a hard dungeon by any means, though as usual, it does try to drown you in challenges. There are multiple plot points I'm not getting here, so don't forget about them. Otherwise, you're gonna have to backtrack again later. Now he seems like first, let's check out the boss. So I decided to tell y'all to show his ass. The bosses get a bit harder later, so be thankful for this. Now, if you after you kill him, Charlie's girlfriend pops out. Honestly, I'm half illiterate, so I have no idea where she came from. Maybe she was in the guy's mouth. Anyway, one of my favorites. She talks about Charlie and the Solomon's Ring. And then we get an upside-down cross. Wait, what? How is there such a thing as an inverted cross? It's just holding it upside down, right? Like, could you take any other cross and just... Yeah, never mind. Down. So further up in the dungeon, you come across this demon mouth thing with a parachute. He's inside of it, so we gotta stick our arm in there and get it out. And when you do that, it bites your arm off. I know the shit. Yeah, like, we aren't getting that back. According to the Wikipedia page for this game, this scene was considered kind of chivalry step. I think that's kind of an overstatement. I mean, the first thing this game shows you is a city being nuked. I can't say I expected my arm to actually get chopped off, though. I mean, we get a special status square. As you might imagine, being armed, I guess luck kind of makes sense. You still attach it to your arm, but every step you take and you can't use your comedy for it to be very fun. The game also sure like a million range counters that with a lot of enemies, so it was tough getting out of here. They rarely ask you to fight like 2 or 3 game Neo. It's always like 7 or 8 guys, and then you take 2 steps, it's like 7 or 8 targets around. So where do we go now? I hope you have a good memory. Otherwise, I think you'd be lost for a while. We gotta head back to Ginza and hit up the cybernetic lab so we can get across Light Dragon. You hit up Shinji just to the west, you should have access to a checkmate, so you can teleport back to Ginza pretty fast. Head down to the lab and there you go. Got your arm back. The judge, no, not a clue. Doesn't do anything. You can still basically, this whole affair was kind of funny. Yeah, so it's gonna be a fair fight whether you want it or not. With all our shit squared away, you might be eager to go back to Sunshine Tower and get that mercury killer again. But there's a more efficient way of doing things that'll save some time. First, we're gonna take another side trip to New Hellfire. To get there, you need to access a different underground tunnel beneath Ginza. Looks like something you'd be coming back here a lot. Bueno's kind of just all the way out here by itself, and it's sort of a strange one. For one thing, the Cathedral Shadows here is the only one in the entirety of Tokyo to allow you to do a 3-way demon fusion in 6 or 7. Make use of that if you want to, because you might be able to make some pretty wicked fusions. One of the buildings in here has this lady get a reception desk, and they're talking about some sort of York staff. Okay, sounds fun, right? But you can only get in on a really easy. So head pace around outside for a minute, switches over. Get this pretty neat graphic of some kind of ceremonial goat-headed demon. It's not bad. This guy's name is Leonardo. Can you imagine if they released this shit in the United States? I mean, people freaked out over Pokemon, right? But my God, let me know in the comment section. Did you feel any kind of it's honestly pretty easy. Drops the Jupiter's so now we don't really have to come back to even summoning for meeting him also lets you access another item in the Sunshine Building. So if you do it like this, or let me know in the comment section. Smash the back and you can Wind Tally and the Mercury video previously cost us our army.
Thank you guys so much for watching. If you guys enjoy my videos,
next up, well, you just kind of got to explore a little bit.
And also, I'm pretty sure in my videos, go check out my Patreon.
Pretty common on NES games from my experience. But sometimes, as you have no idea where to go. So at least in this game, check it out and find your way by simply exploring everything on your map.
And also, guys, don't forget to subscribe with the notifications on, and also follow me on all my social media. I have Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and Snapchat. So go follow me on all of those, and remember the most important thing, I love you guys, and drink your drink.
There's also this giant Buddha statue she came in to touch it, and then just whisked away in the demon eruption. Yeah, holy shit, right? I haven't hit the this much yet, but this is your first taste of Head downstairs. Essentially, the entire scenery's map for you is within the dark section. For now, we can't go across the boss. If you touch this building up here, just get this odd shot of the sea game. So we got no choice but to put even less of a threat now, So poison swamp was like an actual dick, and somehow it managed to kill a couple demons and Ray. That's unfortunate because the tower is a great spot to gain a couple levels and hide outside. The guys in here I would drop a lot of XP, or our next destination is to the south. It's a straightforward dungeon besides that. At the top, we hear the voice of Izanami. Unfortunately, it's kind of a big deal. I mean, the whole first game is kind of nothing at all like a theme. She's trapped here, and she mentions some demon called
Hey guys, welcome back to another
these
video.
are problems just later, and we get shot back out to our tormento.
That's
We're gonna have to decide Buddha. Charlie, we didn't really accomplish much by going here, but let's see what she has. So,
But anyway, we're not
as you
going
head
to talk
towards
about
death, if you talk to Mammon before, you should be able to ask him about his He gives you an item Bale's claw that basically unlocks the place. You recognize him immediately in the front door.
Guys, today we're going to be
We're
taking
gonna go
a look
back
after
around
another
and
video by
through the tunnel that it came out of. We're gonna be taking a look at the Shinjuku's not his name isn't bad, and you come out, feel free to dungeon it. This is basically the Zeus's tower. The only interesting shit aside from go up forward. Let's check it out. This dungeon introduces one of our time-tested and favorite mechanics.
lights out here.
There's an especially cool block step on near the top that drops you all the way back down to the beginning. Outside of this, I'd say don't step on it, but as far as I'm aware, there's no way to mark where they are. So pretty much this bird without conversation. If there is a way to do so, I highly encourage it because man, is that now he uses her. I guess they had to start throwing at stuff really big, so I mean, dungeons have Ray's name for giving so far around some kind of. There's also a few small dark things that react. I ended up using a demon elder on the bottom floor. I think about it for this guy. He has a pretty
So I'm excited to see this one. I'm not sure if I'm
when you find this Pazuzu, at least the first run into your simulation, like, I'm the true Messiah.
very
And you kill
wow, I have
him. And he sends out
But I think it's definitely
that's the
But anyway, we're going to check out this video.
essentially, you can pay this dude after that, they move out of the way, and it's on to a man himself. Once you reach the final door, you'll have to fight first found Pazuzu, but he should have known better than to mess with someone who bothered to beat and repeated. He calls us the false messiahs, and then it's on. Now, I don't know how this went for other people, but this fight was tooth and nail. Until the very end, just straight up nasty, something like this bullshit. I mean, it was bad. Shouldn't even show it as a video. We actually sort of need to think. I do understand why it's there. Hopefully, you found that diesel as a defensive buff spell. That's really in handy here. I don't know if you can get the attack buff for this one in the game, but if you can, a lot of these go game besides
And it's not that low, but it's low enough
had like one buff, sometimes very late game demons. Here's your moments you lose with them pretty early, but I was cursed a few times. Required to be a boss as they do make it significantly easier. Even with these though, Pazuzu was just eating my ass looking since he killed me a few times. Take advantage of never really felt like I was assuming a higher stat. I don't think this fight was going to be that hard, but I didn't want to grind, so I just kept throwing myself at him. Eventually, it made enough. And surprisingly, it worked. But when I say the battle was close, I mean it was close. After you guys down, we can get the hell out of here and access an elevator that takes us to the newly unlocked shops. If you can beat her, if you got time, try to get some money per se about this fight. I got an M60 machine gun down here. Those dinosaur weeds offer decent money and XP. You can grind those for at this point, you got a lot of stuff you can choose to do come across. If you have a directly continue the story back in Fame to the cave, relax. We can hop between a few towns and back side quests. Let's check out the side quests. There's pretty variety. In the Shinjuku tunnels, you can find a package to Tanaka Disneyland Garden. Like cheer except for a guy that gives you an ID card for the Shinjuku intelligence naturally. So planning to bring way back when we fought Balaam. There was a building in that town that knew with this, we can go in again. Hope you have a good memory and you're being thorough with exploration.
I read about this sideways windows. Apparently, okay, let me just stop it right there. In Vermont, apparently, hospitality is like
shooting you again
shit, which
multiple times in the chest.
my buildings in Vermont. I'm not sure if they do it in some other states, but
At the top of this building, you get shot a few more times.
Windows sideways.
Hell yeah, you're coming back on that double buster shot for a second.
I'm not sure.
Now, at first, the idea of seeing the Gun City get
there was
again
like
made me kind of sick.
the reason why they had sideways windows was
As you just think about lower floors, you come across this dude law. He explains that 4 of his children are lurking around in the tower, and one of them has been replaced by entirely unchecked. I might have made fun of him for just sitting there while one of his kids is like dead. But remember, this is a video game inside a video game, so appropriate logic applies. So you find these kids, they all look exactly like their father. They all spin you a different fact. Cast a circle yourself in the circle. Find one guy's line. Make a quick joke about the master. He doesn't get there. They all Charlie barely has time to squeeze out a few words, possibly a word this headache. Well, it's a devil weird beyond. I mean, I think this thing is kind of underwhelming, but it's besides throws. Unless you check out the stats of the past 5 demons you killed in different so you can see what moves they have and got hurt. Again, it's cool, but the more challenging prize you get is a chance to still serve very challenging. I highly recommend playing this game. He's going to make an upcoming sexual game much easier. There's not really anything you have to get high. Just sitting in the first action with talk to him. There you go. You ditch Devil Buster just like you've done with other enemies. Looks like I never had the done us. And he ran damage to this place so aggressive.
I have an explanation.
Until I played QB.
Used to be a disabled
Even if he doesn't try, it may not seem like it it's actually kind of nearing the beginning of the end. We still gotta kill Baal, like how they intended Muhammad to do, and it kills the deeper demons. But I found that those parts are a little quicker than I'm back about this I feel like I say that a lot. Afterwards, this game offers you the LL freedom and chapter and says which things power, but for the sake of avoiding frustration, I've tried to arrange that way after unnecessary back all the way to the heart of Tokyo. So remember the arena progress? As it turns out, you actually have to win a series of 5 fights to get what are required. She asks for our help. I swear this is an internet, but someone somewhere has to give you the right. I had to look at a guide to figure this out because I had no idea this was a million dollar So you gotta win these 5 fights in succession. There's nothing like you want and then leave and come back. Because give you a chance to switch out and show a good amount of fights.
But anyway, guys, that was the end of that.
You're gonna want to have a major figure guys to get these cards take in. L4 that I mentioned earlier, despite his low health, this shit was okay and I'd use it for the first round. Atlas is still in the lead. He's another solid contender attacking. The final fight, it seems like a good idea. Pretty strong even. Having servers makes defeating him for much on the neutral path. Make sure you save.
But anyway, guys, let me know in the comment section.
Kind of because you don't have a weekend by the end until double story Megami Tensei. Once you get it done, you can see that once you get rid of things. Now we can go back and deliver Zeus's head to the city. You bring it to the guy in his cave, and what does he do? He tells us that no matter which side you stay on, you said, he's not too
Let me know in the comment section.
It's from the cave outside out to the east where you run across 2 checkmates in a row, so that's cool.
Guys, hit the like on that video.
Back the entrance to the south. Further to the south. It's going to be on.
Thank you guys so much for watching.
A guy wants to send you join my videos. This is my trial
and my channel more. And also please in my videos. Go check out my Patreon link in the description. I would really appreciate any help you guys have. As you can see, we have different tiers, different rewards. There, check it out, and I would really appreciate that. Everything fair challenge so much. And also, guys, don't forget to subscribe, always put the notification bell on, and also follow me on all my social media. I have Facebook, Twitter, Snapchat. So go follow me on all of those, and remember to pop on anything across you guys, and check your turn.
This is our next dungeon test, and it's another sneak. So easy to find a gimmick with this one, besides the fact that the big lofted shafts to determine speed, stable with damage tiles. There are actually 2 shopping areas. That's the game. I'm not even trying to play this up as a joke. There are a lot of these things. Now, you don't have enough magic right now to really right through it. It can quite literally be impossible to get out of Carolina. There is some kind of vitamin C rag that helps with this, what I did during a quest. If you make your way to the other side, the Saturn itself is cool.
Hey guys, what's going on?
Way back. Instead of story like this, there's actually another easy the biggest fight
Today we're going to be checking out some
failed
fails.
fights. First I fought myself, Nemo in the house out Chico. Then I fought Chico. What the hell is trying to get Disneyland after that? Come on. Misha bumped up your spiders on the council, which is difficult. Anyway, this is a pretty big deal. You're finally here, Feather. This guy is tough. So get shows in. First, let's check it out. As I said, if you're worried about running out of supplies, this place has everything you'd expect from a normal town, and a little more. In addition to using demons and healing, there's also casino warlords. Yeah, you know, Bale's Castle, Casino, fancy gimmicks were mostly safe. What do you mean? Some of the fools are pretty big. Besides a couple of scattered, they're just a small, dark room. Alright, so we turn our ass around. We find some way back out the demon's here. And with the mail, we snag a giant. But anyway, guys, up in this room on the side. You run across particularly random encounters. Like probably not a sentence you were expecting to hear. If you see Logan grab the octopus, you drops a lot of extra. Step outside, and if you think the normal encounters are tough, I'd say grind just to be safe. You have everything you need to stay here as long as necessary, and it's worth that because Vale is challenged in No Man's Life. Reaching the top with his help, he can encounter Charlie, who summons the few demons to each other fight, which is most of go down in one last location. And while we were distracted finishing, Charlie took the chance to dip back down kill Vale in the hallway for the 7th time. I wonder how that went. You'll get some more. Not great. There's the water slide on the floor right here. Vale turns to us to finish the job. As I said, he's not that easy. You might really awesome design save Ray from being executed at all those hours of drag on for quite a while. For some reason during this fight, the battle flows much quicker. It's kind of hard to explain. Instead of the wallpaper that I can linger at for a second, they disappear really quick. And overall, it seems like the pace of the battle is nearly double. One of the towns upstairs. Nonetheless, it's still pretty close. Like before, if you have a lot going on here, use it to the full extent. Hopefully, you're high enough level or you have some demons with powerful healing with. The Vale can use the status effects, and again, he hits machine gun. If you're still using servers, he holds up okay, and his damage output isn't huge. He is capable of tanking heavy Elven demons. All I can say is just do your best. That just happened. Healing buffs for your healing characters. Don't be afraid to just have no defense. Sometimes Vale can waste a turn attacking one of them, and it gets mostly bounced off. So if you use a second there, keep at it, slowly wear it down, and eventually you beat Vale. And finally, now you're gonna want to pay attention to what happens next. After losing the battle, Vale turns into a frog. Yeah, look at it, he's kinda cute. I'm not sure exactly how this works in Q-Yahoo Megami Tensei, but here's the deal. You have the option of squashing this frog to defeat Vale once and for all, ensuring that he never regains power, or you not do that, just capture him instead. Listen, okay? Don't just squish him. Don't do it. If you're playing this in Japanese and you're not entirely sure, pull out a fucking dictionary, let's show everything. Just let it. You can still generally tell your way around. I'm not going to say exactly why that is yet, but trust me, if you kill this frog, you're going to be pissed later. So we take him with us. After all that is, you kind of just drop back into the palace with nothing to do. Okay, so he's dead. Now what? It's time to get all those crystals we've been collecting in good use. Remember way back when I mentioned dying to Tiamat when I went down the road corridor in that giant network of underground tunnels? That's where we gotta go to be entered by sale. Turns out that demon was there for anything special. It was the ground zero or the nuclear missiles fell all those years ago. When you finally reach the tunnels, it'll watch out into the side. You find the center and you place all the pillars down. One on the left, a tower appears. Each leads to a different section of the tower. So you guys let me know in the comment section that on the map they counterclockwise worried about. Yeah, right with that drive, we can head inside the giant castle appears, and we meet let me know in the large floating head. And if you enjoyed this video, make sure you drop a like. This Masaka, he transports us to the demon world, and his effect to get slapped down on a semi-rally middle. So go enjoy your weekend. I love this part of the game. This is Mikasa. Thank you guys so much for watching this video. If you guys enjoy my videos or would like to support me and my channel more, and also world tricks in my videos, go check out my Patreon link in the description. I would really appreciate any help you guys have to offer. As you can see, we have different tiers, different rewards, so check it out, and I would really appreciate that every little help. Thank you so much. And also, guys, don't forget to subscribe with the notification bell on, and also follow me on all my social media. I have Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and Snapchat. So go follow me on all of those, and remember the most important thing, love you guys, and chase your dreams. This world, however, is filled with weird niches, strange towns, landscapes, level, almost everything we expect here. This makes it easy to quickly supplement the party. Here, every land is like Gekimudo, which translates to something along the lines of the town of Greenfish somewhere. His attacks are, let's just call it sad to kill. It's pretty simple, just keep using this as a little checkpoint for a while as you explore in the nearby area. You have to fight another guy. Check man here if you ever need to teleport back to Tokyo. He's a bit exploring the nearby caves. You can find some treasure and face some new demons. You're like in and out of these holes in the ground that pop up in different places. So really,
Hey guys, what's going on? And welcome back to Today we're actually another video
reach nearby
on the channel G1MR1.
there's some armor for sale that's expensive as shit. Don't worry, that can last on both sides.
You guys know we've been checking out
Charlie doesn't get bells
like
for
Facebook
next time
images
it's
and
on,
stuff like
you
that
kill
on
us
Twitch
now.
channel. But I thought it would be fun
You
to
know
like
what's
check
funny?
out stuff. No, there is copyright
Hell has some level of
so we're gonna have to put like music
Some of
maybe
the
on
undead just agree that the names are well past family.
But
They
anyway,
stick up
we checked it out
one
on
to try to kill.
that we have seen.
Anyway, you're gonna want to find a blue colored cave nearby. This is where you get a water gem type thing on the top floor of the cathedral. Not without a catch. And the chaos leader exploring this cave, you eventually come across a hydra. The fight between each seems tough and it can do a lot of damage, but if you just raise later spells, it goes down. Wow. From here it's up to about that catch. So after you beat Hydra, you see this pool of water. The game seems to want you to do something out of this, right? Or you need a special demon to dive down and really explore the great Again, there could be hints about this in the game, perhaps in the nearby town, but I didn't see anything about this. The demon you need is Undeed, and honestly, even if a guy straight up told you, hey, you need Undeed, well, you still probably don't know how to use her. So if you don't have her or you can't figure this out, that brings our interesting exploration to a screeching halt. Just buy a set
I've actually seen that
ways
picture
diffuser.
apparently it's
The
like
fusion recipe items was a harpy and a troll. Really quick, in case you want to use this too, harpies found provided you use this part of the game outside the shelter, you'll be fine. Luckily for many check me, you can just warp to Haneda, which is right there, so not that bad. And they aren't Troll, on the other hand, can be found in the very same cave we're standing in. Put these two together, send a demon come back, and then let her die.
Again, the carpet. Remember, I always
The
tell
first
you
to give up on her and leave like 3 times, and you have to press no each time or you lose her. Finally, we end up with the item we need from the lake, which let us put out some fire. Then decides to expedite that Moving on, we reach the cave of Asmodeus, the demon who Izanami mentioned earlier.
That reminds me of like the old
Okay, so yeah, as you can see, he's one of these with a classic red engine that looks like a colon inside of it. Every game I've reviewed on this channel has one, and if you don't believe me, I dare you to go look. Luckily, this place isn't nearly as bad as Hellfire from the first Megami Tensei, or really any of the other. It's mostly straightforward, not much to talk about. Asmodeus is another long fight. Starting with Vale, it seems like they really just ramp up the HP for these guys, so it was just a long back and forth slap away. Beating him gives us with the crazy jewel. Oh yeah, and you can beat Izanagi. He's like straight in the blood, no trapped in the next game. What do we do with the crazy jewel? We take a visit to the Fields of Madness. Alright, I'm gonna call it now. This place sucks. It's my least favorite of the entire game. The encounter rate in these fields is true to their name, absolutely insane. When I say it's every step, I mean it's every step. For some reason, it's only in this general area around the town, but holy hell is it annoying if you're not in the mood for encounters. The only silver lining to this is that the enemies you encounter drop a pretty high amount of money, and a few of them can be recruited. If you take some demons you get here and fuse them together, then infuse that demon with another one, rinse and repeat, you can end up creating some higher level armor. So if that water crystal we got, we need it here. This whole castle is surrounded by these giant fires, and if you walk up to one of them, you're prompted to use an item to go down. Use it and win. This is the castle of the demon Belial. We're actually going to make one return trip back here later. One of the rooms in the basement, you can communicate with Izanami's entire soul sealed here. Like I said, later on you'll be able to free her, but for now, let's keep her off. Belial ramps up the health again by another 500 or so you need to make sure your demons don't have a boss. There's a nearby shop with sweet guns you can buy. More expensive ones are half decent if you can afford it. If you're having trouble, there is a more cheesy route that you have. So that strategy I had back at the start when I would one-shot bosses with elemental damage stones actually kind of works. Well, it doesn't one-shot him or do that much damage at all, but here, check it out.
Whoa,
I don't know what extent next works by their bosses in hell. So Belial can easily be frozen if you use a spell. I relied on elemental stones to cast these spells, but obviously if you actually have an ice spell, I'm sure that works too. But if you're quick enough and your turn comes up first, you can freeze him once you're past, he never gets a chance to move. So with this in mind, you can pretty much get as many physical turns as you like as long as you bring enough magic. Is this cheap? Yeah, but there are only like 3 elements in the entire game, so it wasn't that hard to figure out. That's not to say I beat this unscathed either. The fight with was over, I realized my
Whoa, that last one. Oh, bounce house.
Yeah,
Oh,
he can do
every
that.
time I don't know
Now
what it is. Whenever I see
just
bounce
not
house,
very.
this was like one of the worst.
I kind of feel like there's a plot aspect.
There's always like two colors. It's like
You're
red,
so busy letting
I honestly thought I'd reset it
yellow,
again so I could try again and have that place on, but the demon stage no change. Instead, I can finally leave.
None of his attacks are even remotely scary compared to the past few.
Alright, next up,
it's really
an easy
land
town,
of anger.
but you'll probably
As
feel
soon
a
as we
little
land
bad.
near a town, and your town,
Now he dies.
be sure to talk to everyone.
abilities.
One demon asks you to rescue some children,
ready to demon on God.
But anyway, guys, let me know in the
That's the
comments
last
section if you feel like you
Another
see
building
any
is this dream restaurant where guys sell them like food.
Until his
In order to
girlfriend
progress,
runs
you
in,
have to buy a
reveals her true
house
identity
and
is
the
her
turtle
outside.
But again,
Get
it
out,
kind of
Eureka, go across,
Is this
and
Eureka?
chicken.
Wasn't her name
You
Rita?
want to get
just
past
don't
this
know
later,
what
right?
Well, let me know in the comments section did any of you
Yeah,
He's done that
it's
one,
another
but
old
only
bean situation.
We've got another
hit the like button if you
need to know.
enjoyed this video.
Oh,
Appreciate that. I'll see you guys in the next video. Peace out.
One guy in a nearby
Thank you guys so much for watching this video. If you guys enjoy my videos and you would like to support me and my channel more, and also be featured in my videos, go check out my Patreon link in the description. I would really appreciate any help you guys have to offer. As you can see, we have different tiers, different rewards, so go over there, check it out, and I would really appreciate that every little help. Thank you so much. And also, guys, don't forget to subscribe with the notification bell on, and also follow me on all my social media. I have Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and Snapchat. So go follow me on all of those. And remember, the most important thing, guys, and chase your dreams.
He can also run into this drug racist betraying our friend. Really, he can exchange magnetite for money, but he just kind of appears a total random and then disappears, never to be seen again. I don't think he's anywhere else in the entire game. This dungeon also shakes things up a bit with a war maze. And you know what? No complaints here. There's something a little different. Reach the end, get to Moloch, and he kicks the shit out of him.
is a pretty sharp increase.
The ice freezing trick doesn't work on him, so no more cheats. I actually, shit you not, walked all the way back out of this stupid cave so I could go grind next to a town to use up
attacks
XP.
pretty powerful.
It sucked.
There's a couple of
Moloch
smart
has a
ways you
pretty
can counter
steep
it
amount of
and make
health,
it work for you.
and he hits hard, so keep using
Hey
higher
guys,
to try to
what's
get
going
a guy
on?
with
Welcome
half
back
the
to
attack
What Shall
capacity.
See Next.
Also, if you're
Just
against certain
you
enemies,
guys are
have a
having
shot
the
at
best
getting a really
day
good
ever.
sword as a range.
What's going on, you guys?
One
Welcome
of
back
the
to
demons
another
is
video.
Typhon,
Today
he
is
drops
Memorial Day.
Solomon's
Happy
sword,
Memorial
which
Day,
is
guys.
awesome.
You're having
Like,
a
the
good day.
best
But
sword in the
also, I
game,
want to
whose
take
first
this
sword
to recognize
is honestly
and
only a
remember
little
and
better than
honor
this one in
friends
terms of
who died
damage.
fighting
And
for
you
us.
can get it
And I
for
also
free,
would
so
like
I
to
highly
say,
suggest
if
trying to
anybody
find
watching
it.
this,
With all this, Moloch is lousy strongest moves. After you beat him, don't forget to rescue the kids on your way out. Grab this soul incense item so we can
But anyway, guys, I hope you're having a great day. Today we're going to be checking out some videos.
Back in town, if you talk to that guy who asked you to save the kids, he gives you a tower to enter a dungeon south. I'm gonna kind of skim over this because it's totally optional, and when I did it, I didn't really think it was that worth it. The dungeon is short, the boss is for a while, and he's really easy. He has a decent sword called Vajra, but compared to the Solomon sword, it's kind of underwhelming. Check this out if you want. I don't think you're missing much if you skip it. The next major thing we're gonna do is beat Aspen. Our next teleport is to the Lost Woods, which besides another war maze is very easy. This has one last demon you need to get something, but luckily it's not required. However, I do highly recommend it. And one of these rooms is a frozen maze where you have a sylph who can free you and it'll join your party. If you want to know how I face sylph, I use two bird demons, Yellow and Occupy. Money, you kill new names here. Again, this isn't necessary, but I do suggest it. We'll see why here in a second. I'm in the Lost Woods area of the town. Check it out, save, all that shit. To the north, you see a castle. As soon as you get close, this big-ass naked dude on a snake appears and kidnaps Ray from the party. Yeah, she's gone, man. So we're down our best heal. If you rescued that knight earlier, well, he's level 60, so he's a strong guy and he can take the place of Ray for a while. Can he heal? He doesn't take damage, but that's okay. Provided you have debuffs and all that, Astaroth isn't very hard, and to be honest, you don't want to spend that much time on this dungeon anyway, because without Ray, you're going to end up leveling a lot without him. I mean, we've been killing a lot of demons, man. Next up is basically the moment of truth, where we'll find out if we get the good ending or the Gita back. Oh yeah. Oh, and as a side note, there is another optional dungeon where you can fight Mithras. I didn't do this one because Belphegor was so disappointing. So we're down in one of our last dungeons at Akkad, the Mountain of Fear. We're gonna meet Beelzebub. After beating him, the first place of this section is easy as shit, and it connects to a town full of fly. It's pretty neat to get some perspective as to how one of these guys here actually wants a dinner.
I guess I'm Hal's delivery boy, so before you come here, buy the gorgeous set from the diner and breathe in that cold dead of give us some kind of stone and get ready for the final showdown. Keep going through, and eventually you pop out on the world map, except it's all pitch black. 6 has those damage tiles. I'm familiar with dark room, but a dark map, that's next. Just tank don't worry about it. You can get out of those two. Fumble around outside until you randomly drop into the next section. It's kind of interesting. I also kind of hate the Elbow Dungeon because it feels like I'm working on something. I feel like I don't exactly realize that right away because 75% of the places scared know their boss. It's not that fun to get stuck in places like this. I just don't really like not being able to see things, but I guess it could be worse. When you finally reach Beelzebub and the battle starts, just like you fucked up, you're not going to be able to reach the ending of the game. And holy shit, it's on how far we've come. How deep into this. How Marshall am I supposed to know if I'm on the right track? Remember Certain Little Frog I told you to keep in mind? Yeah, you squashed him. That kind of shit shows whatever felt right. You can beat the game, but it's the worst. If you had he tries to fuse with Beelzebub, if you let it happen, he transforms and ends up joined with a huge amount of power. Yeah, it's pretty sick. Hopefully, we're able to skip out on a tough boss when trying to get a very nice seems to realize in his last move. I don't really feel how does he go from that to this? He never really anyway. Now we can after all shit the way back. It's like a feeling of I'm out of place. I got a better idea. I'm going to commit suicide. I'm sure we can handle way faster, even though you lose half your money. Let's make sure Charlie's dead. I'm not walking all the way back.
When you're at the mall and it's like days
step into the final room on floor 8, and there he is. To get the man of the hour. But then soon we met Konami by touching Color's statue. He's around for savior. And wonders how he can be so arrogant for being God's 1,000-year king. When you do that, stop by Blue. He wonders if this was Konami intentionally or shit. I was totally forgot all this time to stay alive. We've been out having the time of our lives. She's been stuck in the last battle. After she's free, then Michael has a physical attack. She'll be tough, takes all your gems and shit you've been collecting, so deal over 250 damage to it. So here we are, the leader of all demons, right? Your party. You think this dungeon's gonna be tough? If the critical strike hits Ray, except for one floor that's entirely dark, it's mostly just spacious. That's about to get to attack. However, one thing did happen here that made my ass clench really hard. So one of the demons here give you a status called no healing, which means you can't use your comp and your process. At first I rushed this off, so you reach the top floor with no effort, right? Pretty easy. You come across these, and I really like his design, by the way. You can sharpen if you have the transform Beelzebub. Lucifer actually offers to join you, so yeah, you don't fight her made into an impressive best thing. Right as he's about to join me, he says, your party's just kind of no problem, right? Except wait, I'm a pig. I can't use my few minutes, keep your team top up, and ensure Ray stays alive, and we're stuck down. There's no way out. At this point, I was getting nervous that I just soft locked the game or some shit. So I let some enemies kill me, revived an nearby town, fixed all my status effects, went all the way back to Konami, and for some reason, I ended up back somewhere else with no way to reach Lucifer's palace. I thought I really messed up, but apparently I just clicked the wrong option or something, because on a second try, I found my way back. Don't let that demon turn you into a pig. So with Lucifer on our side, we're basically unstoppable. There's very little left in the game, and he gives you Lucifer's sword, which is the best weapon can be found. Lucifer explains that the world will be fixed if we work together. We head back to Ginza for the final confrontation against Satan and God. The final dungeon is Suzuki Company. Remember the business card from way back at the start? The entrance to this place is in Ginza Tunnel, so find it, show your card, and start exploring. Suzuki Company has a few tricks for a final dungeon. It's nothing to worry about. There's a lot of very tough demons here, though, but exclusive for RPG is an equal threat to them. Take out as many as you care to, and even begin to level up the world. One floor in this place is like you go upstairs, downstairs, upstairs, and so on, so you can avoid damage floors spread throughout the place. It's kind of weird, but I think the closest thing to a gimmick this place has. Eventually, you come across the demon after a way of day, and you learn that something isn't quite right with Mr. Suzuki. But I also can't Lucifer convinces him to join us, and we get kicked out of the place. Then looking at the feeling, we discovered some atmosphere now. Before you head in, take a second though. This is it. The last boss fights this game are here, so there's critically easy to exploit. The strongest demons, and I may very well be the ones who God and overall, a suited man greets us a solid beat and offers us a drink. Don't take it. It'll fuck you up if you do. Competitive. After that, he explains how he's responsible for the nuclear war and subsequent demon invasion, and it was all the wrath of God this entire time. And then he transforms into Satan. From there, it's going to be up to you. Yeah, I get it. Satan, Suzuki. Okay. Well,
but anyway, guys, let me know in the comment section if any of these
a long battle. But to be honest, if you made it this far, you can rate it. Throughout every channel you have, Lucifer's Storage can do a lot of damage against swords and knives. You have a lot of the best things you can get in the game.
But anyway, guys, I'll
totally fair fight. Use buffs, debuffs, whatever you need. Satan has Southbound arrives.
Thank you guys so much for watching this video. If you guys enjoy my videos and would like to support me and my channel more, and also be featured in my videos, go check out my Patreon. Link is in the description. I would really appreciate any help you guys have to offer. As you can see, we have different tiers, different rewards, so go over there and check it out, and I would really appreciate that. Every little helps. Thank you so much. And also, guys, don't forget to subscribe with the notification bell on, and also follow me on all my social media. I have Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and Snapchat, so go follow me on all of those, and remember the most important thing, I love you guys, and chase your dreams.
And me finally finishing it, the stakes are pretty high. Head in, and there he is. Not yellow in this game, but a nice blue on a wide side. BKG on a Nintendo Switch neat. So God presents us with the ultimatum. We've come far, but we can still redeem ourselves and become part of this plan if we just give up our demons and rest. So wait, you're telling me after all the work we've done, all of the blood we've shed, encrypted shit we've figured out, the dark rooms that I've stumbled my way through, you want me to give up in the end and sacrifice the ones that helped me get through it? The music was also yeah, sure, count me in. So you say yes, you just turn to dust, and you join God as heavenly beings and his thousand-year
Another one of my lights.
Pieces return to Earth.
But anyway, guys, what's going on, and welcome back to what
not
shall
good enough?
we do next?
No, I know, okay. You want to see me fight him? Get the first person
video uploaded by
Here we go.
This video is
Take up arms against God, feel that way. This is the version. The final boss theme is like a remix version of the same theme. It's cool as hell. Unfortunately, God's cool factor is only in the hype game builds up for Genesis. He's easy going,
trashing up my studio. Alright guys, here we go, let's check it out.
Elemental spells. He can barely scratch you. Raise healing spells and the spells of your demon self. We're gonna jump back to it. He has like 5,000 health though, so if the fight is long, you get a chance to listen to that music and kind of just bask in the interesting version of the game. After a fairly easy fight, God gives up and as usual claims that this isn't the end and will be back next day. For now though, that's the end of Origami Tensei 2. This is a level 99 hell of a journey attainable by fusion. Spanning about 2 months of my life, Origami Tensei 2 wasn't always a game that I was excited to come back to. It's dated, kind of frustrating, cryptic, and sometimes you just kind of have the audio. Despite that, though, the world really did it's a mixed bag. It seems racing, but to me, there's a lot of character here infused in an otherwise drab post-apocalyptic city. The game does have plenty of weird, memorable moments, and there is a case to be argued that the frustration kind of adds a sense of reward when you finally figure out what you've been stuck on. This is another one of those games where you feel like you're actually kind of uncovering things that have been unexplored for a long time. It sounds great. It's a game not too many people discuss, at least on the NES, which is a shame, because I might say that this is the best RPG on the system that I've played so far. Basically the same. With a decent combat system, demon fusion, a neat story, and 2 interesting maps to explore. This game basically has anything that a JRPG fan would want. It's just a matter of how much you enjoy being lost and fighting tooth and nail for that next bit of progress. Overall, this game is an excellent improvement over the original version. So if you like that one, you'll love this one. Placing it on a tier list, personally, I'd give it somewhere in the range of a high C or low B. Now, I've heard many say that the Kyoyaku version is one of the best games for the series, so maybe, if I really want to go through all this again, I'll check that one out. I hope you guys like it. It's been pretty long, but again, this is an important game in the series, and I've always been interested in how the original version played out. I'd love to hear what you guys think of the game, so let me know about your experience with it in the comments below. As always, see you guys in the next video. Mechanics-wise, dungeon crawling is strangely smooth. It almost feels like you're gently drifting when you walk. I don't really like this, but it's tolerable. Finally, combat feels very much the same as any other version. There are some new demons to mess around with in this version too, so you may see some new faces as you explore. This is the version with the best visuals to me by far, and it was a lot of fun just seeing how the portraits ended up looking for different sprites. If you can manage to play this one, I definitely recommend checking it out. Now, we're going to jump forward again to 2003, where Shin Megami Tensei got a Game Boy Advance port. A lot of people really like this one. For one thing, you can play it in English, which is always a plus. This version boasts a few balancing features such as guns being less overpowered too. There are a substantial amount of additional plot elements accessible through visionary items, which can be found as you progress through the game. These items shed light on a lot of activities that take place in the background as your character advances through the story, and they really flesh out the world.
Okay, so that was
There's
the
even
end
a
of that.
dictionary feature where you can view information about demons you've encountered throughout. With all of these features, you may think it sounds like the perfect version to start with. The music sucks absolute ass. The Game Boy sure tried its best. The soundtrack here pales in comparison to any other version. It's a fine port, but for some, the sound may be a too Wouldn't it be pretty cool if Shin Megami Tensei had an official English release with all of the features of the Game Boy version and a soundtrack with better quality? That'd be the shit, right? And guess what? It did exist. On motherfucking iOS. Yeah, the one time this game was officially put out in the United States for purchase was on the Apple Store. What the fuck? It's not even there anymore, so you can't go out and buy it either. The iOS version is basically the exact same as the GBA, with the soundtrack, the PlayStation version, fixing the one gripe I had with it. That's a really cool twist of fate. If you still got a device with the game, it can be played, but I'm pretty sure you gotta look over it. I guess that's what I get for being an American. Hopefully, one day when the stars align, this version will get re-released somehow. At the very least, the original
But anyway,
has a
guys, I hope you
translation
enjoyed this
officially
video, and
slapped
if you
onto
felt
it.
anything
But for
from
now,
any of these
we're
images,
just
let me know in the
gonna
comment section. I would really
So, where
appreciate
should we
that. Drop
start?
a like on this
Well,
video,
honestly,
or
I
you
think
will
the Super
see a
Famicom's
ghost
your best
tonight in your
bet,
bedroom.
unless those extra GBA features are really enticing.
But I'll see you
Those
guys
two
in
would
the
be
next
best
video.
videos.
Remember, the most
Can't go wrong
important
with
thing, chase your
that.
dreams.
If you can't get enough of the game and want to delve into some deeper, more obscure territory,
Thank you guys so much for
PC
watching this
Android
video.
Sega
If you
CD
guys
have
enjoy my
models of
videos
their
and you
own.
would like
Of
to
course,
support me
now
and my
let's just
channel
play the game
more
in 3D
and
on
also be
PlayStation.
featured in my videos,
With that,
go check out my
finally the
Patreon.
end.
Link is in
One
the
of the longest
description. I would
journeys I've
really
ever taken.
appreciate any help you guys have to
It's taken me
offer.
like
As
a
you
year
can
to
see, we
complete
have
this
different
video,
tiers,
so
different
hopefully you guys
rewards, so
learned
go
something
there,
from
check
all
it
of
out,
this.
and I would
If
really
you watched the video
appreciate
all the
that.
way to
Every
the
little
end, I
helps.
really
Thank you so
appreciate
much.
it.
And
That's
also,
an
guys, don't
impressive
forget to
dedication.
subscribe with the
It's been a
notification
great
bell
time,
on, and
and I'm
also
always
follow
happy
me
to
on
try
all my
and
social
contribute
media.
my
I have
ideas.
Facebook, Twitter,
Let
Instagram,
me
and
know how your
Snapchat. So go
experience
follow me on all of
in the
those.
comments.
And remember,
I'd
the
love to
most
see it.
important thing,
And be
I love
sure
you
you
guys
give it a try
and
yourself.
chase your dreams.
This has been the Shin Megami Tensei Experience, and as always, I'll see you guys in the next video. Almost everyone realizes how big the Megami Tensei franchise is, but fewer people are aware that there are dozens and dozens of additional games beyond the already vast catalog we're familiar with, and even fewer have actually played them. And that's because,
Hey guys,
well,
what's going on?
you
And
really
welcome back
can't.
to What Shall We Do
In the
Next?
early to
I'm
late
Mike, your host, and I
2000s,
hope
there
you guys
was
are having the
seriously
best
a
day.
lot of
What's
Megami
going on, you guys?
Tensei
Welcome back to
games
another
on cell
video, and
phones.
today we're going to be checking out another
And I don't
video
mean
by Dr.
smartphones.
Doggo.
I mean
And this video
cell
is called
phones.
Strangely
I'm talking
Familiar
any
Images,
Megami
which
Tensei game you can
strangely
imagine
familiar
too.
music. However,
You
we're
name
going
a
to have to
series.
take out the music.
There were
because it's
probably like
copyrighted. So I'll
37
put my
phone
own
games.
strangely familiar.
They had Persona games,
Besides, the music really
Mazda
isn't that
Tensei
important. I
games,
think
Devil
music
Summoner
in these videos
a sequel to
definitely
the original
adds
Soul
to
Hackers
the
that
feeling
wasn't
of
called Soul
nostalgia
Hackers
or a
2.
little creeped out.
Really,
or
it's kind of
eerie.
ridiculous just
But
how
I wouldn't
much
say it's the
variety
main
there was.
thing. But it definitely is not
Once
the same
this
without any
technology
sound.
started to
So I'm
become
gonna throw in some
obsolete,
music for
however,
you guys
and these
so you
phones
can
finally
really
had
feel
their
it
network
too.
services
And
shut
I
down,
am very
the
upset
games were
because
just
it's
gone
only
forever.
Thursday.
Unless
and
you
I
find a
think for Tattoo
Japanese
Tuesday
phone
came
with
2
games
days
already
late. It came
installed
today,
on it,
and it's
there's
beautiful and I love
absolutely
it.
no
I really want to
chance
show you guys,
of
but
ever
now I have to
playing
wait
it.
all the way until next
At
Tuesday.
least,
Every time I
that
buy
was the
something
case.
about
While it's true you still can't play the vast majority of these games, some are now available, and more seem to be on the way. See, last year, one of the most significant events in the history of the entire franchise took place. The Japanese company Gmode, known for their work in porting cell phone games to the Switch and Steam, turned their eyes to Megami Tensei. Specifically, the Megami Megami Tensei Gaiden Shinyaku The Last Bible Trilogy. Now, as for why they picked these to start with, I don't know, but it was unprecedented. They were rescuing these games from being lost forever. Just think about that. Right now, you can go on Steam and purchase an entire trilogy of Last Bible games that were already pretty niche in Japan and are practically unheard of in the West. The games are translated hours, but they've been preserved, they have English store pages, and just recently, Gmode announced a new port of a cell phone title related to the original Persona. They're going strong, and I think a lot of exciting things are on the horizon. In this video, we have the opportunity to do something pretty crazy. Continuing my already lengthy Last Bible series, I'm going to talk you through the entirety of Megami Tensei Gaiden Shinyaku Last Bible, or simply Last Bible New Testament.
Here's that hill I was always telling you guys
the
about. Like every time we see like a
mobile
green hill,
exclusive
reminds me of like that was it. That was
For
the
the
windows.
first time in quite a while on the channel, we're
That's
going
why
to be
that
flying
one felt
fully untranslated on this one. As I said, no official translation exists, and there are no fan patches yet. There isn't even any kind of fan-made English script or something to help you through the game, as far as I'm
This is the
aware.
road that we've seen before. It looks like Ed, Ed, and Eddie.
Without spoiling too much, this game introduces some of the most mind-blowing lore ever conceived and links itself to other games in the franchise in ways you'd never believe. It's quite the strange ride, and I really hope this video inspires someone out there to create a translation patch for the game, or at the very least, gets more people to check it out. Playing through a practically unknown cell phone game in Japanese is the type of shit I live for, so I managed to piece together the entire thing for myself, essentially translating it line by line in my head, and then summarizing it all with the help of a dictionary and some excellent fan websites I tracked down. I knew studying Japanese in college would pay off one day, so come on, let me show you some crazy shit. I swear, you're not gonna believe what goes down. Press the first option in the main menu to start a new game, and we're on our way. The very first thing we have to do is name the characters we'll be working with in our party throughout the game. First up is our protagonist, who is by default named Rui. For the sake of convenience, I'm going to go ahead and keep the default names for each of the main characters, but I'm going to translate them. That way, those of you unfamiliar with Japanese can at least easily see who's who in my party, or who's being mentioned in a conversation or something. This game allows us to write names out in English, which is pretty cool, so we'll take advantage of it. Rui simply translates as Louis.
Whoa,
Then
yeah, we've seen
we have
this
our
one
female
before. Whoa, I was like, whoa, I'm
Arisu,
getting major
or
deja vu.
Last up is our male companion, Mizeru, or Giselle. When translating Giselle's name, I actually went out to Japanese
feels
websites
familiar.
and tried to see how
That's
fans
Mount
over
Everest,
there
right?
spelled it. It's kind of an uncommon name, and I can think of at least 2 or 3 ways to do it. The most common spelling I saw was like this, so that's what I went with. After we finish setting up our party, we're taken to a strange cutscene. Things open up to a dimly lit cave where a silver-haired man with a staff is speaking in a very commanding voice to some kind of blob monster, demanding that it follow his orders in accordance with their contract. He proudly shouts that he's headed to the time when the world begins and vanishes from the cave,
Whoa, okay, so
leaving the monster
again,
behind.
there's some that slap
Then
and some
the
that just
scene
don't.
fades out, and we're taken to the game's opening narration.
I don't really feel anything.
The intro says, a long time ago, perhaps far in the future, there was a planet called Legaia,
but I don't get it. In fact, I think it looks nice. It's nice to see
when
a
the
gas
people of
station with
Legaia
cars
came to
there.
flourish.
You don't have to wait
A
in line.
demon lord and his beasts
So it's like,
arrived and created vast
I don't know. I don't
suburbs
feel
of
anything from them ones. And the one where it's
Eventually,
like
out
sunny
of
and
nowhere,
beautiful, and there's like
angels
children
ascended
playing
and
things,
bestowed
grass is
upon the
green,
people the
sky's
gift
blue.
of Gaia,
It
the
just
great
feels
power with which they were able to overthrow the demon.
It's
The
definitely
victory,
not
while
strangely
sweet,
familiar
wasn't
or
permanent,
anything like that, or
unfortunately.
even uncomfortable.
100 years after
However,
his
the ones
defeat,
with the
the
dark,
demon
like,
lord
hallways
rise again, and this cycle would repeat endlessly like clockwork, with human champions always rising to the occasion to strike him down.
and you're at the dark.
Naturally,
you're in the light.
time draws near yet again, the demon lord to make his return.
It's almost
Once
like
more, Legaia will bear the weight of destruction and rebirth of all things. A never-ending story from
like at any second this image is going to come live, so he's going to come running.
Now you gotta hand it to him.
That's
a
the
badass
feeling I
way
get, even though I know it's not
game
really going to happen.
right off the bat
feeling that I get
into the
is
story.
crazy. I love how
After
like
that little
still
intro,
images
the game just
of
cuts to a
bizarre
sandy
places or
oasis
bizarre
where that weird
scenes
dude with
like
the
these
staff lands on his
can
fucking
actually
head in the sand and then remarks to himself that he's finally made it.
really fascinating. But anyway, guys, that is it for today. Thanks for watching. I hope you enjoyed this video. If you did, make sure you drop a like on it. I would really appreciate that. Let me know in the comment section, as usual, did any of these images slack you somewhere inside of you and make you say, hey, this is familiar. Let me know in the comments section. And I'll see you guys in the next video. Remember the most important.
The game cuts to black yet again, and then we assume control.
Thank you guys so much for watching this video. If you guys enjoy my videos and you would like to support me and my channel more and also be featured in my videos, go check out my Patreon, link in the description. I would really appreciate any help you guys have to offer. As you can see, we have different tiers, different rewards, so go over there, check it out, and I would really appreciate that. Every little helps. Thank you so much. And also, guys, don't forget to subscribe with the notification bell on, and also follow me on all my social media. I have Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and Snapchat. So go follow me on all of those, and remember the most important thing, I love you guys, and chase your dreams.
Another man, the guy on Master. But he's not here either, out fulfilling his duty to protect the planet. While we may not have a figure present to witness the selection ceremony, we should still hold our heads high and be proud of the real thing. With little time to spare, Mom tells us to head outside and go on over to the temple to look at the Alright, let's get out there. Step outside. There's a tornado watching. The temple is like 15 steps away from our house. It's not much of a journey. You really can't miss it. The place is filled with almost everyone who lives in town, and they all encourage you forward to
Hey guys, what's up? Welcome back to another video. It is hot as hell, and I can't
aforementioned the guy on Master brought us up to the shrine.
Okay guys, today we're going to be checking out another video by Doggo.
He's like the world's biggest celebrity.
And this video is called Strange
Chit-chat dies down, the priest welcomes us to the ceremony, begins a little speech.
Unnerving Music Part 2. So as you guys know, we did Part 1.
And are charged
Today we're going to
with
be
the duty
taking
of
a look
fighting
at
against demons.
I Am Burning.
He tells us that in other towns across the land, 2 others have been selected as Gaia Master candidates, and then extends the same offer to us, urging us to follow the footsteps of Master Bane and do our best to serve the people of Legaia. As the ceremony wraps up, predictably, shit goes to hell in a handbasket as the screen shakes and a loud commotion can be heard from outside.
This is one of those stories that
This
freaks
is
me
a
out.
lot like the first last fight.
Goes around the corner.
You'll notice that as things continue to develop. A guy runs in panicking, and the priest demands to know what's going on.
I'm pretty sure that was like just a game, that was like graphics, but that looked
Grouped up outside the village, took our mother, and then ran off to the west to a place called Mora Cave. The priest hurriedly dismisses everyone from the temple, and then, well, kind of just sits around all sad, wishing that Master Bane would come back and do something about all this.
this one,
Come on, dude, we got this shit. Let's go show him what we got. Unlike the original Last Bible, where the priest is at least nice enough to give you a weapon and a shitty piece of armor, we get jack fucking ass.
that's
here.
weird. Like,
So
why is there
swing on
just
by the
I
west
really
shop,
like
pick up a short sword for 150 bucks. You'll notice that the long sword, which costs 600, is a lot better. But for now, this'll do. We're gonna rack up some mega bucks pretty soon to buy out the way. After you get
I've seen this one floating around. This does get me like confused because everything in the picture is perfectly normal except everything's like just weird.
Take those fateful first steps outside of town, and here we go. The adventure begins. Your first encounter is going to come quick.
That gets me.
High encounter rates are kind of a
I almost
Megaton
felt my
series
testicles
staple,
retract
and the same is true here. But the combat is much quicker and snappier compared to other Last Bible titles.
Seen this one
Levels
before.
pop constantly with free fucking games. Let me give you a rundown on how the system works. When a battle starts, you have 6 options. You can fight, have the battle play out automatically, run away, talk, manage your recruits, or view your party stats. Do I really need to explain what these do again? Probably not, but this game is untranslated, and some of you might be new to it. To keep it simple. Choosing fight.
Or that stop sign one reminds me
Attacking
of
with your great weapon,
one at the very
casting a spell,
when
using an
Trish and
item,
Dario drive through the middle of nowhere.
auto battling and running away are pretty
But they see a stop sign, or she sees a
Talking
stop sign.
naturally
You just
lets us
pass the stop
negotiate with
sign.
enemies.
Like, here
This
is
is
this
grayed
road.
out right now. We can't actually try it yet, but don't worry, we'll be getting an ability very shortly. Unfortunately, this game uses the shitty negotiation system from Last Bible 1 and Last Bible Special, where enemies only ask you yes or no questions, and there are preset responses each monster is looking for. No teasing them with money or gemstones in this one. So this makes many attempts at negotiation feel like a coin flip. That's because it basically is. The dialogue is repeated in Destiny 2 and repeats constantly. The one saving grace is that sometimes, when you level up enough in an area, enemies can start conversations with you, and it feels a bit easier to get them on your side when that happens. You can also have a party member negotiate in your place once you get them, and the results are kind of mixed. It very rarely worked for me, but if you're tired of trying to answer random-ass questions over and over again, the option is there to have someone do it for you. Once you have a demon on your team, they can't level up or
there,
with
even just looking at the
anything,
picture,
though
and
some
I
of
know
them
I'm
do
there,
have
but
useful
it feels like
sets
I
that are
should
worth
be
seeking
I
out.
shouldn't be seeing this.
Demons can also be fused together to create better ones, but there's a bit of an outlier in this game.
Whenever I see the kids,
Only one character
This is
can
scary.
fuse demons for you.
That
And
corner
you
right
didn't
there.
really need to do
Like
it,
I'm waiting
as
for
some of the best demons can be obtained through the story. It's always a shame to see the demon raising aspect of a Mega 10 game done poorly, but I will cut it some slack for being a very low-budget cell phone game. Where this game falls through in the demon gameplay, I believe it excels in other areas. Moving on, managing your party lets you call in recruited demons and swap your party order. Those at the front tend to get hit more than those placed at the back. Finally, looking at your status,
Siren Head
actually
vibes.
a very useful screen.
Well, that
with a
is
lot
the
of
end of that,
information.
guys. There were some
You
really
can view
interesting
your
ones in this
items,
one, which I've never seen
you can look at the
before, and I
resistances
thought
to
it
different types of
I
attacks,
definitely felt those
and
two
of course,
again.
you
I'm
can see your
starting to
stats
really
that you'll
learn
be
now
looking
that I
for.
get with the
Let's delve
airport
into these
ones,
for a
I get the feeling like,
As I said,
or
level
like a
ups
mall
are
that's
very
like
frequent in
lights
this
out,
game,
nobody's
so
there. It
the
always
more you
feels
know
like
about what these can
anxiety,
do
like
for you,
I
the
shouldn't
better.
be here.
See,
It's like a
in
panic
Last
feeling.
Bible New
I get
Testament,
that, even though I know
every
it's just a
stat
still image,
is
I'm
very
looking at it and I
useful.
get that feeling
By
like
the
I
end of the
should
game,
be seeing
you'll
this.
probably have
Like,
a lot of
it's
points in all.
obviously like this because
The top,
I'm not
first
supposed to
up,
be seeing
we
it,
have
right? Like
Vitality.
the airport is closed
Leveling
down,
up
or the
Vitality
mall is
gives you
closed
8
down,
extra
and
HP
I should
for
be
each
gone. I
point you
shouldn't
put
be
into
in
it.
here. This is like
If you want a tanky
it's
character,
like a little bit of
you're
like
going to
that
want to dump
feeling.
points into
And
this
with
all
the
the
ones
time.
with the
I don't even know if
hallways,
there's a limit for how
always
high your
feel
health can get.
again
By the end
kind
of the
of
game,
nervous,
mine
a little
reached well
scared, a
over
little
quadruple
freaked out, and it's
digits.
almost like I'm waiting
Next,
anxiously
we have intelligence.
for something to jump up the
Each
screen,
point you
like
put into
running
intelligence
around the corner
boosts your
or in the
MP
dark
by
hallway.
3, makes your spells
As for the
stronger,
gas stations, I don't
and
really
helps you learn
anything
new
for the gas
spells
station.
faster.
And the other
After
ones
that,
really
it got streaked.
kind of get
This
weird
boosts your
feelings
physical
from,
attack,
like,
plain and simple.
the kid
Now,
ones.
for
That's
arguably
like an
the
nostalgic
most
feeling.
important
It always
two
makes me
stats,
feel like
agility and luck. Yeah, seriously, luck. So,
but I hope you guys enjoyed this video. Let me know in the comment
more
section
likely it
if
is for you to surprise enemies or get free actions through it. Your escape rate increases too, and most importantly, you'll act
let me know in the
before the
comment
enemy
section.
party.
Smash a like on this video if you enjoyed it. I would really
Survive
appreciate
some
that.
of the
I'll see
game's
you guys in the next
challenging
video.
bosses.
Peace out and chase your dreams.
The higher
Thank you guys so much for watching this video. If you guys enjoy my videos and you would like to support me and my channel more and also be featured in my videos, go check out my Patreon, link is in the description. I would really appreciate any help you guys have to offer. As you can see, we have different tiers, different rewards. So go there, check it out, and I would really appreciate that. Every little help. Thank you so much. And also, guys, don't forget to subscribe with the notification bell on, and also follow me on all my social media. I have Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and Snapchat. So go follow me on all of those, and remember the most important thing, I love you guys, and chase your dreams.
thing about Last Bible New Testament that sets it apart from other games. From levels 1 through 19, you earn 1 stat point each time you level up. Typical shit, that's what you'd expect. But once you reach level 20, you start earning 2 points per level up. And when you reach level 40, you get 3 points. At level 60, 4 points, and at level 80, 5 points. That means the strength of your human party members quickly starts to snowball until you're a killing machine. You do nothing but get exponentially stronger. And considering how often you level up,
What's up,
just
guys?
constantly
Welcome to
seeing those
the
numbers go up. It's really
this?
satisfying. I love how they did the stats in this game. It's easily one of the most fun things about it, and I think it kind of makes up for the lack of even gameplay. This, combined with what I said earlier about how the battles feel quicker and snappier, probably because this game was made for playing on the go, and you got yourself a title where incessant random encounters almost feel addicting, and dare I say it, rewarding. While this game might have the general framework of the first Last Bible's mediocre battle system, it feels much better and far surpasses the expectations I
But
had.
anyway, what's going on, you guys? Welcome back to
I
another
think
video.
that
Today
sums
we're going
up
to be
the
checking
game's
out another video by
mechanics
Dr.
pretty
Dago.
nicely.
And this
I'll
video is
introduce a
called
few
Strangely
more things
Familiar
as they
Images
come,
with
but for
Strangely
now, let's go
Familiar
save.
Music, Part 2. However,
Warren
music
King
is
is a
copyrighted, so I
short
can't
one.
put the music in there.
Despite not being able to recruit any help yet,
So we've
you do
seen
pretty
Part
well
1. It's kind of confusing because I keep
experiment
doing
some
Part 1,
battles
Part
and
2,
increase your
Part 1,
stats.
Part 2, but it's like the
After
same
just
thing,
a
but it's
few
kind of
level ups,
different.
you'll
Like
learn
it's
the
like
healing spell
strangely
Deep,
familiar
which
images
greatly increases your survivability if you're worried about it. The cave itself is fairly small, and hey, wait, check out this music.
Familiar music, Part 1 and 2. So it's a little confusing, but we're just going to go with it. All right, here we go, guys.
But if you say like a fictional, like a
Kind of a cool little theme, right? This game doesn't have a huge soundtrack.
That's kind of
it's solid stuff. Anyway,
like looking
if
down,
you take the upper path near the cave, you'll find some money and a free healing water. The lower path gets a healing
it would be
spring.
scarier if they
your
turned the
party back
lights
to
at the
maximum
far
energy.
end off, though. That would
If you're feeling up to it, this is a good spot to grind out some cash with your longsword, which makes the next few zones pretty up
that
to you.
feels nostalgic.
But if you do it,
I don't
you
know
will
why.
be rich quick. If you decide to save up enough money to buy out your entire hometown, good for you. But regardless, go just a bit further in, and we find Mom being held captive by some kind of creature who's groaning about pouring cow
Oh, that reminds me of my
power
little
source,
sister's bedroom.
which you'll probably remember from the core Last Bible trilogy. His sprite makes you think you're gonna go up against some kind of
feels like some
humanoid
kind of
devil or
fantasy
something, but in one of the most hilarious boss reveals of all time, he is actually a
I once
microscopic
seen a
bee.
double rainbow.
Granted, it is a regular bee, but
This kind of
after like
gives
2
me
rounds
chills.
of
I
combat,
don't know why.
it
Like
would
an
just stay
abandoned
on
parking
heart.
lot.
Wow, and there you have it. Mom is saved. That's some
I
real
can't
hero shit. We revel in our victory for a few seconds and prepare to head back to town when suddenly this mysterious robed woman walks
Again, I
out.
feel it with this one.
Without
I don't
saying
know why. It's
anything,
like I'm
she
used to
bestows
cars
our
being
protagonist
parking
with
lots,
the
so when there's
ability to
no
communicate with demons and attaches a summoning computer to our arm,
And
officially
I think
unlocking
the hallway ones really get me
features.
because that is the whole point of like
She
criminal
gives us a
and
constant
it's just so stop
None of the other
hallway,
Last
stop,
Bible games
pay
had
attention to
summoning
the surroundings.
devices.
You just pass
Last
through
Bible
the
3,
hallway.
which had
So
shit
that's
like
what a limited
orbital
space
cannons and
is. It's a
expansive
place where you're
research
passing
facilities.
to get somewhere else.
Protagonists
You
of
don't
the
go,
other games were
and
able
your
to summon
destination is
magic.
not the
What
hallway.
fucking time period are we in
You're going
here?
through the hallway to get
It's
there.
very hard to say, but I found that to be one of the most interesting things about this game. You've got all these similarities to the first couple of games, but it isn't clear on how this one could possibly be connected. And then you get a curveball like this that makes it even less apparent. After giving us the computer, whoever this girl is disappears, and then someone else rushes in, muttering curses about how she escaped their grasp. This is Mephisto. And if you recall, in the original Last Bible, we killed Mephisto, like, twice. This is not some guy you really want to run into in a dark cave. Now, is it the same one? I can't say for sure, but one thing's for certain, we're dealing with another tricky asshole. At first, Mephisto plays it alone, or at least he tries to. He apologizes for his intrusion and says it's been a long time since he's seen a fellow human. Call it a hunch, but I kind of doubt he's human underneath the majestic robe that conceals his entire face and body. Mephisto then formally introduces himself as a direct subordinate of the demon lord and one of his 3 opponents. So he's not even shy about being evil in this game. I'm kind of surprised this fucker's still alive. Like, you think someone as loose-lipped as this, about serving the harbinger of destruction, would have been hanged in town square by now? I guess he's just that good. As the conversation goes on, it becomes downright uncomfortable, and the odds of us leaving the cave alive decrease by the second. Mephisto explains that he has come to this planet in advance of the Demon Lord's awakening to gather for a Calgon. He says that his glory knows the power of force, as he knows the truth behind it, and wishes to eradicate both humans who would try to use it, as well as another enemy simply referred to as him. Mephisto remarks on how long it's been since he's been able to move his body around so freely.
Okay, well,
and
that
then
was the end of that.
asks if he
Again, there
discussed
were some
the
new ones here
topic
that I
with us.
fascinating.
I mean,
notice
fuck it, man. This is your
type of
rodeo.
videos
You're running the
using
show
from
here.
this
Let's
channel.
do it.
They're using the
Not
same-
like I can just leave.
A lot of them use the same
So,
images.
his
and
big
I don't really know
offer
why.
is that we should
I
find
gotta
more
imagine that there's
Calgon
more
for
images
him
than just
and give it up to the
there,
Demon
but
Lord.
they're
Funnily
probably
enough,
like the most
you
popular
actually
ones
get to
and
make a
ones that
decision
people
here.
the most,
So I
and
just
that's
said,
why a lot of
yeah,
these channels
sign
use
me
them.
up.
But anyway, guys, I hope you enjoyed this video. If you did, make sure you drop a like on it. If you don't, a demon
I thought
will grab
maybe
your
I could
hand.
blow smoke up his ass long enough to escape the cave. Unfortunately,
And let me know in the
Mephisto
comment
just
section
wanted to
with a
see what we
question
would
of
say
case
as a
if you feel
joke,
anything
and bluntly states that he would kill us regardless of our response. It was worth a shot. After this, Mephisto says, I shit you not, that it's finally dinner time after 100 years, and lunges at us. We're given the chance to put up a pretty worthless resistance, but you know how it goes. After a few turns, he wipes his ass with us, and yeah, our character actually dies. As Mephisto winds up to attack our mom,
But I'll see you guys in the next
at
video. I love you all.
minute, as Master
Peace out,
Bane
guys.
comes sprinting towards us. Hell yeah, Dad's back from buying milk. He quickly revives us, then sends Mephisto hurling across the tunnel into a wall. Mephisto is shocked to find someone so powerful who would oppose the Demon Lord.
Thank you guys so much for watching this video. If you guys enjoy my videos and you would like to support me and my channel more and also be featured in my videos, go check out my Patreon. Link is in the description. I would really appreciate any help you guys have to offer. As you can see, we have different tiers, different rewards, so go over there, check it out, and I would really appreciate that. Every little help. Thank you so much. And also, guys, don't forget to subscribe with the notification bell on, and also follow me on all my social media. I have Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and Snapchat. So go follow me on all of those. And remember the most important thing, I love you guys, and chase your dreams.
After agreeing to what Bane asks of us, he gifts us with a world map, which he claims is special because it came from some group known as the Grand Cross, essentially an army aligned with the Gaia Masters. From here, Bane decides to head back to the headquarters of this Grand Cross organization and has us head northwest to a checkpoint where a priest will grant us access to the lands beyond. Before leaving, he suggests we seek out the other two Gaia Master candidates who were selected today. Well, stock up on healing water, buy a couple of items to cure poison if you're feeling saucy.
Hey guys, what's up?
We're on the
Welcome
road.
to another video.
Head northwest and we reach a shrine where the priest there recognizes us as Bane's apprentice and allows us
But
passage.
then I decided
Then
it would be a
we
good
arrive in
idea
an
to
entirely
some
new
songs that
land,
remind me of times in
northern
my life,
Lemuria.
and I cried, and now
To the
I
north
know
of
how
where
I
we
feel.
start here is a place called Ho Village. Ho Village is extremely similar to the town in Last Bible where you meet your
Me, how are
first
you?
party
What are you
member.
doing? Did you cry
There's a
today
monster
too?
blocking the only
But anyway,
path
guys,
into
we're gonna
town,
check out another
and
video by
oddly,
Dr.
the place
Doggo.
has
This video is
absolutely
called
no
Strangely
music.
Familiar Images with
If you
Other
challenge it, you'll
Great.
find that it's a
So,
really
as you guys know, we
powerful
checked out the
thing,
first
which
two
has
parts. If
Agita
you didn't
and
see
Buddha.
those
The
videos,
latter
there's a
of which can
playlist of
kill
all
you
my
instantly.
reactions.
You can beat this guy.
Okay, here we go, guys. Maybe I'll see something in this. My trigger me and maybe start
Afterwards, he
crying.
comes back to life since,
Here we
well,
go.
he's a phoenix. We'll have to leave this place behind for a bit. There's simply no way in at the moment. To the southeast of Po, through some hills and mountains, you'll find the big city of Lemur. We're bound to find something in here. First thing, as usual, I rested at the inn and upgraded some equipment. There's some armor here that's decently affordable, but the big prize of this town is a
These
claymore
pictures are not even
which costs
sad.
7,500 Maka, but absolutely rips ass if you can get it. If you're smart and money during this first visit to the city, by the time we've wrapped everything else up on this section of the map, you should be able to afford it. And don't worry, that's actually not going to take as long as you might think. The people of the city are heavily fixated on two topics. First, the city's prized orichalcum that had been kept inside of the Grand Temple has been stolen by demons. Bad news. Second, this girl named Alice. Yeah, fucking everywhere you go, they're all talking about this Alice. Considering we named her that, obviously she's our second party member, and one of the other guy masterminds. So we're gonna have to track her down. It seems like the entire population has something to say about her. Little kids talk about how strong she is. Adults call her a weirdo because of her obsession with beasts. She sounds like a real piece of work. One woman even calls Alice the most famous person in the entire city.
Notice how it's
I wonder if she's gotten any offers for a NordVPN sponsorship. Anyway, we learned that even before the recent uptick in beast activity, Alice would go around hunting for them outside the city, and now, with the orichalcum missing, she's out in full force looking for the beast who took it. You can even find Alice's house, where her parents are worried sick about her, frustrated with how often she puts herself in danger. Apparently, she's gone off to some place called Mount
kind of thing that I was saying to you guys, like military style.
Over at the temple, we hear about how crusaders were dispatched to the mountain to wipe out the beasts there and potentially reclaim the stolen treasure. These crusaders are part of the Grand Cross and help combat the demon lord's forces. The highest ranking member of this army is Vane himself, which is pretty badass. That dude must do everything. We're finally told about an oasis called Garuz to the south, which is the very same oasis from the game's opening cutscenes. The waters of Garuz are apparently capable of healing grave wounds and weakening powerful demons. Are you seeing the parallels here again? In the first last Bible, there was a town with a demon blocking the entrance. It was even positioned in much the same way as the Phoenix is in this game. And you needed water from an oasis to get in. We're like retracing the steps of another timeline here or some shit. You might think it sounds like lazy design, like they just wanted a Mega 10 game on cell phones and kind of just rehashed last Bible and slapped it on. But I think all of these strange rules are really important. I think it's hinting heavily at the significance of this story and the grandness of the last Bible universe. I just haven't figured it out yet.
Check out
So,
the video. I guess when you're sad,
next stop. Even though Alice's parents told us
I don't know, try it. Make yourself cry.
we learned from some other random villagers that she's actually intended to stop by the oasis first for some of that magic water. Before heading out, we can swing by the temple's inner chamber where we see an empty pedestal where the orichalcum is supposed to be.
I wonder if it
The
hits
priests
differently
lament
if I'm.
that the archangels have not yet
90% of the
descended
time
to
I'm
aid the city in its time of crisis, and it looks like we're going to be the only
So when I
ones
see them,
that can set
my
shit right.
Garuz,
What
I'm
ways
getting
itself around the windy path
because I'm
through
sad.
mountains in the
Now I'm
desert.
getting sad.
Again,
Maybe
almost
if I'm
exactly
happy
like last
one day.
When we get there,
I really
that
hope
weird
to be
guy
happy
who's yelling at the
I've
end
heard a lot about
of the
happiness,
game
and I
is
would
still lying on the ground with a skull
And
cracked
if I do, maybe I will
After
experience
helping him drink some water from the
in
spring,
a happy way.
he thanks us
I
and
don't know.
tells us that his name is
wonder
Avon
if
the
these
Great Wizard, and starts muttering about how he formed a contract with something that comes from beyond space and time. He then begins to ask
Guys, let me know in the
he's
comment
arrived
section
on
what do you
Gaia,
think about
but
that.
suddenly stops and
Did any of
realizes
them
he
make you feel
somehow
sad?
knows our
Just
name
me?
already,
I don't know.
and
Let me know what
says
you
that
guys
we
thought.
should look about us.
Maybe you just thought they were scary or familiar or whatever.
Avon
Hit the like button if you
recognizes the
enjoyed this
device
video.
we're wearing
See
as
you
a
guys back
collar
here in the
and
next video.
assumes that
Peace
we've
out.
also made some kind of
Thank you guys so much for watching this video. If you guys enjoy my videos and you would like to support me and my channel more and also be featured in my videos, go check out my Patreon. Links in the description. I would really appreciate any help you guys have to offer. As you can see, we have different tiers, different rewards. So go over there, check it out, and I would really appreciate that. Every little help. Thank you so much. And also, guys, don't forget to subscribe with the notification bell on, and also follow me on all my social media. I have Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and Snapchat. So go follow me on all of those. And remember the most important thing: I love you guys and chase your dreams.
As he's about to reveal the title of the book, he stops himself and just tells us to think of him as an observer, not someone who's going to help us or This motherfucker's like some kind of interdimensional record keeper or something. I wonder if he was going to say his book is called The Last Bible. Come on, that was probably... After this absolutely bizarre little exchange, Avon decides to offer us a deal, despite just saying...
Hey guys, what's going on, and welcome back to What Shall We Do Next. I'm Mike, your host,
assist him in his
and I hope
research.
you guys are having
Avon
the best
gives
day
us
ever.
this deep
First of all, guys,
encyclopedia
before I
that
get started
allows
with
us
this
to
video, I
record
would
the
like to say a
stats
thank you to
enemies
all of
we
you
come across.
for the positive
why not?
comments that you guys left on my
I
previous
rarely
video.
look
I
at
really
enemy
wasn't
stats
feeling
game
great.
like the boss or
I was a
something,
little
but
down.
I'll give it a
as you
shot
can tell,
for a good
and,
buddy here.
I really appreciate that.
Registering
There's so
enemies
many of you guys that
encyclopedia
really
works by
care.
using a
Even some of the
building
scammers
code
were like,
that Avon
I hope
gives
you feel
us.
better.
The entries are
Nice. I saw your
automatically
comments. It really means a lot to me that you guys know
with a new
that,
team.
you know, because I was worried I was going to upload it. It was
this,
just going to be a
you'll be rewarded with additional items and abilities.
like nobody
so
would like
there's
take
some
me seriously.
incentive
I
for
was just
feeling
being
up to it.
serious.
One item
we
that
get arguing
have
with
the amount of
scammers or whatever. It's
experience
not even
you
like
develop,
scammers anymore.
which means
And I
you
actually
gain
really
power
enjoy
at
it.
absolutely
Like the
stupid
comments
pace.
because they're just
But
some of the
you do
times it's like
need
so ridiculous that
65
it's funny,
registered
and I
demons
love
to
to
get
like
it.
you know
And I think
fire
the
back with
funniest
something
part of this
that's
little
just
deal comes
totally
at the end,
ridiculous.
where Avon
So
says the
like
entire
those comments,
process of
believe it or
doing this is
not,
actually a pain in the
actually
ass,
make me feel
and
better.
just
Like
ignore
I do
the content.
enjoy the back and forth.
I guess his focus is on our
scammers
story,
or
but come on,
whatever
you gotta be a little more
I think they're
enthusiastic
trolls
about your
at this point,
studies.
but I really do
If you
appreciate
call
that you
on
guys,
some
even the
God, to bring you to
trolls,
another world.
and it really
As the
does mean a lot to me.
conversation
I've been doing a
finally
lot of
starts to
thinking,
die down,
and
Alice suddenly
yeah, I just
appears
really wanted to
and
say thank you
sprints
guys.
towards
That's
the
the main
spring,
thing here. But anyway, guys, we're
running
going to check
into
out
us,
a video
calling
that
us
is
a jerk
uploaded
for
by
staying away.
Dr. Doggo.
Nice
This
to
one
meet
is
you
part
too,
4
asshole.
of the strangely familiar
Introduce
images of
yourself as a Gaia
unnerving
Master
music.
candidate,
So,
and
I feel like I'm in the
that she's about to
perfect mood
grab
for
the
this.
Neo
Today I'm
Oasis
just like
water
really
to
exhausted,
assist
and I'm
in
still
an
kind of
ongoing
down,
battle
but
of
like,
Mount Marva against some
I still
powerful
feel
demons.
it.
Our character doesn't move, which is
So
pretty
it
damn
took a lot for me
hilarious
to even make
considering
this
the
video.
gravity of the situation, and Alice realizes that we
Maybe I should
are a
just
Gaia
say
Master
thank you, and
candidate,
that's it.
and
But
that we want to
no,
join
we're going to
forces.
take a look at some familiar images.
Unfortunately, she dismisses the idea of working together as a total joke because she's a one-woman circus and doesn't have time to entertain others. She then shoves us out of the way, grabs some Oasis water, and on her way out, suggests we take some for ourselves and revisit Poe to bring down that Phoenix. Well, okay. I guess someone's got to take care of that too, right? I mean, if anything,
Wow, this one
maybe she'll realize we're actually a
always
cool,
get the
sensitive guy.
I don't know what it is.
Interesting hobby.
It must be like everybody
So,
keeps using
go all the way back to
these
Poe,
type of
splash some of this shit in the bird's face, and it's time for round 2. Much
That's scary.
That's horrible. If you could beat it before, well, beat it even faster
This
now.
is giving me. That was the alley
Even
from
said the battle
GTA
on Auto
3
was
where you
watched.
first started.
The Phoenix's death magic is being suppressed by the water's magical properties, so there's nothing to worry about. He doesn't revive this time either after being defeated. Inside the village grounds, everyone sings you praises for getting rid of the demons. There are a few shops here to check out if you really want to, but the big point of getting in here is to talk with a wounded crusader resting in one of the houses. Like everyone else, he's shocked he can pull off bringing down this magnificent beast, but then admits that it's fitting for a student of Master
How
Bane
weird
to
is that?
kick a
That
major
bedroom
ass.
right there with the big
He urges us to visit Mount Marva and seek out the Crusader captain if we want to be of additional use.
inside just in case.
Alice might want this to be her moment in the spotlight, but this guy makes it clear they can use all the help they can get, and they might be in over their heads.
Kind of weird too.
All in all, we didn't really get much here in all this. It's our duty as a Gaia Master and all that good shit, so all in a day's work. At least we have the Crusaders to back us up if Alice has a problem with getting in her way again. Mount Marva is far off to the east of town. When we make it there, the Crusader captain initially turns us away, but the guy we just saved assures him of our abilities, and they basically hand this crime scene over to us. The captain says there's a demon up ahead who's grabbed the orichalcum, and the two step aside and leave us to it. You'll face some stiff resistance as you wander along these mountain paths. It's a very simple dungeon to navigate, but the guys up here eat crack for breakfast, and you'll constantly be having your health worn down. The thing is, you're gonna want to recruit a few demons, not even necessarily for fighting or dealing damage, just to catch a few hits and buy you some time. You might need to leave once or twice to resupply if you're unlucky with negotiating, but I think it's pretty important. See, the boss up here doesn't play fair. Check it out. You climb this ladder, and top is Alice, seemingly unconscious, with the orc Calcum lying in front of her. Blocking away is a gargoyle who declares he'll become a demon king with a power force, and then attacks us. But he brings a whole fucking squad with him. Yeah, 5 guys total, including him. What kind of shit is that? So, needless to say, you're gonna want some friends to soak
This
up
hallway,
damage while you
it was a hallway, but it didn't get me.
I'd go for the harpies on the market first, because they have some pretty annoying spells, but also fall fairly quickly. If you have shitty luck, you might get put to sleep by the harpies. At that point, I just smash the monitor and reload save. You're probably fine. Once they're down, just focus fire the mammoth, and then whittle down the gargoyle. A few of the demons up on this mountain have attack spells, but their MP bars are stupidly small. So basically, these guys are like firecrackers. You get to see them do one cool thing, and then they fizzle out. These spells can really help against the harpies if you're having trouble spinning the ranks, but unless you have items to restore MP, your demons will largely be on meachew.
I don't really feel like traveling.
When the gang squad goes down, we secure the orichalcum and wake up Alice, who's surprised we killed the demon. The fuck is everyone so surprised for around here? To get a tattoo or something?
Wow, that was an unusual one. It was definitely different from the other ones we've seen, but it had very similar images. Like there's always
definitely not try to help her out or anything. You know, the whole
water
Sue
park
Dare shtick.
or the hallway.
So she's one of these.
I don't know, like other things like that.
We better head on back to town and make sure she
and I definitely still feel
Make your way
like
up
I'm
to
really
the
hoping
rock
that
and
somebody
head towards
can
Alice's
put together a
house.
video.
When we get to her door, we hear her inside arguing with her parents.
Amplifies
They're
that
in
feeling that I'm
disbelief that she
getting
wants to go
where
on
it's
a
like
demon
really
slaying
great
adventure,
feeling, or
and her
really
father
nostalgic
urges her to
feeling.
consider the
I want
effects this will
somebody to
have
make one
on her
because it's
social
very
status.
minor,
Alice
and so I
can
can
give
just
less than a
about
single
feel it,
shit
but I
about
don't
all
know
of
why I'm
it.
feeling
Says
it.
she can never
I would
fathom
love
living the
for
normal
somebody
life,
to like
and storms
really
out, running into our
super
weird
like
ass
an
screaming up
intense
against her
reaction
house.
to it. So it
This
feels
time
like
she's
someone
actually
who's
happy to
like
see us
I
and
have
shyly
literally
thanks us
seen
for
this
what we
movie
did
before.
back at Mount
I want to
Florida.
feel that,
She's
but
curious
I'm
about
yet
the
to
way
find
we
a
fight
picture
her
that
demons
actually
and
gives
decides
me
to
that
join up with
much
us
of
to see more
reality.
crazy shit.
But anyway, guys, let me know in the
See,
comment section
I
if you saw anything.
Alice doesn't
Hey,
want
Manic
trouble
Skeleton, thanks for the raid.
because we're a good
Doubt
friend or
you feel
something.
anything at all.
This girl wants to kill.
Let me know. But I'll see you guys in the next video, and thanks again for all
dark
the support
desires.
on the previous
Trust me,
video.
man.
It really means a lot
I've
to you
seen
guys.
it.
And yes,
Regardless,
chase your dreams,
we
no
have our
matter
first
what.
new
Make it happen.
permanent
Peace out, guys.
And look at
Thank you
that.
guys so
She
much for
follows
watching
around
this
on
video.
the
If you guys
back
enjoy my
dragon
videos and you would like to support me and my
wonder
channel
why I
more,
even
and
bothered
also be
pointing that out.
featured in my videos, go check out my Patreon. Link is in the description. I would really appreciate any help you guys have to offer. As you can see, we have different tiers, different rewards, so go over there, check it out, and I would really appreciate that. Every little help. Thank you so much. And also, guys, don't forget to subscribe with the notification bell on, and also follow me on all my social media. I have Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and even Snapchat. So go follow me on all of those, and remember the most important thing, I love you guys, and chase your dreams.
So she's like a boxer or martial artist, but right now, fresh out of the box, the only thing Alice is really good at is being fast. But she does become an excellent part of the team with time. You're gonna want to focus on leveling up her attack power for these reasons, but take some points towards magic too, because Alice can cast Tarukaja, which buffs your attack, and some other support spells. Once you get the ball rolling and catch her up on levels, what you have is an interesting fast attack character who nicely complements our protagonist.
Hey guys, what's going on, and welcome back to
Stop
What Shall
by the
We Do
shops if you
Next?
need
I'm
to.
Mike, your host,
Maybe
and I
you're
hope
gonna buy
you
that
guys are
flame
having the
we talked
best
about
day
earlier.
ever. What's going on, you guys?
Visit
Welcome
the
back,
town
and
for our
happy
next
Saturday to you
destination.
all. I hope you guys are going to have a great weekend, and today we're going to be checking out a video by Dr. Doggo. Now, this one is a little bit different from what I've been checking out, but only really because of the music. This one is called Strangely Familiar Images with unique channel music, which I don't know what that is, but I've heard
Their
the
leader,
music
Mike,
before. I listened to it
approaches
a
us
little
and
earlier
introduces
and
himself.
just to make sure it
He
wasn't
says that right
copyrighted.
across the world,
It's very familiar.
beasts
I don't know what it
and
is
the
though. I don't know
day
where I know it from. It's just like names and stuff. But
very
anyway, guys, we're gonna check this out and see
thanks
if
us
there's
for our
any
efforts
images
in
that
defending
feel
the
strangely
Orichalcum
familiar.
and urges us
And
to
of course, if
continue
you guys
helping
haven't seen my other
somewhat
little
ominous
space
to
type
remind
videos,
us
like
that we
reaction
have to
videos,
work
there
with
is
the
a playlist
ancients
in the
and
description if you want to go check check it out. Okay, here we go.
He bids us farewell, saying that he's headed out to fight some
Where do I know this music?
The priest, now awestruck at having witnessed the Archangel in person, gave us permission to access the warp gate to South Lemuria, and so our journey continues. Something about that Michael's really fucked up beneath the surface, but
How long have I
we're gonna
had
try and
this?
ignore it for now. Strangely, on the way out, if you stay in the inn for a night, you'll have a weird dream about a woman who calls out for our character in Alice, asking how we're liking
Oh my God,
ability to
Silent
communicate
Hill.
with
You
demons.
guys remember that scene
She
with
makes a
the guy
comment
in
about how the
bathroom
people of
stall?
this planet
Oh,
is
that was so
separated,
scary.
and then the dream ends without you getting to see what her face looks like. Alice remarks upon waking up she had the same dream, but she isn't sure what to make of it, and you just have to continue on. Head on down south, and before long, you'll come across a cave entrance in a beachy area. So actually, it's not just a simple warp to the next continent this time. We actually have to make our way through a cave that's bigger than you might expect. When the priests gave us permission to pass to the next continent, I was thinking like we'd pass through another checkpoint, but no, it's actually spelunking time. I think this is the game's way of making sure Alice is leveled up enough for the next big series of events, but they wouldn't have needed to do this if you just join your party
Stairs
and
at
match
an angle kind of.
to be honest, though, Alice catches up quick,
you're almost
and there are some
expecting
items scattered around the dungeon that will boost a chosen party member's stats permanently if consumed. They're referred to as gels, so it sounds
I
like it
feel
could
a
be a
little
chewy piece
uneasy
of candy or
underneath that
something.
bridge just in case
Maybe
it
a
like
gummy
collapses on me.
Once you're satisfied, track down the stairs and breathe in that fresh southern air. Your immediate surroundings outside of the cave are just mountains and plains as far as the eye can see. We're really out in the fucking sticks now. The only real point of interest is the village of Nod. You remember that shit dump in the first class Bible where there were ostriches and stuff running around? Yeah, that's the equivalent here. The town is practically devoid of anything to do, but there's a house near the back where someone apparently neglected to neuter their pets. It's complete cat anarchy. Inside, we meet this wizard boy named Lizelle. We know he's going to join our party at some point, but right now,
Oh my
just
God,
like
this
Alice,
one is even
he's the less
scarier.
enthusiastic
Like the door,
about it.
like the.
In
This is
fact,
what I'm saying,
the
guys.
guy's
The
a bit
stairs
of
on an
an
angle.
He rightfully opens up a conversation by asking who we even are, to which Alice cheerfully explains that we're Guy Master candidates traveling the world, even teasing him and asking if he's a fan of ours. Of course, Lizelle is also a Gaia Master candidate, and we're here for his help, but he seems to have a dismissive attitude towards his mission, almost as if it were pointless to this guy. He quickly changes the subject to his father, who has disowned him and works as a priest in another town. Alice continues to prod Lizelle, essentially asking him how his mind can be occupied by anything other than defeating the demon lord. But Lizelle grows quiet and says that if we knew why he was disowned and why he truly wanted to be a Gaia Master, we'd call him a freak. Alice then decides to call him some mean names anyway, and we're left with no choice but to continue on from the village. If Lizelle doesn't want to join us yet, we can't make him. But maybe we can get some additional info from the strange father. From Nod, head southeast past the mountains, and you'll find another war shrine that brings the party to the Mew continent. Yeah, that's right. We're done with South Lemuria already.
See that
We'll
stairs
make a return visit pretty soon, but there
how
really
that
isn't
affect
much
on
to
me.
do there. Now,
It's when the stairs are like
turns the shit switch up.
The
The encounters here are brutal and frequent. Your first dozen or so battles here are gonna be tough unless you've grinded your dick off.
Okay, well
Pretty
that
big
is the
jump
end of
in
that.
shadow
I would say this was probably,
seconds.
even considering the music was so like happy,
You know, it looks like a
I would say this is probably one of the creepiest ones I've done. Yeah, there was a lot of pictures in this one where I did feel like
You might consider using those
especially the
to get
stairs.
an initial bump in
That I'm
difficulty.
starting to realize like
Save your game
it's not
inside,
just looking
head out,
down the stairs
win a
or
fight,
even looking
come
up
back
the
in and
stairs
heal up,
or
and
looking
just
at the side of the
repeat
stairs
until
with like
things
certain
This
angles,
continent is
like
a bit
where you
bigger
can see
than
the goes
South
down, just like that one
If
picture.
you end up deep in the wilderness
It's like
without
you're
a
going
strong
at an
party,
angle. It's
it'll
almost
be
like
a
you're
miserable
moving
experience
around
trying
the
to work
corner
your way back to a safe spot.
And if it's
The big
slightly
topic
dark
on
at the bottom
everyone's
of the
mind
stairs,
in
you're just
Jara
like,
is the recent
it
sighting
feels
of a
like the
woman in
picture is
white
alive,
who
and
suddenly
any second now
began
something's
giving
going to
people the
come up the
ability to
stairs.
speak.
It's like a weird feeling that I
Sounds
got.
like the lady who shoved a computer into
They're
my hand
definitely a
without my
trigger
consent.
to me, those
Some
stairs
gift
pictures. But anyway, guys, that is the end of that. I hope you enjoyed this video. If you did, make sure you drop a like on it. I would really appreciate that. Let me know in the comment section for question of the day. Did you feel anything from any of these pictures? I definitely did. I would say this is probably my most... I'm affected by this one more than I was any of the other videos. I definitely felt lost. Hey, this picture seems to like suck me in. Yeah, so, yeah. Hope you guys enjoyed this video. I'll see you in the next video. Remember, the most important thing, chase your dreams, keep on fighting, don't let anybody bring you down, and I'll see you right back here tomorrow for another video. Peace out, guys. Thank you guys so much for watching this video. If you guys enjoy my videos and you would like to support me and my channel more, and also be featured in my videos, go check out my Patreon. Link is in the description. I would really appreciate any help you guys have to offer. As you can see, we have different tiers, different rewards, so go over there, check it out, and I would really appreciate that. Every little helps. Thank you so much. And also, guys, don't forget to subscribe with the notification bell on, and also follow me on all my social media. I have Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and Snapchat, so go follow me on all of those, and remember the most important thing, I love you guys, and chase your dreams.
Serve you well quite a while. Before heading to the Healing Temple, be sure to check out the towns. We learned there's a place called the Tower of Solomon nearby, as well as a mountain to the northeast called Mount Ormus. Ormus is where you can combine bones you collect in dungeons to create special tools. This is a last Bible signature special, and you can bet your ass it's useful in this game too. You never have to go here aside from once near the end of the game, so if you just plow straight through the story, you might miss out on your advantage's full potential. You don't have to look very hard for bones, by the way. They're just random chests throughout the game, and odds are, if you're opening every chest you see, you will get what you need.
It is not Tattoo Tuesday. Hey guys, what's up? Welcome back to another video, and today we're going to be taking a look at a video uploaded by Subliminal Spooks. And this video is called Places I Don't Have. Now, as you guys know, we've done a few of these videos, like places you've seen in your nightmares, things like that. This one, I've done a little flick through it, a little flicking through it, and it seems a lot scarier. There's like crazy music, there's crazy towers, and I just felt a little uncomfortable even just flicking through it. So hopefully this will make for a good video. It's also a lot longer, so it's more that we can like analyze and see if we really feel a little weird after this video is done. And I will also put the link to his channel in the description below, and also there is the playlist down there reacting to his type of videos. Okay, here we go.
Confirming that it is the same person who gave us our code. She stares at us with
You know what's
silence
freaking me out about this picture?
and then she walks out.
Is not the dark end of the hall, but the hallway there on the right.
I said this
Like what's around?
last
It's
five
gonna come
videos,
something
but
coming around.
this power sounds like a living.
That's what freaks me out about
Think
this.
about it. You can probably
No,
never
Bill's
have a
wise,
pet
like,
again.
with internet.
My cats are carrying around the
Oh,
house
wow.
in the morning. You think I want to hear their thoughts screaming through my mind as I unsleep?
This reminds me of
And
the
it's not
road
clear how
that
far
I'm gonna
this
get us.
if bugs count as animals, and you'll probably never have a moment of silence again for the rest of your life. Those fuckers are in your walls, whispering evils at all hours. The cat here is nice and talkative.
Okay, usually I don't
Wonders
get
to
turned
itself
off by like the
white
white
gas
station.
I'm kind of surprised you can hear me. Well, back at Nod, we can now speak to the horde of cats outside Lazelle's place. Give us an advance warning that he's not here.
The car situation.
Now I lost both.
Remember, I told you guys I feel like a family of
The cats are all
five.
shocked to hear Lazelle's father kidnapped, and one of them can't clear flag saying that we can use it to find Lazelle, who is apparently wandered out of a cave to perform experiments. Now, despite my instincts for
No, they have
against
money.
seeking out a shy kid performing experiments alone in the cave, we have to do it, or else this shit show is going to get even further out of hand.
Oh wait,
The place we're looking for is the Demon Beast Cave to the northeast of Nod. What a name. The Black Orb comes into play almost immediately, and is simply used to move a rock out of the way. From there, it's a relatively simple dungeon where you're being mobbed by shit like griffins and bazookies every 3 seconds. The battles might be snappier here than a lot of other last Bible games, but damn if they don't put you through a lot of fights. When you finally track Lizelle down, all the way in the back of the cave, he's performing an ancient dark ritual so disgusting.
What is it, guys? Tell me what it is. I'm feeling it. I'm pretty sure you guys
He's just using a demon.
What is it that's
There's not so bad. Of course, since he weighs his like the cathedral's shadow don't exist in this game, and nobody else out there using demons, this comes quite a shock to Alice. What about killing
This is creepy to me, but it also reminds me of one of the episodes.
as Lizelle utters his magic words before a spell, he uses the language of the old gods seen in Lovecraft's Call of Cthulhu story, which perhaps adds a bit of disturbing element to the whole charade. To be honest, I don't have a problem with it, but once Lizelle notices us, he freaks out, declaring that this is his vision of using Gaia. He then sends the newly fused monster at us and runs away, afraid that we're going to tell everyone about what he's been up to. It's just a skeleton, so no sweat. After the dust settles, we return to Nod for the final time to confront Lizelle about
When it
what
first
he's
came on the screen, it like,
oh yeah, and I got that whole thing about his death. Alice goes on the offensive, beating her, scolding Lizelle for panicking and attacking. She says that this training experiment interesting, that she wasn't going to hurt him. She just wanted to know what he was doing. Lizelle starts to open up at things, thankful that we're showing genuine interest in his research instead of just fearing him. I told you guys I feel like this views Gaia entirely differently than just about everyone else in the world. And I think that's a neat logic going against this.
For those of you just not coming in, this game is called Silent Steel. Silent Steel.
I've got chills all over my body.
This game's called Silent Steel. It has a lot to do with
This is scary. I find those like things really creepy anyway. When you got like up close to one of them,
Even
two sides
Lizelle's
all
magic is something objectively beneficial, like turns
and
demons
listen,
into
the fact that
friends.
the sky's red, that
Still being
siren,
met with fear and anger from everyone.
tornado
It
siren.
just doesn't mesh how
That
the
is
cycle
probably
is
what
supposed
hell
to
looks like when you get
His
there.
efforts to understand his prescribed enemy in a new way are quite literally contrary to the established nature of existence. In fact, speaking of Legaia's history, in the
This kind of looks like it's like
Lizelle has his own opinions on that too.
Alright, very tired
The
of being
conversation
Y'all know
begins to
how
shift away from fusing demons as the music becomes
pick up this goddamn pallet.
and Lizelle very seriously
I can
says
imagine what
he
Rose
believes
This is
something
it's
is
like
wrong.
looking down the stairs over
He
the
asks us
handrail.
if we know history.
It's actually not that bad. Whenever I get my own house, I want a house like
doorways
I don't want a
creepy.
big ass house to the point where people can live in it. I don't see it at all.
The Demon Lord's defeated. Lizelle seems to think that this story
I feel like
strangeness
I mean,
is
this
related
is
to
be updated.
Oh,
why the Demon Lord wait 100 years every single time?
What
Why
bag?
doesn't he ever come sooner? Why not later? Where did the
What bag? Damn it! What?
Obviously, we have nothing to say back to it. We don't know that shit. The cycle
What
just
freaking bag?
considering we've seen angels
Put my bag on the couch.
made up. Lizelle just
Maybe
keeps
it's a
going,
little creepy.
asking us if we know where the beasts that have been hearing come from.
Alright, alright, I need to
So
pee bad
many
though.
unknowns with this story. It's existed for all of time, and it just doesn't sit right.
Not really stairs in this one. I just
And
feel like
it's likely that
Guess in the
anyone
bathroom,
else
back
who
here.
bothered asking about this kind of thing was either exiled or
open
done
to the
away
public in the day, but at
Sounds
nighttime
like
now I
we
can't
have to
be.
unravel
This is
quite
what you call
a
small.
That was weird.
I really found watching this game has a quite sinister atmosphere to it. Almost like it's repeating a lot of the events of the first last Bible to trick you into letting your guard down, as if you've already got the whole thing figured out. Well, believe me, unless you already know exactly how this game ends, you just
Oh,
won't
and the
be
bathroom's
fucking guessing. It's that bizarre. But it's all in due time.
But like,
After all that talking, we decide that now is a good moment to tell Lizelle that his dad's been kicked. He gets pissed off and asks us why we didn't just tell him that earlier, and then runs off to Solomon's tower alone to save him.
Y'all got a growth connection.
you got this like first Titanic vibes first of all.
Feed yourself
An escalator.
Why didn't you just tell him
But like, it also reminds me of like,
I mean, I don't do that, but I heard that that's a, I heard, no. Hey, hold on, no. I swear to God, I never done that. My homeboy said, look, no.
see the tower sitting
I didn't say that. I didn't say me. I didn't.
Solomon's tower.
Forget it.
Is a
Forget it.
that is incredibly short.
I'm getting like
also
apocalyptic vibes from just like your grocery shop
dropping into the size of each floor is minuscule, but the demons in here are beefed the fuck out, and you
Lights,
can't
please.
seem to recruit any of them. This is another spot where if you're having a hard time, the solution is just gonna have to be finding stock up on shooters from a nearby settlement, then wander over, fight monsters on the first floor until you can't do it anymore, and repeat as necessary. I'd recommend your level 3 in the low to mid 20s.
Damn, what is that song?
If you want an interesting demon to add to your team,
It's the ghost track on
wander around
the Mario
outside
Kart.
until you find this guy or Kenny.
Nintendo.
For some reason, he had 66 love, which is incredibly high. That's one lucky dude. Hopefully, he'll score you some extra critical hits.
You ever feel like y'all getting
When
set
you're all
up?
leveled up and ready to go, head to the top of the tower, and you'll see a Lizelle rooted on the ground next to a spot with a demon blocking the way.
Fucking ghost whisperers, guys. I hate
You want to guess who it is? You already know. Come on, say it. I'm serious. Say it. It's this asshole again. Of course, a Minotaur in a towel. Just like in Last Survivor 1. Just like in Digital Devil Story. Or you know what? Just like every game I play. Who the hell keeps doing this? At least he had the decency to wear some clothes this time, I guess. Minotaur can hit hard with that big axe face that he's carrying, but if you've got a full team of healing capabilities, it's gonna be hard for him to out-damage you,
Oh my god,
especially if you spend
I'm
time
getting the
using
biggest chills I've ever had.
having issues keeping him under control. He's actually totally switched, so exploiting that as often as you need to. That's a pretty interesting thing about this game, now that I think about it. Bosses
I thought you know before you go, you gotta think about
it's never a waste of time to do experiments and see
That's all
which
I'm
might work. After the fight wraps up, Lazelle's father
Wait, I probably should close it.
heal Hippo, and we follow suit. Or mess up the laws and thanks by the priests. And then the arcane
I should probably clear
Michael thanks us again for protecting the city's calculus and apologizes to the Portuguese to us defeating the demons. He explains that
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to keep opening my eyes, bro, but I'm getting paranoid. I just, okay. Look, you're just gonna sleep the entire night. Sleep the entire night.
Michael urges us to keep up the fight.
There's a door over there in the other end. I'm not happy about that.
Lazelle interrupts us with a question
It's like a
which
cafeteria.
humiliates his father.
I guess.
Or where the angels go when they're not here, and why the demon lord only returns after 100 years
Oh
have
yeah, we've
passed.
seen this one
Even
before.
though,
I
as
have.
far as to say, it's like an imaginary story. That's gonna take some balls to say that straight to Michael's face. The dude's practically an alien to these people, considering they don't even know where he comes from. Michael simply says the angels awaken this land when the time is right, and then they don't know why the demon lord takes 100 years to revive. Then they disappear. In the aftermath, Lazelle basically destroys his relationship with his father. As his dad stands there stammering in shock at how offensive that must have been.
It's still pretty eerie though, like the thing
Lazelle asks if he's going to say something, or if he's just impersonating a chicken, and then gets double disowned. Our guy has some jokes up his sleeve, doesn't he? With his father now out
Okay,
of
who
the picture,
turned that light out in the
in a
kitchen?
mind full of questions, Lazelle at last decides to join the team and see if he can get to the bottom of what the scandal is.
Okay, well that is the end of that. Oh my god, I really enjoyed this one. Literally every single one of them made me feel something. Even though I'm not in a good mood today, I'm kind of tired. I don't really care when I'm like feeling like this. I don't really get freaked out by things. But the music, he made a good choice with the music.
Trivialize really difficult bosses. If that wasn't enough, he can also fuse demons now.
Wow,
whenever he
I
wants.
just thought that was really spooky. I definitely got chills
From here, the only thing left to do to make any sort of progress is to
each
head
time one
south,
popped up,
where
it
you'll
was like,
find this town
I
called
don't know, there's something uncomfortable.
Kind of
I
like
can definitely see me having nightmares in strange places.
just places like towns.
It's all kind of me having bad dreams. But guys, let me know in the comment section, did any of these images make you feel like uncomfortable? Did you recognize any from any of your nightmares? me know in the comment section. Also, smash a like on this video if you enjoyed it. I would really appreciate that. And I'll see you guys in the next video. Remember the most important thing: chase your dreams, keep on fighting, don't let anybody bring you down. And I'll see you tomorrow. Peace out, guys. Thank you guys so much for watching this video. If you guys enjoy my videos and you would like to support me and my channel more, and also be featured in my videos, go check out my Patreon. Link is in the description. I would really appreciate any help you guys have to offer. As you can see, we have different tiers, different rewards, so go over there, check it out, and I would really appreciate that. Every little helps. Thank you so much. And also, guys, don't forget to subscribe with the notification bell on, and also follow me on all my social media. I have Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and even Snapchat. So go follow me on all of those, and remember the most important thing: I love you guys, and chase your dreams.
Explore thoroughly, try to keep it warm. There's a healing spring camp out next to you, which is right near your heart's content, if that's what you're gonna do. Just make sure you're not putting your The boss in this stage is none other than Cerberus, who goes down pretty fast, but then joins your party as a powerful level 40 demon. Fuck yeah. We wake up the mayor's kid, and he thanks us for the help, assuring us that he could have handled this all by himself. Dude, your ass was knocked out.
Bro,
Anyway, the kid grabs the staff, and we all head back. The mayor thanks us, lets us.
Hey guys, what's going on, and welcome back to What Shall We Do Next? Today we're going to be checking out another video by Subliminal Spook, and this video is called More.
bro, I don't know which side she's on. I don't know which side she's on.
As you guys know, we did
I don't know which side she's on.
just a few days ago. And also about the whole ghost story thing. Thank you guys for commenting some of them. I will be doing them in a video soon, but for tonight I just thought it was part of the nightmare. Subliminal Spook actually did a really good job on this last time, so I'm excited to see what he had in happen after this time. Okay guys, here we go.
Adele comments on how friendly the mayor was with his kid, even despite all the trouble he got himself into, and reflects on how he could never get along with his own family. Alice finds common ground with him in this, and the two ask about power to somebody to which you can choose whether or not you can play masturbate. I'm not trying to say the game just got all crazy emotional for a second, but I didn't expect him to throw in a little bit about how some people just can't have a good relationship with their parents, and it's not even their fault. I love how this game spends more time developing the party's friendship. While a lot of the content we're seeing is mirrored in some way in Last Bible 1, it feels far more fleshed out in this game, and it's cool. The heroes feel more like people in this game, which really surprised me. Hop on the next ship and are whisked away to a small
No, hey, good dog. Don't breathe. Hey.
inside are the main
The more detail I can the more levels, the more it freaks me out. I don't know why, it's so weird.
and tells us that he's Master Vane's #1 disciple. Rather than send us three out on another mission, he decides that we need to pass a training exercise. He wants us to make it through the entire headquarters, where everyone within will be hostile.
Like Soviet Union.
Holy fuck. Goliath goes on to say,
I thought it was fucking over. I thought it was over. I swear I thought it was over. I thought it was over, dog.
unless we make some mechanic moving, and then retreats far out the building, waiting to see if we can even make it that far. And so, it's mission time to get a game. The Grand Cross HQ is fucking-gigantic. It's not hard to navigate.
That's pretty spooky.
It's
I mean, the
just
way it's
huge,
spread outside.
massive hallways.
Like, can you imagine
an encounter as always? You'll be attacked by a wide variety of soldiers, agents, assassins, just
That
plain
would
old
be
fighters.
This is what that looks
Cerberus'
like.
help and upgraded equipment, you should be okay, but you're going to be healing after every battle.
This one
Relying on these levels to restore your
Yeah, I'm feeling the same thing. Like,
Goliath himself is frighteningly powerful and can cast group targeting attacks
you're watching me.
significant damage, as well as dish out physical attacks that are likely
I like
to
to think
bring
while I'm
enemies you have
concentrating,
close
guys.
to death.
Okay, we are back
The
with...
best strategy
Oh,
is
wait,
to have Alice cast Gotcha.
Hey guys, in case you didn't know, I'm Mike, your
Get
host.
Zelda cast Bronco.
Feels like well, anyway, welcome back to the channel, guys. Today we're going to be having another reaction video, and this one is going to be another little space video. This one was
As
actually
you can
requested
see,
to me.
I
Well,
don't need
I'm sorry, man. I forgot your
Alice having this PvP
No, I know
remote
that.
and Cerberus only two.
Windmill farm.
A little bit of luck might be
Don't they call it windmill farm? Happy Tuesday,
After
guys.
passing this crazy ass test,
Turbine.
Goliath sends them straight
As you come much. I know you guys for a while. Sorry. It gets hard. It gets kind of sad. But this is another liminal space video, and this one is called Places You've Seen in Your Dreams and Nightmares, uploaded by the channel. Not really direct to show. I'm sorry if I said that wrong. All right, well, let's do this. Let's see how this video turns out.
And if we stay in, the party experience.
Oh, it's an A&W stand. Oh, man. This reminds me of like in chapter 2, or even in chapter 1. I've been trying to go to sleep, like, not scary at all. It's very scary, and like they have to choose one.
You might remember Mephisto mentioning this.
No matter which one of these doors, that was a very interesting fact. There was an individual
context on
there was a person that
at least this all
you don't usually see that
seditions
about what now this one right here, the tiles in this one is exactly like the tiles used to be in the place where I work, and that's very kind of freaky.
I recommend doing so. Beyond that, you could just head to the Atlantis River.
How is that even?
The shrine is heavily guarded by crusaders, and upon arriving in Atlantis,
it's a weird
random process nearby, as well as a large city called Acropolis, but it's a smaller settlement called Tyrus. For now, the Grand Cross.
Oh my God! This one just gave me like
Crusader protects the entrance and just
oh my God! I'm getting chills on this one, guys.
I guess you check out the door.
I feel like where that one is like there's an island in there.
And the last
hello, we need a boat. Any second.
This one might be my favorite. It feels kind of lavish in comparison to the other scarier rooms. There's even an area
just those other shops say scarier.
There's like no. It's pretty cool. It's kind of a medieval fantasy power.
I've seen this
There's plenty of getting by. There are always lots of great items. Of course, gossip.
What's down there?
For starters, we learn that the city has an underground water that connects all the way to Tyrus. We also find out that the ark we'll be using to go to this maybe is being constructed by a guy named
it's giving me a weird nostalgic like that chandelier with quite a little light thing on the ceiling.
As we're discussing at our end, the archangel is materializing
exactly like how
Michael warns that the Demon King's resurrection is quickly approaching, and the priests tell him that something is wrong with Frank. He's not just shutting his home because he's busy. He flat out being his place is over at Tyrus, and nobody can persuade him to open the door. There's nobody who can replace Fran as the builder, so something needs to be worked out.
This one freaks me out.
Michael provides literally no help with this, and says he helps we can figure it out.
Is what's around that corner? That's giving me anxiety. This feels pushed out the corner. The way it's kind of
there is one way to get into Fran's house. We're gonna sneak in through his fucking toilet.
Oh my God.
Yeah. There's an entrance to the waterways in the city.
These things, I always get a weird feeling when I look at it. I think I said this one for south,
and then it's time for some real bum rat shit. The waterways are another side of the dungeon. Kind of like the Grand Crossing. You're not gonna get lost, but you might kind of get stuck. It takes a while to get architecture.
It sounds like an alarm going off.
Actually, it's on your walls, especially if you're in the dark, where you can eavesdrop on a conversation
and you're
held by
trespassing. Like it's a scary.
Why are they here? Why didn't we just have this conversation over in Angel Land? I don't know, but they built this time. We smell that juicy shit. First, they're looking for a
still smell like the
I'm sure you can guess who they're outside. Second, they're shit-talking Zell for asking all the crazy questions, and apparently have great difficulty with coming up with excuses for not answering. The angels essentially admit they stick to a script when talking to him, and kind of just insist on their own power without explaining what's up. They talk about the potential acquisition of power force, and then disappear after saying there are still risks with their plan.
Yikes. Okay, the sub-mechanic. I get to
the sewers, revealing right now to encounters in Alaska will eventually emerge to Fran a green demon and stands next to a dining table. This is not Mr. Fran, it's Domahan, a very angry demon.
Oh no, this is cursed. Tell you guys, I swear to God, this is
dies extremely quickly and tells
there's layers
like Fran that the Grand Cross is dead or something. Zell realizes there's something really not right about that, and so we unlock the door, looking at Tyrus, creating a strange scene as a group just blast forth through Fran's
Get out of here. Go, shoot.
Nobody would
Shoot.
ever know the lengths we went
Yeah.
through to get into it.
Oh my god.
Back at camp, the guard in front is as stubborn as ever. This time, Lazelle tells the dark forces of the way here to reveal themselves.
This is giving me
And
life.
what do you know? We have to fight a second double camp. This whole place is under the influence of demons. Our ass is basically missed. This is pretty much the process of meachew. It looks much the same, and plays much the same. Big hallways,
Imagine being here
constant
right now.
fights, and a tough boss waiting for you. The one behind these dark illusions, and the truth is that Fran was nowhere to be seen, is Belial, another of the 3 disciples of demons. Belial seems surprised that there are 3 of us coming against him, and acknowledges that we're second only to Masterpiece.
There's literally something out there to
Defense
get
and try to take
very powerful down.
This is one tough guy. I had more trouble with him than Goliath. He has over 4,000 HP. Can heal himself if he wants to, and can deal over 700 damage to a unit with an attack waste. Your best shot here is to try and put him to sleep with Dormine or confuse
Alright,
him
well that was
with
the end of
10
that. And it was a really good video.
This
Thank
is
you for
effects
sending
on
it to me.
but it can hold up if the RNG is with you. I managed to beat this fight
Definitely felt something for
but
everything.
it's hard. You'll
Sometimes you don't
really
really
make sure Lazelle has high points. He needs to be the one taking action first every round, so that he can heal before Belial attacks.
The way I would describe it
As long as you first like what you can do. But it takes time, and depending on how your run goes,
that sound
you're probably going to have a few close calls.
This is somebody standing
After he's out of the way,
And I can't wait to see the other one. I'm
Fran
gonna watch the
saying
other
that
one.
the demons wanted him to build an ark for them. He
definitely
warns
gonna
us
check
that
them out.
another group of demons is going to make an attack
But anyway, guys, let me know
on
in the
yet
comment section. I'm
another
curious
grand
if any of these images, I guarantee
better intercepted
you would know. Smash the like on the video and I'll see
handing
you
us
right
a
back here.
small
Turn
red cross
south
ambush to get inside.
Thank you guys so much for watching this video. If you guys enjoy my videos and you would like to support me and my channel more and also be featured in my videos, go check out my Patreon, link in the description. I would really appreciate any of that you guys have to offer. As you can see, we have different tiers, different rewards, so go over there, check it out, and I really appreciate that. Every little help. Thank you so much. And also, guys, don't forget to subscribe with the notification bell on, and also follow me on all my social media. I have Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and Snapchat. So go follow me on all of those. And remember the most important thing, I love you guys, and chase your dream.
After Alice demands to know who's done with the Crusaders. Bale's a little less hard this time. I cleared him on my first attempt. He's got powerful spells, but he's not quite as big as Belial, who lacks decent physical attack. Provided you can elude system healing, maybe bring along some Gaia drops to ensure you don't run out of MP, you'll be alright. Taking a couple losses like I did here is fine, as long as your key fighters are constantly in play. When he falls, again, Alice makes fun of him for having a big mouth and back it up, and kind of starts to go nuts, ending the day laughing a bit as he assures us we'll find no less than a mountain of corpses inside. Sure enough, the place is littered with fallen crusaders, as well as demons in flight. Yep, it's like the 17th dungeon that looks like this. They sure like these very cross gauntlets, and there's nothing really new to talk about. It's a bit shorter at least, just one.
Okay, well that was the end of that, guys.
Welcome to episode 103 of Boundary Break. In case you're new here, we go talk boundaries of any video game. We try to pass developer techniques, or sometimes find left behind content. And for this remake episode, we had a award-winning animator, Michael Chin, aka Metal Penguin, make a new intro. So, sir, thank you so much for your contribution. You can find links to him down below. And for those of you who don't know why the original
This one I would say
on, I will link that at the end of
and
this
he doesn't really
With
move
that
that much
said,
anymore,
regardless,
so
if
some
you
of
are
those
definitely
definitely
commentary
more
for Super
But
Mario
seeks of shaping faith through context.
But anyway, guys, I hope you enjoyed this video. If you did, make sure you drop a like on it. I would really appreciate that. And let me know in the comment section if any of these images feel familiar to you. And if you feel like, yes, I absolutely heard about it right now.
Here's something that
Let me know in the comment section. I'll see you guys in the next video. Remember the Thank you guys so much for watching this video. If you guys enjoy my videos and you would like to support me and my channel more and also be featured in my videos, go check out my Patreon. Link is in the description. I would really appreciate any help you guys have to offer. As you can see, we have different tiers, different rewards. So go there, check it out, and I would really appreciate that. Every little helps. Thank you so much. And also, guys, don't forget to subscribe with the notification bell on, and also follow me on all my social media. I have Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and Snapchat. So go follow me on all of those. And remember the most important thing: I love you guys and chase your dreams.
And once other players are joining your lobby, different color Yoshis are watching the stream. Well, if no players joins the lobby, the camera outside is headed down. You can see that other two Yoshis are there at all times. They bunched up together in the same position.
Master May is returned to our hometown west and says that we've proven ourselves in all regards to do this job.
So let's kick the ball back over to the Nintendo 64 version and show you a cool little trick that's not used in the DS version. Back in the day, 3D graphics had very limited technology, so developers always had to come up with interesting tricks.
Hey guys, what's going on? And welcome back to the show. I'm Mike, your host, and I hope you guys are having the best day ever. What's going on, you guys? Welcome to this video. Today, we're going to be taking a look at another video of some of the most food. This video is called Even More Places You Can Eat in Your Nightmares. Now, this is like part 3 of what we're going to be done with the one and already. This is going to be like part 3. I'm excited. Does a really good job on this one.
Like Yoshi making the bomb, but the transformation
I don't know, it's like charismatic whenever I see some preview. But he did say this is the final one.
It's like all in one shot.
I think it's better change
I noticed that in the official player's guide back then, there were screenshots.
Okay, here we go, guys.
And this is because Nintendo themselves would in-house use a camera system just like this to be able to supply those images. And hey, what the heck? Why don't we also show you what it looks like in the DS version as well? It almost looks the same, doesn't it? But there's something slightly off. And that's because in the DS version of Super Mario 64, the devs went above and beyond, which is created special moves just for when Mario goes through the floor. Each of these rooms have their own special texture to try and represent the area that's going to load into. So, like for example, here you can see the blue on the ceiling and the green on the wall. Because it's supposed to represent the outside of the castle.
In the world map, and the one we want to go to is near Dome.
I have been in
This one was just an
And I gotta say, for something I thought would be really boring, it ended up being one of my favorite parts of this episode. As the menus of Super Mario 64 use all sorts of fun developer techniques, one of which I want to show you here is heads on the DS version. Backdrops that are used behind the heads are in a 3D space. And so when you manipulate the camera, you can see the entire head quite cool. And the logo for the 64 version is a fully 3D model. If we take the camera behind that logo, you can see that there's no bottom. Though there is one untextured space right here. And I also managed to find an extracted line from tvsource.com. And although the colors are off, I can stop to show you all this without worrying about the game transitioning to Mario space. It's kind of amazing how many unique textures are added to something that's only on there for a brief second. Unique textures are used all over the menus in Super Mario 64. Like the moving blocks when you go to select the file, all the back faces and all
I'm not just talking about the
have
price.
unique textures on the back. I honestly don't just imagine they would have duplicated the same textures. I don't feel like anybody would really notice. But it's really neat to see that dedication, especially the yellow one, which you never notice, as this is a texture that's completely unique and never seen by the player. And alternatively, on the DS version, they use this cool water effect in the background. And the effect is pulled off by turning the two images to
This
give
is
a
what I'm
visual
talking about.
effect. But that's not all. Go back to the 64 version, and you go to select the stage, you might notice that all the stars are blue. Well, what's really cool about that is that the white void that they rest in also has a floor level. And it becomes really easy to figure out where that floor is because the shadows of those stars will drop down on you, something that, again, is never seen by the player.
And doing just fine. From where you start, you can actually see where you need to go. It's this crimson crystal palace.
Now here's something I didn't really get a good chance to do in the original episode. I want to do a side-by-side comparison of both the DS version and the 64 version and to see if they do anything really different. One of the things that I did cover on the original episode was these Monty Rolls for the 64 version. And back then I made the observation that quote-unquote disappear, only to find out later from other sources that they don't really disappear. They're just trial and error spots and making it seem like there's 4 monkey moles on screen. And the truth of this becomes way more apparent when you slow this down. But on the Nintendo DS, it's a lot different. You'll notice that when the monkey moles go underneath the ground, they just kind of stay in a stationary position until they're ready to spring back up. Now this is something I was more expecting in the original 64 version, and you're going to find this lack of care across the board, not because the developers have lazy or anything, it's just that they didn't want to do this anymore. Like for example, in the 64 version, when Mario would jump from a painting, he would immediately get called out. But in the DS version, it's a totally different story. The characters just continue falling down. That's of course until the character's loaded into the stage. And Lakitu is handled way differently between the two games. In the 64 version, all the clouds are just too textured. And it also reveals something else, which is that the Lakitus do not have legs or anything outside of the shells that you normally see in the game. The Lakitus in the DS version, however, are a bit extra. Their clouds are not only 3D polygons, but inside those clouds is also a weird cone that has duplicate images of the natural daylight. In fact, it's time to hit up pandemonium. It's a technique that is used in a lot of Nintendo DS games. And the reason why this technique is used is because the developers can place these objects on top of enemies without ever having to worry that it hovers off the ground or measures correctly so it doesn't flip through it. Instead, they decide that they're going to place it on purpose and make no mistakes at all. It's kind of great when you think about it. And as you can see, that technique was used on the Wombo, which also had an extracted model. So what I ended up doing here was ripping apart the model so that you can see the entire crown model without any obstruction or having to have your face right up against it.
There's basically no fight. If not, it's probably one of the most annoying in the entire game.
So why don't we start talking about birds?
To be sure, but
Birds are always a great subject on the show because usually they're used as background elements and you never get a good close-up on them. Sometimes they can be really, really detailed, sometimes they can be so hilariously low detailed. Super Mario 64 is somewhere in the middle. In the original 64 game, they were 3D models with white bellies, yellow beans. However, in the DS version, they got rid of the white bellies, gave them their own head, and the blue on their bodies has some gradation as it keeps going down to different dark tones. Also in the DS version, the castle is completely modeled in the back. If you were to take the camera through the graphic geometry, you'd see details that are not present to the player nor ever present in the original game. It's pretty awesome. Let's see the castle and everything else in this area looks like all the way up in the sky.
Legend. The woman in white apparently contacted him and explained that the power of force is simply
Let's take a quick break from the side-by-side comparison to show you what's unique over in the 64 version. There is the spawning point for the flame texture. You can see this for yourself when you're playing the game, but if you look up in the first Bowser level, you can see a little red dot way off in the distance. This is where all the flames spawn from and then get warped to these positions. So let me just take the camera right on over here and show you where it's at. It's pretty much underneath from near the very end of the time. Meanwhile, over in Super Mario 64 DS, Dire Doc's landscape is completely unique to this game. Normally the large areas act as walls to keep the player out, and outside those walls there's nothing to see. However, in Super Mario 64 DS, the environment continues on. Obviously, this was put in place to make the area seem more organic, because in the very, very rare moments in which the player can launch themselves high enough to see outside of the walls, the developers want you to believe that there's something more to it.
It can be hard to pull off with all the healing you could be doing, but the rocks
Also, the hidden area in
for not
ATV's
getting
cave,
pieces
the
of its
waterfall at the
health.
very end for the original
You have
Super Mario 64,
Soleon,
it had like a big white texture representing outdoors, because if you'd gone that way, you'd end up outside. Although, funny enough, in Super Mario 64 DS, it's the entrance to AZ Maze Cave that has a white texture underneath the pool. And if you were to ask me which one I think did make more sense, I'd say that the original game made a little more sense because you could actually see the white behind the waterfalls as a little more transparent, whereas here in the blue in DS, you never see it. But anyways, let me do a couple of viewer requests. As always, you can find out what the next episode coverage is on Twitter, and that's also where you can leave some viewer requests for the game. So if you're interested in that, by all means, just throw me there. But yeah, one of the things that was really interesting that I didn't intend to check out was someone had mentioned when you unlock a new character in Super Mario 64 DS, the minimap shows them without a hat before they pop out. And I don't really know why this is the case, but yeah, if you take the camera on the other side of the door, you can see that the characters start off with no hat before they eventually come out. Also, since we're in this proximity, I can show you what it looks like when you swap out the characters. Also, something that's kind of weird, if you try to unlock Wario or Yoshi, which is something you can't do by normal method, there's dialogue where Yoshi in Wario's stage. The boss makes a comment about how Yoshi doesn't
half-already breasted. Kind of interesting. And also a couple people on Twitter want to know what happened exactly with the white graduates and thanks us for saving the day. Pulled off. It's honestly a really great video. There's literally a playground. You know the angels are up to fuck shit. And there's really nothing satisfying about what did. Sure, we killed the gatekeeper, but at least he was only fighting us because he had
But
to.
anyways, let's do a couple more side-by-side comparisons.
Both you and the angels are kind of playing nice for the public, and you're both suspicious
You'll
of
see
each
that
other
there is
as you
no
walk
cannon
around the room
underneath.
and
It
shake
truly
hands
is just
with
that
people.
one cannon that's resting
After
on top.
talking with
However, in the
everyone,
yes version,
things
they
start
handle
to
things a lot
calm
different.
down,
The
and
cannon
Michael
that is
urges us to
used
get
is a
some
dummy
rest.
cannon.
Am I the
You'll
only
find
one
that
who
people
lives in
cannon
a
underneath
scenario
that
with his
cannon.
mouth
So
shut
by cutting
about
through
what
the boundaries and going inside of that
Are
cannon,
you guys doing a feeling
use
about
the
the
cannon within
start
the
to
cannon.
read
You can see the inside of the cannon while you're in the cannon.
Michael's response is to
What
break
am I
out
even saying
into
right now? Let's just fire
disturbing
this thing
laughter,
up.
which I think makes the party
And wow,
completely
by
shit
chance of
itself.
firing myself out of the cannon, I also
He then
found
reassures
objects
us that the
stored
story
underneath the
had been
stage.
told by
It's
whispers,
expecting
not
that.
whatever
A little bit of a
confused
bonus boundary break
and
right
the
there.
woman in white we've seen in her dreams is just part of the demon's plan to get us on their side. Michael says it's good that we have a strong
Yeah, let's do
imagination,
one last
but
side-by-side
we shouldn't be
comparison.
susceptible
Main
to
level
crowds
starts
of
off with
demons
you jumping
and
into a
sends
cage
us on
and
our
shrinking
way.
down to the
As
size of the
Gary
cage itself.
Fraternity or a
Here you can get a nice
Calgon
good close-up
and
of how it
Lemur
looks
on foot.
before you jump into the
No
stage.
airship
Funny enough,
allowed.
I would argue that the
Apparently,
detail
it's
of
a
the
holy
64
relic,
version
only
is
to be
slightly better
used
than
in the
the DS
battle
version. There's some weird graphical
Yeah, you know
glitches
what,
going
sure.
on here.
We'll
And
use
in fact,
that
speaking of graphical
to
oddity,
justify the
you'll find
bullshit
something
I'm about
way
to
out of
say.
bounds.
Or a
Far
big
below
our asses
the
really
rectangle
have
area
to walk
is a
all the way
tribe
back
that has
to
a
these
distorted
old
texture on
locations.
it. And the distance
Whatever.
between this
Let's
tribe
do
and
it.
the stage
Call it a world tour.
honestly, it would take quite a while just to drop down. But going back to
Leave
the
the city
castle garden,
or in
let's do a
Acropolis,
zoom
by
out
the
of
way,
what that looks
and
like
head
on
east
the
to the
DS
shrine.
version.
Then
Just to show you
clear
that there
back
isn't
to
any
the
hidden
first Grand
environment
Cross
dire
headquarters,
dots.
where we trained
And
with
lastly, I want to
Goliath.
share an
Take
experiment.
the boat back
In
to
Super
Hazard
Mario
Zone,
64 DS,
and
you're not allowed
start
to
the
fight
walk
Bowser with the
healing
other
with
characters.
Thunderbolt.
So I wanted to show you what
When we
happened
arrive
to
at the
Wario
city
outside of the
expecting
boundaries.
the welcome
Got him all the way
wagon,
through
the
Bowser's
entire
last
place
stage.
is
Defeated
dead
Bowser
silent.
with
This
Wario
one's getting
and
me
see how the
outside.
game would react.
All the doors
Well,
are
the
locked,
first thing that seems to happen is
except
that Mario
the
spawns
temple.
behind Wario.
Inside,
It doesn't even play out that animation where he's supposed to have a wing cap and fly around the stage. And then after that,
Witzelda
Peach
greets him,
is
but
saved.
Dad
Mario
immediately
nowhere to
shuts
be
him
found.
down, sharply
So you gotta
saying
ask
that the
yourself,
town was
which Princess
evacuated
Peach reward
because
and
they
Mario's
heard
not
we were
around?
coming.
Well, you might find the answer to be a
Witzelda
little
gets
bit messed
disowned
up.
for the third
You
time,
think
and
chances
his
are
father
Wario's
says
probably
he's
feeling the
acting
exact
under the
same
influence of the devil and sends 5 mages at us. They go down easily. They are
Sorry,
just human guards after all.
screaming fucking
But
child.
afterwards, we have no choice but to book it out of the temple and flee the town entirely unless we try to massacre the town's population. Again, what the fuck is going on? After a long trek to the
story for those
Earth,
of you who
it's the
aren't
same
caught up.
story.
I had to
The
basically
place is
remake
another
this
ghost
episode
town
because
in
Universal
the temple or
has now
constantly
sent
getting
down a
there.
third-party company
This time,
to
Alice's
search
father is the
for
one
videos
waiting
with
for
a lot
us.
of views
Alice
and
pleads with him
essentially
to listen as we've defeated
any of
Lucifer
their
and are
properties
here
can be
on the
found
angel's
in any of
orders.
those
videos.
But her
And
dad
if
insists
they
we're
do,
lying,
what they
and that the
want
angel
to do is
reaches
just
the
give them
store.
all your ad revenue.
Fucking
There's a hallway
Michael.
just next to it, and the hallway is
That bullshit about
I
the
thought that
airship
situation
was
was
just so
like,
he
no
could
way,
spread
man.
some kind of
You
lie
guys
about
didn't
us in
continue
each of
that.
the cities
It was an
before we
8-second
got there.
music video.
We're asking too many existential questions. If he wants our asses just out of the
sunset.
from the ground up.
Honestly,
you know,
if
it's
he's
an
got the
video
whole
anyway,
world
so
turned
I
against
feel
us,
like
he
the
can
channel
be
has
in
improved
debt.
quite a bit.
This
So I
time we're
thought
up
that I
against
had a lot
5
to
souls.
offer a
There's
remake
pretty much
episode,
nothing
but it
to
might
it,
not
but
be the
then
most
we
popular
lose
video
access
on
to
the
the
channel.
city.
So I deleted the video,
Alice demands
and
that the head
this is
consumed
what came of it.
secret
So
story is
enjoy
right
the
there,
episode.
and what's
Just
waiting
remember,
for us
try
is
to bring it
easily
down certain
among the
ways,
game's
just
most
yourself right
difficult
back.
challenges.
Find ways to
Just like the rest,
being on the
our
But
hometown
outside of that, I
eerily
really want
quiet.
to thank Michael Chin,
In the temple
1994,
stands
aka
Master
Metal
Payne,
Moving
faced away from us.
animating this
He
episode
takes a
again.
moment before
It's great to
speaking,
have you back,
then
sir, and I
greets
hope you
us,
guys
saying
enjoyed
it's been
your
a while.
intro.
He reflects
And
on his
outside of
initial
that,
words
I'm
to
going
us
to be working
before we
really
left town
fast and
for the
really
first
hard
time.
to It's
There's
decades.
aspects
There's still
of
2 episodes.
just heard to always help people
And
guide.
yeah, it's really great. I'm already halfway through it.
Living a sweet life
So it's
and
been a lot of fun, and there's already been a lot of good discoveries. I might even have to put out one of those discoveries
This
ahead of
fight
time.
is
Just
cuckoo
because
crazy
it's
mode.
pretty
Vane uses a move called Master
anyways,
Blade
guys, thank you so
very
much for your
frequently
support.
that deals
It means
700
a
or
lot to me,
800 damage
especially
on up
for
to
those
2 members of your team.
prior
It's fucked
episode
up.
and came
If
back
that
and
hits your
watched
main
it.
healers, I mean, that's it. You're gonna
All
snowball
right,
out
guys.
of here.
Well, take care.
You can
and I hope you
put
have a
Vane to
great
sleep,
week.
but the thing is,
Wow,
you're gonna have to
okay.
attack him
Well,
anyway,
that was the
so
end of that
you'll
one.
just wait back and
I think it was terrifying.
will
This
mess
was
you
probably
up
3 years
at the absolute top of your game.
But subliminal
You have to have quick party.
I don't know where he even
multiple
finds
people
pictures
can heal
because,
and revive
you know,
those
we've watched
who
other
die.
YouTubers
And
like
you have
Dr.
to
Doggo,
don't just
animation story है one of the most
like similar images.
haunted real life game या challenge
I managed to
This one
and
is
इसका नाम है The Haunted Basket. अब I have no problem usually ऐसे बाकी games के बारे में
But anyway, guys, that is the end of this video. Let me know in the comment section.
I think so इसमें क्या आते हो तुम फिर तुम्हारा आने आ जाता है I don't know that would be really funny and weird but yeah जानने का एक तरीका है I also have to figure out करके and a bit short out to
Thank you guys so much for watching this video. If you guys enjoy my videos and you would like to support me and my channel more and also be featured in my videos, go check out my Patreon. Link is in the description. I would really appreciate any help you guys have to offer. As you can see, we have different tiers, different rewards. So go over there, check it out, and I would really appreciate that. Every little help. Thank you so much. And also, guys, don't forget to subscribe with the notification bell on, and also follow me on all my social media. I have Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and even Snapchat. So go follow me on all of those. And remember the most important thing: I love you guys, and chase your dreams.
Vane's sword over his own dead body. Michael just says we murdered them, and then they all gang up on us. Vane giving us a special sword was a bittersweet moment, but he kind of fucked us there too. As you can see, he doesn't even have the courtesy to heal you or let you say you're going against Mike. And if you think that's unfair, well, it is, because you can't win the battle. It's a mandatory failure, and it really did scare the shit out of me for a second. After all the trouble I went through to get past Vane, you can put up resistance for a couple turns, but you won't survive. Just as it looks like things are really
Hey kids, welcome back to another video. I'm Mike, one of the guys from Force, and today we're going to be checking out another video by Subliminal Sport. And this video is called Unsettling Images with NCS Music. So I'm really looking forward to watching this one. I guess the point of this one is to make us feel unsettled, and hopefully I can actually use the music in this video because you guys have noticed with the Subliminal Sport videos, there's been a couple of clips where I've had to like edit them out because they're copyrighted. Hopefully that doesn't happen, but if it does, then I might have to like change my name. We'll see. Okay, here we go. Are you ready? I'm ready.
They even have shops now you can visit for equipment, which, if you think about it, doesn't make much sense.
I mean, that's just like
if there was a gun store in heaven,
no big
the shopkeeper doesn't
them every night when I look out my window.
with the help of the gods to assist us in ushering in a new era.
You know the CIA is after me now, right?
The woman in white really
What the actual fuck is that?
She tells us she has no name, but
I don't know if videos are related.
That is actually my
the
favorite.
of the goddess.
I don't even know what it is.
You know what that means, right?
Like, I have this insane fear of sleeping with my door.
I'm dead fucking serious. Alice even
Okay, let me just pause that for a second. I have, ever since I was a kid, yeah, I said that right. I've had this insane fear of sleeping with the door. My mom used to make me sleep with the door when I was a kid, and I used to hate it because I just felt so uncomfortable. It was like every couple of seconds, I'd be like, looking out the door, trying to go to turn my back to work, then all of a sudden I'd hear something, and
as the great will has existed.
something out there, man. And it was so scary, and I hated it.
And then
It's this right here. As I got older, I realized why I'm scared of sleeping with the door open is because there's like, I feel like there's ghosts and monsters and demons that are going to come in my room. I feel vulnerable. It's like trying to sleep with your front door open. Don't do it. It's really scary. And yes, this right here is my fear. This is exactly what I imagine I will see if I wake up. If I fall asleep with the door open and I wake up, this is what I'm going to see. I don't even know what it is, but it's fucking scary. And this is why I fear sleeping with the door open. And I just can't talk about the selection process. Even as an adult, I have to shut the door because of this. It's bad enough that I see the non-balance walking around my room at night, literally standing in front of my bed until I snap out of it and realize it's just like 4 hours hanging on the back of my door. But still, this is scary. Okay, let's continue.
This proxy was a poor choice, but the angels support him, and so the gods
ऐसी गेम खेल के अगर ऐसा हो रहा है don't continue the game come on
It's cheery, it's happy to be with.
So the cycle of the demon horde is absolutely one. It only exists
this to maintain an eternal status quo. And the endless conflict the planet faces is just because the god running things right now isn't that good at his job, and apparently couldn't think of a better gimmick for the universe. The angels wanted to hide that shit because they're heroes for as long as the cycle continues. And if we find out the truth, we might grow powerful enough to dethrone the current god and ruin the
मेरे बाथरूम में लिटरली कोई बेवड़ी औरत आके टपक गई है और उसने आंख और खुलवा लिया अपनी है. How can you sleep? What the hell?
Who told Lucifer the truth about everything, hence why it's creepy though. She's been making moves to upset the cycle, and this time it might work. Lazel is dismayed, questioning why all powerful God wastes his power on creating a cycle of violence instead of perpetual peace. However, the goddess says the amount of good and bad that exists in the universe is fixed, and God has to do his best to balance both where he can. But where he went wrong is robbing humans of the ability to choose their
मारो इसके. आपकी
The
बेटी
cycle
पागल हो
ensures
चुकी है.
that
अरे
no
भूत
choices are
बुलवा रही है भाई
made.
घर में. काट कुट करवाओ इसका.
Which just isn't fair. The goddess tells us again that we are the qualified
और
person.
कौन सा बेवड़ा पोज है?
This story can be ours. And while she may have chosen a less than stellar god before, we can still make things right.
Oh hell
She
no.
urges the party to rest in Eden and think over the decisions.
It reminds me of
After all,
Siren Head.
she wants a
मेरे
world
पसंद आ गई
where
थोड़ी
she is free to make choices. So we can't be forced into the role of siblings. The party's basically at a loss for words. I don't think there is a proper way to react to that information, to be fair. Alice reflects on how she used to be so much more carefree before this adventure, and Lazel says that he couldn't fathom becoming God. He's happy that we finally reached the truth we've been searching for all this time, but that doesn't make it any easier to accept.
भाई
Alice
साहब
asks
भाई
if
ये
we're
फ्रूट
sure
का
we can handle what the goddess is asking us,
सोचो
and
तुम
you're
पीछे
pretty
मुड़े हो
scary
तो
as
वापस मुड़े तुम्हारे हाथ में
I
कुछ
decided
का
to be confident
लीजिए
and
सर है.
proceed boldly on
There
it.
is a shark flying
एंड मैं
into a
चाहूंगा
plane in
सुबह
the
में
sky.
ऐसा हो.
She gives us our new mission. With access to the airship, we're to travel the world
There's a lot
and
of
recover
process here.
the 9 fragments
I've seen this picture before. I've seen
and
these like
return here.
what the fuck is that? I've been wondering for a long
Deep in the
time.
mountains
What
near
is
your
that?
house to visit
That's
another
like what was
moon
coming
भाई
in the
I'm
bed.
sorry but अगर मेरे हाथ में ऐसा कुछ हुआ मैं जिंदगी भर कभी नहीं सिगरेट खाने वाला. बट
We really do have to travel the entire
And I
fucking
really want to know what
world for these 9 fragments. If you know where to look, it's not so bad. We can fly. Some of these fragments involve
I thought it was like it had
placed
a
in
horn,
evil
not
locations to take forever to figure out. So I'm going to tell your ass, all 9 of
अरे
them
तो
are.
पीछे ही नहीं छोड़
a
रही
little
इसका.
bit like
Right next to the entrance to Eden. Very easy.
what was
Then
the
you got one on Mount Horus and one on Mount Gushna.
अरे यार मेरे इतने
Picking
करीब
up
बता.
3 fragments, no matter where you find them, you're attacked by the archangel Uriel, who's actually not very hard to bring down. Here's Bane, at least, it's a kid. You can even paralyze Uriel in the region, which is kind of crazy. After this, there's a fragment at Mount Marva, one in the snow near Lepur,
भाई how is this
and
gonna
one to
help?
the east
हैं
of
यार
Mount
अब दे अब कोई फायदा नहीं है. बाढ़ में गई गेम फिर भी मेरा पीछा नहीं छोड़ रही है. वो क्या नाम है उसका? गोली मार.
Again,
क्या नाम है यार?
you should have a couple more members of Stardust by now. Spam that shit to bring down Raphael's helpers.
There it is again. There's
मेंटल हॉस्पिटल लेके जाओ
It's making me
Move on. Finally, we have a fragment southeast of Acropolis, and then one on an island to the west of Nod. The last one is the most stupid, and is all the way at the back of the Demon Beast Cave near Nod. You have to walk back to the entire dungeon in sleep paralysis. I don't know, quite the obscure spot, if you ask.
और हमें
After finding the last piece, Gabriel and realizes that the doors to Eden are currently left unprotected because he's not there anymore. Instead of fighting us, he makes a 4D chess move calculation and decides to just run to Eden and kill the goddess. What do you know? His ass does it. He beats us there and kills the goddess. Fucking
इसके
dickhead.
पेरेंट्स को कैसे नहीं समझ में आ रहा है इसको
Gabriel's
help
not much
नहीं
of
करो.
a
Literally dude help us.
Basically the same fight we've already done twice. Without that Stardust move, clear out the trash piece
have
and then just whale on until he goes down. There's not much I'm afraid of.
Yes guys.
I don't really think
it's fair that this dork-ass archangel can kill the goddess who chooses God. But he did. In her final moments, she bestows us with the goddess bracelet.
Well, that was the end of that, guys. I hope you enjoyed this video.
अरे मत बोल भाई बेवड़ी औरत है ऊपर वो काट लेगी
Extremely powerful.
लारा पे बचा नहीं है कोई चारा
She commands the fragments of
Because they really, every time I see one,
satisfying
really make me
extremely light of life.
because I feel like they also bring
Our
in
last
stuff
goal
like
is
that.
to try to
Please
have
help
more
us.
videos. We don't have much
But anyway,
left.
guys, let me know in the comment section the question of the day. What was your, did you feel like uncomfortable looking at any of these images? What was your worst one? Did you feel triggered at all, scared? Let me know in the comment section. Hit the like button if you enjoyed this video, and I'll see you guys in the next video. Peace out.
And then return here.
Thank you guys so much for watching this video. If you guys enjoy my videos and you would like to support me and my channel more and also be featured in my videos, go check out my Patreon. Link is in the description. I would really appreciate any help you guys have to offer. As you can see, we have different tiers, different rewards. So go over there, check it out, and I would really appreciate that. Every little helps. Thank you so much. And also, guys, don't forget to subscribe with the notification bell on, and also follow me on all my social media. I have Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and Snapchat. So go follow me on all of those. And remember the most important thing: I love you guys and chase your dreams.
And then it's over. Fly the ship back to head to the geoglyphs, and we find ourselves headed to forgotten moon. After another trivial looping of your maze to meet with a dragon and other unspeakable monstrosities that attack you, you'll come upon what kind of looks like a government building. This is the holy temple of the archangels, and it sucks gigantic ass.
हेलो उसके घर वालों ने इससे नींद की दवाई दे दी थी क्या करते हैं अपने घर वालों भाग दिया तुमने
Seriously, it's so big. Essentially, it consists of 3 branching paths.
Hey guys, what's going on? And welcome back to What Shall We Do Next. I'm Mike, your host, and I hope you guys are having the best day ever. And today, guys, we're going to be taking another look, or a look at another video uploaded by Subliminal Spoof. And this video is called Unsettling Images with Unsettling Music. Now, if you guys remember the last time we took a look at the unsettling videos on Subliminal Spoof's channel, this
excellent equipment and without
could be tragic. It was terrifying the last time we watched one of these videos, but we're going to go ahead and click play, and I'll see you guys on the other side.
नहीं सर मैं नहीं चाहूँगा और मैं चाहूँगा कि तुम भी ना खेलो भाई जिंदगी में इतनी सारी चीजें खेलेंगे बस लड़कों के दिलों को छोड़ के बहुत सारी चीजें खेलो प्लीज उसका खेलो ये मुंजा करके नहीं एंड बहुत सारे लोगों ने देखी है एंड खूनी मंडे ने ना इसके ऊपर भी एक हॉरर स्टोरी बनाई एंड आज की वीडियो में वो वाली एनिमेशन स्टोरी देखने को बट ऐसे मुझे कमेंट में बता
Why is that scary? I think it's adorable. You guys know I hate doorways.
Lazelle says that he doesn't give a shit about whatever
Oh my God.
to say. But Michael shoots back by saying he doesn't really care and deals with God freely.
I'm in a really scary mood.
Michael stresses a lot about the way the world is now is actually pretty good. Evil never triumphs entirely, and it beats the way things used to be, where cruelty and chaos reign supreme. Apparently, the guy was created from the ashes of another planet and was reformed to be the way it is now. He finds it as an act of new creation incredibly inspiring. Michael is free to vote in current God and doesn't understand why music is scary.
पता था जरा बताना मेरे को नहीं लगता किसी को पता होगा क्या हमें मुंजा दिखता नहीं है रियल लाइफ में
I ran a couple of sentences through a translation program, and for some reason, it translated Michael's final questions as, "What's your beef?" which I found extremely funny.
What the
And in my
fuck is
opinion,
that?
it should be seen as him. You gotta watch out when these translations.
I feel like he's from-
Sometimes he can give you some funny shit. So yeah, what's our beef? Michael says the truth is whatever we want to believe, and we should just head on about and leave things the way they are.
This
The
ain't
rest
it.
of our lives as
This
happy
ain't
as
it.
Obviously, the party's not having that, so Michael has really scary to attack.
Have you noticed all the really
This guy
scary ones
rose
happen in
over
doorways?
10,000 hells and is heavily resistant to stats. Michael's ability to cast Bronca spells, which are devastating if they hit you, so you want to bring them down as fast as possible. Spam your best group targeting magic until his ally succeeds. Be sure you have Tarukaja as
I can see it's like a cartoon Scooby-Doo or something, but like, why is it actually scary? I feel like it's coming for me just looking at the still image.
But if you see that Bronca shit, have your whole party guard them perfect best.
not really feeling freaked out by this one, but there is like an illusion
against
clouds. Does anybody else feel like
Alright.
clouds are moving?
Michael down. We can proceed on. Up a big staircase and into a door. This is it.
There's that music again.
Which is very reminiscent of how it was.
The image itself is scary. That's like,
I'm not saying they got the idea from here, but
oh my god.
what kind of classic MacGuffin have we not seen yet? Yeah, you know it. Fucking teleporter maze. You know I was gonna throw a fit if they didn't have
Dad or
something.
mom.
There's no logic to it, man. This is a down and dirty trial and error.
How did they even get these pictures?
All I can say is,
Like, I'm sure it's not real, right? It's like obviously some kind of project. But like, at the very least, you're not walking around there without
it's a pretty small stage, and I think they could have been a lot more mean about it.
I mean, that one's not scary to me. It looks superimposed.
When you finally reach
There's
the
just a
end,
random dead tiny zombie head floating in the water.
you're not.
Nothing
Really
new.
not.
See that all the
I'm
time.
almost afraid to speak this into existence because we have to acknowledge it after this.
Pennywise doing the big giant
Enough
spike.
digging. Let me show you what this game's all about. You
It's like some
arrive
kind
on a
of
golden
garage,
planet,
giant
common space. As you proceed forward, a thick yellow fog is blanketing everything.
This kind of looks out of a fog illusion too. It's like his body is yellow and carpet.
And he looks really as hell. No other monster or entity seen in this game looks quite so like it's an imprint of a real human face, not some cutesy sprite.
But I don't know.
And he says he just built an entire fight surface. Your first round, you can damage him, but it just doesn't do anything. Quickly,
Let's just be
Yahweh
honest. That
grows
one's
tired of observing
like
us
Casper.
and utterly annihilates the entire
definitely
party.
guys,
He's
it's
afraid of us.
Hey, so we are back to finish off 14 scary stories animated. And it is about Mama Arts, and it has been deliciously horrifying to say the least. Yo, so if you guys want to watch the original video, because you guys already know we chop a bunch of parts out,
Louis stands
links
up
gonna be in the description
and the
down
fight
below.
resumes.
Make sure to
As
go
he's
there,
entirely
subscribe to Mama
Now,
Why do I keep saying that?
You know what I mean? He makes great stuff. I'm gonna watch more of your cartoons. Let's go.
And
that is really weird.
I think, therefore,
It's disorientating.
if you're
seeing two
familiar
humans,
with the Game Gear
in the
version
sky.
of the first Last Bible, I'm sure you remember. With all the willpower left in his body, our protagonist chooses
I feel like it
his
would be
own
creepier if it had a body
where this god
and
holds
it's
no
like
power.
hanging off the ceiling.
After using the spell, the entire party is restored to life, and Yahweh fades along with the yellow
That's like
fire.
stereo.
It seems this version
That is
of God
honestly the worst. I swear to God. Every time I got,
in
when I was a kid, the worst
God
thing is not having
appears
kids my
in
own
his
age to play
true
with.
form.
That's it.
Then one day when I was walking outside of the main lodge of the resort, I
This guy had a wild night. Clearly, he drank himself legless.
from that distance, it was kind of cute. So I
Crack
gave
that
it
cell
away.
phone.
He didn't show any sign of reaction. So I just moved on. However, later that
Oh my
same
God,
day,
there's a fucking
I was so
alien in the
bored.
field. I didn't even see that. I thought it was like a tree. I was looking at the eyes.
I seriously can't even fucking believe it. What can I say?
The Grudge.
I thought
That's immediately what I think anytime I think of a little girl or a girl in general.
but
That
that
movie
isn't
scared me
fact
so
that
bad.
This is real.
I had
is
to
a
stay with a
far
girl
funnier
that I did not
punchline
even
than
like that
anything
night.
I could ever come
This
up
kind
with.
of
Who had
reminds me
such
of
a
like
bad
the
personality that I
of
did
the
not even
last
have
Bible
faith
universe that we're
Well, I'm
about
not
to
gonna lie, I
kill
was also scared of
is
the
a
giant
Kemi
at the time.
Nakajima
But
from Digital
I would have
Observer.
had a better chance of messing with her had her personality
You
not
can't.
been
that was
You know
But yeah,
creepy as hell. The smile room, and there's literally a
It's
demon
like,
in
yep,
the
it was all my fault.
My hormones were
Finding
high.
Minotaur everywhere is one thing, but this,
that's pretty creepy.
the shit nearly sent me spiraling into
Go
insanity.
there.
What an absolutely mind-boggling twist.
What is going on?
She
Oh,
remains
happy
completely
video.
silent.
How did that
Looking
start
at us.
happening?
And then the final boss begins.
Okay, well that is the end of
Battle
that.
against
My
the
I
creatures.
forgot I had it on like autoplay and it played it's like
Amongst
for
the
my
scant
like
few I
videos,
know about
so it
this,
went on to my.
I've seen at
other
least
videos.
one person.
But anyway,
doubt
guys, I
that
hope
this
you
is
enjoyed this
truly
video. I definitely
Nakajima.
thought a lot
But
of them were
most
creepy
assuredly,
and really bizarre too, and I feel like
the
that's what
name
makes these
Kemi
images
Nakajima
so
doesn't
disturbing.
actually
Is that
appear in the
they're
game.
so
He's
unusual,
simply referred
and
to
the
as the
creatures
creator
are
of the
bizarre,
game.
weird.
What is this?
Say
And
One
I
of
don't
the
know.
most
I love to
sexually
play.
confusing
I I know it's not
I've ever heard in my life.
subliminal work, like he just found these images from around the internet, but I love the work of these style images, and I like how he goes from it's like he knows what I'm afraid of more than I do. Because when I watch these, I'm like, God, I'm freaking out just looking at these images. It's crazy how it like makes me feel. Some of them are really like triggering to me or chills.
There's plenty to unpack.
But I hope you guys enjoyed this video. Let me know in the comment section, did any of these images freak you out? Which one did you feel the most uncomfortable with? Smash a like on this video. I would really appreciate that. And I'll see you all in the next video. Peace out and chase your dreams. Thank you guys so much for watching this video. If you guys enjoy my videos and you would like to support me and my channel more and also be featured in my videos, go check out my Patreon. Link is in the description. I would really appreciate any help you guys have to offer. As you can see, we have different tiers, different rewards. So go over there, check it out, and I would really appreciate that. Every little helps. Thank you so much. And also, guys, don't forget to subscribe with the notification bell on, and also follow me on all my social media. I have Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and Snapchat. So go follow me on all of those. And remember the most important thing: I love you guys and chase your dreams.
Without healing the other provides, you can set a sharp and of course, meachew. He can hit those 10 powerful Indra arrows and can deal upwards of 900 damage to individual units with a sword, which contains 4 synergies. If he hits Lucifer with the sword, he flat out dies, which I think is very funny in a meta way. Like, they were arch rivals in the Digital Devil Story novels. Of course, Lucifer is the final boss in the Digital Devil Story Famicom games. You can seal many of Nakajima's abilities, so try and do that once you've got the left side wing put to sleep. If you can finish off the right wing fast enough, your chances of survival are greatly boosted. But in my opinion, it's a pretty stiff challenge to get to them. Even if you're healing first every round, you can still get caught up in some bullshit that just ruins your attempt. Say perhaps the sleep spell not working one round and throwing everything off. My heart has scarcely beaten harder in my life than it has during this fight. It's a very fitting challenge at the end of that wild ride. After a brutal battle, Nakajima eventually collapses, finally reveals to us. Recognizing us as the true successor, he offers to tell us a little story until his body fades away.
guys so much for watching this video. If you guys enjoy my videos and you would like to support me and my channel more, and also be featured in my videos, go check out my Patreon, link is in the description. I would really appreciate any help you guys have to offer. As you can see, we have different tiers, different rewards, so be sure to check it out, and I would really appreciate that. Every little help. Thank you so much. And also, guys, don't forget to subscribe with the notification bell on, and also follow me on all my social media. I have Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and Snapchat. So go follow me on all of those, and remember the most important thing, I love you guys, and chase your dreams.
And then says that really nobody knows the answer to that except him. He says he's looking forward to seeing what kind of world we create, and then gets down to business. Avon wants a favor. The interdimensional path back home is now infested with demons, perhaps because of all the crazy shit we just did to upset the old balance. If we're willing, Avon would like it if we'd go on down this staircase and clean things up.
Really, Llama Art?
He's asking the fucking
Really?
Will to clean rats out of his basement. To be fair, we are warned of a very powerful creature lurking within the furthest depths.
Hey guys, what's going on, and welcome back to What Shall We Do Next? And today we're going to be taking a look at another video, and this one is uploaded by Burton, and the video is titled Unnerving Images with Minecraft Cave Sound. That's right, guys, we are back looking at some liminal space type videos, more so scary
the second floor,
you know,
God save yours.
Alright guys, here we go, and if you haven't seen my other liminal space videos and like phobia videos, reaction videos up in the playlist, I have a lot of these descriptions, so check them out. Alright guys, here we go.
And you just have to find the stairs. When I say this fucker's huge, I mean huge. Big, big. The stairs aren't far from where you start, but with hardly anything to navigate with, they might as well be thousands of miles away. Fuck this place. If you can track down the exit, then you have to deal with like trying to run corridors and repeat themselves endlessly unless you choose the right path. And finally, what are you met with after all that? A boss who beats your shit sideways. In that same dimly lit cave room we saw at the very start of the game,
I don't know what it is,
beast.
and I'm not sure I want to know.
It hungrily asks you for food, and then here we go. It's Sathagwa.
Oh my god.
The design
Can you imagine like walking through this like alley
what an ancient evil lurks in a horrific dimension should look like. It's hard to even know where to
Oh, it's right there in the top right corner.
The original video is in the link in the description down below. Make sure to go subscribe to Llama Art. Makes great videos.
Which is like
Well, blast safety and Merry
It just goes
Christmas.
cuckoo crazy on your ass.
Unfortunately,
He's got attacks that can do over 1,000 damage.
We got some
He can do
stuff
status effects on your party.
What the fuck was that?
Absorb
Did you see
damage
that?
he deals to you back as health sometimes. It's some shit.
Right now,
Truly, this game is ultimate challenge.
Oh my god. What'd you do? You woke up
Very high
get that out of here in 3, 1, 2, 3.
demons with the highest agility stats you can find. And 3, constant.
It's time to save
It's like Executor.
Really helps.
What's that Pokemon called? The eggs that are all
Don't
like
tell how.
There's no time to explain. Just, click the subscribe button and it'll save the entire universe.
And you know what?
Comment down
Just
below so
beating
you
him
can travel anywhere.
If you can
Where
do
would
it,
you go?
Would you go to Japan?
Or would you go to
There's a challenge out there. Sick and God-forsaken, if that's not enough. If you can beat Sathagwa in 10 turns or less, there is a brief secret cutscene in which you retrieve Avon's book, which our guy here apparently swallowed. 10 fucking turns to wear down 40,000 health.
Is that book?
With post-game fusion,
It's literally its guts are hanging out too.
Jesus Christ, I mean, good fucking luck. You know what? If any of you do it,
Oh,
go
that's
ahead and
crazy.
tell me.
That's like the face that was
Mary.
Just wanted
All in all, while this post-game chapter isn't something super serious plot-wise, it is a bit of fun, and I think it's cool they even made it in the first
Okay, well
place.
that is the end of that. It was pretty
that's
spooky.
really
I love those
the
type
end
of
of last
pictures.
time.
It's I don't know. It feels so realistic when you see these types of images, and the creatures are very realistic. And you see, it's really weird. I get really weird when I expect like these images. The battle squads where it's got like Minecraft in the background. I don't know. It just feels like because there's a lot going on. You got like a normal setting, which is like a normal photograph of a normal face, and then an alley or something like that. And then you got something really bizarre, like a really weird creature, or even that one of the beginning when like the guy hanged just there, floating in midair. Yeah, I thought at first he was like hanging from a tower cable, but not literally floating in midair. And it's like really weird because it just looks like a normal picture of a street. But then there's that one abnormal thing in the image and the music, and it's just really crazy. And it gives you like a really uncomfortable feeling because it's like reality makes something a lot more real. Guys, let me know in the comment section what did you think of this video, and do you like these videos more than the movie ones? Let me know, and I'll check some more of them out. I have got a bunch of them lined up that reaction videos too. But let me know in the comment section, did any of these images freak you out? And that's pretty much it. Smash a like on this video, I would really appreciate that. And also, you can like use the thank thing. I got this thing, an email from YouTube saying like some things and donate or something. So if you want to do that, I'd really appreciate that. There's like a button down there. I don't know. But anyway, guys, I'll see you in the next video. Remember the most important thing, chase your dreams and keep on fighting. Peace out, guys. Thank you guys so much for watching this video. If you guys enjoy my videos and you would like to support me and my channel more, and also be featured in my videos, go check out my Patreon. Link is in the description. I would really appreciate any help you guys have to offer. As you can see, we have different tiers, different rewards, so go over there, check it out, and I would really appreciate that. Every little helps. Thank you so much. And also, guys, don't forget to subscribe with the notification bell on, and also follow me on all my social media. I have Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and even Snapchat. So go follow me on all of those, and remember the most important thing, I love you guys, and chase your dreams.
I've always thought of Last Bible as one of the darkest corners of the Megami Tensei franchise.
Hey, what's up, you guys? Welcome back to another video, and today we're going to be taking a look at another liminal space video. This one's uploaded by Paper Food, and the title is Strangely Familiar, Exceedingly Nostalgic. So that's right, guys. Today we're going to be taking a look at this one, and I'm really excited for it. Hopefully we will see some And also, guys, if you haven't seen my other videos reacting to these, then there is a playlist at the bottom of the description. Actually, there's 3, so if you want to check them out, Alright, here we go.
And the rest having full fan translation. So what's the deal with these games getting a cold shoulder? Do they suck that much ass? I mean, come on. Even the name sounds like a bootleg version.
Oh man,
Last
you guys know it.
Do you think she's mad that the light won't change?
At a glance,
This
was
was
mistaken for thinking that some of them look like a game you grab on Megami for like $10
music is like
Megami Tensei is known for its more modern
that's literally fancy.
The only problem with Last Bible series with Liquid attacks is how quickly it makes you fall asleep.
You see this girl freaking out?
Sure, the basic DNA of the franchise is still here. Demon negotiation, turn-based combat, duels, powerful gods. But the presentation is about as generic as it can be. The mechanics and storylines look simplified, to put it lightly. To me, that sounds like a death sentence that strips away everything that makes the franchise unique.
What the fuck? My
Look at all this
sister
shit.
had that
There
exactly.
must be something here that kept people coming back. What?
This is creepy.
Well,
and this
that's exactly what we're going to try and find out. In this video, we'll be starting our journey through each and every game in the Last Bible series to find out what, if anything, makes it worth checking out this present. In this episode, we'll check out
Oh my god! Like,
I
I've seen this exact bench. I've sat on
two
that
additional
exact bench.
games, a strategy game and a dungeon
This
crawl,
is kind
that
of
are standalone titles disconnected from the others. Finally, the last episode we devoted to Last Bible 3. The climax of the series
Even this
also has
church, man. Like, I know where this church is. It's on Main
I'm
Street.
doing some coverage.
There's a scary.
Last
Why
Bible
is all these scary things happening?
and the potential future they hold for the series. As always, I'll be discussing the plot, mechanics, and general
This ghost better give this
heavy
Uber
spoilers
driver
going
5
over
stars. I don't want to see no
Using
complaints.
these videos to preview the opening chapters of gameplay
Why are we still
or
looking
entry
at it?
creatures.
Let's get out of here.
Or feel free to join me all the way to the end of episode 1.
Are you serious?
My
You're
intention
telling
here
me
is to
you
try to
got
easily
these damn
accessible
homeless
listeners for
people
the entire
that's
series.
swimming in the
Feel free to use it
dang
as you see fit.
creek? That's nasty.
Well,
Somebody needs to.
That's all.
Okay,
Well, it was a very short video, but like I gotta say, I think this one was the most familiar one I've seen. And I hadn't like watched this one beforehand. Sometimes I watch like a little bit and string together maybe like a good picture for a thumbnail. But this one, I just decided to watch.
From there, it's up to you to
This like it actually blows my mind to the point where I
build
actually
up an army of all kinds of horrific creatures to help you.
where do you live? Like, are we in the same town? Like, everything that you do is almost identical to where I live. Like, it's crazy. But it's probably like that for you guys, too. That's why these pictures are strangely familiar. Because you feel like you could swear you know exactly where it is, and that you've been there before. But in reality, so scary. But anyway, guys, I hope you had a fun time watching this video. I know it was kind of short, but hey, you can't all do long. I've never had to say that about mine. But anyway, guys, I love you all. Hit the like button. And also, let me know in the comment section if any of these images feel strangely familiar to you. Let me know, and I'll see you in the next video. Peace out. Thank you guys so much for watching this video. If you guys enjoy my videos and you would like to support me and my channel more, and also be featured in my videos, go check out my Patreon. Link is in the description. I would really appreciate any help you guys have to offer. As you can see, we have different tiers, different rewards, so go over there, check it out, and I would really appreciate that. Every little helps. Thank you so much. And also, guys, don't forget to subscribe with the notification bell on, and also follow me on all my social media. I have Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and Snapchat. So go follow me on all of those, and remember the most important thing, I love you guys, and chase your dreams.
I imagine the Zerg came to be an easy way to solve it, like generated by a little something composed. Maybe the drops of buttons the Game Boy was way more popular than the Game Gear was, so it made the platform a natural choice for bringing the series to an international market. But it's regrettable that the only last Bible game we ever got was in essence.
Hey guys, what's going on? Welcome back to what's
Now, believe it or not, the Game Boy Color version also got a Japan exclusive release for 3DS eShop. In 2020, the Game Gear version made a triumphant return on the Game Gear with a stupidly tiny gimmick handheld that boasts a screen width of 1.55 inches. If you ever want to enjoy some classic Atlas gaming on the screen size of the Super Nintendo, well, the opportunity's out. I know what you're thinking. Holy shit, Marshall, we get it. This game is printed more times than the actual. But if you're good at playing points, it's know it off from the stage. Try it out. My personal suggestion is
Also, you guys know Annabelle
it sounds good or you walk in and you just gotta beat up the story and now we'll get the game
I'm back again, and just, there's something going on. So, here I have a ghost. So what you check it out, like if I trigger something first you see, and I'm not shoot out the laser and I will wait. I will charge for 4 days and I have done that
in the early years of
time in Vegas. I'm not proud of it.
Beings that resemble humans, no problem. Giving the shoot at possessing supernatural powers of Gaia, beings using your calculator to weigh the swing. No. That's 86 real ancient aliens. Click through the main menu, start a new game, and use a good old-fashioned text scroll to keep them all rolling. Presumably many thousands of years later, the people who sprung up from these places by the ancients were surface every 14-year-old child is brought to a place called your home, where some are then chosen to become Gaia Masters. Our view switches right to the mountain as a saintly-looking dude prepares to make his choices. He orders those who feel the power of Gaia within to state their names, and it's time to get started with our main characters. These guys have gaming names, but considering the ancient stories of Gaia, I'm just gonna make up my own. Naturally, I name the protagonist after myself.
For our male ally, I decided to give nut grabbing Charlie a break to go without her.
I'm sorry. I gotta protect
I spent
myself.
about 12 hours
Kick
trying
her
to
in
think
the
of a
side
cool
of the
name for
neck.
a female
Really
partner,
gonna try to sneak
but
up on me.
ultimately
And it's
settled
not even a
on
Halloween girl.
another exciting tech scroll at this point was that as the three began their Gaia training, the old masters gradually began to disappear, and the world was heading down a dark path. Not exactly the best plot I've ever heard, but hang on for a bit. There are some pretty interesting turns to the story, and the final act is actually quite hard. So we get plopped on our ass in the town of Moyer in front of our teacher, Cody. He reminisces over the past few years he spent training with us and urges us to head to the temple to receive an official proclamation of our new status as a Gaia paragon. Yet another step.
But anyway, guys, today, also I need to say this before I
The
totally
priest is all hyped up to give us
the video that we're
good,
gonna
but
watch
also
right now,
demands
yes,
we
I don't
pledge
think it's
to
completely
completely to God. It is just one thing we got into this thing without that happening in the first 5 seconds of play.
I have this problem
After making things official, we get a cheap sword, some
it's okay. If you guys want to see the actual
And then take
video,
your
Really?
Best Buy.
that
What
one
do I look like? A fucking caveman? Let's see if the shops have anything.
But anyway, we're gonna check out a video today, and this one is called Images with
Some guy lets
Screams,
us know
Yet
while Zodiac
Familiar
is knowledgeable,
Vibes, and it's
he
uploaded
doesn't
by
really measure
Lima
up to the
Vera.
likes of Lucifer or Mike. The guy a
So it's again, it's kind of like the familiar.
Well, no shit. That's like saying your McDonald's manager isn't quite as iconic as Jesus Christ. What do you expect? So anyway,
Here we go,
Moira
guys.
is a pretty small town. You get a handful of houses and a row of shops. From left to right, you've got items, armor, and then weapons. Basically, every town is going to have each of these, as well as a need to restore your party's health. We can't buy much yet since things aren't supposed to get fighting for a few more minutes, but we can help you review the stuff. You're going to want to upgrade your equipment ASAP, because the fur armor might as well just be a fur coat, and the sword is like a rolled up piece of tin foil. Our protagonist is capable of using many types of weapons, but I generally stuck with simple blades. Depending on what you choose, you'll have different accuracy and power stats. Each human character has their own limitations on what they can use, so it'd be fun to experiment and see what works best for your party. A handful of mana seeds from the item shop to restore your health will be pretty nice to have until you've got yourself a party with a dedicated healer as well. Feel free to poke around and talk to me for a bit if you want, but otherwise, you need to visit the training center for this big building here. Back to Zodiac. He says that this year, we'll be the ones to escort the children to Mount Palm, until the screen has a seizure and a guy runs in screaming about a beast invasion. Well, guess we'll see if that training paid off. Zodia rushes off to the mountains to rescue those who are already on the way. We decide to head back to the priest. The guy's kind of in disbelief about this attack and says that we should head to the nearby town of Lemuria to see if their priest knows anything. Without Michael and Lucifer to protect everyone, things aren't looking good. And so, our adventure begins. About 95% of this game is traveling between towns, grinding out battles, and recruiting people. So, we better get started. While it may seem a bit daunting at first, the overworld is actually quite small, and generally pretty linear. The geography tends to steer you exactly where you need to go. If there's a branching path or you have a choice of destinations in front of you, you'll know pretty quick if you chose the wrong one, because the enemies will either rip your asshole out, or you'll be missing a key or something. It's very hard to get lost. The battle system is simple, reminiscent of the two Digital Devil story titles from the first Shin Megami Tensei. Considering Last Survival came right after those three, I guess that makes a lot of sense. It's a system that might have been getting stale at this point, but I can't help but enjoy it. Your options are to fight, set your battle to auto, run, talk, manage your lineup, and view your stats. Pressing fight allows you to assign orders to each of your team members, whether that's just attacking with a weapon, casting a spell, using an item, or defending. I'd recommend leaving auto battling off until you get a few levels under your belt, because you can die in just a few hits. If you got a good team established with some decent equipment, however, it's a godsend, because while the battle system's alright, it does get pretty repetitive. Managing your lineup is where you call demons in and out of battle if you have any, and you can also move around the order that you're standing.
There's a guy
A good general rule is to keep the weaker guys at the back of the party, but honestly, I couldn't really tell if it made much of a difference as to how soon they got hit. Can't hurt to stick with it. If you choose to speak and attempt to win demons over to your side, you might find that the negotiation system sours part of your experience. The format that negotiation takes the last 5 as every game and ask you a series of like 4 yes or no questions in a row. And throughout my entire playthrough, I only saw maybe 12 different possible questions, just presented in a different order each time. There hardly seems to be any logic to it, and your success seems to be just determined by guessing what combination of yes and no that particular demon wants to hear. Once you figured out that demon's combination, provided you remember it, you can repeat it again instantly if you ever lose in confusion or on subsequent playthroughs. You can also have your current demon speak for you, which forgoes the question and answer process and simply leaves things up to the dice roll. Either way, be prepared for repeated failures. It's not like other Megami Tensei games where you can barter with money or exploit personality-specific questions or mood phases or something like that. It's just trial and error and the same old dialogue. This is one of the biggest problems with the game. Demon recruitment is a core part of the franchise's identity, considering the other aspects of the survival aren't as original as the mainline series. You can see why the whole thing might start to feel bland. Some may enjoy the guessing game of finding out each demon's secret code, if you will, but I much prefer the systems featured in other games, even if they are throwing shit at a wall and throwing sticks just isn't that fun. As for Demon Fusion, well, that's hard.
It just looked like a really weird
series staple of combining demons into a structure is as fun as any other. Though this time it's all done through fusion and spell recruited by your male partner. Visiting some sort of building and the other one was like the thing in this game. That one definitely got me spells, you pretty much do whatever you want. All in all, the gameplay mechanics are kind of just bad.
But anyway, guys, let me know in the comment section the question of the day. Did any of these videos smell any of the images
art is pretty damn cool though.
and also let me know what
is puddles and lizards, but you also got demonic quadrupeds that eat your eyes out and whatever this is. It's different enough from other Megami Tensei games.
Let me know what you guys think. But that is it for today, guys. Thanks for watching. Smash a like on the video. See you back here in the next video. You guys thank you guys so much for watching this video. If you guys enjoy my videos and would like to support me and my channel more and also be featured in my videos, go check out my Patreon link in the description. I would really appreciate any help you guys have to offer. As you can see, we have different tiers, different rewards, so go over there, check it out, and I would really appreciate that. Every little help. Thank you so much. And also, guys, don't forget to subscribe with the notification bell on, and also follow me on all my social media. I have Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and Snapchat. So go follow me on all of those, and remember the most important thing, I love you guys, and cheat your dreams.
So you can just tank hits and dodge everything into a hole. But speed is useful too, especially when it comes to healing before a boss can attack. I don't really know what luck does. I'm a Gaia master, so I don't need that shit anymore. Lemuria can be found by heading east from Mura and south. It's the one surrounded by trees. The townspeople mentioned that beasts have besieged the village of Eru, which is like 10 feet to the east of Lemuria Desert. Apparently, the only thing that can save the place is the water of Lenten, which can be gathered in an oasis deep into the region. We also learned that some Gaia masters are in town. Belial, Paul, and Mephisto.
Hey guys, what's going on, and welcome back to What Shall We Do Next, and today I have Major Stingray. Well, you know how I did that the sourest candy in the world challenge yesterday? Well, let me just tell you, what burns going in, burns coming out. But we're not here to talk about that, and my tongue, just a little update on that, my tongue is still numb, still sore, it's like really rough, and my teeth are extremely sensitive, it's been awful. I wouldn't recommend it, or at least I wouldn't recommend eating 3 in one go. Like, if you're gonna do that challenge, just have one, trust me. But anyway, guys, today we're gonna be taking a look at something that might be a little spooky. It's different. It was recommended to me, and it is called Weird Images with the Yum Nikki soundtrack. I don't know if I said Yum right, but it was like Clue, but with a U. So I'm just gonna say that. And it's uploaded by the channel Wow. So I've never heard of Weirdcore, but as I've been looking into it, there does seem to be some of them, and they're kind of like liminal space videos, but there's something, liminal space is something that looks very familiar, because it's something that we've experienced at some point in our lives, and it's usually a place that you pass through to go to somewhere else, somewhere that you don't stop and pay attention to your surroundings. But this Weirdcore Images is supposedly like that, but it's got something really weird in the picture too. I don't know, but we're about to find out. Alright guys, here we go.
We just gotta touch the pond over here.
Wow, that is a lot of chairs.
water in hand, head on over to Arrow. But be sure you're rested up and have a healthy party. As we touch the village, a barrier preventing entry constructed by the beasts is on hold. Inside, we immediately see Akira, who's about to pass out after being defeated by a terrible creature. So who is it? What terrifying, disgusting thing put this town in a sorry state?
Oh, I hate carousels. What does that say? Come on in, little lady.
Killed him in 2 shots.
Smile.
Granted, I had a beefed-up sword, but come on. No demons. Even if you didn't have a weapon at all, you'd go down just as fast with a handful of demons assisting.
I'm gonna cry. This one reminds me of my child.
Takes us heads back, letting us know that the town should be returning to normal soon. Well, the only thing truly notable about Arrows is that it has a hospital. If you head back to Akira's house, his mom gets pissed because he hasn't made it back yet, and we kind of just left him on his own after being beaten within an inch of his life.
Is that real?
I mean, it was his idea, but I get it.
What
Turns out he's back
the
in the dog's place.
There's an alien, like, in the
Akira
feel like,
decides to join up with us after.
put your hand up if you're an alien, and what that one guy, she's like, me, over here.
Be sure to make use of that consistently as you gather here. It can be easy to forget sometimes, considering
I like the way it's
spelling
got
on the list.
that's like the Windows.
After assuring his mom that everything is all good, we're free to continue with our march. So, the priests of Maria are in a back room behind the 3 Gaia masters. Talking to them reveals that Zodia has been wounded and help is needed at Mount Apollo. We still don't know why all this is happening, but at least we got some clear direction on what to do next. Mount Apollo is just to the northwest of Lemuria. It actually looks more like a cave with no windows. Up the stairs and we find Zodia, lamenting the fact that he couldn't hold his children. The guy leaning over him asks us to defeat the monster that did this and steps aside. This is essentially the first real dungeon of the game, but it's really small and only has a few simple branching paths. Of course, there are encounters out the ass to ensure that you're here for as long as possible.
I feel like I know what
Aside from that, it's nothing to worry about. You might as well try and nab whatever demons you can here, too. I managed to get one of these big satanic puppies, and I was pretty happy. When you reach the edge of this place,
and there's a
you find
door
a
over there.
vampire hanging out on a ledge with the lost kids behind him. He looks a lot more threatening than the first boss. Again, goes down in just a few turns. There's no advice I can give other than to just use everything you have. Maybe magic games are real good. When the vampire dies, the kids each do a 360 ladder jump straight out of a Call of Duty montage or something.
Oil and smoke coming out.
All I
That's
do.
literally what happens to me when I
Back in Lemuria, Leo, Ball, and Mephisto have some new dialogue. They all do their best to downplay your accomplishments. These are the same guys who are about to give up their Orichalcum because some weak demon named Java asks them to.
That's kind of
disturbing.
even though it's just a blue.
The priests encourage you to continue investigating the source of the invasion and give you a permit needed to enter a nearby passageway. Before heading out, briefly stay at the inn. You'll see a vision from a goddess urging you not to pursue Gaia. Interesting.
There's a baby.
Coincidentally, some dude in a bed lets us know that Zodia lived and is currently pursuing Gaia. Thank you, Lance Bible. That's very subtle.
I guess this is the reaction that these kind of videos
let's go get some music out of our new
just like
our
pure.
destination is literally
I mean,
right
it was
next to Mount
interesting. I thought it was like you just kind of didn't really know what to expect. It was going to come up next. Rather bizarre ending. Don't be scared. Here, have a bake, especially when there's like most of those pictures are pretty creepy. And I feel like there was some kind of message there because each of the pictures had like some of them had a smiley face, some of them had writing on them, and they didn't really make sense. But I guess if I read it through, I'll do it here
Also, apparently the people there can talk to you.
But I feel like
there's not really much else to do
I don't know,
yet,
man.
though one of the houses inexplicably...
So let me know in the comment section, did any of these images freak you out? What did you feel? Did you get any kind of message from this video? Let me know in the comment section. Smash a like on the video, I would really appreciate that, and I'll see you right back here in the next video. Peace out, guys. Thank you guys so much for watching this video. If you guys enjoy my videos and you would like to support me and my channel more, and also be featured in my videos, go check out my Patreon, link is in the description. I would really appreciate any help you guys have to offer. As you can see, we have different tiers, different rewards, so go over there, check it out, and I would really appreciate that. Every little help, thank you so much. And also, guys, don't forget to subscribe with the notification bell on, and also follow me on all my social media. I have Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and even Snapchat. So go follow me on all of those, and remember the most important thing, I love you guys, and chase your dreams.
Just don't think about because it's kind of the same thing here, but mechanically it couldn't be any more different. And by that, I mean this game just has you use it to trade for items at a handful of locations across.
Hey guys, what's going on, and welcome back
Granted,
to
some
What
of
Shall
these
We Do
trades are
Next, and
integral
today
to
we are
the
going to
game
take a look at a
but
video by
that's about all it
Green
is.
Skate, and this
No
video is
resource
called
management or anything else like that.
in Your Nightmare.
So
as you guys know, we've done a few of these. They're usually like limbo
shrine
space
standing in
or
our
like
path
really creepy places
would be
that have an
something like a
odd feeling
dungeon.
to them.
So I got
And if you want to see the other videos, the link to the playlist is in the description, like those reaction videos, or my phobia videos, or my
Except it's not a dungeon at all.
Alright guys, here we go. Let's do this.
Or do teleport you to the next area. Well, hold on to your dicks because we're in a whole new continent. Nearby, you got the village of Gerald, another cookie cutter area where we can restock after that arduous 20-step journey.
Feeling creeped out by
One guy in this town clues us in that Lucifer and the others were supposedly trying to create life in Gaia before disappearing. We can also finally meet Hardum, the guy studying the beats. He wants to help the creatures live their lives. Better watch out, man. Don't want to end up like Lucifer, right? The fairy next to him has one line of dialogue, and it simply says, "I'm afraid of dying." What a hauntingly simple piece of character building from which to engage in meaningful existential contemplation.
My bedroom.
Anyway, if you're gonna save the girl and talk to animals, we better get to remove, so let's blow this shithole and get on with it. It's to the southeast of our position. A bit of a lengthier walk from the past few places, but the encounters shouldn't bother you too much. Predictably, the place is in disarray. Raphael has gone alone to the Tower of the Dark God, which is the town stolen from the county. Shit, I mean Ray's missing, or Dad's missing. What a goose chase.
I thought it was like so high. It was
One step at a time.
Like it's in water.
Before heading out to the tower, you might notice there's a girl near the back of the town who claims she can talk to plants.
Oh, and
there's
this
a
one too.
suspiciously tall tree next to her.
Titanic feels like.
Keep this in the back of your mind. The Tower of the Dark Eye sounds pretty scary, but damn it, it kind of sucks like all the rest. The dungeons are so easy in this game, and I'm not saying that as an exaggeration. They're short, lack basically any puzzles or anything, and just feel like minor obstacles at best. The place is off to the east of Vermont. It's just a handful of boring empty floors. There's some treasure you can get on the third floor, but it is placed so lazily out in the middle of the floor that I almost felt insulted taking it. At least make me work for it a little, come on. Actually, aside from another magnetite to carry around, you can also find a dragon. Last Bible has 3 special demons created by inflicting their bows. I'll need to visit a special NPC to do this, which I'll show in a bit, but as long as you're at least partially conscious while playing this, I'm sure you'll find a way. At the top of the tower, you have to fight a... Oh my fucking god. This one's pretty serious. I'm getting like Silent Hill vibes. A Minotaur. If this place had 8 floors too, I'd probably commit myself to a mental institution. He's a bit beefy, but I doubt he'll kill you unless you show up to the fight heavily injured. At the opposite end of the room waits Raphael, who had been kept captive by the beast. He and his assistant are shocked at how easily we brought him down. You know, I kind of like the idea that the last Bible protagonist is just that fucking cool. Nothing at all matters to this guy. He's just a silent machine. With that, the day is saved. The orc Halcom is back, the town can go back to normal. It's a happy time. Back at the shrine of Remoon, Roth gives us the soul ring so we can talk to animals. The world is now teeming with specks of additional human fights. Every animal is a potential source of information. So remember that dump of a town that was filled with them? Let's hit that up and see where Ray is. This nice dodo bird tells us what I figured out about 2 hours ago. The Zord took Ray to their cave to the north.
But I dreamt I was like lost at a place.
Well, the bird gives us a cool key to get further into the place, so let's check it out. As you blast your way through the Zord hideout, be mindful that these guys are a bit tougher than your average mobs. Keep an eye on your health. If it comes down to it, don't be afraid to throw out a buff spell or 2 to help yourself.
Imagine if the lights just started.
Grab up all the treasures, beat back all the bandits. Soon enough, we find Ray. I feel like this one's less than happy about how we've been killing everything in our mission. Not like we had much of a choice in the matter, but
you're welcome, Dreamscape.
She basically calls us murdering pieces of shit and runs off. Luckily, she is.
But anyway, guys, that is the end of that. I
think
think it was pretty good. There was a lot of. In fact, I've never seen any of those.
Ray calls us a Gaia master
to me,
fraud,
and
you know, with a lot of these
enjoy
looking
all of our
space
killing,
or like
then decides to join all of us to monitor our activities.
you tend to get a lot of
God,
like
pull
people
that
just
stick out of your
watch another video and
Well,
see the
see,
same images.
this is our
But this one was like they were all unique. I haven't seen any of these ones before in any other
enjoy the
videos.
added safety
So
that
I
she
gotta
provides
give him
to
that.
our
He did
After
find some
assembling the
images
full
that
squad,
not a lot of
I headed back to remove.
But guys, if you want to check out the
Raphael
original
saved his
video,
daughter.
go down to
I
the
figured you
link
might
in the
wanna know
description. Check out Dreamscape's
Then
video.
I
and,
followed the natural
yeah,
curvature
let him
of the
know that I
land
sent you there.
and
But
ended
anyway,
up
guys,
in
thank
the
you for
town of
watching.
Tillman.
Let me know in the comment
Oh,
section for
for the
question
record,
of the day.
I
Did you
killed a
feel
handful of
freaked out at all
monsters.
by any of these
So
images?
much
Have
for
you
Ray's
had
life.
any of a nightmare?
Anyway, as always, this
any
place
of
has
these
an
places?
issue
Let me
only
know
our
in the comment
dumbasses
section.
can
Smash a
fix.
like on this video. I
Town
would really
Priest's
appreciate
son,
that.
Triton,
And I'll see you
supposedly
right back
plans
here
to
tomorrow
elope.
for another
And he's
video.
left
Peace
town
out,
and brought
guys,
along a
and
special
cheers.
magic staff.
Thank you guys so
Not
much for
exactly
watching
our
this
problem.
video. If you guys
These
enjoy
guys
my
have a
videos and you would like to support me and my channel more and also be featured in my videos, go check out my Patreon. Link is in the description. I would really appreciate any help you guys have to offer. As you can see, we have different tiers, different rewards, so go over there, check it out, and I would really appreciate that. Every little helps. Thank you so much. And also, guys, don't forget to subscribe with the notification bell on, and also follow me on all my social media. I have Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and Snapchat. So go follow me on all of those, and remember the most important thing, I love you guys, and chase your dreams.
So, Zodia's up to no good and abuses his guy. We're definitely going to be running into him again. Also, just outside of town, you can visit Sage Mountain. This place is pretty useful. If you got three of the same variety of bone, you can get yourself some pretty beefy demons here for free. Be sure to return here and grab those as soon as you do. At the top of the mountain, the sage will teach Ray the Rekarma spell for free, which offers you a way to revive fellow party members. It actually doesn't work during battles, and it has a chance of failing altogether, but it's an alright recovery.
Hey guys, what's going on, and welcome back to What Shall We Do
Finally,
Next. And
one
today
stage will give you
is
a
Saturday,
reward.
and that
That's
doesn't
just
mean
to give it
anything
to Zodia
anymore. Today
if
we're
we
going to
see
do the
it.
same thing we do all the time,
When
and
you're
that
ready to
is
save Triton, hop on the dolphin back in town.
And I know I
brought
look
to
at babies.
Capital.
Let's not talk about
Triton
that,
is
okay?
camped out
Trying
in back
something new.
and summons Orthrus himself to fend us off.
I'm going through a
Thinking that
crisis.
resort
I feel like
members
it's getting
come to
cold.
capture.
It's my
So,
birthday soon,
yeah,
guys.
the dude never eloped
So
at
if
all.
you're looking for
He was
gift
just being
ideas,
hunted down and
anything's
apparently
tattoo.
used that as an excuse.
But anyway, guys, today we're going to
Orthrus
take a look
hits
at a
hard,
video called
but if you
Places
sustain
You
turns of
Remember
damage from a
But
full
Haven't
party
Been
is
To
more than
by
enough to bring it down.
Primavera.
If you're worried about losing
So
a
this
protagonist or
is
something, just have him defend and you'll be fine.
this is
After
a different one
beating
that
his
we've
dog to
never
death,
really looked at before.
Triton
They
begs
usually
us to
have the
help
same
save
title,
it,
like
and you need a rune item to revive him. You can find these in some shops,
This
but
one
you probably already have one
remember,
handy from
but
loaded
haven't
treasure
been to.
chests.
So this one
In
is
return,
specifically
we get
telling
Triton's
us
staff,
that we will remember.
which is equippable
So
by
let's see if
Ray,
it's true or
and
not. All right, guys, here we go.
Not too bad. Back in town, shit's all peachy again.
I literally
and
have
another
the video
dolphin is
for
ready for us to ride to the next spot.
That
in
was
our
super
journey.
creepy. Like,
This
that
little
was so
guy
sad.
drives you straight
I feel like
into the
somebody
belly of the
committed
beast.
suicide in that
It
film.
shits you out right at the docks in Zord Castle, which is predictably crawling with soldiers and other formidable enemies.
Definitely been in this.
Guess it's time to give old Zodia a visit. Make your way through and check every room for treasure. Amusingly,
I mean, it's a
the
bathroom.
guards posted
You
at some
know,
of the doors want you to go through and meet Zodia. Step aside without any issue. If that's the case, why don't you guys turn off the random encounters too? After a while, you'll run into the guy in a fairly average-looking hallway. He marvels at how strong we've become. He also casually drops the fact that Ray's father, the priest we talked to like 20 minutes ago, has been killed. After saying this, he tells us to come find him and runs out of the room faster than a woman does when they find out you played this game. Alright, Zodia, I'll play your little cat and mouse games. Suck my nuts. Blast through 100 million encounters, and there he is.
Wow,
Didn't get
it's
too
like
far, huh? He tells us that the whole point of Zord
we
is
seen
to
this one just the
annihilate
other day.
beast. He says
7-Eleven.
that Gaia is the one and only thing people can trust in. You gotta have that raw power. Then you gotta fight Morgan, this majestic golden knight that 100% does not match the character's generic pirate sprite on the opening. His attacks are, like Orthrus, nothing to scoff at, but he just can't keep up with a full party. You hardly need a buff or anything because it's just that unlikely to outdate.
I mean, these cool. What the heck?
Random encounters are much
There's a
more
bed.
threatening than
Imagine
most
you
of these
roll off
bosses
and you're
because
sleeping
they can
around.
spawn in groups.
Especially if you're drunk and you
Anytime
don't
it's a
even wake up.
one-on-one fight, aka basically every boss in the
This
game,
reminds me of like
they
being
just
a kid in the 90s. This
that's like a
Impressed with their
90s
skills,
camcorder.
Zodiac says that another Gaia master will return to hell. Everyone that we've been looking up to as heroes the entire time are actually shitheads out to grab as much power as they can for themselves. Zodiac says we need to go to Atlantis, where we can witness the meeting of the gods, and then exit, where we can then pass through out of the open.
Like loathsome.
Kind of a complicated guy, honestly. Trying to murder us while also giving us the deep behind-the-scenes details on the leaders of the world.
Seen this one before.
Okay, Atlantis it is.
Calling out all of you.
Head west across the bridge, and you'll end up on a big stretch of land with a lone inn for each. Here, we have another vision from the goddess, who encouraged us to seek out the harmonious power of force. She says that true strength comes from realizing that Gaia and force must be united. Let's see. Ahead of here is a big forest filled with little caves that we can stop and trade in. Each of these caves house friendly monsters that can kind of want to be here. This is where that magnetite comes into play. You can get some
But I would
generators
definitely
items
get
for
lost in
your
those
battle
tunnels,
here,
and then it
but I'd honestly advise saving your magnetite for later, unless your pockets are overflowing with it. We're going to need 3 pieces to trade with Heart of the Beast Investigator later, so keep that in mind. One of these beasts explains that
just like being in the
Orichalcum
car.
is needed to keep them alive, which means beasts and people would be
That
just
door
fine
is
living
freaking me
together
out. What's
if
out
they could
there? I
just
wanna
learn to
know
share,
that.
or some shit like that. There are also actually some hidden caves you can find by walking into certain sections of the forest. One towards the western
Imagine if
end
it was
is
like
a fairy cave, where you can get a couple pieces of magnetite
You go out
and
the
a
door
bit
to
of
get out,
reef
and it's actually just a closet.
Another one is Cerberus Cave.
Ah, I just gave
Treasure,
myself chills.
as well as a freely recruitable Cerberus who's happy to see a friendly human.
I kind of want to do
Further
the domino
northwest
effect.
is yet another inn, oddly, and
Push
a
one
beast
and watch them all go.
Here,
That'd be
hard to
awesome.
ask for the free magnetite shards to help out his monster
This is
bugs.
kind of cozy. It's
Give
like a
these
little
over as
cabin.
soon as possible
well,
to get it
big
over
cabin.
with. In return, he gives
This
us
feels
the
like my
ability to
bedroom
speak
at my
with
mom's house.
plants.
Literally exactly
So at
the
this
same.
point, we can talk to every living thing in existence. That might sound cool, but seriously, imagine how fucked up that would be for a second. You'll never have a moment's peace again for as long as you live.
I noticed a lot of these have
Birds,
like dates on the
grass,
bottom, and it's like
trees,
usually in the
all
late
that
90s.
shit, just
So
talking
that's why it feels so
non-stop for all of
nostalgic.
eternity. What a nightmare.
That's why it feels like
Fortunately,
you've been there before.
gameplay-wise, we can actually only talk to a
Whoa, where
handful
did
of
this bridge
things,
go? Is that a bridge?
like the one in the upper left corner of this area. This guy,
I've seen
the
this
Tree
one
of
many
Life,
times. I'm
gives
actually
a new
sick of
spell
seeing
to
this.
Akira as a blessing from the goddess. The spell is called Ronka and deals heavy damage, though it takes
Oh, how
a while
cool
for
was
it
that?
to
Like,
cast.
he literally used that one at the end and called it
Finished
the end.
here,
That was pretty
another
cool.
shrine
I like
to
that.
the
I like that he did
north,
that.
which takes
Or
us
her.
closer to
I don't know
Atlantis.
if it's her. And I also
The first
noticed like
place
a
you're
lot of
likely to
these
run into
images
is
from some of the
Croatoan.
like houses that
It's
look
about
really
as run-of-the-mill
dingy and
as
the
a town
wallpaper is like very
Restock
like
and upgrade,
1990s. I'm willing to bet
NPCs
anything that a lot of them
One
are
guy
made in Russia
claimed that
because
Lucifer
Russia
and
still
Hell
has
are
the
about as
90s
insane as
style
the sword,
or
and that
even
he's
before
always
that, like
hated
70s, 80s
I've
style
heard
wallpaper.
kids talk about
And they
Iran,
still use
their
that to this
father,
day. I've seen it in a lot of like
flying
Russian people's
His
videos
wife
and stuff like
confirms that
that
he's
where it's
currently
like
in Atlantis.
they, because
Get
I'm
hyped.
into tattoos.
Have an airship
Don't know if you
soon.
know that or not. But a lot of people who I watch are like Russian,
into a Medusa
and
out
their
in the
houses just
overworld.
look like that. And it
See
does.
that
It
she was
reminds me of like my
completely
grandma's house.
I don't
in,
actually
like
have
the
anything else to say about that.
90s, like when
I
I was
just took a
growing
clip
up.
of it for
And,
some reason,
it
so
gives me like
I
these
must have
weird
thought it was
nostalgic
worth showing
feelings.
it
I
to
don't
you.
know. Maybe I should move to Russia.
I ran
I
into
feel
a
like
room by going
there.
through these immediately after
As long as I
exiting
get some
town.
fine tattoo. But anyway, guys, I hope
Atlantis
you
is
enjoyed
actually
this video.
like
If you
6
did, make
steps
sure you
east
drop
of
a
the
like on
town.
it. Let me know in
And
the
I
comment
just
section
barely
for
avoided
question of
seeing
the
it
day.
because the
Do
street
you
didn't
remember
go
any of
far
these
enough
places?
down.
Even though
So
you
much
don't.
for a long
They
journey.
feel familiar.
I
Let me know in the
could
comment
probably
section.
spit
But that is it for
farther
today, guys.
than the
Thanks for
distance
watching. I
between
love
these
you
two
all, and
towns.
remember the most important thing:
Yeah,
chase
so
your
if you
dreams.
thought Atlantis would be some underwater city,
Come to mama,
well,
baby.
it's
Come
not.
on.
But it does have a sewer system we can explore. I guess that's
Thank you
close
guys so much for watching this
In
video. If you
Atlantis'
guys enjoy
shrine,
my videos and you would like to support me and my channel more and also be featured in my videos, go check out my Patreon. Link is in the description. I would really appreciate any help you guys have to offer. As you can see, we have different tiers, different rewards, so go over there, check it out, and I would really appreciate that. Every little helps. Thank you so much. And also, guys, don't forget to subscribe with the notification bell on, and also follow me on all my social media. I have Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and even Snapchat. So go follow me on all of those, and remember the most important thing, I love you guys, and chase your dreams.
Outside, the guy's all frantic about how beasts have invaded Atlantis' sewers. To reach those, we just gotta leave town to the top exit. So, let's put on our plumber shit and
the entrance, then jump down into the booster. See, moving around down here is actually pretty terrifying. Can you imagine seeing some drainage pipe? Oh my god. There's some pretty decent treasure down here, including a Muramasa sword and some stat boosting charms. So, give it a good once over and make sure you don't miss it. I guess it's fair to call this place a proper dungeon. Unlike those caves or the evil eye tower, there's something of a gimmick here. It's pretty simple.
Today, I thought I was
Basically, the entire underground is scattered with different
Anyway, today we're going to take a look
and you're bouncing around between them trying to find your way to the path forward on the surface.
Scrap.
Recommend just
Now
checking
this
out
one
the
is titled differently because he's specifically telling us that we will see
gives out heroes.
and it's a very short video, so what I've done is a short speed of it.
So listen to a guy masters the beast.
So that we can really pay attention to the video. So yeah, this is going to be a pretty short
surprise. Yes, supposedly no video leaders.
But anyway, we're going to check it out. Okay, here
the
we
guy
go.
also reveals that Lucifer, Baal, and all the others created the beast. Shit. Well,
I feel like
moving on, we end up in Heroes.
a lot of the abandoned houses.
It's actually some sword guy who says the hero has been imprisoned in a town called Dawn.
It would be pretty creepy.
Kind of actually there. He gives us the key to his cell. Yes, that's our next destination.
24 hours.
So much for the meeting of the gods, right? Atlantis was just one big letdown. We're getting really close to the end game now, which coincidentally is the coolest part of the entire thing. So, let's see what's going on. It's actually just west of Vertun.
I don't know if you guys get
Another short journey. In the shrine, the priest claimed that the Zord have already been beaten back out of the city. Only the boss Zodiac needs to be defeated to do away with them entirely. That was fast. This might sound like good news until you remember that this is exactly
Usually when I
diarrhea. I mean, Zodiac isn't exactly the most noble guy, and the group did resort to kidnapping and violence to keep Ray away from our masters, but they were about the only ones capable
when this image came on, I literally
hallucinated. Sure, both sides were fighting for power, but the Zord were
this is probably like inside the house. I feel like this is very familiar. This isn't even a familiar Fisher's video.
in the same room we can unlock a hero. It explains that the Zord had him building arcs for him. He decides to head back to Atlantis and offers to build
This one reminds me of
We're gonna need that shit if we want to bring the world back around.
but it's also kind of scary because why is this guy
Couple of Zord guys
this
ask us
now?
to save their headquarters.
Maybe that's not snow. Maybe it's hot.
The guy masters have already left to destroy. They give us an item called the Bird, which I don't know if it's actually a bird or what.
The thing that makes this one creepier to
You'll get
me,
us
I can see the emphasis is on the swings,
saving them.
but the branch, this gives me like sinister vibes where the family is like hanging at the very beginning of the movie. In that found footage, the family is like all hanging on that one branch. That's the worst movie I've ever seen.
Stop by Atlantis, drop off the
Well, that was it.
begins constructing us an arc.
I mean, they were
Take a while
good.
to run some, so
I feel like it is the kind of place that I would need to see in my nightmares. Especially that snowy area. I don't know. I know I was joking around with that, but I don't know what that was. It didn't really look like blood, but it definitely reminded me of like Grudge. If you guys have seen The Grudge, remember that one scene where it's like the tub is black.
as you make your way past the places,
So black it looks like ink. And the guy who's like the real realtor, real estate agent, whatever it's called, and he is showing
Where
the
shouts about how he saw the
family
guy
around the house
bring all the roaming geese with his blood, and it was the priest who scattered around.
He's like got his hand in there trying to find the plug. But they pull the plug out, it's literally
At the end of a
and
massive
suddenly,
hall, we find
and
Zodiac,
suddenly,
who's accepted.
and suddenly,
Vows to bring down
I'm not going to tell you what happens. If you haven't seen the movie, I don't want to spoil
and
it
his
for
one
you.
final
Have
training
seen the movie,
session,
you know what.
decides to challenge us
Yeah,
to a
it's worth
battle.
watching. But anyway, guys, I hope you enjoyed this video. If you did, make sure you hit the like on it. I would really appreciate that. And I will see you right next time in the next video. See, I am Crusher. I can't even talk properly. But anyway, guys, let me know the question of the day. Have you ever diarrhea in your mouth?
Can't get out of. He can't surprise
Oh my god, that
you
scared me so bad.
sitting at about half mast.
That freaked me out.
He can also hit you
Oh,
with some random
hold on, let me get
attacks
my
like
bearings.
sleep and poison, though they aren't
It's always there, but for some reason, out of the corner of my eye, I thought I saw an actual ghost. It's not. It's just, hold on, it's the life-size Samara.
created the beast and sought to control him. Then all of a sudden, Mephisto, Belial, laughing as though he is the
How creepy is that?
to kill us off too.
Oh my
However, makes a fatal mistake.
What is this?
Decides to leave the job
This is
only
going
to
to be
Mephisto,
than I remember.
meaning another central fight against Lonan.
And it's life-size.
They might have had a better chance of getting away with their plan. Mephisto is even hitting Zodiac.
You want to know what's under there? You have to
He
watch.
dies cursing our name, 7 to 10, back out in the snow. The Zord are gone. The Gaia Masters have officially declared
Yeah, that was
all
freaky
out.
though, for real. Like, out of the corner of my eye, I totally forgot.
Hiram is glad to present the art to us after returning.
Does that look really creepy on camera? Do you remember when I used to score the background?
Got our final journeys. I decided to stay at the inn and ended up receiving a godspeed.
But anyway, guys, I'll see you in the next video. Remember the most important thing. Peace out. Thank you guys so much for watching this video. If you guys enjoy my videos and you would like to support me and my channel more and also be featured in my videos, go check out my Patreon, link in the description. I would really appreciate any help you guys have to offer. As you can see, we have different tiers, different rewards, so go there, check it out, and I would really appreciate that. Every little helps. Thank you so much. And also, guys, don't forget to subscribe with the notification bell on, and also follow me on all my social media. I have Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and Snapchat. So go follow me on all of those, and remember the most important thing, I love you guys, and chase your dreams.
Our first order of business should be a return to Sage Mountain and finally assemble those bones from it. These demons are strong as shit and have massive health points. My favorite was the dragon, just because its health is so far above everything else. These demons aren't required or anything like that for completing the game, but it does make the final stretch a bit more manageable, and they're just fun to use. Afterwards, we're out to find some new lands. There's one big island you can reach that has a mountain range going up to it. There's no other way to get here except by flying, and it's a good place to start. The top structure on the left side is a sage shrine, where a robed man asks for me. After giving it to him, he says that
Hey guys, what's going on? Welcome back to another video, and today we're going to be returning to Dr. Dog. That's right guys, today we're going to be taking a look at a video called Strangely Familiar Images with American Music Part 5. This one is uploaded by Dr. Doggo himself.
This one's another sage shrine, where the guy just gives you a statue before suddenly being possessed by Mephisto. Bro, we were just talking about you.
There was a band right next to your fence, the other end of the story.
Mephisto's second form attacks very frequently.
Okay guys, let me get out of the video, shall we?
It was common for about half of my team to just miss every round, but he's not the sturdiest guy around, so every attack he landed was pretty serious.
Always get me, man.
I don't know why. The effort he must have gone through to revive himself, I have to say, I thought he could do better. All that's left after this is to check out the right side of the island, where we have Peter Cavern. Come on, seriously? What kind of goofy ass name is that? Inside, we got some treasures. A series of ladders leading downwards to a dark gathering of wizards' crystals. I'm not even fucking around. These guys will take the demons you built out of bone and begin to skin, making them even more vicious than they are.
I have a bend in my
The dragon's health points are 999, and the bonuses gained by the others are impressive as well. Finally, one of these guys will give Ray a spell that gives a guaranteed revive for full health. Alright, now it's time to use our brains a bit. Where were all those times?
I mean, this one feels familiar, but I
First of all, there was the one in Arda's bee settlement near that big forest. This tree passed along a message from Mike. Turns out, Arda actually is Michael, who knows we're seeking the power of force. He sends us to Ramu to talk to that one tree I said to take note of way back when we first got there. Told you it ended up being a really important tree. Known as the Fraxinus tree, it blesses us with Flame Tube, which unlocks yet another somewhat cryptic area where we can meet Michael. To get to him, you have the light dew in your inventory and fly over this little island with a lake in the center, where it begins to glow and whisk you away. This shit's a bit goofy, but I think it can kind of be forgiven because the world's just so small that it doesn't take long to figure out whether it's on purpose or by accident.
notice a lot of the like
NES game, take it over the places. This game struck a better balance between way too much direction and not
I've noticed a lot of these like children's ones,
almost heaven-like realm full of animals and
they kind of remind me of
Carta, aka Michael, stands waiting, glad to have made an effort to
birthday
seek out
parties where nobody showed up. You know, that kind of
teaches
thing.
us the move Stardust, damage spell. The tree above him teaches Akira yet another free spell, which takes multiple rounds to conjure up, but does insane damage.
Well, this one actually does
Inside
that.
of a structure nearby, you can beat the demons singly off if you keep moving around surface northwest, fuse with them, and join your party. Inside the center room is the goddess herself, who commends our efforts.
This reminds me of like a
at
commercial
long last, the force of
about like a
She again assures us that Gaia is strength and force is peace. Sends us on our way with the blessing of the universe, hoping that we will bring the two forces together. Nearby, you can also find a force which naturally the best of it. Okay, so God's a woman. We have the best
like
demons,
I feel like
with armor and
because
spell
well,
in the
that's
entire game.
terrifying. How?
And we have the blessing of the universe to bring things to an end. There's
I
one
feel like it's
area
because
left.
we've seen these places, but usually when we see them, it's like, whoa, go back here, guys, check it out.
In the caves nearby, one fairy explains the masters decided to steal the orichalcum from
Like this one.
and murder Raphael to ensure their beasts would live a long time.
But it
Another
reminds me of like,
simple outside.
like I feel like it's because a lot of them is like stores at night and it's closed or abandoned or something. And obviously we've all seen a store, we know what it looks like. So it's gonna feel familiar but a little strange. Because usually when we see it, there's like a bunch of people there, it's like lively, you don't really think there's like
We end up fertile space with no control.
it's like bright lit. But
Another ship piloted by whales
oh, there's all
into
these.
us and immediately
It's
attacked
like
first turn, two of my guys were killed, but I was able to keep up the offensive with my supremely powerful demons crew. Will has a pretty substantial amount of health, so it'll take a minute or two to wear him down. But honestly, he's just a little warm-up for what's coming next. After he goes down, you'll end up
they're going a little fast, but I really wish they would make it slower.
in how
Kind of
very
concentrate on
healing
healing
stuff. There's a free way to restore your entire party.
Can't really do that
Games
without
fight
little
on
50 seconds.
To the west is a strange, almost alien-like structure known as Lucifer. The place is filled with challenging encounters. As well as a series of ladders to climb around. So on your way to this obvious place, you'll have to make your way through one more Gaia faster to beat the boss. He
That's what I
starts
love
yelling
about
at us about his desire to use the beast to
I actually weirdly find
and then challenges us. How
and I think it's because there's no
all has the ability to paralyze
so there's I don't have to deal with social anxiety because I'm the only one here.
speed on him as hard as possible. You don't really have to worry about burning through magic or anything because you're free to just head back.
Well, that was the end of that, guys. I really wish they would slow it down. I guess I should have done that myself. I don't know.
As he dies, he starts
find a lot
talking
of
about
them
how we don't know what it
strangely
means to
familiar,
live life.
and I think I've cracked the
we can
code.
never
I
relate
think it is
to the
because
joy of
these
life.
places that are in the photograph, a lot of them is like a place that we all do, like a grocery store, like a gas station. And it's stuff that we are, we've all seen. So it feels familiar. But like I said, there's nobody there. It's usually dark or abandoned. Whereas in real life, we've seen these places, it's usually light, and there's people there. So it does feel extremely familiar, but not quite familiar, not quite realistic. But it definitely gives me those feelings. This one wasn't really like, but it's not really a free version. This one's just to feel familiar. I guess it does because I did and then some of them didn't really feel familiar. Like some of them just felt really weird to me. Like especially that one with the apartment building, because just why is it there? You know, it's like in the middle of a cornfield. Just doesn't make sense. But anyway, guys, that is it for today. Let me know in the comment section, did any of these images feel strangely familiar to you? you. Smash a like on this video, and I will see you right back here in the next video. Peace out and chase your dreams. Thank you guys so much for watching this video. If you guys enjoy my videos and you would like to support me and my channel more, and also be featured in my videos, go check out my Patreon. Link is in the description. I would really appreciate any help you guys have to offer. As you can see, we have different tiers, different rewards, so go over there, check it out, and I would really appreciate that. Every little helps. Thank you so much. And also, guys, don't forget to subscribe with the notification bell on, and also follow me on all my social media. I have Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and Snapchat. So go follow me on all of those. And remember the most important thing, I love you guys, and chase your dreams.
Compare this to the Game Boy version. Just return the immortality and the game ends. Fuck it. The goddess begins to enter a period of dormancy. It blesses us with a spell to be cast, and the world ends at its climax. That spell is called, Coquito Elfos.
So this is the
That's a weird
absolute
name, right?
lowest
I mean,
resolution it'll
just keep it in mind for now.
I'm
Our art
still
fades away,
going to
and we've got no choice but to book it back in the direction of the healing spring.
Hey guys, what's going on? Welcome back to What Shall We Do Next? And today we're going to be taking a look at another video uploaded by Dr. Doggo. And this video is titled Strangely Familiar Images with Unnerving Music. And yes, I know, I shave and I'm very
Well, take this.
Mike Lacrosse is
God, like in every other
I'm always like, I don't know.
is the Lord
I either love myself or I hate
the
myself.
universal will, the fabric.
And I have slowed down the video a little bit, so this isn't its original speed. Because as you guys know from the other video, just like the image was great hours.
He
Didn't really have enough time to analyze the scene and, see how it made us feel. Okay, here we go.
In any Megaton title.
This is what my actual birthday turnout is going to be like. It's my birthday, like you guys.
Hardly ever serving
Said, you're looking for gift ideas, anything tattoo.
This doesn't really need shit. It says that all gods dance when the hold his hand. It flat out says we will not be allowed to create a
Look at that big pile of blood. Do you see the blood?
was written into the
Get a load of the blood.
cannot be undone. Unless murders. This was all to lead us here and have us become the next lords. It challenged us to build the labyrinth and fight to determine who was better fit to be a leader. And now it's time for one hell
I'm spending the night there.
as you navigate the maze. Tons of beings.
This reminds me of my childhood bedroom. My childhood mom's bedroom. My childhood
Fucking Zarathustra
closet. It's like an old house.
to a new version of Michael the Archangel, and even Loki.
Let's just play
It really goes on for quite a while, and is a fitting challenge to cap off the game.
Freaked out. I mean, it's not a freaked out type of video.
Each of the gods who possess the courage, knowledge, and willpower to create a new universe until there's nothing left but, well, the universe itself.
What's up,
A lot of them makes me want to like cry, like big band
Classic
all night, stuff like that.
voice introduced us
If I were there,
and essentially
Guys, we're about to check out 5 chilling photos of people before they went missing. I want to give a big shout out to Rising Tomato, I think is their name. They left a comment that says, can you please link to 5 chilling last photos of people before they went missing? Love your channel. Rising Tomato, thank you so much for the comment. And if you have a video you want me to check out and you check my channel and you've never watched it before, just leave a comment down below. I'll give you a shout out. I'll check out your video request. But again, shout out to Rising Tomato. So we're going to go ahead and check this video out. This video I'm about to react to is on the channel Lunch Green. I'll link to the original video down below. It's a little longer video. It's about 30 minutes long. So if you want to pause my video quick, go grab a soda, go grab some popcorn, go grab a snack, whatever. A little bit of a longer video, but we're going to check it out. Chilling last photos of people before they went missing. Alright guys, let's not waste any more time. Check it out.
this was only one small piece.
This is like
And once you end up there, it slowly wears you down, fight by fight. Massive Belly goes down, a floating figure begins moving all around us. Then, another generic one emerges speaking, talking about how good it is that since everything in the universe is essentially about its own
Don't tell me you got like
what
stranded
the
in
outcome
something.
being.
That's
And my mom has the same hair in her current house. Oh my god.
Without a doubt, stranded.
Whoa, it was weird because a few images ago I was like, well, this reminds me of CBS.
Nothing works in the universe. At least in those magic words from the god himself. Just that really stumped me for
He got lost.
this is like this game. The floor is just randomly popped in my head. Mostly by examining
freaking kayak? Bro, what are you thinking?
Whoa, I've been at this exact location. I'm not even kidding, guys. I didn't realize how scary it was.
The protagonist of one building wanted a mole, we need wanted out of here.
This is like the mental hospital
Getting them
as a child.
similarly desperate situation.
It's a long story.
That translates to, I think, their pride. Now, we're not going to again and say it's
I've been doing
as in Cogito Ergo.
He earned that.
I think that's so sick. So, cast a spell, and as it costs the protagonist's life,
Oh, yeah.
starts your childhood. Yeah. Weakening this
Dang, this guy did everything.
actually does something. So yeah, by sheer determination, our guy makes the universe manifest
Hitting Poko, man.
He goes out in a blaze of glory.
Looked like he had a wife and
Team is shot
a son too, a younger looking boy that
fighting
gave a
a
hug
bit
to
of
earlier.
finally
freaking sad.
the universal will was a turning point right there. You need to be on top of your game here and win.
I actually want to
I actually used to
Hopefully you
do
brought some
one
Even though I'm a grown man, I still want to like work
Sir,
child.
it's a long game. Individual blows to your team can deal quickly. Damage. If it's on your healer, you can quickly get
I actually really do
rest
appreciate
death
those
is almost
because
assured.
they made me much
You'll
better
be glad you
skill.
have time
Before I got
demons
into Seth
because
or
having the
whatever,
heal every turn
those
prolong your victory.
people, God bless them, God bless people.
Oh,
Damn sure you're buffed up.
Most power skills and a whole bunch more that I don't remember.
Always
But
poor
a lot of them do actually believe in Jesus Christ. That's pretty cool.
setting the screen into another
So, before I watched like Seth and stuff, I actually debated who would win between, Bugs Bunny and, Bugs Bunny and Goku,
we will walk our new path
and I
to
would
it.
go
like bringing
actually,
back memories that I did. Oh my god, I
go
crave
turn around and say that,
reminding me
Sad.
hey, turn around and say,
Starts talking to them from beyond death, saying that
Oh no, is there like a hole in the kayak? Then my kayak's freaking sinking.
so it's like, I would, go around and say that, because like, on lounge forums, it was like a lounge chair, something lounge forums, and there was a lot of debates saying, who would win between Goku and Bugs Bunny, Goku versus Superman. This was actually back in like 2012, so I don't hear about sci-fi.
Did they never find him?
despite the tragedy, running
And I didn't say it, but he would win other than, he would win only because he has two attacks. And that was my argument. I would say,
I gotta say,
Bugs
You got
Bunny
that
would
one
win because he
What
had two
happened to him?
things
Goku
remind me
being
of my
a battle
childhood.
of Bugs Bunny too. Of course, this was before I knew about higher dimensions staying and how to calculate triple contacts, defeats and stuff, but based on other theories,
Well, that is the end of that, guys. This was definitely giving on a more emotional
like, I couldn't buy a deal for one now.
It's just like they were reminding me of certain times in my life.
For not knowing
Felt like, well, like the memories are really that important, but it's bringing it back to me. But anyway, guys, let me know in the comment section the question of the day. Did any of these images feel? Let me know in the comment section. Smash the like on this video. I will see you right here in the next video. Peace out. Thank you guys so much for watching this video. If you guys enjoy my videos and you would like to support me and my channel more and also be featured in my videos, go check out my Patreon. Links in the description. I would really appreciate any help you guys have to offer. As you can see, we have different tiers, different rewards, so go over there, check it out, and I would really appreciate that. Every little helps. Thank you so much. And also, guys, don't forget to subscribe with the notification bell on, and also follow me on all my social media. I have Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and even Snapchat. So go follow me on all of those, and remember the most important thing, I love you guys, and chase your dreams.
The game will be getting better. Just Last Bible 2 was first released in 1993 on the Game Boy. It got an updated re-release on the Game Boy Color in 1999. Each of these versions, just like the first game, actually story mode and multiplayer battle mode. The game was also ported to 3DS.
Well, I know it's not Mrs. Jones or Mr. Randall because I buried
Last
him.
Bible 2 never received a GameCube like its predecessor, and it never left Japan.
That's my son. Theoretically, if I were ever on the news one day and you just saw me and like this guy had like a bunch of bodies in his house, I'm like, would you really?
I think it's obvious.
You probably
You're gonna play one as a kid.
I remember the story
So,
of
is Last Bible 2
somewhere in South America.
do anything better, or is it just another mediocre shit story for Shining Stars?
Mystery solved. But anyway, guys, welcome back to
Whether or not it's middle education
by Dr. Dodge.
start up a new game,
This one is
it's time the
called
names are
Strangely Familiar Images and a
and names.
Steps. And I have slowed the video down because, as you guys know, those images go by too fast. You can't really analyze them, so I slowed it down just a little bit. Okay, but let's jump right into this, guys. Here we go.
So our main character's name is Yuri, and our female ally's name is...
This is like you're on the ground dying.
You know what? I like and the last one, Sophia was on the time way better.
That is
Finally, our male ally's name is Sophia. From here, we get some background on Kara, how this game picks up from previous ones.
This is a very interesting story. I think to this day they still don't know what happened.
The text largely explains what we already know.
I don't know why this is
Long ass time ago, life came to be on the fifth planet. The power of Gaia, they possess the abilities of gods. That's nation.
Oh no. Oh my god. And it's
Mass Enemy's power was worth naturally known as Gaia Mass.
I don't know how to properly scale characters and stuff. I kind of just got
Oh no. This one is strangely
maybe you could make it argue because a lot of times in the day it's not
Today I was
about,
like almost
it's not really about what you've got. No, it's just about who you can connect, and it's about
Yuri.
you can also get away with. If you can get away with rhetoric,
Meta brings with him
For you guys that don't know, South America is
a child in Magoka. This
you can
child
get
will be the
away with
reincarnation of
rhetoric.
Elias, king of beasts. In
the
ancient
UK, wherever you would
You
like
can
to
actually, you can, I don't say that,
violence, having all
you
equal
can just
children
say
execute.
that,
Then the game jumps
I'm not saying it's all
one
bad.
character beats
you wake up
another,
in a forest
Mexico,
from
South
if it's
America.
not good or
That's
better,
right.
even if
A lot
you
more
know
Yuri,
it's not true,
reincarnation of King
you can
Riot.
just say it
It's
with
like the
rhetoric.
fucks with this spot during the killing spree.
You can just say,
The game only flat out says that your King Riot at the very end treats it like a massive spoiler, but the secrets about the criminals having your dick smashed are all clear. Now, I
even if
actually
you
think
want
the
to
story
argue
has
from
a
deck of luck and
purpose
say,
to it. If you
well,
compare it to the
there's a
first
case
one,
for,
in the original game,
there's a
you
case for
pick up a
like
Gaia
women
Master.
being reversed, so due to that, you can
This
say
game
that
is essentially the exact opposite.
different characters
There's
too.
going to be a bunch of games
You can say
theories
that
for
about,
by humanity.
you can say that
The idea
about
takes basically the
Goku as
same
well.
backdrop as the game,
And this is Karen Goku, this is a CC Goku, this is a Zeta Goku, this is a Jump Force Goku, it's not God Fusion Goku. It's just regular Goku.
I've always wanted to ride a wave and find like just like big windows letting a lot of
Via
stuff in.
Hawaii scaling.
That would freak me out.
Via Hawaii scaling, you can actually, because Hawaii is infinitely transcending her own existence over a number of times, makes you universal, at least low ladder. And the difference between low ladder versus
What is this? This is like the like right here. She's sitting in a messy costume.
Yeah, probably so.
You exist beyond dimensions, you exist beyond dimensions, but you don't, you're not conceptual, you're not
What's going on with the girl?
being above the concept of something is way different than being above it's way different than being above just existence. So you can like physically exist above all the dimensions, which is high hyperversal,
You don't know what's in those woods.
versus wiki, versus battle and stuff. And if you're high hyperversal, they would just say that you went 12D, and if you're higher than 12D, you are actually universal, because you exist.
Wait, did they just say 10 years?
If you exist above the dimensions, you qualify for universal, because you exist as a physical entity. But if you, for example, if you exist higher than that,
Very
so
high
say for example, if you exist on a higher, if you exist on a higher plane of existence,
Oh my God.
if you exist on a higher,
Oh, hell no. My mom has something like that in her house, like she's in an attic, and but it's like a attic, so the house like there's a little
Tony Tucker. But going back to the power scaling,
exactly like my house when I'm
if you say that,
What happened?
oh my God.
if you say Goku scales above Hawaii, infinitely scales above infinitely scales above Hawaii. And she was able to run backwards in time, given
Something very sinister happened. I don't know what, but something.
It's not even like scary.
I don't know if we'll ever know what happened.
something
Wow, well that was the end of that, and it definitely hit for you know, this time. Like I feel like I'm still like out a little bit. I don't even know why. Maybe I'm yesterday's video like had similar characters, that felt strange, but they felt very familiar.
At the same time, it's not a doppelganger, it is you, it's just that you're so fast, and you're doing it through sheer speed. So the speed,
but anyway, guys, let me know in the comment section, what did you think of this video? Did any of the images feel strangely familiar? Hit the like button down below, and I'll see you right back here in the peace out. Thank you guys so much for watching this video. If you guys enjoy my videos and you would like to support me and my channel more, and also be featured in my videos, go check out my Patreon, links in the description. I would really appreciate any help you guys have to offer. As you can see, we have different tiers, different rewards, so go over there, check it out, and I would really appreciate that. Every little helps. Thank you so much. And also, guys, don't forget to subscribe with the notification bell on, and also follow me on all my social media. I have Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and Snapchat. So go follow me on all of those. And remember the most important thing, I love you guys, and chase your dreams.
Legendary city planned to go. He's agreed. Sure enough, he saw just the image for now, but as we know, is fated to go on the journey. The item shop, you can find some shit that says, offended by this, I hate beasts. You know, the intent for this world, Terra, the third planet from the sun, was for to resemble Earth. Say they got the amount of assholes just right. The guy across the table complains about some creature known as Bell, who steals the town's food supplies by actually getting the sound like a prime spot for our first adventure.
I think it's kind of hard to argue.
I feel so bad for the parents and the families.
Sure enough,
Here he comes, and then your scientist girlfriend split, causing trace in the day.
Being about space and time doesn't necessarily
So it might come up out of that. Maybe it's just maybe someone I can share.
space and time for a particular dimension. So
I didn't want to be connected to
it
this.
is technically
Where's the real feel? I
space
need a
and
big
time
mouth.
too.
I need
But
something
only
that's not acceptable.
Solid.
What the fuck? No wonder I feel like vomiting. Anyway, we're going to be taking a look at a video. This is a very special video because it is again on Dr. Dago channel. This video is called Strange
Only because it's relative to like a 2D being.
That's right, guys. This is the final one.
Yeah, so why would you delete photos based on your memory card still?
Of a 2D being,
Obviously not the same as the first game, but
you are technically about space and time from a 3D perspective. But you're not about space and time
Instantly, I
as a
get text
concept.
messages.
Being above the concept of something is more impressive.
That's why it's
It's more impressive. It's more impressive to be above, to be above the concept than simply being above the concept. Being above the concept physically is
nothing better to do. Larsa joins us, and we
being
decide to
above,
head off
I would
and
say,
slay Bell to
existing
save the
above
town's food.
dimensions
Be sure to equip your weapon and armor,
is
stock up on
impressive
healing items.
and qualifies for
I feel
one
like
universal.
again, it feels familiar, but I feel like every
The
neighborhood
concept of
has a building.
dimensions is different based on what you live with. Because they're not just being above, you're not just above something physically, you're above something conceptually. Being above the being above something above the conception, being above something conceptually is way bigger than just being above something.
This cute guy asks us to protect him. If you summon him to your active party, you'll notice he only has one HP.
It's way more impressive because being above something, being above the concept of something is way more important than just being physically above something. They're both above something, but it depends on to what extent. The law universal is above dimensions, but it's not above the concept of it, at least physically. Universal being is just above the concept, and so they're not even in the same playing field, they're not in the same stratosphere.
They like attacked by an animal, or was this done by
Universal being is
So if you leveled up enough to
human?
attack magic,
I don't know.
that added more security.
That is
hyperversal being is where I live in. A universal being is where I live in. A lower universal being, then you have high hyperversal, and a high hyperversal being is to the same extent that a universal being is to like a 3D game. So if you're high hyperversal, it's very strong.
Were they first?
Just being like baseline universal. he
doesn't recognize that we're standing right in
Yo, whoa, what the fuck? Did you see? Look over there on the house. There's that.
kills. Medoc tells him to head north to meet up with some other soldiers. Wait, north?
If I was ever on a trail like this, especially in another country, I would
I don't know if this is part of the video.
some sort of weapon. You don't know who's out in the jungle or forest.
Oh, dude, I'm getting the craziest chills right now. Wow,
Something
what's
on
happening?
YouTube defend the cave.
There's like ghosts. What?
The lone guard scolds us for capturing hunting him down and try to save our friends. While he doesn't possess nearly as much endurance as Bell did, Fighter doesn't take any damage from magic. It's gonna come down to beating him. Fortunately, Larsa has pretty high strength.
We just lit this part of the video. Like, the videos are not normal. You guys know. It's just picture after picture after picture of like straight to hell. This is fun.
Damage is about all you need, provided you have endurance.
What the hell happened?
Guys, we see one of our least friends crying, taken away. As we leave, Larsa goes his separate way, remaining our friend, but
I'm kind of like waiting for it to like do something else in those videos. So, but
what do we do now?
that was, that took us
Very strange.
We know he's important somehow, so let's go see what he's doing. You don't have to go for long because his
It was
ass
like,
is already in town center.
it started off normal.
After saving the face,
Okay, I don't know what's going on. I had the craziest chills. It started off normal. That was like a normal video at the beginning, you know, showing kind of freaky, a little bit familiar with that we have seen something.
a better chance of getting
But then I thought like something was going wrong with my screen. It was like the lines and glitching.
My
And then
life was
it just got
somebody did something.
I hope that was part of the video and it wasn't like some kind of really interfering. Like,
Could have been someone who lived in
this is not how we count this.
forest there. Never know.
I usually say no.
Sadly.
I don't care. And you know what's weird? Earlier today I was playing House of Cards.
Here takes us over.
If this doesn't show up on camera for you guys when I can see it, then there's something wrong and I just have to know. But anyway guys, that is the end of that. I feel like I can't stop looking at it, even though it's just like stopped when I'm like that literally felt like something was going wrong there. Like I felt like it was
I don't think we'll ever know.
so different.
Sad.
I hope that was part of the video. If so, that was. But anyway, guys, let me know in the comment section for question of the day. Did you feel anything weird about this video? Did you feel like? Did it suddenly make you feel like? I have. I'm gonna tell it is like glitching out, and something about it's gonna happen. So that is the end of that, guys. Thank you for watching. I'm gonna go smash the like on this video. One like and one prayer.
I live in Illinois. Great.
There always is. This is graphic, but have you ever noticed, like, no matter what you do, grow up, there's always a little chunks of carrots. How did they get there? I haven't eaten a carrot in like 4 years. How is there chunks of carrots? It makes me, I don't get it. But I'll see you guys in the next video. Remember to change your stuff. Thank you guys so much for watching this video. If you guys enjoy my videos and you would like to support me and my channel more, and also be featured in my videos, go check out my Patreon, link is in the description. I would really appreciate any help you guys have to offer. As you can see, we have different tiers, different rewards there. Check it out, and I would really appreciate that. Every little help. Thank you so much. And also, guys, don't forget to subscribe with the notification bell on, and also follow me on all my social media. I have Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and Snapchat. So go follow me on all of those. And remember the most important thing, I love you guys, and chase your dreams.
Thank you.
guys, what's going on? Welcome back to another video, and today, check this out, my sister got this for my
The boss is
Timothy was the
dark
last seen with security camera footage about 10 a.m. on May 13th, 2011.
which is coming up this Monday. So, okay, today, guys, forgive the ideas.
Family Dollar Store, Winnebago, Illinois, Fine Station.
Oh gosh, but anyway, check this shirt out, guys. Woo! If you're a Hocus Pocus fan, you know exactly what this is. It's epic. Oh my god. Look at that, guys. Check it out.
At some point, Amy had written 2 letters.
But anyway, guys, today we're going to be taking a look at a new video on a new channel. This one was recommended to me, and I'm super excited to look at it because it looks terrifying. It's the type of video that I would like to see. And this one is called Unnerving Images, Unnerving Music, uploaded by Unnerving. So this one looks like it's going to be pretty scary just by the thumbnail. Okay, guys, here we go. We're about to hit play.
But in August, 3 months after the arrest, police revealed there was a concerning amount of Timothy's blood backseat. However, investigators later concluded hopes alive. Timothy one day be found.
That's actually oh yeah, we've seen this one before. Remember the guy with the giraffe? You can expect a better
His son is missing.
They run away from the school.
He sounds always pretty
He said the couple began arguing before Timothy's
so like
because Amy took a cruise with a friend for her birthday, James.
oh my god, that headless titan's got a bare boobies. Look at the boobies, guys.
Had mentioned to somebody
Hold up.
Dude, she had driving down the street and saw this time.
That's a red flag.
Attempt to like go around it.
No, it's not the father's fault.
Oh my god, is that a peen on my screen? This monster's literally got a penis. You can also grab it. He's literally got a penis.
It's a bit of a red flag.
It's a boy.
friends and family suspected in a CNN special that Amy was based in fear that her history might prevent her from
This one kind of reminds me of that. You guys remember that show hundreds of years ago? Back in the 60s. There's a show on Cartoon Network called Real This reminds me of that one that looked like, it was like, it had a pair of lips and it was like all up black and white stripes. Ah! Oh my god.
It kind of looks like it.
Why is that?
Has a spider web tattoo on his
Coming out of
The
my
other was
bedroom.
short stature and had a snake tattoo on his arms. He said he had escaped them while driving a car with his Wisconsin license plates and ran across the bridge into Kentucky. 24 hours later, the FBI announced that DNA tests showed the boy was not Timothy.
I don't think it's real.
That the person claiming to be Timothy is actually 23-year-old Brian Michael Green.
Oh, I get it now. I thought it was like a star.
Still,
Why would he claim to be Timothy if he wasn't? Attention?
That
Yes,
is
the dad probably heard about that. The dad got some hope for preaching this area. Still alive. That is messed up.
Oh, wow. You've seen this one before.
He's got a bad
That kind of gives me like face.
otherwise, you know, but an unexpected find years later, Timothy was glimpsed of his son.
Oh, we've seen this one before too, guys. Remember this one?
Gary, who had been there December.
And I specifically said it was like execute terribly, like the eggs that are all like stuck together. And they have
Not sleep his whole day up. His body was never recovered. The surface of his death.
and that's the dab.
He left behind a treating
Oh my god, this is really
on September 11th, 2009. Gary's
Woo!
sister,
Scary. Imagine that.
an employee asked her if
This must be what a
she
titan
met his brother Gary in the employee's yard. Firefighter found Brooklyn battery. They captured Gary in Gary's name.
my attic, like the steps going up to the attic, and then there's like the even up into here. That's what it looks like.
No, actually, most of those are working on.
I've seen this
Exasperated, ground Zodiac standards.
When you think of Spider-Man, you don't think things like that. So when you're like, I wish I could meet Spider-Man when you're a kid, you just be careful what you wish for a kid. You don't want this shit turning up in your house. Oh, God. Oh, hell no. These do remind me of places, like, you know when you get wet, I don't know if you guys have seen the talk outside, but you always get, like, really weird, like, bizarre looking, like, this is, like, hero.
Several months later, the museum gave him 2 years of very conditions. Data shows that he was stranded in the tunnel on his way to
Just looks like an upside down sperm with the face at the end of the tail instead of the main part.
Seems like a place unaware of the tragedy that was taking place outside. Suddenly, the girl in the car in front of us got out crying.
It literally is Mickey Mouse.
Let's just go here and save up.
Soon after, the fire truck started racing through the tunnel. Blown out tires jammed traffic. Some of the bigger trucks got stuck. Guys started walking briskly past the
Here are using metal mined Sibar that tower around the thickness
That's deep. That's deep.
and using it to construct strong
I don't even know if
Tyrell.
clearly a giant
slave
worm
mining operation
coming out of
or inhaling trucks onto the highway. Something like that.
See, you should have more
Sampling
controllers like that.
small line of statues.
Well, I'm done watching that.
enjoy dressing up as.
Don't tell me
Here knows
On the
now
11th
do
of September, 2000.
some big secret on top like this. In the furthest reaches of this cave, we find the 2 spies who complain about the place's toxic air. One stands next to a particularly dangerous house.
The purpose of the visit was to see William Fox
Skeletons or
house sat directly
that would
across
explain the
from
paralysis
the
in Zipper.
forest.
The spies
On
were just
September
informed
11,
the king about the
2014,
Goku's
at about
plan.
10:30
On the way
a.m.,
out,
Will
forced to take down a soldier.
Hey, September 11th? Yo, what's up with this date, September 11th? Did I hear that right?
On September 11, 2014,
Everybody brace for impact.
Bad day, apparently.
This time, he wants us to head further south to Sipar itself and see if we can learn anything else.
his mother left
By the time this shit's all over, the king is probably going to be
I can't see it because is it that thing in the bottom of the slide?
all around south.
He was kidnapped. He was kidnapped.
Sipar nestled
000
comfortably in
emergency services.
things go bad in the days.
So yeah, I think
This depressing village is just silent and sick.
depicted as
Even the kids are feeling like total assholes. They're like shut this mining operation down for good. Thankfully, we don't have to go very far to find them. Yet another soldier blocks our path. This is like the 700th time we've fought this
Oh,
battle.
I feel this one.
At the back of the mine, you find a pile of vectors.
I kind of want to hug
In
it.
person, just in case the village
Maybe he just stopped. I don't feel like he I don't feel like he wants to see me.
I wonder if the protagonist
It's just terrifying, especially as a parent.
you have to be fucked in the head to get me to come down into this
It's like the
mine.
worst thing that could ever happen to
The lone soldier gutting the
The
cave.
last news was that William was imitating a tiger's
King
roar.
says that only the mag breath can keep us sick and asks us if we're going to Fulton to find him. Who the fuck? I mean, clearly we have to say yes in order for the game to continue.
Why?
I guess we'll find out what the hell he's talking about.
Oh God, that's so
There's
scary.
a ship headed straight there from Sedona.
Not so much.
Hop on and we know another ship.
Experience where he used his unexplained appearances of young
The damages are from a girl who
That's like
all going to see.
Despite all
I'll say.
within the first
Okay,
5
well that
days,
was the end of that.
It seems like she's been
This was
in a tower outside town.
these type of videos where it's like the unnerving images, but they're actually unnerving because there's like
No one in this town is run by the aforementioned guy or so weird.
wow, this was awesome. I can't wait to check out this. Definitely check out unnerving images. But guys, let me know in the comment section, did any of these images feel entirely free? Let me know in the comment section. Smash
smash a like on this video, and I'll see you right back here in the next video. Peace out, chase your dreams. Thank you guys so much for watching this video. If you guys enjoy my videos and you would like to support me and my channel more, and also be featured in my videos, go check out my Patreon. Link is in the description. I would really appreciate any help you guys have to offer. As you can see, we have different tiers, different rewards, so go over there, check it out, and I would really appreciate that. Every little helps. Thank you so much. And also, guys, don't forget to subscribe with the notification bell on, and also follow me on all my social media. I have Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and Snapchat. So go follow me on all of those, and remember the most important thing, I love you guys, and chase your dreams.
Sick piece.
Let's go see if we can catch up to the tower is literally pissing distance from town, so take 2 steps and ring. Serious minutes to make ring tower has been boring.
Hey guys, what's going on? Welcome back to What Shall We Do Next? And today we are going to be returning to Under's channel. Check out one of his videos. Now I am really excited for this one. I checked out one yesterday and it was pretty terrifying. Themes and stuff like that. So I'm really excited to see how this one's going to go. And this one is part 2. That's right, guys. This one's called Under Images with Under using 2 by the channel. Under. Alright guys, here we go. Let's do this thing.
After watching this clip,
It's already happening.
I don't think they're going to be playing outside of nowhere. Just because
Yeah, I love 5, 6 hours. Like I finally had your kids. And they all some of them look so real.
Sophia runs into us.
It's just I couldn't imagine.
Like in that movie,
Guys,
Gravy.
this was 5 chilling last photos of people before they went missing.
What's the actual
Like I said,
hell?
I'll insert the video down below if you want to check out What's Green's channel. And a shout out to Rising.
This is like something I would have to
Thanks
make.
for requesting this video.
It's just like
And if you like guys, subscribe to the channel for you. Leave a comment down below. Want to help support the channel?
Oh,
Become a channel member. Click the join button down below.
this ain't it.
Thanks for watching, guys, and I'll see you next time. Peace.
I feel trapped. I feel like I'm gonna have a panic attack because in this situation I feel trapped. Like what would you do in this situation? There's a big fucking human beard like big coming up toward you and you're back in town. Oh my god, it gets worse. This one's terrifying. Like whenever I'm in a place, like if I were to be in like an abandoned hospital, this would be my biggest concern because they have doors just like this, with like a window. Seeing something like that. Hey guys, what's going on? And welcome back to What Shall We Do Next? And today we are returning to the That's like I am back with another reaction video. We're going to be taking a look at what the caption is waiting in the she says, you guys remember it didn't end too good last time. So really excited to see how this one goes. Last time I remember, it ended in a pretty bad spot. We were not doing like a dark, bad bird, flashlight, like it was whole feeling gold. So I'm really excited to see this one. I don't know exactly. So this video is called and I actually Max Studio. And I will put the link to Max Studio channel. Okay, enough beating around the pussycat line. And the super one
to see it, to listen to it. So
what's to say? Obviously, this is big, right? What does he say? Something like that. We just don't know about it. How do we know something like this? It's not that dangerous at all. I mean, I guess there's like something to run down lights. Terrifying. What would you do if you're walking? You know, you're just out for a nighttime walk at night, and then you see this. And I just realized the head's upside down makes it so much scarier. Ugh. Okay. Figured that out about I I feel like this one has potential to be kind of scary. I don't know why he's like floating above the fence. It would have made so much more sense if they made him smaller, the character, and put his face like looking through the gap in the fence. That would have been so much scarier.
I mean, maybe you can start by guarding
What the hell? What in the holy sweet name of hell? What is that? Like a one-legged turkey with a human head and a tail through the eyeball?
You know, the guy they work for. This place is fucking hilarious.
Oh, it's the Mickey Mouse thing. You guys, I said this in the previous video that I was like, oh, it's like a Mickey Mouse, like a scary version. And some of you guys knew what it was and corrected me. I can't remember right now, but I remember you guys told me it was fairly scary. Scared.
Now it's back. But as you can see, his influence doesn't quite extend as far as you can believe.
I mean, all I see is like a really happy dolphin with his mouth open and his tongue.
I guarantee you, everyone in the castle.
Unless you look at it like.
Guess there wouldn't be much of a game in that case.
No, I literally can't. I can't see that. All I see is a dolphin that's very happy. Oh my god.
Maybe I won't like it cheap because it's too small.
Yeah, one day, guys, Titans might be a thing. Something's gonna go wrong. An experiment is gonna go wrong. Probably the COVID vaccines are gonna turn everybody into Titans by 2025. Oh gosh.
Sophia confronts Medoc about the
This world, man.
demands
Never
he
know
goes
what.
back Soleil.
Nothing seems to surprise
Find a way out of the
Insists
back.
both are necessary to defeat Dryas, and growing impatient,
That's like me when I was giving birth to when my
he's sitting there for maybe 1 second before Gonzo lets us free. I guess locking up
Hey world, here I come.
was the straw that came his back that inspired him to truly switch sides.
Oh,
The
cool!
other guy
Dragon!
is some poor man who says the 14
Kind of want
years
to
ago, two children actually escaped from the king's death.
Ready,
Like me, but who could the other be?
This is like something I would say.
Shares our
I'm
birthday
lighting.
is going on a parallel adventure to ours.
I see it. It's right in the door. It's right there. I didn't even notice. I was looking up the stairs. It's right in the doorway. The other hall. It's like a three-eyed monster.
That's gotta be a record time for the fastest.
That scared me, even though it wasn't animated or so frustrating when I noticed it.
The small thing above the ring is like,
This was just like a giant jellyfish flying through the sky, and there's like fighter jets all around it, like cars.
I keep thinking that's the
And like that other one that we saw yesterday.
By just going to the Sedona Harbor and taking a ship. It seems the
There's
top
so
of the
much
town
about this
is
town.
powered
It's like realistic. If I have nothing wrong with me, like even the way the chairs are situated, so I wouldn't go diagonal away from each other. And then there's just got that thing that was like one of those things that like when you were in school, all the teachers had one in the classroom. It was about this big, and it was like a human body made out of wood, and like body parts up and stuff. Here's that fucking mini mouse or whatever it's called.
including some that comes back at the end. Oh, now that's what I'm talking about. The top of the dungeon is boss.
Everybody in here.
This naked fairy in a leg strong bit. She can take quite the beating and is immune to the geo line of spells, aka electricity. Depending on when and how you do this quest, Esau will actually show up to fight and help you, but it didn't happen for me,
I can't even
which I actually kind of liked. I mean, even
I thought that was
going
gonna be like, I mean,
possibly appreciated in a little game like this. I think to make her show up, you just have to chat up to
very
it
curious
until like
because
so as your distant NPCs turn on the flashlight, they'll go because the flight is proving advantage for them. With this
I honestly think
taken care of and South still MIA.
it's like a
Head to Ebla,
siren head
all the
sound.
stuff we've been up to with the game.
Siren head.
If you don't push
I
the
hate that
tower,
sound so much.
just skip it. So scary looking pretty stuff. I figured it was worth showing because it's
That is literally a
it
fight.
isn't totally empty. Back at the castle, surprise, everyone's going.
Okay, well that was the end of that, guys. Yikes. Okay, well, this one I feel like
has been turned into a miniature
I can't really remember the first one, but I feel like this one was equally as bad, or maybe even this one was a lot more creepier. Gosh, I love this channel. Thank you so much. I can't remember your name. I know who you are. I see you comment all the time, and I really appreciate you showing me this channel because it's terrifying. But anyway, guys, thanks for watching. Smash a like on this video. Let me know in the comment section, did any of these images freak you out? Let me know, and I'll see you in the next video. Peace out. Thank you guys so much for watching this video. If you guys enjoy my videos and you would like to support me and my channel more, and also be featured in my videos, go check out my Patreon. Link is in the description. I would really appreciate any help you guys have to offer. As you can see, we have different tiers, different rewards, so go over there, check it out, and I would really appreciate that. Every little helps. Thank you so much. And also, guys, don't forget to subscribe with the notification bell on, and also follow me on all my social media. I have Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and even Snapchat. So go follow me on all of those, and remember the most important thing, I love you guys, and chase your dreams.
Guess what? Did you just I know we are. Aside from owning that, there's one other thing to check out. It's kids playing in the town square, singing a pretty weird song that ends up being relevant later. Alpha and Omega meet in the dark. Omega drank to let's it and forgot about Alpha. Four little friends, they all come get to the dance. It's a pretty cryptic shit, but they spell it out for us. For now, try and piece together what that might be. Esau's in a cave or some shit. I don't know. Where is it this guy supposed to be?
Hey guys, what's going on?
Visible cave to the
Shall we do this? And today, we are taking a look at Unnerving's channel once again. But this time, we are goodies. That's right, guys. This video is called Unnerving Images. Unnerving music. Great. Loaded by the channel. Unnerving. I feel like we haven't done one of these in a while, so I'm really excited to see this one. I remember the other ones that we watched the first two were actually pretty good. They have some really disturbing images in them, so let's see if this one matches up that with the first one. It's previous. It's the only difference there is that the pretty good. Okay, here we go.
Always are bots. Everyone is a bot except for me. Makes sense.
What would you think that was? If you were scrolling, I think my oh my, there's a fucking being right on. Look at the face, guys. Look, I'm drilling everywhere. So crazy. I didn't even see the face. I thought it was like a dead body.
He saw now. And then
that was fucking scary.
Again, listen, we could have just bought a ship.
Oh, if there's a chair, oh, I do it. Kind of
we kind of got sidetracked.
Oh, say it ain't so. Oh, I see it. It's in a car mirror. Oh, well, yeah, you get dropped off right there at the bottom of the stairs. There's something going on. A pipe in one hand, a cup of milk in the other.
There it is. Yeah. Everyone's dead.
And if we do win, it's going to be the skin of our teeth.
I'm pretty sure if I had a camera set up this morning, watching me get on this. But anyway, guys, that is the end of that. I hope you enjoyed this video. It's pretty expensive. I would say that's probably a big-ass dragon and compensate for his quick wizard. We should loot the castle. Just step over the wounded and take a shit, but it's all good.
Oh, we actually won.
It's fine. I just thought it necessary to place our random out any of the paths. You gotta bet you're getting this enemies. Anyway, guys, thank you so much for watching. Appreciate that, and I'll see you guys next one. What you do, you're like standing on your front porch, just watching the stars, or having a smoke before bed, and you see these things running down the street. What would you do? It's a little cheesy, but
I think I would stay still in silence when it was clear back away.
And you're in a prison filled with beasts.
Wouldn't want to couch any of
Says that Solon has been calling our name the whole time she's been here. As we reach her cell, Lars says,
even this is
it's too late. Solan's last words are reminiscing of her child. She remembers the day she took Larson.
Hey guys, what's going on? Welcome back. I snapped this. That's right, guys. There's a fucking video. That's this the same Weaver Spider. This is that one.
The textbook says, God, no relate to this. It's just funny.
To the channel.
After this, we get a quick flashback.
Alright, guys, here we go. Let's do this.
We get into a little disagreement playing out in the fields, but something on our mind that's really nice.
I'll probably
It's pretty
skip a whole bunch of videos.
Carson's distraught and says what I believe are the first swear words I've ever seen in a game. He vows revenge against mankind. He vows to use his local guy to change the world. Well, nothing good came of that last game, but go off.
Wait a second.
In the next room over, after Lord's
But I
of
feel
Giant, we got the Knights. They go super agents. They can actually clap some shield on this front for the rest. Just quickly outdamage them, and you should be okay. I wouldn't even waste time with buffs or anything like that. Just go all out for a couple of turns and get it over with as soon as possible. As they fall, Medoc screams shit, and calls Steve as useless trash. I guess we're getting to the edgy portion of the story now. He quickly raises two more demons, a couple of Mezukis, and makes his escape. It's kind of the same deal as before. They hit hard, but don't have multiple. The Akirama spell that Mario learns is pretty solid for this fight. He can put a couple of points towards your body stat. It was doing over 150 per hit for me, and it was enough to end the battle in like 3 or 4 turns. Medoc's naturally gone by now, but you can't find the dragon egg that died and a few spies from Emblem mentioned some arena battle taking place in the town.
I find the bigger things tend to freak me out the less they just don't seem realistic enough.
It's the only lead we've got.
The scary ones like oh my god, that is my fucking literal nightmare. That is what I feel. This right here is the image that's in my head when I'm coming up the stairs.
Also,
the music and everything is horrifying.
Finally, Gonzu is still trying to get his dick wet. He's considering quitting the army. The arena actually isn't even somebody here. It turns out you have to scale Salem Plateau Dragon. It really had to be negotiated out. When you get there, everything is burnt down, and there's half a dozen people lying around, along with some dead skeletons. This is starting to become
I'm not scared.
While this place is clearly no longer an arena in the traditional sense, it does have like 3 million encounters per second, so we'll be doing plenty of fighting.
That is
Back to the place,
look it up on
across the Magoku King and Medoc up on a balcony, shocked that anyone here is still alive. Medoc decides to throw a demon at us a bit of a messy left behind.
Oh my god,
So he shows this time, we're against a big
but I get it.
They figure you don't have mirrors like that. Hitting back with fire is a good way to deal with danger. These guys can inflict you with mute, which stops you from casting spells.
This is one of the ones that's big,
the big
but it
stick
is actually
is also within your strategy. By now, your dragon
like it's giving me Titan vibes. It's very skinny Titan.
Tiny Gun was a favorite of mine, as he boasts high health and decent damage. Before long, you'll emerge victorious. You might have thought this was going to be some kind of boss gauntlet, but it isn't. Medoc says the exact same line verbatim that he said last time.
Everyone's based on, I hope there's not an entity. Consensus are based on movement.
Stopping for a rest back in Goku, you hear about a village called Eridu to the south, where everyone vanished. Head to the port, ship headed to the place, and, well, there are some people here.
Okay, that's kind of cool. I kind of want to go
nearby forest like they would be back.
It's just so big.
This place is filled with decaying trees, and there's even a small abandoned settlement town. Prowl stands waiting in front of the well, letting us know that all the kids are down
It's on the roof. It's on the roof, guys.
It looks like a murder scene. She's going to in as well. She's going to club me in the back. No, she's not going to murder us. But according to Zodiac, who stands guarding the children at the bottom, something down here has been fighting for us. The well then stretches out into a big-ass cave with one hell of a bottom. It's a manifestation of Gaia itself, gone mad with the desire to absorb the town. Wow. Just lurking down here, leeching off the earth in some unassuming hole in the ground. Kinda creepy, but hopefully beating it safe with trees and some of the messed up world's brothels and prostitutes. Gaia's got some challenge, don't give it that. Most magic is ineffective towards it, which makes sense considering it is magic. So if you like the design of
Or like one of those silent foggy
like you've got a really sizable pool of health to burn through, so be sure you've got as much energy for nearly every boss fight, as you'll have to withstand attacks that only a higher group might.
I feel like that. Oh, it's okay. It's just Snapchat.
Just being stared at by this Amy face. It looks like it wants to research your face.
I feel like
This might seem like a flaw or something.
Oh god, it's okay. It's fine. Woo! Thought he was never gonna leave. But anyway, guys, this was fun. I missed it. I know I haven't done it in like what? But I think it was good. I liked it. I enjoyed it. It was just good. So that's all I have to say. I can't wait to check out more of them. The thing I like though is he doesn't reuse images. Like a lot of them are like recycled images. But on this specific channel, they're all focused on creatures in a liminal space type setting. And there's always a creature there to make it disturbing. But I really like how he does like But anyway, guys, thank you for watching. I love you all. Remember the most important thing. I was trying to make sense. Peace out, guys. Thank you guys so much for watching this video. If you guys enjoy my videos and you would like to support me and my channel more and also be featured in my videos, go check out my Patreon. Link is in the description. I would really appreciate any help you guys have to offer. As you can see, we have different tiers, different rewards. So go over there, check it out, and I would really appreciate that. Every little helps. Thank you so much. And also, guys, don't forget to subscribe with the notification bell on, and also follow me on all my social media. I have Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and Snapchat. So go follow me on all of those. And remember the most important thing: I love you guys, and chase your dreams. Oh my sweet mother of Abraham. Oh my god, it's giving this house a real life. Oh my god, it's gonna fall off. What the shit? What the fuck? Get out of there! Run! Run!
And then sail south from there. We'll come across a place simply called Smallville. Actually, shops selling what they call the Star Dog. Some of the villagers mentioned, it's not just a suggestion for new equipment. We're actually going to need.
Hey guys, what's going on? And welcome back to What Shall We Do Next? And today is Saturday, which is a very special day because it is the day where I take a shower.
Yeah,
And it's very But what's going on, you guys? Welcome to another video. Today, at another video on Unnerving's channel. Now, this video is called Unnerving Images with Unnerving Music. I've literally just lost my shit. Alright guys, so we are about to do this. I'm really excited. These videos have been just beautiful as well to now. I'm really excited to see this one. Anyway, here we go. Let's do this.
Check this out. It's high caves. One is the Agasha. There's a big boulder block on the way. So just go up and smash it.
I feel like if it were a little less brick it would look glorious. It's a very bright airport.
If you have the star knuckles yet,
just turn the exposure down.
Behind it,
that's like what I imagine what I would see if I sleep with my
seem to be
or bed or something. I can't sleep with any doors open in my room. I feel like this is what I would see at night. We'll wake up and see some
behind the scenes of all this conflict over the years, including those on the first level, which are the events of
It's true what they say. Octopus Man does
something that even the universal will could contend.
Oh, imagine all the
sort of corruption inherent within the energy of the universe. Something called Tingling like the guy earlier. So that must have been a nascent form of something.
Oh my god, you better run. You gotta run right now. Remember, get out of there. It would look a little more real. Just to make the body look better.
Remember, the place Lucifer and the Gaia Masters fled to in that game was the top before anything had settled.
Still hard to see stuff.
I never played you know what about the stairs?
And now it's just random caves.
Oh, get away. I never thought about that. We're never safe, guys. You hear me, kids? Demons are everywhere.
Isn't much, but I'm a sucker for some close connections between games, so I thought it was pretty neat, especially because it's relatively subtle.
This is kind of scary.
Just a bit further south, and we got something. Yes, the guy that told us about Selma couldn't remember the route.
Wow.
There are more murders than airships.
Oh my god, what just happened? Oh, did you fall down the hole?
An old lady in one of the houses
way and you see this. What do you do?
RX don't allow to go so. Powerful spell called wrong.
It's fight or flight, and I feel like you're not getting far. What in the fucking hell?
We need that shit, Randy.
Fight.
She randomly tells us to go to
This is the reason why I don't go in caves or mines or underground crevices like
Globers. Asks if our friend media will
oh, say it ain't so. Learn anything from
my
God,
God,
you
that
ridiculous.
Visit the port and we find out
One thing I learned, never fucking go underground.
how totally random.
And then 14
Why did that
bullets.
magical yikes from the
So you still got
I guess
that is
if anything,
that
it shows that our stuff has become consumed in its
These
power.
monsters also look very
I mean, you'd think you'd be around trying to save
It
her
reminds me of
stuff,
like the sewer. It's more the
let's go stop some pirates. Gonzu joins up, we hop on our ship.
I don't know.
The pirate fortress is a good 10 feet away from the city on a
I don't feel scared. I don't feel intimidated by these monkeys.
First off,
Sometimes I feel like they just summon me.
he's got lightning magic.
I like
Tank with Walker's bounty.
Very big.
This guy doesn't even look like a pirate, so he's clearly a giant pink guy.
That kind of looks like the side of the giant. You guys like it? I
got
enjoyed it very much. That guy
pirate. If you're wondering why I'm not describing the dungeon, just take a guess.
But anyway, guys, thank you for watching. Special like a very
explode.
like back in here.
No puzzles.
This is a very, very vulnerable situation. You're not getting far. You can't just like run left and right.
Because this one goes down so fast, it's almost fun. He's tempted to fight us and just immediately gets his head ripped out. Finally, we got the chief.
Can't. Clearly can't.
Capable of using spell and can't mute your team.
Just do the same as
If the obstinate use a standard physical attack, you can usually
Okay, we have
to waste
You
each
kind of
turn.
know where
Hardly
they're
does
going.
anything. Behind the chief, you can find a pendant. That guy those given to us on our sub by media at the start of the game.
This is Cappy.
Hey guys, what's going on? And welcome back to the show. Next, and I am really excited
because she had
today. I have a unique battery, and not just any battery. I'm talking about like literally the battery. Turn down the bright. That's right, guys. Today we're doing. I mean, I guess this was supposed to be bad. Turn down the brightness a lot. The board, like color in the channel, streamlines, and the height. Now, if I remember correctly, no, I'm not happy. This is not okay. This is not okay. This one's not okay. This is fucking okay. Here we go, guys, and the music too.
I'm about to go fucking insane.
Okay, I love when it's like a 90s style camcorder.
How many kidnappings and goose chases in this game? Like in the span of 3 fucking seconds, he got kidnapped.
Coming down the stairs.
Okay.
Now, usually I would get triggered by this stairs. People in the kitchen, I feel like this is
It's just slow. Once you find the kidnapped person, is a base on an island by itself. It's right next to the city. Is the dungeon good? Well, here's a better question. Are you fucking stupid? Actually, this one is worse than the pirate hideout.
Again, I believe that.
It's worse. It's even smaller.
I've noticed the ones that I feel less scared of is the really
This is the Magoku Super Mega Evil Fortress. This is fucking like 3 hits, you find Gonzu in a cell. He's so mad at the other captures that he challenges you to a 1v1 to prove that he is the weaker. You literally fight him solo in his cell. It's not hard at all. You can heal, he can't. So beat his ass a little bit, and he's like, well, Larsa's still stronger, and he's gonna use that power to form a younger. How do you even know that, Gonzu?
Oh, I see this. You guys told me what this was. Some kind of horse. But I don't remember.
These random guys leave your party, and you have to go find him, and it happens again gimmicks, right? So,
Okay, this one's kind of scary.
back in Magoku, the castle is filled with
But
demons.
yeah, I do feel like the ones that are like really skinny, I think I could probably save them. Like I probably
The game is trying to trick you.
But it's like the really
Going
big
down to a shocky area or initial bosses.
See, like lifting one is like half a person.
At the very least, if you die here,
Or not, it's like 1/3 of the person.
then he hits the throne room, he's gonna be messed up and get mauled to death by 2 Mizuki teams. He's dead too. You don't even get to fight the guy who's been bothering you the entire game. Even
Jesus says you shouldn't idolize people for probably
orange
one
soda.
reason or another reason. He says you shouldn't
Or a Snickers
idolize
bar.
people or things that can't live up to God. Jesus didn't have to say, I'm God, worship me, to be that thing by the way I think. As I've said before, many hours ago, saying that Jesus has to say he's something to be that thing, I think, is a misnomer. It's a non-sequitur, as I've said before. Well, non-sequitur is more that, point A does not, point A does not,
I didn't think there was going to be like
the conclusion
I guess so.
does not make sense.
Not feeling afraid to feel SpongeBob. I feel kind of
Doesn't make sense for
that was definitely weird, right? This one's kind of scary. You guys saw that too. It looks like somebody really tall. Kind of very
doesn't make sense for the conclusion of why people should not rush to conclusions so early, as I also said. But yeah, Jesus, he loved
Oh my
the
God,
pieces,
this is
he
the
loved
worst
the
one of all.
stranger, he loved the stranger, he loved the outcast, Jesus loved everybody. He also loved
Oh, it's so close to
self-improvement.
it. I
He
feel
called
like
out self-righteous hypocrisy, which I think many people think they're more righteous than they actually are, and I think that's a big problem with a lot of people, because, you know, it's like even found Jesus is saying, no, or you're
Look
not
at that
a
face,
Christian.
guys. How can any?
And as I said before, it's like what constitutes a true Christian? You know,
But anyway, guys, that is
just
the end of
because
that.
you're a
Thank you
Christian
for watching.
does
Wow,
not
this video was
mean
good. I really
you're
liked this one.
Christ-like. And I think being
And again, it's the same as all of them. But I really appreciate how he doesn't recycle images. He uses different ones in each video. So that is very, very hard to come by with these like liminal space or unnerving image types of videos. But anyway, guys, let me know in the comment section. Did you enjoy this video? Smash a like on it, and I would greatly appreciate it. Peace out, guys, and chase your dreams. Thank you guys so much for watching this video. If you guys enjoy my videos and you would like to support me and my channel more, and also be featured in my videos, go check out my Patreon. Link is in the description. I would really appreciate any help you guys have to offer. As you can see, we have different tiers, different rewards. So go there, check it out, and I would really appreciate that. Every little helps. Thank you so much. And also, guys, don't forget to subscribe with the notification bell on, and also follow me on all my social media. I have Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and even Snapchat. So go follow me on all of those, and remember the most important thing, I love you guys, and chase your dreams.
Go against it, whenever you like to feel safe too. You can love Jesus and other things. You can love Jesus and see a thing and say it's okay. And the people will say, well, you have to be around it. Well, Jesus was really, he was a man-less man. He didn't pour out his muscles, and yeah, some people say, oh, well, why is he crying on the cross and stuff? He's not a man. And it's like, no, Jesus says, show men, and basically saying it's okay to cry, even God's cry.
Hey guys, what's going on? It's and today we are back on Unnerving's channel. We're going to be taking a look at another spooky video, and this video is called Unnerving Images. Unnerving Music Part 5. So as you guys know, we've been looking at these videos. They're really good, so I'm really excited to see this one.
I don't think it means what people think it means. How could God regret his actions? I don't think that means what it does.
I mean, this one's not really
it does because it's
This feels like it's
it's not going to be a one-to-one match, even if the words on it are one-to-one match. The RSV Bible, for example, may not be able to English may not be able to properly convey
kind of like each of this. Hold on for that thing.
even if it's word for word the same. So, I think that people
This is triggering my erection.
they need to get over
Ugh. Biggest spider ever.
get over it.
Does that have a human face? It's like smiling. It's haunting you guys.
The first part of the
Oh, shit.
Whoa, that reminds me, this is like the exact same thing in, you guys remember in Silent Hill when they just arrived on Silent Hill and they take out their first people when the ashes are falling. The darkness is coming! And then this thing like comes and this woman starts to shoot it. It's that. Just a smaller version.
As he falls, he sees regretful fact that he was the reincarnation of Christ.
Blinded by your
This
own,
entire time, he
you're
thought it was
just,
his
people who
destiny
get
to be the king of the
blinded by
beasts
their
who starts to
own
go down full
or
spread. But
self-righteousness
now,
or
Larson realizes to
because
us
they
that
don't
not only
apply
that,
the same
he realizes
standards to
now that
themselves.
Darius was
They're
actually not
applying
someone
it
to
to
be feared,
everybody
that
else.
Medoc's
I mean,
words
this
That's
one's
why
kind of
Jesus
spooky a little
he
bit.
was actually a guy who intimidated
the
the
Pharisees, and that's why I think he would be frustrated with people who are self-righteous.
L is actually
You know,
the
Jesus
canon
in the
name for
chosen
the
is
first
awesome.
blood
I
giant
like how he stood up to it because
bronze.
humanized him a
Found a
little
way
bit
to help
more,
us
but
out
that's okay
thousands
because
of
he was
years
human.
later.
I think it's just because
Also
like you
God,
can just
He
one
seems to remember this thing
they
too.
do.
In fact,
It gives you an idea of
the crowd remembers
I'm
it.
not
size of
orthodox,
these things.
but I
As
do
you can see,
believe
it's
in
far
something
like so
like
big.
the
They
hypostatic
suddenly
union.
realize
People
that they were
will
all
use the
friends in a
verse like,
past life.
well,
And so,
if Jesus is
we
God,
decided to
how come
gather
he
up the
didn't
others
know
and
the
share the
hour?
news.
And it's like,
I mean,
well, you can
obviously,
see that
I just cut the
correctly,
side down head.
either as a
Providing
human,
Christ
who
has
says
actually
he
been hidden
gave,
inside.
Why is it
he
in the car?
emptied
Why is that
himself.
guy not
You
able
could
to
just
tell?
say
The
that
song those kids
What
were
as a
happened to the car?
human,
we'll
The
get
thing
back
the
to
car
that
makes the
song.
person crash and now we're out.
he emptied
I didn't
himself,
answer.
and
It
that
suddenly remembers being killed by the Gaia. He knows his
as
mission
a
all
human
those
he
years
emptied
ago
himself,
was to defend the entire
but that
planet
doesn't,
against evil
either that
and
means
to wear
he
that Gaia.
emptied
I'm having a hard
himself
time
and
with
he's
this one.
Esau
using his,
explains some of the meaning of the song to
I
us.
see nothing.
godlike
Oh my
He
shit,
said that
God.
was Reverend
Building.
sitting
Yeah, I
there.
see
you
the
know, that
Alpha
doesn't
and
mean
Omega
that
beat it.
he's not God,
Omega
or
drank the
he's
latte
being
and
hyperbolic,
forgot
or
about
he
the alpha.
doesn't truly know.
Before the
probably
friends
gets
The problem
they all got
with
together
this,
to
people who
get
use
it?
this argument,
Before
that even if you
Zodiac
want to say
gone
that
to
Jesus
great crowns.
Christ
We forgot our
fully gave
past,
up his
and as Esau
divinity or
says,
his godhood
the
or
dolmen
something,
mentioned in the song is a place surrounded by
you know,
stones.
in Philippians,
Seek the
even if you
It's
stones.
that
want to
same
interpret
horse thing,
that
but a
that
bigger
way,
version.
the
This one's like a
thing
giant
is, you
version.
could just
Like
say
an
that
area skinny horse.
God,
Start
Jesus
You can't
Christ,
see it, but
was
it
really
sounds
good
great.
enough,
But however,
but
that was
as
very
God
good.
he does.
When it came to like
And
Stone
if he,
Anxiety, I definitely
if
felt
he
it.
We all
knows
gather around
as
and
God,
very
if
officially
he
remember
as
the
God
beast
feel
king
like
Christ.
normal
knows
for
the day
The
night
entire world
and the
learned the
hours,
force
but
ability
he's being
and the voice of
hyperbolic,
Jesus Christ
then
kind of
that
their
makes
the
sense because
advancement.
Jesus many times in the
Back in
Bible
Esau's
was
days,
I mean, that was
we were
kind of
surprisingly
in the
tender
scriptures,
I
with
feel
for
like he just
example,
wanted
when he
something to
says
eat, and he
says
just
to
the
figured
cut
out
off
on his
my
life
right
there.
hand because of Jesus' sins,
makes it so
everyone's
precious.
sins,
Like
This didn't have any of that.
carefully,
This just knows all
I
this
don't think
man.
that's
I'm a little bit
about his sin,
backfired.
it's just saying that
Heads
as
outside
a
into the
severe,
final
he's saying
time.
that
Sees his family.
Again, these like skeleton ones don't really freak
it's
out.
meant to be severe.
Heroes back in the day.
It's meant to be a severe thing. Doesn't mean you want you to cut off your right hand.
Now we're up to that guy. We're no way down except dropping the
Let's go back to the
wants
uncle.
you to take it seriously. Not that he actually wants you to do it. It's the same thing with, it could, well, you could argue.
Anyway, guys, that is the end of that. I
There's
love
many ways to say why he
definitely check
didn't
it out.
know. Either he
I'll
truly
see you guys
didn't
right
know
here.
it's the human incarnation, which would it take, would it take away his ability to know before or after before he was God, after he retains his godhood, or godhood powers or whatever, he has it, or, you know, he still knows it. So technically, he always knew it, but like, you can say he always knew it, but he always knew it.
Hey guys, I might be a little sleepy.
He always knew it in a way that
Guy is a heavy hitter. A lot of
people
attacks like barely
I guess we're just gonna have to go with this. Deforestation is bad. Anyway, guys, we are back before school. This time we'll be getting out because, as you guys did yesterday, you got pretty crazy. Today we are starting to get an upside down head. The guy right here will go back, and the car is also in the crash. What is with these upside down heads? Channels are tight. That's right, guys. I am
And if you want to say, if you
Oh my
want
god,
to say he's not good,
fucking
like he truly didn't win, I think that's
Alright
okay
guys,
too.
here we go.
Even if he was fully human,
Except this one's where
that still doesn't mean he's not God or wasn't God. He just got better. And when he gained it after, which actually, I honestly think if he was if he was God and he gave him whatever unlimited
this one looks like a malware.
punishment, deliverance, etc. All powerful, all knowing,
Well, that spider lands on me.
I think that makes him more special than anything else.
There's no recovery.
Because then it's just, wow.
I mean, I can see the picture itself.
This is the scene.
But it looks like it has like a stupid face on some kind of giant weasel.
That's cool.
No, I
Yeah, I get a 6 on screen. I get a 6 on screen.
Alright, so this one would typically scare me a little bit more, and it's like why are those so big? It just feels unrealistic. I would find domination a lot scarier than small, like normal humans.
No, that's why I appreciate it. It also seems to have more bass. The deeper bass, maybe?
First, I thought it was
Yeah, see, that was smart.
white.
I give this one a D plus, and just a flat D. Alright, that's two down. One more in the main show.
Except I'm having a hard time making it.
We have side
It
games.
looks like I have a pair of pliers that
You didn't think the paint and stuff back,
oh, it's right. It's like a
it
looks like a giant pair of pliers. Oh, we're sliding down. Mothman. Instantly, I think of Mothman. Everyone knows the story. I just quite pleasant.
Besides for kids. Before the fight, Dahlia mocks us for coming in here unarmed. If only she knew it, nuclear bombs inside. After a few rounds, she's done for, and we catch a memory from her because Johnny is inside the karaoke club right now. Call your ass up there, and once again, this kid threatens to kill us at the entrance. But now shit's gotten real enough that we can just move her out of the way. You might get shot here a few times, like with a real gun,
Turn down the bright,
but it doesn't hurt that much for some reason.
But anyway, guys, that is the end of that. I hope you enjoyed this video. I did. It was my favorite one. I feel like a lot of
dragging back to church.
scarier.
Johnny scoffs at the one and mockingly says that if we take him back,
Let me know in the comment
he'll be
section
able
if
to
you
meet
enjoyed
some of
this
his
video. Smash
colleagues.
a like on it, and I will see you
We're
right back
stunned to
here.
hear this, and Johnny takes advantage of silence to explain.
Thank you guys so much for watching this video. If you guys enjoy my videos and would like to support me and my channel more, and also be featured in my videos, go check out my Patreon, link is in the description. I would really appreciate any help you guys have with help. As you can see, we have different tiers, different rewards, so go there, check it out, and I would really appreciate that. Every little help. Thank you so much. And also, guys, don't forget to subscribe with the notification bell on, and also follow me on all my social media. I have Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and Snapchat. So go follow me on all of those. And remember the most important thing, I love you guys, and chase your dream.
It's just raw damage back and forth until one of you goes down. Running through the whole ass city before getting here kind of pays off because we know where all the shops are. If you have trouble, feel free to stock up on beads and spam the hell out of those, or just load up on as much medicine as you can afford and get to it. When Johnny finally goes down, we're left with nothing but the uncomfortable truth behind the words he said. The church elites have been stringing us along the entire time, and our cover's been blown citywide. For the player, I think it's a fairly obvious revelation, but Alora still has faith in the organization that raised her, and decides to warn
Hey guys, what's going on, and welcome back to What Shall We Do
Around
Next.
here
And
is where
today
some
we're going to be
things
taking
change
another
in
look
previous
at
locations.
Unnerving's channel. We're
If
going to
you're
be
interested
taking a
in
look
some
at a video called
backtracking.
Unnerving Images with
Now don't worry, it's not bad backtracking.
So that's right,
It's
guys.
pretty
We are on episode 6
First,
of
there's a partially clothed woman who shows up with challenge. She's obsessed with black insects. She claims Lucy is filled with bugs.
Oh my god, I think I saw it.
The woman is clearly unstable, and you have the choice to mind diving or just leave her alone. I decided to dive in because nobody else is helping us get hold of the gun. Her mind projects
Oh my
a whole
fucking
array of
god, run!
Scattered characters slowly float in and rotate, revealing that she's in a lot of pain, all alone,
and that the darkness inside is growing brighter. Allure compares the experience to mind bagging a corpse, and we're told that we now have the bugs too. Lucian doesn't come out or anything, but we will see this woman again now that we've met her.
Oh god.
There's also a short fight you can do in the
Oh gosh.
The nerdy guy that works there created this device that he's wearing on his head. It's designed to block out negative thoughts, and he wants to test it out in a real battle. He puts up solid resistance against it too, which in universe is an absolutely insane feat because he has no power at all. Allure is shocked at how effective the device is, and the guy explains at the last second that the church commissioned it. So they're trying to mass produce assassins then? Well, that's great. Okay, before we report back to home, let's just take a break. Feeling alright? It's been a lot, so I know. I just want to check in. Now, I'm not trying to be some kind of hype guy and scare you away or something, but now is when things really start to veer pitch black territory, and it doesn't slow down until the game's over. If you're not ready for it, I'd say the next scene in particular is pretty shocking, and the events only escalate from there. If you've watched this far, I imagine you're along for the ride. Just in case, it does get intense. Back at base, we arrive to a total bloodbath. The walls, floor, furniture, everything completely soaked. This one behind confirmed what our eyes were seeing. A group of people came in here and brutally massacred everyone, including Islanders.
I've seen this before.
The maidens were dismembered and bits of dialogue suggest they were tortured for a long time on top of it. I'm going to spare you the full details of what exactly was said. Let's just say I haven't played too many games that go with it. Allure somehow maintains her composure, but she's definitely shaking and just can't understand why the church would allow the maidens' identities to be leaked. When we go outside, we're then ambushed by one of the perpetrators who came back to look for survivors. The assassin tells us that our faith is worthless and that Isla was forced to pray to him before she was executed, as a vision of her face melting flashes onto the screen. With that, it's time for another tough fight. Poke your head. So, the reason the assassins were able to overpower the maidens is because they have mind-blocking devices. Sounds pretty familiar, right? It's the ones the church commissioned from that guy at the store. In theory, you'd think the church could use this technology to protect people somehow. Actually, they gave it to criminals and facilitated a mass killing of their very own servants. You know, if the church wants to sell drugs and manipulate the population so badly, why not just assign the maidens to bullshit cases that serve no crimes? It's not like they had to put us on the right track when they cut our throats when we got close to figuring it out. It seems poorly thought out on their part, but I guess figuring out who didn't pay their parking tickets would make for an interesting game either. I digress. The assassin can use his mind-blocking device at will, and if he does, your performance goes straight to trash. You can mitigate this by attacking with items, needles, and just be slower than that. After you beat down the assassin, Lore decides to retreat back to the mission and tell Martin that all hell's broken loose. Rushing back through South Central, you'll be stopped by the bug woman if you met her earlier. Her thoughts seem much more desperate than before.
Oh my god, we found the nest! Run! Run, bitch, run! Oh my god.
Part of her brain wants to die along with everyone else.
Literally just
At
found
the same time, she wishes someone would know how much pain she's in.
Are we still in
At the
there?
end of the
Come on,
dialogue,
get out of there.
Spider guy, the screen becomes filled with text. It mentions boredom, worthlessness, love,
Imagine you're like,
darkness. It's like her mind's on fire. After this, the woman becomes incredibly violent and says that her sadness has gradually morphed to intense hatred for everything. Then, like her face,
oh my god.
it's another fight.
Is this
One
scary? I
is
can't even know.
the devs really try to rub in
What would you do?
she is for the battle.
This is time to get out of there.
This lady's not a bad
You're like, she's just like
she must have used spirits and to be fatal, like we've seen so many times. When it's all over, to make us feel even worse, Allure confirms that we caused this woman's total collapse by diving into the mind of the chapel. I'm not sure what happens here if you don't do that. I would assume she lives or just disappears. The black bug she mentioned felt like more than just a delusion. That's why I did the dive.
Oh my God, go! Go! Oh, that
So I
scared
think
me
there
so
really
bad.
is something to what she saw.
I think, I don't know,
When we
he
get
made
to
it
Martin's
A or
house,
it.
he tells us
Shut
about
the door!
a
Oh my
friend
God, shut the door!
announcing the Midian massacre. Once we take a second to tell him that actually happened, he's at a total loss for words and leaves to pass on the message. A few hours seem to pass as Laura explains
You know how I tell you guys, like,
council.
some of them are like
And
too
from
bright,
now on,
and it just
all
doesn't really,
enemies of
like,
the church
feel
are
like
officially subhuman beings that have no protections whatsoever. Now I think I'm actually starting to pick up on what they're doing here. Fill the city with drugs and create crime. Send all your people to take care of it in a big-ass operation. Then get your own people killed. Then blame it all on church enemies for the perfect excuse to kill or imprison anyone who causes the slightest problem. Maybe they're a little smarter than I gave them credit for earlier. Now, since literally nobody is left to investigate things here, I said I would last. Chani gets called out for some
I don't know.
In case you didn't hear me right.
I guess
A crack team of the city's best investigators were all murdered in the most violent ways possible. And the backup we get is a 15-year-old girl. I'm not even trying to hate on her. She has 3 doctorate degrees. I feel bad. She should just resign right now. Just get out of here and use those degrees any other way. Just don't be here. It's not working out. If only we had the option to tell them. The plan now is just keep going to the best of our ability. We did take out Johnny.
This one's got
We have a lot of other suspicions. So there is still work to be done. Johnny's plan is to head over to Billy's office, and that does seem like a decent idea. So let's go over with it. If you're wondering if anything's changed in the main part of the city while we've been busy, yeah, there's some stuff to see, and some new people working. Over at Wilcorp, they busted out the model an advanced android that's capable of scanning its environment using the information inside it. The android scans us and displays assorted information, like how old it thinks we are.
Anyway, guys, that is pretty much it.
The really weird part of it says it can't find anything on our vocal cords. That sentence is flashed by. Nobody says anything about it, and Lord doesn't explain it. The game actually never makes a distinction between our internal monologue and what we're here to say out loud. What this could be implying, then, is that we don't say anything out loud. That gets confusing when you remember there are times when people respond to us. You could argue we speak to people telepathically or certainly capable of it, but you'd think at least one person would have shown a reaction to it. The other possibility is that it could be a tech thing. Maybe implanted devices that let people communicate without speaking are commonplace in the future. I mean, who knows? Given that there's no explanation for it, part of me wants to write this off as meaningless flavor text. Maybe a joke about it came out having voice acting. But it is interesting to imagine the implications of puppet series. There's a guy in here watching the monologue who looks like a textbook definition of a smart. He talks about how he'd rather see scientists revive dogs than develop memories. I didn't really make the connection earlier when I said that fresh food doesn't exist. They didn't just mean livestock, they meant every animal. Over at the restaurant, there's another guy who looks a lot like this, just kind of avoiding. In real life, if I said I was fixated on 2 suited men in a massive city, I'd get my ass thrown out of the cabin. But you know what? This time, I think there's something to it.
Turn it down a little on feature only to the channel.
We get to Billy's office. Johnny's there.
Alright, well that was the end of that, guys.
You can actually catch up with him over towards the channel.
But it was a little disappointing.
Billy again warns us to get off the streets, but now for a different purpose. The infamous Gyo symptoms have returned. These 2 were dangerous assassins who looted the church for years.
But anyway, guys, I will see you in the next video. Smash a like on this video.
If you go into the chapel after peace out, guys, finally, after 10,000
thank you guys so much for watching this video. If you guys enjoy my videos and you would like to support me and my channel more, and also be featured in my videos, go check out my Patreon. Link is in the description. I would really appreciate any help you guys have to offer. As you can see, we have different tiers, different rewards, so go over there, check it out, and I would really appreciate that. Every little help. Thank you so much. And also, guys, don't forget to subscribe with the notification bell on, and also follow me on all my social media. I have Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and even Snapchat. So go follow me on all of those, and remember the most important thing, I love you guys, and chase your dream.
To me, that's like recommending meth rinsed in someone's dirty toilet for staying up late and getting your work done. Like, yeah, Ian's residual thoughts suggest he's struggling deeply, but once again, he's shut himself away, and there's nothing we can do. I guess we can take another walk. That always seems to work out. The Midian area is kind of falling apart at this point. The church had to bring in Toko to evaluate the crime scene at the base.